Reborn as the only son of the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange, Kane Lestrange was branded from birth as a second-generation dark wizard. We rise from mire, we are filled with ambition, we crave power, we are strong and composed, we are graceful and self-disciplined. We never regret we are Slytherin. Becoming a Slytherin is Kane Lestrange's destiny. Watch how he stirs the winds and storms, leading Slytherin to reclaim its glory and forge an eternal Hogwarts that never fades. Chapter 1. Kane Lestrange. Excruciatingly painful. The anguished cries of a man and a woman pierce the air, interspersed with fits of maniacal laughter. Upon hearing the commotion, the infant Kane Lestrange merely turned over, calmly opting to continue his feeding. There was no escaping it. He had grown accustomed to such tumult. After all, he was the offspring of a wildly erratic mother and a brawny father, not to mention the deranged grandparents who fervently idolized the noseless Dark Lord. From a moment of his birth, Kane was destined to become a pawn in the service of the noseless Dark Lord. In response, our little Kane expressed that this world was far too perilous, and he wished to refrain from further affection. Indeed, in this world he was not originally of its fabric, that in his previous life, he was known as Lin Ning, a recent university graduate on the verge of entering the workforce, only to meet his untimely demise in a series of car accidents. On his very first day of employment, in that fleeting moment, Lin Ning had only enough time to extend his right middle finger towards the heavens in a gesture of international camaraderie before his game was abruptly concluded, and he was reborn in this incarnation. He became the sole heir of Bellatrix Lestrange and Rodolphus Lestrange, a character who ought not to exist within the pages of Harry Potter. Yet, unbeknownst to Kane, the moment he entered the world, the currents of fate began to stir. The renowned seer Sibyl Trelawney, a descendant of the illustrious Cassandra Trelawney, glimpsed the threads of destiny and delivered a portent. An extraterrestrial descends, the planet Mars ascends. The predetermined trajectory of fate has been altered. A pivotal moment in the wizarding world is at hand. He is the variable, the path ahead, shrouded in mist he shall guide our way. His journey is fated to be fraught with thorns and blood. Will it be a continuation or destruction? Sibyl Trelawney gazed heavenward, her eyes wide open, whispering her prophecy. However, before she could complete her utterance, she succumbed to the backlash of her own foresight and fainted. At that time, Sibyl was in the headmaster's office discussing the rising prices of brandy with Dumbledore, subtly suggesting an increase in employee benefits. The sudden prophecy startled even the venerable Dumbledore, who had weathered countless storms over his century of life. He rose to his feet, gently stroking the phoenix fox, and pondered aloud. Fox, fate has made its choice. Where shall the wizarding world go from here? Dumbledore etched Sibyl's prophecy deep within his heart, mobilizing the forces of the Order of the Phoenix to clandestinely investigate the child of destiny foretold. Soon, it was revealed that a boy born at the end of July would vanquish the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, the prophecy was leaked, leading the Dark Lord to select Harry Potter as his adversary. The great Lord shall tonight venture to Godric's Hollow to eliminate that wretched child, Harry Potter. Ha ha ha! After tonight, the entire wizarding community of Britain shall bow before the Lord, and you, the refuse who dare oppose him, shall be crushed. Bella spoke with fervor, punctuating her words with further excruciating pain inflicted upon the unfortunate couple sprawled on the ground. What sort of intoxicating elixir had the noseless Dark Lord imbued within her, rendering her so utterly devoted? Kane was left perplexed. This evening, the esteemed Lord is destined to be vanquished by an infant in a cradle. How surprising and unexpected, Kane mused internally. As Kane's thoughts wandered, Bella, having tormented the unfortunate couple, entered his bedroom, ready to unleash her daily frenzy. You are unlike him. He is so handsome, so noble. Why can't you be more like him? Why doesn't he come to see you more often? Bella's gaze was fixed intensely on Kane's cradle as she pointed her wand at him. Her expression contorted. A sinister green light emanated from the tip of her wand, casting an eerie glow upon Kane's innocent, cherubic face. Bella, what on earth are you doing? Don't forget, he is. Rodolphus quickly intervened to halt Bella's frenzied actions. The Lord has summoned us. Stop worrying about this wretched child. In that moment, Rodolphus felt the dark mark heat up, urgently pulling Bella away with him through apparition. Kane breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. He truly questioned whether Bella was his biological mother. Even a tiger does not consume its young. Was it solely because he bore no resemblance to Rodolphus that he faced such cruelty? He had never observed Bella being particularly enamored with Rodolphus. Moreover, he himself was quite adorable. Could Bella's aesthetic sense have been distorted by the noseless Dark Lord? Don't ask how he knew he was a little handsome. It was simply because his house elf, Dodo, often exclaimed in awe at his youthful beauty. Fortunately, by the end of the night, the Lestrange couple would be apprehended and taken to Azkaban. He could only hope that Harry Potter, this so-called savior, would prove to be reliable and not alter the Dark Lord's fate due to the arrival of this little butterfly. In the dead of night, at the Lestrange Manor, beware of the dark artifacts of the Lestrange family. Oh my, there lies a couple on the floor. It's the Longbottoms. A cacophony of voices filled the room, and Kane deduced that the so-called Aurors were arriving. From their exclamations, he learned that the unfortunate couple who had endured torment were none other than Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom, the future parents of the Gryffindor Sword Saint. That it seemed that he had unwittingly forged a significant enmity with Neville Longbottom. What a grave sin. There's also a child here. A sphere of light flickered from the tip of a wand as a young Auror clad in robes cautiously stepped inside. Dodo will not allow you to harm the young master. You are the villains. Dodo appeared, trembling yet resolute in shielding Kane's cradle. Kane felt a surge of gratitude. This little elf, despite its diminutive stature, proved to be fiercely loyal. If he could survive this night, he would ensure that Dodo received a fitting reward, perhaps even as a grand steward. But for now, he had to devise a means of self-preservation. Limited by his infantile form, he would resort to the only weapon at his disposal, the cries of a baby, testing the Auror's resolve. Wah! Kane wailed loudly. Get back, little elf! The young Auror, overwhelmed, pushed Dodo aside. AUX, do not be so rude, he is merely a child, a brown-haired Auror interjected, gently cradling Kane in her arms and soothing him. Softly, Greffy, I mean no harm, I merely consider this child to be of the Lestrange lineage, and he must be handed over to the Ministry of Magic post-haste. AUX continued to elucidate his stance. The brown-haired Auror cast AUX a knowing glance, laced with charm. I am well aware that this darling must be entrusted to the ministry, but he is still a child. Could you not exhibit a touch of gentleness? Upon hearing her words, AUX scratched his head and offered a light chuckle in response to the Auror. Well then, it appeared that Kane had discerned the mutual affection between them. It seemed I have unwittingly become a part of your little play. Regardless, judging by the Auror's demeanor, the ministry did not appear to harbor intentions of annihilation. This situation was stable, and there was no need to fear for the infant's safety. With the threat to his life alleviated, the infant's innate desire for slumber took precedence, and thus, Kane succumbed to a deep sleep, enveloped in warmth, while contemplating the uncertainty of his future. Kane, my poor child, you shall grow up alongside Draco. Kane's consciousness stirred slightly from slumber as he heard the sorrowful voice of his Aunt Narcissa. Since his birth, Kane had encountered Aunt Narcissa only a handful of times. Yet, each occasion, she had tenderly embraced him, bringing joy to his heart. The prospect of being raised by Narcissa filled Kane with 100-fold willingness. Little did he know the extent of the gold galleons his aunt had expended to satiate the avarice of those greedy ministry officials to secure his guardianship. Chapter 2. Malfoy Manor. In Wiltshire, England, stands a magnificent estate, enveloped by meticulously designed gardens adorned with fountains, where white peacocks roam freely. The ornate wrought iron gates impart an ethereal sensation to all who pass through. The grand foyer boasts walls adorned with portraits, and the stone floor is nearly entirely covered by sumptuous carpets. The interior of the manor brims with opulent decorations, with even the mirrors gilded in gold. This is the ancestral home of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blood families of England. Kane, Draco, and Narcissa gently beckon to the two children. The boys, of similar age, come running from the neatly trimmed lawn. One, with a brooding beauty, possesses hair as dark as the night and equally rare black eyes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The other, more youthful in appearance, with platinum hair and delicate features, closely follows the taller boy. Aunt, mother. The boys call in unison to the golden-haired woman before them. As Narcissa gazes upon her children, a swell of pride fills her heart. They are undeniably her progeny. Kane, Draco, in just a few months, you will turn 11 and step into the realm of young adulthood. It is imperative that you begin to cultivate your social circles. Lucius and I intend to invite officials from the Ministry of Magic, pure-blood families, and prominent figures from the wizarding community to Malfoy Manor for the Christmas Soir. As heirs of the Lestrange and Malfoy families, you shall bear the responsibility of hosting the young gentlemen and ladies. Most importantly, do not forget to forge friendships with them. Narcissa tenderly caresses the foreheads of the two handsome boys, offering her sage counsel. Fear not, Aunt. Draco and I shall ensure our friends are well taken care of. Kane replies with a gentle smile, exhibiting his politeness. Mother, Blaise, Pansy, and Theodore are all admirers of my cousin. Rest assured, Draco proudly puffs out his small chest, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage. Oh, so they are merely your cousin's admirers? Has someone forgotten their own feelings? Narcissa playfully sips her cup of red tea, a light laugh escaping her. Draco's pale cheeks flush with a hint of color, shy to admit that he secretly admires Kane, stubbornly retorting, Kane is my brother. He cannot possibly be compared to them. Undoubtedly, our young Master Kane, with the wisdom garnered from an additional 20 years of life experience in a past existence. Gradually captivates this group of noble children with his vast reservoir of knowledge, earning the esteemed title of Big Brother in their hearts. Kane and Narcissa share a knowing smile, choosing not to shatter Draco's delicate pride, allowing the proud child a modicum of dignity. On Christmas Eve, at Malfoy Manor, Kane dons a custom black uniform embroidered with the Raven family crest, appearing even more graceful under the candlelight. Beside him, Draco's platinum hair is slicked back in a manner befitting an adult, clad in an elegant white suit, standing proudly next to Kane. The two walk with poise alongside Lucius to greet the distinguished guests of the British wizarding community. Oh, Lucius, these must be Draco and Kane, who have blossomed into remarkable young gentlemen before our very eyes. Cornelius Fudge, with a beer belly and a politician's smile, feigned warmth as he greeted them. The minister praised Draco, urging Kane to greet him as well. Lucius casually echoed the sentiment. Kane and Draco exchanged glances before stepping forward to engage in pleasantries, indulging in a mutual flattery of their business acumen. As the conversation progressed, Kane's faint smile grew stiff, compelled to uphold the decorum of nobility, inwardly lamenting the arduous nature of such social engagements. However, with no alternative, he adhered to the principle of if you cannot beat them, join them, and pulling Draco along. They exuberantly embraced their roles as the evening's social butterflies. Kane, Draco, we've been waiting for so long. You've finally concluded, Miss Pansy Parkinson exclaimed with playful reproach, swiftly approaching to link arms with the two. Apologies for the delay, Kane acknowledged with a nod to his younger companions, casually lifting a cup of hot beverage from the table to quell the protests of his hunger. In the course of their idle chatter, the group of young lords and ladies inevitably broached the topic of next year's enrollment, rife with both excitement and apprehension. We'll surely all be in Slytherin. The thought of cohabiting with the rude and uncouth Gryffindor suffocates me, Pansy remarked, her brow furrowed. Theodore not cast a glance at Pansy, accustomed to her bold declarations. Blaise Zabini and Draco nodded in agreement, while Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, true to form, were solely focused on their singular pursuit of food. Observing the reactions of his peers, Kane shook his cup, reflecting on how these young aristocrats, influenced by their surroundings, formed cliques and resorted to personal attacks at such tender ages. It was no wonder they were often ostracized by the other three houses. Gryffindor was, of course, Slytherin's arch-nemesis. Hufflepuff, the largest house, bore the brunt of Slytherin's bullying and was often dismissed as inept. Ravenclaw maintained a relatively cordial relationship with Slytherin, with some members hailing from pureblood families. Coupled with the historical legacy left by the Dark Lord, Slytherin stood isolated, teetering on the edge of a precipice. For Kane, who was well-versed in the conclusions of the Harry Potter saga, Slytherin's fate appeared precarious. Gazing at the group of childhood companions before him, he dared not envision the outcomes post-final battle. A swell of emotions surged within him, and he resolved to ensure their collective survival. He understood that Slytherin's essence lay in self-interest and the subjugation of the strong. Thus, he aspired to become Slytherin's most formidable champion, determined to vanquish the Dark Lord and lead them onward. Pansy, Dumbledore may be a Gryffindor, yet he stands as the preeminent figure in the magical realm. When one lacks considerable power, it is wise to temper discontent and prioritize self-preservation, Kane stated, placing his cup down with conviction. Theodore's expression shifted, a newfound spark igniting in his gaze directed at Kane. Blaise and Draco exchanged glances, bowing their heads. Gregory and Vincent paused briefly, then resumed their indulgent feast. I recognized my mistake. Pansy, too, was aware of her misstep, stammering softly, unwilling to meet Kane's gaze. Well, the savior Harry Potter will be starting school with us as well. Perhaps we should ponder which house he will be sorted into. Seeking to lighten the atmosphere, Kane shifted to a topic that piqued everyone's curiosity. It goes without saying that Harry Potter will undoubtedly be placed in Slytherin. The invaluable camaraderie of Slytherin will aid him in achieving great things. Draco seemed to possess a radar for Potter's name, brimming with excitement at the mere mention of it. Kane observed their fervent discussion with a silent smile, yet his expression did not escape the watchful gaze of Theodore. Theodore not stealthily approached Kane's side and whispered, Do you not think Harry Potter will be sorted into Slytherin? Kane, well aware of Theodore's perceptive nature, was not taken aback by the inquiry. He simply replied, Let us wait and see, before making his way to the round table to fill his plate, leaving Theodore in contemplative silence. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. One bright morning, Kane lay nestled in the softness of his large bed, deep in slumber. A brown owl circled above Malfoy Manor for a moment, then glided down to precisely locate Kane. The sound of its tapping against the window disrupted his peaceful sleep. Naughty Dora, let the owl disturb the young master. A house elf wrapped in an old tea towel appeared, repeatedly bumping its head against the wall. Stop it, Dora! Kane intervened to prevent the house elf from self-harming. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he could never comprehend this peculiar behavior. Turning his gaze to the owl outside, Kane's lingering drowsiness evaporated. Hogwarts acceptance letter had arrived. Springing from his bed, he hurried to the window, offering the owl a handful of nuts as a reward for its labor, and eagerly retrieved the envelope. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor, 2nd floor, left room. To Mr. Kane Lestrange. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Kane quickly flipped the envelope over. Opening it, he withdrew the letter and read its contents. Kane needed to prepare clothing, textbooks, first-year literature, a cauldron, a telescope, among other essentials. Yet, for Kane, the most crucial item was a wand suited to him. Kane! Kane! Draco's excited voice rang out. His cheeks flushed with joy as he rushed over with his own letter in hand. Indeed, Draco had also received his acceptance from Hogwarts. Kane! Mother knows we have received our letters from Hogwarts. Soon she and father will take us to Diagon Alley. Kane thought to himself, amused, how Draco, such a mama's boy, had to share the news with his mother first. At the same time, he felt a surge of anticipation for their journey to Diagon Alley. As always, Diagon Alley was bustling with crowds. Wizards clad in various styles of robes thronged the shops, occasionally mingled with a few dressed in muggle attire. With the school season upon them, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Ollivander's wand shop, and Flourish and Blots became hotspots for the influx of visitors. Observing the throngs of people, Narcissa felt compelled to make arrangements. Welcome, welcome. Upon entering the robe shop, a plump lady with a warm smile approached them. Oh dear. You must be the new students. This way, please. Let Madame Malkin take your measurements. Without waiting for a response, Madame Malkin produced a measuring tape. Poor Kane found himself subjected to an exhaustive measurement by the tape lady, his spirits dwindling. Casting a sidelong glance at the barely contained laughter of Draco, he shot him a look that conveyed, "You're next, you rascal," and swiftly escaped the grasp of Madame Malkin. At that moment, a slender child in an oversized checkered shirt appeared at the shop's entrance, his green eyes timidly peering inside. It was Harry Potter. Ding. The iconic scene check-in system has been activated. This system is dedicated to capturing the iconic moments of the Harry Potter universe. Each time a scene is checked in, the host may randomly acquire talent points or skill points. Go for it, young man. This world needs you. Fly bravely, and your dear ones will always be by your side. The sudden voice reverberated in Kane's mind, the system's cheeky tone momentarily causing him to freeze. Though belated, the essential golden finger of a transmigrator had finally arrived. The iconic scene check-in system. One could simply call it the gossip system. As it merely wished to witness the drama unfold from the front lines, Kane mused inwardly. How dare you think of me in such a manner, dear system? Cease. Do not intrude upon my thoughts. First, tell me your purpose. Kane coldly interrupted the system's banter. As the host, you can allocate the talent points obtained from checking in iconic scenes to enhance your innate potential. The skill points acquired may randomly yield exclusive skills from a magical master. The system brimmed with silent pride. Are you not awestruck by my prowess, foolish host? Ignoring the system's frivolities, Kane felt a shiver of fear. This system was indeed formidable. Thus, the more he could bring the system to indulge in witnessing iconic moments, or rather, check in on them, the greater his chances of ultimately vanquishing the noseless Dark Lord. The first iconic scene from the original narrative occurred at Madame Malkin's robe shop, where Draco and Harry first crossed paths, marking the inception of their intertwined destinies. Many in the original world had pondered whether a friendship between Draco and Harry at their first meeting would have altered the subsequent outcomes. Contemplating this, Kane resolved to take the initiative. Hello, I am Kane Lestrange. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? He approached Harry and extended a greeting. Yes, I am Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you. Harry visibly relaxed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Draco's shrill exclamation. Harry Potter, is it really you? I've always wondered when I would get to meet you. Draco's excitement flushed his cheeks. This is my cousin Draco, you know? You're quite famous. Draco has read your books countless times since childhood. Kane unceremoniously revealed Draco's secret. Hi, you two? Harry said, somewhat bashful. Kane, ever the gentleman, extended his hand. May we become friends? Certainly, it is a pleasure to meet you. Without hesitation, Harry grasped Kane's hand. Draco, observing nearby, followed suit and took hold of Harry's hand as well. However, Kane perceived that Draco was nearly radiating joy, leading one to suspect that he had developed an instant infatuation with Harry, which elicited a chuckle. But wait, this is Great Britain. Anything is possible. So one must remain cautious. The Malfoy lineage has been carried on for 3 generations, and Draco is the sole heir. Kane certainly did not wish to bring sorrow to Aunt Narcissa. Harry, Draco and I are off to select wands. We shall see you at the start of term. Kane informed Harry before joining Draco to meet the Malfoy couple and head to the wand shop. As in the original narrative, Draco's wand was crafted from hawthorn wood, with a core of unicorn hair. When it was Kane's turn, he incessantly tested wand after wand. Ollivander, observing the growing pile of wand boxes reaching toward the ceiling, felt a deep concern that the venerable reputation of the Ollivander family might be at stake. I possess a wand made by my grandfather's grandfather, sourced from eastern hibiscus wood, which should suit you perfectly. Allow me to recall where I placed it. Upon noticing Kane's dark eyes, a spark of inspiration flickered within Ollivander, prompting him to delve deeper into the recesses of the wand shop in search of the wand. Ollivander exclaimed as he retrieved a dust-covered box, gently brushed it off, and carefully opened it to reveal a striking red wand. Kane's gaze was instantly captivated, a voice within him affirming that this was the one. As he accepted the wand from Ollivander's hands, warmth enveloped his fingertips, and a phantom red phoenix burst forth from the wand's tip, spreading its wings in a melodious cry. Measuring 13.5 inches, made of hibiscus wood with a core of phoenix feather, it was a marvelous combination. Only a wizard with a heart of a king could earn its favor. Remember, young sir, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. And you are destined for great accomplishments, Ollivander remarked, his pale, colorless eyes fixed upon Kane. Chapter 4. The Commencement of a Magical Journey. System, display my personal panel. Ding. Host identity, Kane Lestrange. Level, yet to embark upon the elementary journey. Life goal, to be the foremost figure in the wizarding world. Kane, listen to me. Thank you. Talent, Dark Magic 9, maximum value 10. A future position in Azkaban awaits you. Charms 8, effortlessly learned. Alchemy 8, the next Nicholas Flamel could very well be you. Transfiguration 6, diligence is the sole pathway to surpassing genius. Potions 5, consider further studies at New Oriental. Herbology 3, unable to distinguish between chives and garlic sprouts. Care of magical creatures 1, advised to abandon this pursuit. Friendly reminder, the system updates at dawn every day, and the host may also opt for an early assessment. Assessment. Kane replied without hesitation. Ding. You have facilitated the friendship between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, randomly acquiring 1 point of free talent value, which the host may allocate at will. After a moment of contemplation, Kane recognized that Transfiguration could be flexibly employed in combat, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. He made up his mind to allocate it to Transfiguration. Ding. Transfiguration 7, excellent. The following day, Narcissa embraced Kane, her eyes slightly reddened. Brother, I will often come to find you, and you will allow it, right? Draco's small face bore a look of expectation as he gazed at Kane. Having considered himself a grown child, he had not called Kane brother since the times he sought his protection during moments of folly. This time, it was evident he truly felt reluctant to part. Always welcome, Kane replied, ruffling Draco's hair, a warm sensation blooming in his heart. They had grown up together, and this was their first separation. The Lestrange family had a rich heritage in the dark arts, with books filling an entire room. Despite Kane's considerable talent in dark magic, self-study without guidance was unwise. He had already begun contemplating the possibility of extracting knowledge from the Quidditch-playing dark wizard upon the commencement of their studies. For in the realm of dark magic, aside from Gellert Grindelwald, none could surpass him. Clutching the ticket for Platform 9 and 3-4, Kane navigated through the throngs of muggles. This time, he opted for the most traditional method to embark on his magical journey. After lingering between Platforms 9 and 10 for a moment, he pinpointed the location of Platform 9 and 3-4 and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Harry approaching, pushing a large pile of luggage, atop which sat a snowy owl, hastening towards him. I was just wondering where Platform 9 and 3-4 was when I spotted you, Harry exclaimed, visibly relieved. Do you see the wall in front of us? I'll demonstrate first. Just follow me and dash forward with your eyes closed. Trust me. Noticing the hesitation in Harry's eyes, Kane offered encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Kane made a few strides forward and, with eyes shut, surged ahead. The hum of conversation and the clatter of heavy luggage immediately enveloped him. And as he opened his eyes, a deep crimson steam engine came into view, its sign proclaiming Hogwarts Express 5972. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid the incoming Harry, leaving Hedwig as the sole casualty, flapping her wings in disarray. Let us go, Harry, Kane beckoned, casting a levitation charm on their luggage as they confidently boarded the Hogwarts Express. They found an empty compartment near the rear of the train, stowing their belongings and breathing a sigh of relief as they sat opposite one another. Kane, could you tell me about the wizarding world? I've lived among muggles my entire life. Will I be able to keep up once school starts? I hope I won't be expelled. Harry's voice was laced with anxiety. Kane glanced at Harry, who bore the weight of the chosen one title, yet had suffered through a childhood of abuse and loss. He spoke softly to reassure him. Most children from magical families do not formally begin learning magic until their magical abilities stabilize at the age of 11. Harry shot a quick glance at Kane, his skepticism apparent. After all, he vividly recalled the recent memory of his belongings floating. Ignoring Harry's doubtful expression, Kane continued to elucidate the current state of the magical world. He aimed to prepare Harry for what lay ahead, including the reputation of Slytherin and its relations with the other three houses. Kane wishes for Harry to adopt an objective perspective, fostering his own subjective consciousness. rather than being swept away by the so-called hero's journey, ultimately paying a hefty price for growth. You are destined for Slytherin, aren't you? Kane remarked. Upon hearing Kane's narrative, Harry keenly discerned the underlying message. Kane gazed into Harry's sincere green eyes and nodded. Just as you, with your innocent heart, are not meant for Slytherin. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but was gently interrupted by Kane. I believe that regardless of which house you enter, we shall remain friends. In the face of genuine hearts, the mundane and prejudices hold no value. Harry nodded gravely, silently vowing to cherish his first friend in the magical realm. Having been mistreated by his aunt and uncle, he was acutely sensitive to the kindness of others. He could perceive that Kane genuinely regarded him as a friend, independent of his identity as a savior. May I sit here? The compartments ahead are all full, inquired a freckled boy with red hair. Kane and Harry shook their heads, inviting the redhead to join them. The boy assessed the two, and driven by an instinct akin to that of a small creature, chose to sit beside Harry. I'm Ron Weasley, he introduced timidly. Harry Potter, and this is Kane Lestrange, Harry promptly replied. What? You're really Harry Potter? How can you be with a little Death Eater? Ron exclaimed, raising his voice. Before Kane could respond, Harry, who had just been informed about the Death Eater concept, interjected calmly. Weasley, please apologize to my friend. He is the same age as us. How could he possibly be a Death Eater? I'm sorry, Ron stammered, his face turning crimson. It's all right, I don't blame you. After all, my parents Kane feigned sorrow, effortlessly leading the two to believe they had touched upon a sensitive subject, prompting them to console him. Chapter 5. Continuation of the Hogwarts Express. As the three began to converse, the atmosphere grew lively, with Ron revealing his chatty nature, chattering incessantly. Before long, a loud clattering sound echoed down the aisle, and Kane immediately surmised that the snack cart had arrived. Sure enough, a smiling woman entered their compartment, inquiring if they wished to purchase any refreshments. Harry dashed forward to scour the cart, exhibiting a lavish demeanor, suggesting that his little treasure trove was quite ample. Ron's ears turned red as he mumbled, pulling out a paper box containing a few sandwiches. She always forgets that I don't like corned beef. Kane, noticing Ron's discomfort, feigned envy. Did your mother prepare these? I'm truly envious. They look delicious. Harry, also a motherless child, nodded in empathy. Their gestures successfully alleviated Ron's awkwardness, and he generously offered to share his beef sandwich. In return, Harry reciprocated by inviting Ron to share his snacks, while Kane naturally followed suit, indulging in the bounty. The three of them, well-fed and content, began to revel in their spirits. Ron rummaged through his suitcase and retrieved a worn wand, its core long since damaged. Clearing his throat, he intended to demonstrate how to transform the mouse scabbers into a yellow hue. Oh, are you performing magic? Let us witness your prowess, boasted a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, as she entered the compartment with an air of arrogance. A somewhat timid round-faced boy with black hair followed closely behind her. Ron appeared somewhat flustered, glancing at Kane and Harry as if seeking reassurance. However, as fate would have it, Ron recited the incantation, waved his wand, and scabbers remained sound asleep, with nothing occurring. It was evident that Ron had been misled by George Weasley. Are you certain that was indeed a spell? The girl with the large teeth began to recount her journey into the world of magic and her studies with fervor. After a lengthy monologue, she belatedly introduced herself. I am Hermione Granger. And you are? Hermione single-handedly dominated the conversation among the four boys for a full 3 minutes. The round-faced boy regarded Hermione with an expression of disbelief. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group began to familiarize themselves with one another. Kane observed the timid Neville with a hint of sympathy. As the only son of the Longbottom family, he was meant to enjoy a joyful childhood. Yet the actions of the Lestranges had rendered his situation no better than that of an orphan. Ultimately, the misfortunes of Harry, Neville, and himself could all be traced back to the Dark Lord, further solidifying Kane's resolve to vanquish him. Is it truly you, Harry Potter? I have read numerous books that mention you. Hermione interrupted Kane's thoughts, directing her attention once more to Harry. After a lengthy discourse, Hermione finally recalled that she had accompanied Neville in search of a toad. By the way, have you seen a toad? Fear not. Once we disembark, house elves will ensure that our belongings and pets are safely placed in our respective dormitories, so there is no need for concern, Kane reassured them. Hermione cast a grateful glance at Kane before departing with a satisfied Neville. She is rather rude, isn't she? Ron muttered in frustration. Kane shot Ron a glance, thinking to himself, hold your ground, lad. Do not let your pride lead you astray. As they anticipated their imminent arrival at Hogwarts, the trio was preparing to change into their uniforms when the compartment door swung open once more. Kane, Harry, I searched through numerous carriages to find you. You ought to accompany me to Malfoy's exclusive compartment, Draco announced, swaggering in with his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle. The mere mention of the Malfoy name struck Ron as amusing, and he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Do you find that amusing, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father has informed me that the Weasley family is known for their red hair, freckled faces, and an abundance of children they cannot afford, Draco said haughtily, fixing his gaze disdainfully on Ron. Ron's face flushed with anger as he stood up. Harry shot a glance at Kane, his expression revealing his conflicted feelings. Ron, you ought not to mock Draco's surname. You must apologize. In light of the escalating tension between the two, Kane unhesitatingly took his cousin's side. I'm sorry. Ron flushed with embarrassment and, under the watchful gaze of Kane and Harry, offered an apology. Draco, you should not insult a wizard's family. Kane, seeking to mend the rift for Harry's sake, encouraged reconciliation between the two. Draco, unwilling to concede to Weasley, found his anger somewhat diminished upon witnessing Weasley's initial admission of fault, and he muttered a reluctant apology. Ultimately, the two reached an uneasy truce. Draco, you still seem aggrieved, Kane remarked as he entered the Malfoy family's private box, observing the still fuming Draco. Do you wish to become friends with Harry Potter, true friends? Kane continued, gently coaxing him. Previously, you were overly sheltered by Lucius, leaving you with a distorted understanding of Slytherin's position. The wizarding community in Britain harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Dark Lord, and as a house that followed him. Slytherin cannot escape the repercussions, especially since Harry Potter has vanquished him. As the savior, Dumbledore would never allow Harry to choose Slytherin. Weasley, being aligned with Dumbledore, is the ideal candidate in his mind for Harry's friendship. If you desire Harry Potter's companionship, a degree of humility is essential, even if it means feigning deference. Given Draco's sheltered upbringing, Kane felt compelled to break down the rationale for him. Slytherin prioritizes self-interest, Kane asserted, unfaltering as he laid down his argument. After Kane's discourse, Draco appeared contemplative, his mind overwhelmed with a plethora of new information. Perhaps it was best to grant Draco some time to process. With a glance at Theodore, who had been a silent observer, Kane decided to change the subject. First-year students, this way. No more than 4 per boat. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a cluster of small boats on the dark lake. Kane and Draco boarded a nearby boat, with Harry and Ron following closely behind. As they glided across the placid waters, the towering silhouette of Hogwarts Castle came into view. Kane remained silent, his heart swelling with excitement. Hogwarts, here I come. Chapter 6, The Sorting Ceremony. The velvet-black ceiling twinkled with countless stars, while thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the great hall. Kane surveyed his surroundings. For long tables were filled with students from various years, each with goblets and glimmering gold plates before them. They whispered cautiously amongst themselves, speculating about the first-year students who would soon be sorted. Silence fell as Professor McGonagall, adorned in green robes, endured the shabby, time-worn song of the sorting hat before clearing her throat and beginning the ceremony with the parchment list in hand. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. Draco Malfoy. The platinum-haired boy strode forward with small, measured steps. The moment the hat touched his hair, it shouted, Slytherin. Just as expected, Draco. Kane thought as Draco disdainfully set the hat aside, casting him a look that said, I'll be waiting for you, before making his way to the Slytherin table. Kane Lestrange. At long last, it was Kane's turn. He took a deep breath, concealing the memories of his past life deep within his consciousness, and gracefully approached the sorting hat. Oh, quite a challenge indeed. It is evident that you possess great intellect, and your heart is not devoid of courage. You yearn to achieve something significant. My dear child, you embody the qualities sought after by all 4 houses. The sorting hat pondered over which house would befit Kane. As the silence stretched on, murmurs began to ripple through the students at the 4 long tables, drawing the attention of the faculty at the head table. Slytherin, I wish to join Slytherin. Kane declared with unwavering determination. Have you made your decision? The sorting hat inquired once more. Slytherin is my sole choice. Very well, as you wish, the hat proclaimed. Slytherin. The applause from the green table was particularly fervent as Kane confidently took his seat beside Draco. At the moment Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the hall erupted in excitement, except for Slytherin. The Weasley twins, George and Fred, even leaped to their feet, exclaiming, We have Potter! We have Potter! Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, turned to glance in Kane's direction, his green eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Sensing Harry's emotions, Kane offered him a reassuring smile. As he looked up, he found himself gazing into the contemplative blue eyes of Dumbledore. Kane paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Beside him, Draco wore a sulky expression, still brooding over Harry Potter's absence from Slytherin, incessantly murmuring to Pansy. Only Theodore Nott, who had remained focused on Kane, noticed the exchange between him and Dumbledore. Once everyone had indulged in their meals and the gaps were filled with pudding, Dumbledore stood once more, restoring silence to the hall. He announced several important points, concluding with a particularly emphatic warning. Those who wish to avoid unexpected encounters and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Goodness, it was akin to a magical version of entrapment. It was well known that the Gryffindor Lions relished defying the rules, and Dumbledore, himself a Gryffindor, could not have been oblivious to this fact. Kane understood that the grand game of savior-making had commenced. After the feast, Gemma Farley, the head girl of Slytherin, led the young serpents towards the common room, emphasizing as they walked, "Under my supervision, please adhere to the rules. I do not wish for anyone to lose points. Especially the newcomers. Kindly restrain your curious and ignorant gazes, and always remember that you are Slytherin." It was evident that Slytherin had honor ingrained in their very essence. The common room was adorned with intricately carved chairs and tables, while several books lay haphazardly on the nearby sofa. The fire in the hearth crackled warmly, adding a touch of comfort to the atmosphere. Gather your wits, young serpents. Next is our unique Slytherin tradition, elect your leader. The seventh-year president, Ekburst, clapped his hands, rousing the first years who had begun to doze off. Remember, Slytherin values strength above all. Those interested in contesting for the position of first-year prefect may step forward. As Burst's words echoed, the surrounding upperclassmen retreated, creating space for the first-year newcomers. Draco, Theodore, and others uniformly directed their gazes toward Kane, consecutively opting to abstain. The remaining first-year Slytherins observed the unfolding scene, remaining still and watchful. Witnessing the swift determination of the first-year prefect, the upperclassmen of Slytherin exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting as they scrutinized Kane, occasionally revealing a hint of appraisal. "I challenge you." A girl with long black hair and an air of icy elegance pointed her wand at Kane. Without hesitation, Kane parted the crowd and stepped forward. "Kane Lestrange," he announced first, placing his wand before his chest and performing a dueling bow. "Odette Rosie Ree." The girl reciprocated the gesture, her gaze defiantly locked on Kane. "Quickly, bind him." Rosie Ree raised her hand to cast a spell. "Disarm." Kane sidestepped, flicking his wrist as a beam of red light shot forth, disarming Rosie Ree's wand. She stumbled, her striking features marred by shock. She had not anticipated being so effortlessly bested by Kane at their first encounter. It was worth noting that her spell-casting skills were finely honed by her family, far beyond the capabilities of a mere first year. Kane retrieved Rosie Ree's wand and, with a gentlemanly bow, returned it to her. "Is there anyone else willing to challenge?" With no further contenders, Burst declared Kane the first-year prefect. With the position settled, the dazed first-year students followed their head of house into the dormitory. Unsurprisingly, Kane and Draco were assigned to the same room, no questions asked, as they shared a relative on the board of governors. After a brief wash-up, Draco succumbed to fatigue, clutching a plush pillow shaped like an Australian protein dragon and drifting into a deep slumber. "System, initiate assessment." Kane lay on his bed, summoning the system. "Ding. You have checked in at the historic meeting of the Gryffindor trio aboard the Hogwarts Express. You have randomly received Nickelmay's beginner's alchemy notes. Please collect your reward." Kane's fatigue dissipated momentarily, replaced by astonishment at the prize. After all, Nickelmay was the foremost master of alchemy in the wizarding world, and his notes were undeniably invaluable. Chapter 7. Transfiguration Class. The following day, as Kane and Draco exited their dormitory, they encountered Odette Rosie Ree. "Were you waiting for us?" Draco inquired, a note of perplexity in his voice. "No, I was merely waiting for Kane." This remark left Draco fuming. "Then why not join us?" Kane's gaze halted Draco's childish retorts, signaling Rosie Ree to accompany them. With a decisive turn, Odette positioned herself slightly behind Kane's right side, unyieldingly staring at Draco on her left. Gemma Philean, having quietly observed the interactions of the trio, set her book aside and smiled at Kane, offering a gentle greeting. Kane, attuned to the subtle nuances of the situation, graciously accepted Gemma Farley's overture. "Thank you, Senior. The Slytherin scoreboard will undoubtedly overflow with emeralds." Satisfied with Kane's demeanor, Gemma nodded and departed. Kane surveyed his surroundings, noting that the first-year Slytherins had gathered. Ignoring the furtive glances within the common room, he led the group toward the Transfiguration classroom. "Gemma, are you certain that Kane Lestrange is a worthy investment?" inquired a muscular Slytherin boy with short brown hair. Beside him sat several upperclassmen, all heads of their respective houses. "If your vision is clear, Justral, you should easily discern it. Kane Lestrange, backed by the heirs of families like Malfoy and Not, represents a force we cannot afford to underestimate," Gemma replied, disregarding Justral's sullen expression. "Perhaps we should invite Kane Lestrange into the Slytherin Brotherhood," suggested Cassandra Shafik, a sixth-year prefect with flowing golden hair, idly toying with her crimson nails. "He must endure trials first, Shafik. If he proves himself worthy, I shall personally extend an invitation for him to join the Brotherhood," declared Ekbus with finality. Unbeknownst to Kane, a troublesome encounter awaited him. The notorious Peeves, Hogwarts' mischievous poltergeist, hurled chalk at the young Slytherins as they passed. The projectiles scattered in an arc, prompting startled screams from the first-year students. Kane erected a barrier against the physical assault of the chalk. "Peeves, be gone. Why should I leave, when I haven't had my fill of fun?" Peeves cackled with delight. "We spotted the Bloody Baron nearby when we came in. As Slytherins, if you don't leave, I'll summon him right now," Kane threatened, realizing he had no other recourse. "Baron." Peeves shrieked before vanishing in a flash. They arrived at the Transfiguration classroom without further incident. Kane chose a seat near the podium, with Draco and Odette on either side. As he gazed at the tortoiseshell-patterned cat on the lectern, he couldn't resist the temptation to reach out. "I'm going to pet the cat," he declared, attempting to stroke it with both hands. The cat, with a distinctly human-like glare, deftly evaded Kane's grasp. "Can you imagine how furious Professor McGonagall would be if she knew we were late?" Ron and Harry, the two unfortunate Gryffindors, appeared at the classroom door just then. At that moment, the cat leaped down, revealing Professor McGonagall in her green robes, leaving the two Gryffindors utterly astonished. "Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches so you might learn the value of punctuality," Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at Kane as she addressed the tardy Gryffindors. Professor McGonagall commenced her lesson with a classic performance, transforming the podium into a pig, which elicited awe from the new students. She then reiterated the importance of classroom decorum. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell within your Hogwarts curriculum. Any mischief maker or inattentive individual will be excused from my class, never to return." A profound silence enveloped the classroom, as all were rendered speechless and began to focus intently on the lecture. After imparting a plethora of tedious theories, Professor McGonagall distributed matches to each student. Arcturus Kane waved his wand, and under the influence of magic, the enchanted match began to morph. It elongated and gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen, seemingly on the verge of success when, with a pop, it emitted a plume of black smoke, mocking Kane in silence. "Concentrate, Mr. Lestrange, and have faith in your magical abilities," Professor McGonagall advised, casting a watchful gaze upon Kane. Reflecting on her words, Kane realized that his thoughts were constrained by past experiences, as transforming a match into a needle appeared physically impossible. Yet, in the realm of magic, the unscientific was feasible. If he envisioned it, he could achieve it, merely a transformation from one substance to another. Kane envisioned the shape, characteristics, and essence of a needle, reciting the incantation once more. Arcturus, a gleaming silver needle materialized before him, intricately carved with a hissing serpent. "Excellent transfiguration, Mr. Lestrange. Slytherin earns 5 points," Professor McGonagall remarked with appreciation, showcasing Kane's needle to the class. The Slytherin students, impressed by Kane's talent for transformation, beamed with pride. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor Lions, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly began their practice, with Miss Granger displaying the most fervor. "How did you accomplish that?" Hermione directly inquired of Kane. "Miss Granger, I believe that when seeking assistance from others, one ought to exhibit a modicum of politeness." Kane had yet to respond before Odette cast a disapproving glance at Granger. Hermione's face flushed crimson. Yet her thirst for knowledge compelled her to suppress her embarrassment and ask again, "I apologize, Kane. Please enlighten me on how you achieved it." Observing the exchange between the two young women, Kane mused that indeed, one must often yield to another's prowess. Considering Granger's future potential as a strategist, he welcomed the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with her. "Miss Granger, I suspect that, like myself at the outset, you are ensnared by conventional thinking." Noticing that Odette and her peers were also listening, Kane decided to delve deeper into the explanation, encouraging them all to attempt the transformation. By the end of the class, Granger, Odette, and Theodore had successfully transfigured their matches into needles, with varying degrees of success among the other students. Professor McGonagall observed Kane's altruistic actions with admiration. If Kane's system could gauge affection, it would surely reflect a score of 111 at this moment. Students who had not succeeded in their transformations were assigned to write a paper of no less than 5 pages on parchment to be submitted next week. "Kane, please visit my office this evening," Professor McGonagall instructed as she prepared to leave. Chapter 8: A Letter. On the second floor of the castle. En route to Professor McGonagall's office, Kane had just rounded a corner when he was confronted by Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped in a voluminous purple scarf and exuded a potent scent of garlic. Kane felt compelled to feign a casual greeting. "Mr. Lestrange, oh, what a polite child you are," Quirrell stuttered, offering Kane a somewhat sycophantic smile. Alarm bells rang in Kane's mind. Something was amiss. It was merely a chance encounter, and Quirrell had yet to teach Kane a class, yet he recognized him instantly in the corridor. Kane justifiably suspected this was a directive from the Dark Lord. He and Harry Potter were both first years. There were matters more appropriate for Quirrell to address, such as surveillance. The Dark Lord required an accomplice. But what of it? Kane was eager to find a pretext to connect with the Dark Lord and delve into the dark arts. Now he had a ready-made excuse. He feigned gratitude. "Professor Quirrell, you are indeed a conscientious instructor. I shall diligently study the course on defense against the dark arts." "Master, he is merely a first-year student. Of no assistance to your grand designs. Why extend kindness to him?" A voice rasped from the back of Quirrell's head, revealing a face obscured by shadow. "I would not dare, Master." Quirrell trembled, kneeling on the floor. "Do as I say." The hoarse voice ceased, as Quirrell was still weak and needed to conserve his strength. Professor McGonagall. Kane knocked on the door of McGonagall's office. Mr. Lestrange, please take a seat. Professor McGonagall was engrossed in grading assignments. Upon seeing Kane enter, she waved her hand, and a patterned tray appeared, laden with exquisite treats. First, have a bite. The tray soared towards Kane, and he reached out to take some delicacies to quell his hunger. After a brief moment, McGonagall paused her grading, picked up a notebook from her desk, and handed it to Kane. This is my personal Transfiguration class notebook from my school days. I believe you will find it useful. I lend it to you as a reward for your selfless sharing in class. Well, look who it is. Our esteemed student. What an honor it is to encounter him. Isn't it, Fred? George Weasley exclaimed upon spotting Kane, dramatically bowing and casually draping an arm over Kane's shoulder. What do you have there? Has Professor McGonagall assigned work specifically for her favorite student? Fred Weasley chimed in, unabashedly wrapping his arm around Kane's other shoulder. Kane could only look helplessly at the mischievous Weasley twins, explaining, "This is the Transfiguration Notebook that Professor McGonagall lent me." Oh, a Slytherin snake inheriting the legacy of a Gryffindor lion. Hogwarts must be collapsing, the Weasley twins declared in unison. Kane felt a headache forming, but was powerless against the antics of the Weasley twins. As Kane gazed at the Weasley twins, a thought struck him regarding the alchemical notes he had acquired. "I have a proposal. Would you be interested in discussing alchemy?" he inquired. "Are we interested in delving into alchemy, George?" "Indeed, we are," Fred replied. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances, engaging in their characteristic banter. "Then wait for my signal. I believe we require a place free from disturbance." Kane already had an excellent location in mind for their alchemical experiments. "Your will is our command, Prince of Slytherin." The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed once more. The following day, Kane was quietly enjoying his breakfast when a flurry of owls, numbering around 100, swooped into the room. Circling the dining table, Kane hastily covered his glass of milk to prevent any unidentified flying objects from contaminating it. One particular brownish-black long-tailed owl grasped a letter and flew toward Kane, delivering a missive stamped with the Lestrange family crest. "A letter from the Lestranges? Mother mentioned that you were the last of them," Draco remarked, a hint of confusion in his tone as he observed the envelope in Kane's hand. Kane pursed his lips, feeling a similar sense of uncertainty. "Perhaps it is not the English Lestranges," Odalise ventured, casting a glance at Kane. Her reminder prompted Kane to recall the history of the Lestrange family. The Lestranges were an ancient pure-blood wizarding lineage originating from France, with their family tomb located in the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris. Over time, a branch of the Lestranges had migrated to England, which was the very branch to which Kane belonged. Kane opened the envelope, revealing elegant, aristocratic script. "Kane Lestrange, please attend a meeting of the Lestrange family in Paris during the summer of your first year. Auguste Lestrange." The letter contained but a single, succinct line, devoid of any further elaboration. Kane's mind was rife with questions, and he turned his gaze toward Odalise. "I believe we require a private space." Odalise gracefully rose and made her way outside the hall. The heir apparent of the French Lestranges, La Lestrange, had perished on the eve of enrollment, with the cause of death remaining a mystery. His mother, unable to cope with her son's demise, harbored suspicions toward every member of the family, refusing to allow anyone to usurp her son's position. You may not be aware, but she hails from the esteemed Castel family in France. Her sister is the wife of the current Minister of Magic, thus granting her considerable influence within the family. Ultimately, the Lestrange family reached a compromise with her, agreeing to invite all underage male descendants of the Lestrange line to compete for the heirship, including this English branch. Odalise regarded Kane with a complex expression. "So, the question arises, how do you know all this so clearly?" Kane keenly sensed something amiss. Odalise lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then revealed, "La Lestrange was the betrothed chosen for me by the family." Kane paused in surprise, realizing that this might indeed be the reason Odalise Rocher had come to England. In the eyes of Lady Lestrange, he, residing in the United Kingdom, was undoubtedly the least suspicious individual regarding the harm inflicted upon her son. Consequently, the likelihood of Lady Lestrange supporting Kane was significantly heightened. "What do you wish to extract from me?" A flicker of shadowy light passed through Kane's profound gaze. "Lady Lestrange, and I shall endorse your claim to the family heir. The sole stipulation is to ascertain the cause of Lyle Lestrange's demise." A chilling intensity lingered in Odette's gaze. There are several underage males currently within the Lestrange lineage. Kane pondered momentarily before continuing to inquire. "Besides yourself, how many others?" "Two. In fact, one in his third year and another in his fourth." Therefore, Kane sensed her uncertainty in the unfinished words of Odette. The vast disparity in their ages would not be easily bridged. Familial trials of strength were indispensable. It appeared that he must accelerate his academic endeavors. Surely, the Lestranges would not merely offer verbal support. It would be foolish to possess resources yet fail to utilize them. If not now, then when? Before his departure, the lady assured him that she would provide any resources he might require. "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful." Kane extended his right hand, sealing the pact with Odette. Although his own family lacked for nothing, this was an opportunity to deepen their connection. He understood that the situation would not be as straightforward as it appeared. Yet, what of it? The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Chapter 9. The Room of Requirement. As dawn broke softly, Kane lay immobile on his plush bed. The Slytherin common room, situated underground, provided an exceptionally serene environment, greatly enhancing the quality of his slumber. The warmth of the blanket led one to wonder if it possessed some formidable enchantment, lulling its occupant into a state of blissful repose. After rubbing his face against the fabric a few times, Kane, aided by his ingrained biological clock and formidable willpower, reluctantly rose to wash and prepare himself. Seizing the opportunity while all of Hogwarts remained in slumber, Kane devised a plan to locate the Room of Requirement, intending it to serve as a clandestine sanctuary for his alchemical studies. He donned his clothing quietly, ensuring he did not disturb Draco, who was still lost in dreams. Guided by his recollections, Kane ascended to the 8th floor, meticulously searching for the tapestry depicting the simpleton Barnaby training a gnome in ballet. A gaunt, gray-furred cat obstructed his path, Mrs. Norris. She was the guardian of Filch's feline, often patrolling the corridors alone. Should she detect any student misbehaving, one could expect Filch to arrive on the scene within 3 minutes. Kane bent down, attempting to entice Mrs. Norris to move away with a treat. But he forgot the fact that his affinity for magical creatures was nearly non-existent. Mrs. Norris remained unimpressed, her fur bristling as she fixed her gaze upon him. Move aside. This is not the time for classes. Kane expressed his impatience. Mrs. Norris let out a soft whine before darting away. Perseverance bore fruit, and after a thorough search, Kane finally spotted the tapestry of simpleton Barnaby. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind. Suddenly, a door materialized before him. Success! Kane rejoiced, swiftly pushing the door open and stepping inside. The initiation involves a selection of intricate instruments and fundamental materials for practicing alchemy, perfectly suited for Kane, a novice in the craft. Aware that his studies would only intensify over time, Kane resolved to create an alchemical item based on the knowledge inscribed in his alchemical notes to facilitate his practice. After dedicating 2 hours to preliminary design and experimentation, Kane contentedly made his way to the hall for breakfast. Kane, over here, Draco called out, having noticed Kane's absence that morning. Where have you been? Just a little something. Kane replied vaguely. Understanding the importance of social boundaries, Draco refrained from pressing further and produced a parcel from his side. This is a small cake made by my mother. All your favorites. Also, she mentioned in her letter that she misses you. I think you should write her back. Draco's commitment to his role as a messenger was unwavering. I miss Aunt Narcissa too. I ought to write her a letter detailing my recent school life. The thought of being missed warmed Kane's heart, prompting an involuntary smile. The typically brooding and handsome youth rarely displayed such a radiant expression, which softened the inherent severity etched upon his features. The morning light illuminated Kane's exquisite visage, leaving the small group of Slytherins momentarily entranced. Even Pansy Parkinson's silver spoon slipped from her grasp, falling to the table in her distraction. Beside her, Odette's gaze darkened. Wipe your drool, Parkinson. Pansy instinctively wiped her mouth, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger. What is it to you? Kane and I are childhood friends, she retorted. Emphasizing Draco as an afterthought, Kane merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to disregard the girl's squabble as he focused on his breakfast. What is that smell? Goodness. I think I might be sick, Pansy grimaced, covering her mouth and nose. They were about to attend their defense against the dark arts class. Upon entering the classroom, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted them, nearly inducing nausea, a veritable biochemical weapon. Kane had anticipated this and had learned the bubblehead charm in advance. The group of Slytherins gazed at Kane in silent longing. What else could Kane do but act as a benevolent leader and bestow the charm upon each of them? With fresh air filling their lungs, the Slytherins felt a stark contrast to the plight of Gryffindor, relishing the sweetened atmosphere. Harry and Ron approached Kane, their eyes sparkling with gratitude. Kane, save us, they exclaimed, each sporting a large bubble above their heads as they walked away satisfied. Observing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Kane, may I call you that? Perhaps we could study together in the library after class? Certainly, Hermione. Kane, understanding her intent, granted her a large bubble as well, leaving her equally pleased. The other Gryffindors looked on with envy, yet mindful of their lack of rapport with Kane, they could only endure the garlic's torment in silence. As Professor Quirrell entered the classroom, it felt as though he had stepped into SpongeBob's underwater world, facing a row of sandy cheeks, each fixated on him with wide, curious eyes. The remaining Gryffindors, devoid of any bubbles atop their heads, appeared rather pale, as if they could perform a dramatic scene of vomiting for Chiaro at any moment. Chiaro instructed the students to retrieve their textbooks and stammeringly commenced the lesson, each complete sentence demanding an inordinate amount of time. The first-year newcomers were profoundly disappointed by Chiaro's teaching prowess, and the Gryffindor Lions were the first to grow restless. Professor Chiaro, Why do you always wear that scarf? Seymour Finnegan eagerly interrupted his discourse. Ah, it is a gift from an African prince. A token of gratitude for assisting him in freeing himself from the clutches of a revenant zombie. Professor, could you regale us with the tale of how you vanquished the revenant zombie? The students below clamored for his attention. Children, I believe it is time for class. And you ought to pay attention. Chiaro attempted to redirect the conversation. Professor Chiaro, since this is defense against the dark arts, might you demonstrate the spell that defeated the revenant zombie? Seymour Finnegan suddenly became animated, disregarding the pungent odor of garlic. The little serpents, too, were disinterested in Chiaro's uninspired recitation, glancing at Kane for any sign of dissent, and joined in the enthusiasm. Very well, children, I shall require an assistant. Observing the fervent response, Chiaro relented. His gaze settled on Kane, and an instant silence enveloped the classroom as all eyes turned towards him. Professor Chiaro, I believe we should afford Mr. Finnegan of Gryffindor an opportunity, as he is evidently in awe of your exploits. Kane politely declined. The young lions were taken aback by Kane's unexpected generosity, for this was clearly an opportunity to earn points for their house. Kane noted the warmth in the gazes of the Gryffindor cubs directed at him. He had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise. He had nominated Seymour Finnegan merely to distance himself from the unfolding drama, fully aware of Seymour's propensity for chaos, which promised an entertaining spectacle. Indeed, Seymour dutifully portrayed the revenant zombie, collaborating with Chiaro in the demonstration. However, during the confrontation, Seymour's sudden anxiety caused him to grip his wand tightly. Eyes shut, as he uttered an odd incantation towards Chiaro. Ah! Chiaro shrieked in horror. His purple scarf was predictably obliterated, sparks erupting violently. Ignoring the students still present in class, Chiaro covered his head and dashed from the classroom, leaving a group of bewildered pupils in his wake. After a few seconds of silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of boisterous laughter. Chapter 10, Severus Breaks Down. The potions class for Slytherin was conducted alongside Gryffindor. The lesson took place in a subterranean classroom, noticeably colder than the main castle above. Along the walls were numerous glass jars, containing a variety of animal specimens suspended in amber-hued, translucent solutions, many of which were gruesomely bloodied, evoking discomfort at mere sight. Severus was adept at challenging the sensitive nerves of his students. Amidst the astonished gazes of Slytherin and Gryffindor, Harry exchanged a greeting with Kane. Kane, adhering to the principles of friendship, discreetly advised, Harry, it would be prudent to review the potions textbook, particularly the implications of adding daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion. The professor may pose inquiries. Harry vaguely acknowledged this suggestion but did not take it to heart, opting instead to continue his whispered conversation with Ron. Observing this, Kane shook his head in pity, thinking, you have the opportunity yet you squander it. Soon enough, you shall realize what you have missed. The Slytherins and Gryffindors remained distinctly divided, their gazes frequently darting between Kane and Harry. The classroom door swung open, allowing a gust of chilly wind to sweep in. Snape strode in, his black cloak billowing like a bat, as he waved his wand to draw the curtains shut. With a flick of his greasy hair, he positioned himself at the lectern, his expression stern as he scrutinized the students below. Kane silently critiqued Snape, acknowledging him as a master of atmosphere. He certainly knew how to command a room. With such confidence, I must find an opportunity to gift him a bottle of conditioner in Harry's name, he mused, fist clenched. In my class, wand-waving and incantation are strictly prohibited. Personally, I do not expect the majority of you to grasp the intricacies and subtleties of potion-making. However, for the select few possessing the requisite talent, I can impart the art of bewildering the mind and concocting elixirs of honor, even immortality, Snape emphasized in his slow, drawn-out tone. During this, Kane noted that Snape's gaze fell on Harry when speaking of the majority, and on Draco when referencing the few with potential, showcasing his blatant double standards. I must reiterate, some may believe that at Hogwarts, their fame grants them the confidence to ignore the lessons, Snape stated. Fixing his intense stare on Harry, Hermione, seated beside Harry, nudged him with her elbow, signaling him to pay attention to the professor. Yet, it was too late. Harry, you are in peril, Kane thought. Snape extended his cloaked arms, leaning toward Harry with an air of condescension. Mr. Potter, the celebrity of the new generation. What occurs when daffodil root powder is added to mugwort infusion? Hermione's raised hand was disregarded. Harry, initially shocked, glanced at Kane before shaking his head in confusion. Let us change the question. Where might one find a piece of Dunkstone? Snape continued, once more overlooking Hermione's eager hand. I do not know, sir, Harry replied. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Snape's classic trifecta of questions followed. At this moment, Hermione, previously ignored, stood up, her arm reaching toward the ceiling of the underground classroom. I do not know, Harry muttered, but I believe Hermione should know the answer. Why not ask her? A few students chuckled, with Slytherins comprising the majority. At a glance from Kane, they quickly fell silent. It appeared that fame did not equate to everything. Due to Potter's insolence towards the professor, I regret to announce the deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape declared without a hint of remorse. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. From the moment Harry laid eyes on Snape at the opening banquet, he sensed the professor's disdain towards him. This notion was further reinforced, as it became evident that Snape harbored an intense animosity. Suddenly, Snape's gaze shifted, locking onto Kane. The latter, who was quietly observing the unfolding drama, was momentarily taken aback as he felt the weight of Snape's complex stare upon him. This was perplexing. Such scrutiny was meant exclusively for Harry, not him. Kane's mind was a tempest, yet his demeanor remained composed. He offered Harry, who looked on with concern, a reassuring glance before rising. The addition of daffodil root powder to wormwood tincture yields a potion of life and death. One can discover dung stones within a cow's stomach. The aconite and wolfsbane are, in fact, the same plant. Why do you not commit these to memory? Snape's gaze swept across the classroom, prompting a flurry of rustling as students fumbled for quills and parchment. Mr. Lestrange, are you perhaps waiting for me to invite you to take your seat? Kane found himself at a loss, reluctantly settling back into his chair. Wasn't it said that Snape favored Slytherin? Surely he should have received at least some leniency. Kane pondered where he had offended Snape, feeling as though he were being singled out. Indeed, there was no need for anyone to be moved by their brotherly bond. As Snape prowled the classroom in his flowing black cloak, nearly every student faced reprimand, with a particular focus on Gryffindor, and Harry was the prime target. Kane was not spared either, as Snape mocked his technique in chopping nettles, likening it to that of a third-rate chef. Draco, seated nearby, stifled his laughter, shaking with barely contained mirth. Just as Snape began to demonstrate Draco's flawless technique in steaming slugs, a loud hissing erupted from Neville and Seamus's cauldron, releasing a noxious green smoke that quickly filled the room. With quick reflexes, Kane pivoted to avoid the splatter of the potion. Unfortunately for Snape, who had been standing directly behind him, he bore the brunt of the potion's eruption, his face now marred with boils. Fool! Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand to restore order to Neville's cauldron. Potter, why did you not inform him that he must remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the hedgehog spines? Do you think his blunder would elevate your standing? Gryffindor lost another point due to Harry's negligence. Snape's face, dotted with boils, contorted with rage as he shouted. Harry's initial anger dissipated, replaced by a stifled laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Disrespecting a professor incurs another 5 points from Gryffindor. If looks could kill, Harry would surely have been torn apart. Snape shot a venomous glare at Kane, who quickly feigned innocence, evading the searing intensity of Snape's stare. Injured students, follow me to the infirmary. The rest of you, study. With that, Snape led a procession of innocent bystanders, victims of Neville's potion mishap, to the infirmary, significantly increasing Madame Pomfrey's workload. In response, Madame Pomfrey had her own thoughts to share. Once again, I implore Vice Principal McGonagall to abolish the courses detrimental to the students' mental and physical well-being, replacing them entirely with healthcare classes, allowing Hogwarts to bask in sunny skies once more. Do not inquire why Dumbledore is not the one approached. It is widely acknowledged that the headmaster's surname is McGonagall. Chapter 11, Nocturnal Wanderings. Ding. The iconic scene check-in system is processing. You have checked in to witness the poignant first entanglement of Severus Snape, a man marked by tragedy, and his tumultuous relationship with his young protege, resulting in a random reward of a 1-hour experience card for the Dark Lord's magical talents. My word. Kane was taken aback. This is tantamount to merging Kane's own abilities with those of the Dark Lord, yielding an estimated effect of 112. The system truly seems determined not to allow me to become a second-generation wizard. Kane, over here, Hermione whispered, waving him over. Kane, accompanied by the ever-looming Draco, settled beside Hermione. Have you completed your assignments for History of Magic and Transfiguration? I've revised mine several times, yet I still feel unsatisfied. Hermione raised her charming little face, speaking with an air of casual superiority. Draco's countenance turned a shade of green. You've already finished? And revised several drafts. Observing Draco's bewildered expression, Hermione promptly produced her assignment. You may use it for reference. Draco, instilled with his father Lucius's disdain for Muggle-borns, could hardly suppress his competitive spirit upon realizing he might be outdone academically by Hermione. Kane, witnessing their interaction, perceived a splendid opportunity to foster their budding relationship. I've completed my assignment as well, and am about to seek some resources for Charm's class. Why not engage in a friendly debate to see whose work is superior? Though a somewhat cliché tactic, it proved effective. Did one not see the fiery determination in their eyes, as if emblazoned with the words never given upon their foreheads? Kane had recently been studying the shield charm, encountering a few obstacles along the way. It was only natural, as even Hogwarts graduates might struggle to cast such a spell, given its complexity. He seized this moment to seek literature pertaining to the charm. Finding a secluded corner, the tranquil atmosphere proved ideal for reading. Leaning against the bookshelf, Kane became engrossed in his studies. Time slipped away quietly in the embrace of literature. Suddenly, a fleeting azure light darted past Kane's line of sight. Instinctively, he pursued it, dashing through rows of bookshelves. The commotion inevitably startled nearby students. Madame Pants, the librarian, brandishing a feather duster, intercepted Kane in a fit of ire, denying him the chance to explain and promptly expelling him from the library. Kane could only watch helplessly as the blue light vanished into the restricted section. Another nocturnal visit would be necessary. Kane, over here. Harry called from the corridor. Kane, Hagrid sent me a letter inviting me and some friends to his hut for tea this Friday afternoon. Would you like to join? Harry looked at Kane with eager anticipation. Of course, I would be delighted, Kane replied after a moment of contemplation, not wishing to decline. That night, the entirety of Slytherin lay in peaceful slumber. Kane glanced at the sleeping Draco before quietly departing the dormitory. I knew you had something on your mind, he mused. Upon entering the lounge, Audra immediately spotted Kane. The coldness in her brow and eyes was now replaced by a cunning glint. This was something Kane had overlooked. He had not anticipated that someone would be observing him so intently, a detail he would need to heed in the future. What do you wish for? Kane arched an eyebrow, casting a downward glance at Audra. Take me with you. I can assist you, Audra replied without hesitation. Kane paused momentarily, contemplating the potential existence of that blue light, and acquiesced to Audra's companionship, steering clear of the nocturnal specters and the suits of armor lining the corridor. The two stealthily made their way toward the library. I must report to Professor McGonagall, requesting her permission to employ the punishment devices on you two miscreants from Gryffindor, echoed the furious roar of Filch from the third-floor corridor. Fred, someone has threatened to subject us to punishment. Oh, George, I am utterly terrified. It was, of course, the Weasley twins who had provoked such ire in Filch. Gratefully acknowledging the Weasley twins' selfless sacrifice, Kane promptly turned to take an alternate route. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of Madame Loris emerged. Oh no, Kane grasped Audra's hand, ready to flee to the fourth floor. Loris, do not let the night wanderers escape. Filch's voice drew nearer. Follow me. I know a secret passage, Audra urged as she led Kane in a particular direction. They dashed to the second floor, where Audra stopped before a painting of a little girl holding a sunflower. For the greater good, she remarked cryptically, casting a meaningful glance at Kane before addressing the girl in the portrait. The password is correct. A raspy voice emerged from the girl, and the painting transformed into a setting sun, revealing a door before them. Inside lay a narrow, elongated passage. Descending the stairs, flickering blue flames illuminated the walls, casting a chilling glow. Meow? Good girl, can you still not scent their presence? They must have run downwards. Once I catch them, they will certainly regret it. The footsteps receded into the distance. I believe you owe me an explanation, Kane said nonchalantly, brushing off the dust from his sleeve, his gaze growing colder. Very well. Considering our collaboration, I suppose I should be forthcoming. Audra paused, then continued slowly. I imagine you have made some deductions based on my surname. Kane did not deny this. Indeed, my great-grandmother is Wendell Rosier. She is the one who revealed this secret passage to me. Audra stood tall, pride evident in her tone. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? She asked, laced with temptation. No, nothing further. Your affairs are of no concern to me, Kane replied, unwilling to recklessly involve himself in the matters of the saints while still entangled in the considerable troubles posed by the Dark Lord. Unbeknownst to Kane, some matters are not swayed by one's subjective will. Filch has gone far enough. Let us exit, he stated, successfully reaching the library this time. What are we searching for? Audra whispered close to Kane's ear. As they spoke, the humid warmth wafted into Kane's ears, prompting him to discreetly distance himself. If I am not mistaken, there lies a phantasmagoric butterfly within the library. A phantasmagoric butterfly? This creature is a legendary beast, and even Newt Scamander has only heard its name. He has never encountered the real thing, a lingering regret for him. Audrey's eyes widened in surprise, her expression transforming into one of endearing charm. Chapter 12, Kane's Extraordinary Journey. The phantasmagoric butterfly typically exists in a state of ethereality, only materializing when it consumes bookworms. That moment will present our opportunity to capture it. Moreover, the butterfly can conjure illusions that bewilder the senses. It is rumored to possess the ability to transport individuals through time. Thus, I require your mind to remain ever vigilant. Kane removed a raven-shaped amulet from around his neck and handed it to Audrey. This is an alchemical artifact passed down through the Lestrange family, offering considerable immunity to mental assaults. What about you? Audrey's heart fluttered, disbelief etched across her face. Do not concern yourself with me. I need your assistance in capturing the phantasmagoric butterfly. This is our exchange. The butterfly, being a magical creature, is known to exploit affinity for its own gain. What Audrey did not realize was that Kane, as a time traveler, possessed the souls of 2 lifetimes, rendering his spiritual essence exceptionally robust. In other words, he was a natural mental barrier. Unless Kane willingly permitted it, no one could penetrate his thoughts. Of course, even someone of Dumbledore's caliber could not guarantee success. Correspondingly, Kane was immune to psychic attacks. However, he had no intention of revealing his trump card, especially not to someone cloaked in secrets. Audrey regarded Kane with a complex gaze, stealing her resolve as she began to search for the butterfly's presence. They decided to scour the section rich in ancient tomes, splitting up to cover more ground. Kane ventured first into the meticulously preserved area of old texts. Kane, over here. Moments later, Audrey was the first to spot the ethereal blue glow emitted by the butterfly. She crept closer, lowering her voice as she spoke. The two moved stealthily towards the area she indicated, and indeed, they beheld the flickering azure light. At that moment, all they could do was wait for the butterfly to feed. Their chance to seize it would be fleeting, demanding their utmost concentration. As the clock struck midnight, the blue light intensified. A pair of antennae cautiously probed the air as the butterfly assessed the safety of its meal. Fortunately, Kane and Audrey were well prepared, concealed within the creature's visual blind spot, holding their breath. A pair of resplendent wings unfurled in the darkness, and the butterfly danced gracefully. Shimmering blue specks glinting on its wings, an exquisite sight. It stretched its limbs and flitted over the cover of a thick, yellowed tome, indulging in the delectable bookworms. Kane realized the moment had arrived. The butterfly was at its most relaxed and unguarded. Silently casting a quickening charm upon himself, Kane suddenly appeared before the butterfly, seizing its wings. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A vortex formed around the butterfly, swiftly drawing Kane into its depths. Kane's final impression was of Audrey's astonished countenance. And then consciousness faded away. In a state of disarray, Kane felt himself swaying, as if aboard a vessel. He summoned his formidable willpower to awaken, striving repeatedly until he finally managed to lift his heavy eyelids. Ah, you have finally awakened, newcomer. A woman with waist-length ebony hair and eyes brimming with wisdom came into view. Kane surveyed his surroundings, which felt both familiar and alien. Who are you? Where's this place? He inquired cautiously, not having missed the term newcomer uttered by the lady. Ah, a vigilant little serpent. No wonder you are a descendant of Salazar. Before the woman could respond, a youth with flamboyant red hair leaned close to Kane's face. Step back, Godric. A sharply defined face came into Kane's view. The dark-haired youth elbowed the red-haired one aside, his deep voice tinged with mild disdain. You are making me sad, Salazar. Godric's sun-kissed, handsome visage contorted into an exaggerated expression, as he clasped his chest, as if about to collapse from overwhelming sorrow. Godric? Salazar? Kane felt even more disoriented. Had he truly been transported to the era of the four founders by the ethereal butterfly? All right, enough of this. Step aside. This child needs nourishment. A plump, kindly woman gently pushed aside the playful youth. Child, this is a herbal soup I specially brewed for you. It will aid in your swift recovery. She tenderly lifted Kane's head, soothing him like a mother. Kane obediently sipped the soup, feeling warmth gradually envelop him and strength returning. He cautiously regarded the four distinctive wizards encircling him and inquired, Are you the four founders of Hogwarts? Hogwarts? What a splendid name, indeed. The long-haired woman, with her profound blue eyes, observed Kane. This is precisely the name I envisioned for a sanctuary. The four founders. Is that what future generations call us? Quite impressive indeed. Godric bellowed with laughter, disregarding Salazar's expression as he threw an arm around his shoulder. The bloodline speaks to me. You shall be my descendant in the future. What exactly transpired? Salazar's handsome features grew serious, though his tone hinted at concern. So, I truly am a Slytherin. Doubts had lingered in Kane's mind following Bellatrix's earlier erratic behavior. Moreover, as he matured, he found no resemblance to Rodolphus. The rugged features of Rodolphus contrasted sharply with Kane's brooding, exquisite beauty, akin to the finest of bloodlines. Now, with Salazar's personal acknowledgement, it was evident that Kane was indeed a scion of Slytherin. What are you doubting? As a descendant of Slytherin, you should feel honored. Salazar did not comprehend Kane's reaction. No, ancestor, it is not that way. Kane proceeded to recount the circumstances that led him here, as well as the state of the wizarding world following the two recent wars. The four titans did not disturb Kane's narration, quietly seated around him, listening to the unfolding of future events. Thus, he referred to himself as the Dark Lord, engaging in the extreme ideology of pure blood, which plunged the wizarding world into turmoil. Salazar was filled with indignation. He could not fathom how he had been distorted by posterity. He had advocated for the protection of pureblood wizards and taught them magic. This was amidst the chaotic and dark Middle Ages, where witch hunts ran rampant. The children of mixed blood families found themselves caught between wizards and the mundane world, easily swayed in their allegiances. Should they betray the wizards, it would spell an unspeakable catastrophe for those of pure blood. Salazar, for future generations, we have become a distant legend. We should not be held accountable for their actions. Godric sensed Salazar's low spirits and quickly sought to comfort him. Helga, clad in a tawny coat, noticed Kane's fleeting expression and gently tousled his hair, inquiring softly. Kane appeared troubled, hesitating as he spoke. Actually, I no longer bear the surname Slytherin, but rather Lestrange. What? Two exclamations rang out. What could have prompted you to forsake the name Slytherin? Godric firmly restrained Salazar, preventing any rash actions. Calm down, Salazar. Perhaps we should hear this child's explanation, Rowena interjected, soothingly pacifying the two wizards. It is this way, Kane began slowly. Chapter 13. Kane's Extraordinary Journey to. A dead pauper is preferable to a living ally. Kane recounted without a shred of psychological burden. After all, he was merely an infant at that time, devoid of any power to choose. The Dark Lord's blame was cast upon him. Helga embraced Kane tightly, gently stroking his back and offering words of comfort. Rowena's gaze softened with pity. She had not anticipated that Salazar's descendant would be so unreliable. Of course, Kane was oblivious to Ravenclaw's thoughts. Had he known, he would have certainly engaged in a conversation with Rowena about Helena's tale. He had strayed down the wrong path, irretrievably lost. However, I implore you to reclaim the surname Slytherin at the appropriate time, and likewise restore the honor of Slytherin. It is your solemn duty as a Slytherin to remain diligent. Salazar asserted with undeniable authority. I promise you, ancestor, that Slytherin shall forever hold honor above all, Kane assured without hesitation. Salazar's gaze lingered on Kane, revealing a hint of satisfaction as he nodded discreetly. Very well, Salazar, let this child rest. You would not wish for him to be weary when witnessing a historic moment tomorrow, Helga gently insisted, leading the other three to the lakeside. The passage through the river of time had greatly exhausted Kane. He drowsily pondered how Audra would handle his sudden disappearance. Moments later, he contemplated what tomorrow's historic moment might entail. Thus, he gradually drifted into slumber. The four by the Black Lake noticed that Kane had fallen asleep, lowering their voices to commence a new round of discussion. Salazar, do you still not consider your pureblood theory to be flawed, based on the description of this child, Kane? Godric's fiery red hair radiated a mesmerizing glow in the flickering light. Godric, I firmly believe I am not mistaken. The era we inhabit dictates that purebloods are our true kin. Salazar stood his ground resolutely, witnessing the two illustrious wizards of history embroiled in yet another quarrel. Ravenclaw furrowed her brow, while Hufflepuff chuckled and shook her head. The two witches had long grown accustomed to such disputes. The ideological rift between Slytherin and Gryffindor was not a new phenomenon. Neither could persuade the other, and they could only strive to mediate as best as they could. Shall we inquire of Kane regarding the fate of the four of us? Ravenclaw pondered this question since her first sight of Kane. Her inquisitive nature stirred a restlessness within her, yet her formidable reason quelled her impulses, causing her to hesitate until now. The two wizards fell silent, refraining from immediate responses. Instead, Hufflepuff took a sip from the golden goblet and remarked with a smile, life resembles an adventure. The most perilous yet enchanting aspect is the unknown, is it not? A charming smile graced Ravenclaw's lips. This sentiment seems more fitting to emerge from Godric's mouth. Yet, you are indeed correct. The unknown is far more enticing to explore. Rowena raised her goblet, toasting Helga. Observing the two ladies' carefree demeanor, Salazar and Godric set aside their contemplations. Their ideological discord inevitably led them to ponder more deeply. They exchanged a glance, both perceiving a sense of relief in each other's eyes. Godric broke into a hearty laugh and beckoned Salazar to join the revelry of drinking. While Salazar feigned disdain for Godric's playful antics, a subtle smile betrayed his amusement. The tranquil night seemed to be enchanted by the four. As the reeds by the lakeside swayed gently, and a joyful atmosphere permeated the air. The following day, the sun leaped forth from the east, casting a gentle light upon the world, a rare and splendid day. Kane, having enjoyed a restful night, felt a profound sense of relaxation and satisfaction. Child, come and freshen up. Helga's meticulous care was unwavering. Moments later, the four of them, along with a refreshed Kane, found themselves aboard a small, windlass boat gliding effortlessly. Kane was familiar with this mode of transport, having recently journeyed to Hogwarts by boat. Wait, a sudden realization dawned upon Kane. Are we headed to Hogwarts? Indeed, young one. You are most fortunate to witness Hogwarts' inaugural opening ceremony, Godric proclaimed, ruffling Kane's hair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was then that Kane noticed the four founders were all attired with great formality. Even Godric's typically unruly red hair had been tamed neatly. To witness Hogwarts' first graduation ceremony alongside the four founders was a dream Kane had never anticipated, yet here it was, unfolding before his very eyes. Overflowing with emotion, Kane gazed silently ahead. The light shifted from dim to bright, and the majestic Hogwarts loomed powerfully into view. Soon, students from all directions will arrive at Hogwarts by boat from the Black Lake. Kane, you are responsible for escorting them to the Great Hall. As soon as they disembark, Salazar assigns Kane his task. Nearby, Godric smirks, silently critiquing Salazar's attempts to give his younger counterpart a sense of purpose. Kane is amused by their childish antics. But just as he is about to grin broadly, he receives a couple of playful taps on the head, prompting him to behave. His smile fades, transferring instead to Salazar and Godric. The two ladies nearby shake their heads, choosing to ignore the immature behavior of the three gentlemen. The interior of the castle has been adorned by hundreds of house elves, richly decorated with unique elements of medieval wizarding culture, leaving Kane feeling invigorated. All right, you should fulfill your duty now. Salazar gestures towards Kane. Nodding eagerly, Kane abandons his exploration and strides directly to the edge of the Black Lake to await the arrivals. In the interim, his mind begins to wander uncontrollably. A few small boats glide over, primarily consisting of parents accompanied by their children. It is only natural. In this era that is decidedly unfriendly towards wizards, it is safer for parents to escort their students to Hogwarts. Here, Kane waves to them. If you continue along this path, you will reach the Great Hall. He still needs to wait for the remaining students, guiding this wizarding family on their way. Chapter 14. Kane's Marvelous Journey 3. After a lengthy wait, as the golden sun sets, Kane finally sees the last wizarding family arriving, leading them directly to the Great Hall. Child, are you also a new student? A tall man with a mane of red hair regards Kane warmly. Well, one could say that, Kane reflects, noting that he is not in the same year as them. This is my son, Albus Weasley. He is quite the lively young lad. The middle-aged man engages in conversation with Kane, who seizes the opportunity to glance at the boy wedged between them. The child, noticing Kane's gaze, instinctively makes a face to startle him. Truly, he embodies the Weasley spirit, likely resembling a medieval version of George or Fred Weasley. Do you have a twin brother? Kane cannot contain his curiosity. The previously loquacious Mr. Weasley suddenly falls silent, his eyes glistening with emotion. The woman's reaction is even more pronounced, tears streaming down her face. Even Albus, who had just been making faces, quiets down. Kane's heart sinks. He realizes he has treaded into sensitive territory, sensing that something distressing has transpired in their lives. I am so sorry, Kane quickly apologizes. No, child, it is not your fault. Mr. Weasley pats Kane's shoulder and begins to recount a past tale. We once lived in a small village in Wiltshire. Though not affluent, our family of 4 was very happy, and the neighbors were amicable. Until one day, a group of religious zealots surrounded our village. Mr. Weasley's eyes glistened with tears as our family of 4 found ourselves bound upon a gallows stacked high with firewood, facing the grim fate of being burnt alive by the villagers. My other son, Edda, overwhelmed by fear, unleashed a surge of magic and was immediately slain by the missionaries. I had resigned myself to the belief that our family would unite only in death, when unexpectedly, Gryffindor appeared and rescued us. Mr. Weasley's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke of Gryffindor. In those few brief sentences, Kane truly glimpsed the darkness of this era. Wizards faced severe trials merely to survive. It was no wonder that the 4 founders sought to establish Hogwarts. The Great Hall was ablaze with light, where the 4 founders and several witches and wizards sat at the head table, smiling as they surveyed the gathering of wizarding families from all directions. As a witness, Kane experienced the inaugural opening ceremony of Hogwarts, deeply feeling the sense of legacy intertwined through time and space, a profound sense of mission arising within him. Salazar, who had been watching Kane intently, saw the determination on his face, and a look of satisfaction graced his handsome features. Indeed, Slytherin would endure. Kane, come with me. After the banquet, Ravenclaw called Kane aside. What do you see here? Ravenclaw revealed a deep brown, exquisite box, opening it before Kane's eyes. A spectral butterfly? Kane was astonished to see the ethereal creature in Ravenclaw's possession. It has brought you here, but its magic has been depleted, and it now lies in a dormant state. Ravenclaw slowly shook his head. I cannot estimate the precise duration, but what? Kane inquired eagerly. However, now that the students have arrived at Hogwarts, nourished by the castle's inherent magic and the magical essence emanating from the students, I estimate it will awaken within a month. Ravenclaw teased the younger wizard with a smile. Kane exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he could live alongside the 4 founders, it ultimately was not his era. Moreover, do you have something to share with me? Ravenclaw arched an eyebrow, his penetrating gaze seeming to delve into Kane's very soul. Is it related to my descendants? Ravenclaw appeared to be a master of soul reading. Seeing through Kane's hesitations, do not doubt it. I am indeed a natural-born soul reader, Ravenclaw remarked playfully. Kane was startled, having never encountered someone capable of probing his thoughts. Instinctively, he shifted his stance, distancing himself from Ravenclaw. You are quite intriguing. Rest assured, I only catch fleeting glimpses of your thoughts during moments of intense emotion, Ravenclaw said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he observed the startled youth. Typically, only those with profound magical prowess or those born with a closed mind can resist my soul reading, Ravenclaw added, his gaze expectant as he awaited Kane's reaction. Kane discerned that despite Ravenclaw's exceptional wisdom, he possessed a penchant for mischief. Determined not to allow Ravenclaw to revel in his amusement, Kane stood quietly, neither confirming nor denying Ravenclaw's assumption. Bowing before the 4 great leaders is not a sign of shame. The uninteresting younger generation may now speak. Ravenclaw ceased her teasing and inquired earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Kane recounted the circumstances surrounding Helena to Ravenclaw in a concise manner. The poor child. Upon hearing that Helena had transformed into a ghost due to her feelings of guilt, Ravenclaw's eyes filled with sorrow. Kane, could you do me a favor? Ravenclaw implored. I shall do my utmost, Kane replied without hesitation, for it was a request from a mother. Please convey to Helena that I will never blame her. Ravenclaw solemnly removed a blue gemstone brooch from her wizarding robe and entrusted it to Kane. She regarded him seriously and imparted a heartfelt warning. Kane understood Ravenclaw's concerns and nodded gravely in agreement. Very well, Kane. For the next month, focus on learning alongside us. Ravenclaw clearly outlined Kane's role as she spotted Slytherin emerging around the corner. In the days that followed, Kane experienced a bittersweet journey. The expectations of the four great leaders were exceedingly high, and he found himself straining to keep pace with their thoughts. Often collapsing into bed from exhaustion after each day's studies. He absorbed the ancient magic of Slytherin, the close combat techniques of Gryffindor, and the alchemy of Ravenclaw like a sponge, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Except for Hufflepuff. Indeed, the vast knowledge of herbology imparted by Hufflepuff proved challenging for Kane, as he often mistook similar plants, leading to numerous blunders. In the end, Helga chose to relinquish her efforts, leisurely sipping wine while observing the other three teach Kane, embodying the essence of a carefree spirit. Chapter 15, Return. 1 month later, on a night illuminated by a bright moon, the phantom butterfly slowly awakened, its wings shimmering once more with a blue glow. Kane realized it was time to depart. Reflecting on the days spent with the four great leaders, a sense of reluctance welled up within him. It was time. Perhaps in the future, we shall meet again. The wise blue eyes of Ravenclaw were veiled with a mysterious hue. Helga enveloped Kane in a warm embrace. Farewell, child. As you depart, I shall share a secret with you. We four have each left a hidden chamber containing our respective legacies. However, you must seek them out on your own. Every student at Hogwarts possesses the opportunity to inherit my legacy, should you discover it early. Bestow the knowledge of herbology upon those you deem talented, and the rest is yours to manage. Truly, Helga exemplified equality in her regard for every student. Having discarded all prejudice. Hey Helga, how could you reveal what I was about to say? Godric feigned complaint. If my hidden chamber is discovered by future Gryffindors, the gift I intended for you will be lost. Godric patted Kane on the shoulder. Slytherin, honor above all. Salazar, rarely displaying warmth, affectionately patted Kane's head and handed him an ancient-looking key. The key shall lead you to a place at the appropriate moment. Moreover, if you cannot locate the chamber of Slytherin, I truly must question the contents of your mind. Salazar once again exuded an air of venom. Kane cast a lingering glance at the four founders, etching their figures deeply into his memory. The spectral butterfly spread its wings and whisked Kane into the vortex of time. Kane, before he could steady himself, he heard Odette's alarmed exclamation. Upon focusing his gaze, he noticed the enigmatic Dumbledore beside her, accompanied by a disgruntled Snape. I apologize, Kane. I feared for your safety and reported to Headmaster Snape, Odette stammered, casting a hurried glance at Dumbledore. I was greatly concerned for the well-being of my student, and thus took the liberty of coming here, Dumbledore stated, his cerulean eyes, concealed behind crescent-shaped spectacles, gleaming with curiosity. Snape emphasized the word internal, hoping Dumbledore would refrain from meddling. Oh, Snape, do forgive the curiosity of an old man. I trust Mr. Lestrange would indulge a humble wish of an elder, would he not? Dumbledore chose to divert his attention, just as Kane was about to speak. He suddenly felt a surge of pain coursing through his body. His magic spiraled out of control. The tumult of magic sent books soaring to the ceiling, causing the shelves to topple in succession. Fox, take him to a safe and open space, Dumbledore commanded, and in an instant, a brilliant phoenix whisked Kane away. The pain intensified, overwhelming him, and he lost consciousness. Time passed, though Kane could not tell how long. With great effort, he opened his eyes. Above him lay a pristine white ceiling, and around him, green curtains formed a secluded space. You are awake, Mr. Lestrange, came Dumbledore's voice from the foot of the bed. Headmaster, Kane attempted to rise. Mr. Lestrange, I believe you should remain lying down to recuperate. This is Madame Pomfrey's advice. Should I hinder your recovery? She would have no qualms about expelling me, Dumbledore quipped, blinking humorously. Kane ceased to strain himself. Headmaster, what has happened to me? Though exceedingly rare, Mr. Lestrange. You have experienced a second magical surge, Dumbledore remarked, gazing intently at Kane. A second magical surge? Kane echoed, astonished, as he sensed the magic within him, which had multiplied several times. Roughly estimating, it had reached a level comparable to that of an adult wizard. Noticing Kane's reaction, Dumbledore retrieved a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the bedside table. These were sent by your friends during your unconsciousness. I suggest you try one. You never know what flavor you might receive. Nosebleed flavor. Oh, I never seem to get a delectable one, Dumbledore lamented, shaking his head in mock dismay. Kane complied. selecting a red candy and tasting it, spicy chili flavor. Your fortune surpasses mine, Kane. Perhaps you would be willing to share your extraordinary adventure with an old man. Starting with that spectral butterfly, Dumbledore's blue eyes took on a more serious demeanor. Headmaster, you are aware that Kane was taken aback. I too had a chance encounter, later learning from an old friend that it was a rare spectral butterfly. Regrettably, this butterfly has once again succumbed to slumber, and my old friend, deprived of witnessing its beauty, will undoubtedly pen a complaint. Dumbledore picked up a piece of toffee. Kane pondered for a moment and resolved to selectively disclose certain details. However, there was one matter Kane needed to confirm. Headmaster, how long have I been gone? Approximately 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Kane sighed in relief. Had his absence been prolonged, he could scarcely imagine the sorrow it would have caused Aunt Narcissa. Kane briefly recounted his experiences to Dumbledore. So, you were saying you encountered the 4 founders of Hogwarts and remained in that era for 3 days. Dumbledore paused in his candy-eating motion, reflecting on the nature of time, marveling at the omnipresence of magic. Even as a centenarian, he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps this is the reason for your magical surge. The spectral butterfly transported you through time, inadvertently accelerating your magical accumulation in the process. Kane considered Dumbledore's hypothesis, finding it quite plausible. Did the 4 founders leave any instructions? Dumbledore inquired further. Kane contemplated seeking Helena afterward. He knew this would not escape Dumbledore's notice, so he chose to reveal this tidbit. Helena, she too is a pitiable child. I hope she finds liberation. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, nodding in agreement. Well then, Dumbledore, your stay has been sufficiently lengthy. This child requires rest. Madame Pomfrey entered, bearing a potion. Very well, child. I shall not intrude any longer. You should rest properly. Also, your nocturnal escapades in the library will warrant consequences, though we shall address that after you have recuperated. Dumbledore playfully winked and departed with a smile. Why does this centenarian behave thus? Kane felt a sting in his eyes. Child, it is time for your medicine, Madame Pomfrey said, extending the potion to Kane. The concoction was pitch black, with murky sediments swirling within. Is this truly safe to consume? Kane hesitated, considering his own well-being. Fear not, child. I assure you, once you drink this, you shall be restored to health. This potion was personally concocted by your headmaster, Severus Snape, so its efficacy is beyond question. Madame Pomfrey clearly held unwavering faith in Snape's potion-making skills. Snape's elixir. What have I done? Kane thought, now even less inclined to drink it. Yet, under Madame Pomfrey's persistent urging, he had no choice but to bravely face his fate. As soon as the potion touched his lips, Kane felt an urge to expel it. The flavor was reminiscent of Hagrid's 3-month-old stinky socks, mingled with an unpleasant eggy scent. Even with his resolute will, Kane could not help but well up with tears. It was simply too repulsive to swallow. Kane silently vowed, Snape, just you wait. I must, in Harry's name, present you with a bottle of the most fragrant essence of rotten eggs. No less. Chapter 16, Quirrell's Test. Kane, after imbibing the potion, succumbed to a hazy slumber. Yet, amidst his dreamlike state, he perceived a voice calling to him. Kane. Once more, he heard the summons, and he sensed it was no mere figment of his imagination. Upon opening his eyes, he gasped in astonishment. Picture, if you will, awakening from a deep slumber to find yourself encircled by a host of figures. Kane's situation was even more exaggerated than this. To his left stood a quintet from Slytherin, led by Draco, while to his right, the trio of Gryffindor loomed. This cramped space seemed burdened by the very air they breathed, and Kane silently lamented the discomfort. How is it that you all arrived simultaneously? Yet, despite everything, Kane felt a surge of joy at their presence. For them, it may have been merely a few hours since they last laid eyes on him. For Kane, however, it had been an entire month since he had seen his friends. I heard from Odette that you were pursued by Filch for wandering the library at night and inadvertently sustained an injury. Draco gazed at Kane with concern, stating that Madame Pomfrey had prohibited them from visiting during the day, forcing them to come under the cover of night. Unable to suppress a glance at Odette, who was bowed in embarrassment, Kane felt a mix of gratitude and awkwardness for the perfect excuse she had unwittingly provided him. What could he do but sheepishly acquiesce? Kane, you truly are reckless. You should not defy the school rules, Hermione chastised with disapproval. Beside her, Harry and Ron found the night escapade rather thrilling, but wisely chose silence in the face of Hermione's fervent energy. With an unspoken camaraderie, they subtly gestured to Kane, indicating that he should include them in future adventures. Ms. Granger, I believe this matter pertains to our Slytherin affairs and does not require a Gryffindor's interjection, Odette retorted, lifting her gaze to regard Hermione with an air of superiority. Indeed, it is none of your concern, Pansy chimed in, seamlessly supporting her friend, setting aside their previous quarrels to unite against a common foe. We are also Kane's friends and, naturally, entitled to express our concern for him, Ron declared, his prior reservations about Slytherin somewhat alleviated by his acquaintance with Kane. Unable to endure the united front from Slytherin, he felt compelled to respond. Harry, not wishing to take the lead, nodded vigorously in agreement, signaling his support. Hermione, momentarily taken aback by their solidarity, softened her gaze and squared her shoulders, confronting the opposing party. All right, you are all my friends, Kane interjected. Sensing the imminent escalation between the two factions, he feigned a cough, hoping to diffuse the tension. The visible effect was immediate. Both groups turned their anxious eyes toward him. I am perfectly fine, just a few days of rest, and I shall be back in class with you all, Kane assured his friends, feeling a warmth swell within him. I shall take it upon myself to bring the assignments from the teachers' classes. Hermione, with a sense of determination, readily volunteered for the task. I shall meticulously document my class notes, rest assured. Odette was momentarily outpaced, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Hermione. Nearby, certain underachievers observed the duel between the two ladies. Nono, too timid to speak, merely cast a sympathetic glance at Kane. It was indeed unfortunate to have to complete assignments while recuperating. There is no doubt that this sentiment resonated among Harry, Ron, and Blaise, the trio of underachievers. Kane effortlessly deciphered the signals emanating from them and shrugged. Truth be told, he was not particularly inclined to tackle his assignments. A short holiday would be quite delightful. Kane, Professor Quirrell is calling for you, White said, his gaze timid as he looked at Kane. Kane recalled him. He was a first-year student, albeit of mixed heritage, and often went unnoticed. Thank you, Kane acknowledged with a slight nod. Without further regard for Watt's astonished expression, Kane exchanged a few words with Draco, who wore a puzzled look, and then proceeded to the second floor of the castle. Mr. Lestrange, please come in, Quirrell beckoned nervously, stuttering as he opened the door. Professor Quirrell, you summoned me, Kane stated directly. It appears that I have heard you were chased from the first floor to the fifth by Filch and his cat, while roaming the library at night, and that you sustained injuries from jumping off the fifth floor, Quirrell remarked, snapping his fingers as a glass of pumpkin juice and a coconut cake appeared before Kane. Kane could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. It seemed Hogwarts had no secrets, and the tales only grew more exaggerated. He steeled himself and replied, I did indeed wander the library at night and accidentally got hurt. Oh, my child, did you venture into the restricted section? Children your age are often filled with curiosity, Quirrell probed candidly. What are you pretending to be, Dumbledore? Kane thought exasperatedly, fully aware of Quirrell's true concerns. And feigned innocence. Yes, I was a bit curious about dark magic. I apologize, Professor. I won't do it again. Oh no, Mr. Lestrange. It is entirely normal for someone your age to be fascinated by dark magic. The crucial matter is that you require a guiding teacher to prevent you from straying down the wrong path, Quirrell gently encouraged. Kane quickly understood, his expression cautious. As he looked at Quirrell with anticipation, Professor, would you be able to teach me dark magic? Although Kane had learned quite a bit of magic during his time travel with Slytherin, the methods of casting had significantly evolved over the ages, prompting him to decide on a dual approach. Mr. Lestrange, you put me in a difficult position. The school strictly prohibits the teaching of dark magic, Quirrell replied evasively. Professor Quirrell, I implore you. I shall guard this secret with the utmost discretion, Kane earnestly beseeched. Very well, Mr. Lestrange. I find it hard to refuse a student's request, Quirrell conceded, dropping the pretense now that his objective was achieved. Kane, what do you believe dark magic to be? Quirrell immediately commenced his lesson. It was as if Sun Wukong had sought guidance from Bodhi Ancestor, hinting at the transmission of knowledge at the midnight hour. You are entirely unreserved. Your intentions are laid bare. I must play along with your performance. Truly, I am left speechless, Kane thought. The magic wielded by sorcerers under the influence of malevolent emotions or for nefarious purposes is deemed dark magic, and the intensity of one's feelings amplifies its potency. Kane recited the conventional definition of dark magic as held by the masses, yet he perceived this as merely the simplistic view of the uninformed. Magic itself is devoid of the dichotomy of light and dark. The essence lies in the wielder's intent. One must learn to master it, to become its sovereign. A flicker of green light appeared at the tip of Chilo's wand, silently dispatching the mouse confined in a nearby cage. Kane noted that Chilo's speech had lost its stutter, indicating that the Dark Lord was now directly involved. Kane's emotions became tumultuous, having recently discovered that the Dark Lord was his biological father, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to focus on the present. It was evident that the Dark Lord was indeed formidable. The Avada Kedavra curse flowed from his hands as effortlessly as a levitation charm. Witnessing Kane's astonishment, Chilo nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 17, A Fog of Confusion. Kane, do not forget your promise to me, Harry whispered as he leaned closer during astronomy class. Kane recalled that he had indeed agreed to accompany Harry to Hagrid's hut, but his previous injury had caused him to miss the opportunity. This time, he could not afford to renege. Just as he turned, he caught sight of Draco watching them with a forlorn expression, his gaze clearly questioning why he was consistently excluded from their trio. Harry, feeling a twinge of guilt for having overlooked Draco, decided to rectify the situation and extended an invitation. Would you like to join us, Draco? Very well. Since you have sincerely invited me, I shall grant you this favor, Draco replied, instantly rejuvenated, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned arrogance. Kane considered that Draco might find Hagrid's hut unappealing and could potentially sulk, ruining what was meant to be a delightful gathering. Rest assured, I shall uphold Harry Potter's reputation, Draco confidently asserted. You certainly have a knack for twisting everything back to Harry, don't you? You're quite the danger, young man, Kane remarked with a slight smirk. Hagrid's hut was situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and upon their arrival, Kane and Draco found that Harry and Ron were already present. To their surprise, they also spotted Hermione's familiar figure. These are my friends, Kane and Draco, Harry introduced, gesturing towards them. Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment upon noticing the Slytherin house emblems adorning Kane and Draco. He nervously rubbed his hands over his moleskin coat, but in deference to Harry, he pinched his nose and invited them into the small wooden cabin. Inside, the furnishings were quite rustic, with various cured meats and smoked chickens hanging from the beams, and a pot bubbling away on the stove. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover delightful treasures. The blanket draped over the sofa was woven from unicorn hair. The base of the potted plants was fashioned from bird snake eggs, and even the feather duster was crafted from the down of a juvenile thunderbird. Hagrid exemplified what it meant to be extravagantly understated. Hagrid presented them with a large platter of rock cakes, but Harry and Ron, having already been deceived once, politely declined. I've just consumed a plethora of snacks, and I'm not hungry at all. Let them eat. Harry concocted a flimsy excuse, his eyes darting. Hagrid, me too. I had some with Harry, Ron quickly added. Kane, well aware of the formidable nature of Hagrid's rock cakes, smiled as he sipped his tea, choosing not to engage. Draco, mimicking their reluctance, was also unwilling to force himself to consume something unappealing. Hermione shot them an annoyed glance, feeling they were disrespecting Hagrid, and indignantly declared, Hagrid, I would be delighted to sample them. Harry and Ron exchanged sympathetic looks with Hermione. The four mischievous classmates glanced at each other, particularly Draco, who laughed without restraint, earning an irate glare from Hermione. Harry and Ron regarded Draco with the admiration reserved for a brave hero, leaving Draco bewildered. Although unsure of the cause, he relished Harry's admiration and even found Ron somewhat less disagreeable, instinctively straightening his posture. This only fueled Hermione's belief that Draco was intentionally mocking her, and she wished she could pierce him with a glare. Kane found the situation amusing, considering it was mealtime, and for the sake of his own appetite. He decided to treat this unworldly group of British friends to a modest culinary shock from China. Of course, there was no misunderstanding. Kane had no intention of cooking himself. After all, he had not trained at New Oriental and could only claim expertise in preparing instant noodles. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he announced, I have a dish from the mysterious East that is unforgettable, but I will need your assistance. It was evident that everyone harbored a hidden foodie spirit within. Upon hearing about the exotic dish, they were all intrigued. Satisfied with their reactions, Kane began directing operations. Hagrid went to move a large pot outside, as the indoor space was rather cramped. Harry and Ron were tasked with gathering firewood. Hermione was responsible for the ingredients. Draco monitored the pot, while Kane prepared to fashion some chopsticks. The various ingredients hanging from Hagrid's beams proved to be quite useful. Indeed, Kane intended to create a magical version of Northeast China's hot pot. The bubbling concoction harmoniously melded different foods, releasing a rich aroma. The four young ones, along with Hagrid, eagerly watched the pot, poised to spring into action at Kane's command. Hagrid, bring out the rock cakes, Kane urged the salivating giant. Oh, the rock cakes. I'll fetch them right away, Hagrid replied. Kane, why do you want the rock cakes? Harry asked, his expression troubled. Out of respect for Hagrid, he refrained from being direct. Hagrid's rock cakes were not fit for human consumption. Exactly, Kane. Hermione, the earlier victim, chimed in. No worries, you'll soon find out, Kane replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mystery. The cakes soaked in broth are the true essence. Hagrid returned with a generous platter of rock cakes, eliciting a grimace from the trio of Gryffindors. Kane tore the cake into irregular pieces and mixed them into the hearty stew. After a brief moment, it was ready to be savored. Kane gestured for everyone to begin. As he took a bite of meat, tears nearly welled in his eyes. After so many years, he finally tasted this flavor once more. Perhaps it was due to the inclusion of magical ingredients, but this stew was exceptionally delicious, and Kane found it nearly impossible to stop eating. The others, witnessing Kane's delight, set aside their struggles with their chopsticks. Each person sought their own utensils, as expected. The stew also captivated the group of Englishmen. Harry and Ron gasped as they inhaled steam, devouring their meals with fervor. Draco and Hermione initially attempted to maintain their composure, one adhering to noble etiquette, the other embodying ladylike grace. However, Upon witnessing the rapidly diminishing food, they too abandoned their restraint, eagerly digging in. Hagrid was a sight to behold, devouring enough for several people. A moment of satisfaction followed as they all leaned back, their bellies round and content, basking in the blissful aftermath of indulgence. Only Hagrid persisted, continually dipping his rock cakes into the broth and exclaiming, "I have never tasted such exquisite food. Kane, my dear friend, you must share this recipe with me." Indeed, after this meal, even Slytherin could become friends with Hagrid. Chapter 18, Flying Lessons. Slytherin posted an announcement that flying lessons would commence this Thursday. As per tradition, Slytherin would attend class alongside Gryffindor. "Kane, did you see? We're having flying lessons," Draco exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Kane remained expressionless. He could never comprehend the allure of riding a rickety broomstick. Although there was a cushioning charm on the broom, the wind still chilled one's nether regions, offering no semblance of elegance. Thus, during his childhood at Malfoy Manor, he had always observed Draco soaring on a pink toy broomstick with a detached amusement, including witnessing Draco crash into several bird nests. At last, it was Draco's turn to showcase his prowess. Aware that Kane did not relish being on a broom, Draco was determined to impress, particularly to catch Harry Potter's attention. "All right, enough excitement. Let us go have breakfast," Kane interrupted Draco's spellcasting, effortlessly seeing through the boy's intentions. "Hey, Kane." Hermione spotted him in the library, quickly concealing the book she was reading beneath her astronomy homework. "Hermione, what is that?" Despite her swift actions, Kane clearly discerned the title of the book. It was about flying lessons. "Oh, well, I just wanted to learn a bit about flying," Hermione admitted, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "There's no need to feel that way, Hermione. I, too, am not fond of riding broomsticks," Kane reassured her, using himself as an example. "Really?" Hermione replied, somewhat surprised. "I thought children from wizarding families excelled at this." "Perhaps I am an exception," Kane shrugged playfully. "Kane, I never expected this side of you." Hermione gazed deeply into his eyes, intrigued. "Please, Hermione, I am far from perfect." Kane chuckled wryly. "For instance, I do not have an affinity for animals." "What happened?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Hermione, do we really need to discuss this?" Kane sought to evade the topic. "Come on, Kane, we are friends," Hermione asserted with righteous determination. Kane pressed his fingers to his temples. "Hermione, try not to appear so eager to hear my embarrassing tales. Your clenched fists betray your excitement. All right, once when I was a child, I sneakily ran away from Malfoy Manor. As I passed by a farm, a gaggle of geese charged at me and chased me for 3 miles, Kane recounted, revealing his less than glorious past. "Haha, that's really nothing, Kane, huh?" Hermione attempted to convey her sympathy, though her laughter diminished the intended effect. The true heartbreak lies not in the uproar, but in the silence. Kane raised an eyebrow, hoping to evoke a sense of guilt in Hermione with his gaze. Suddenly, Hermione's ears turned crimson, and Kane nodded in satisfaction. "Well, I suppose you still possess a modicum of conscience." "Kane." Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper, losing its usual sharpness. "You too, making such a racket. What is the meaning of this? Both of you leave." Madame Pants, the guardian of the Hogwarts library, glared at them with her familiar feather duster in hand. The two could only awkwardly gather their belongings and retreat. "By the way, Hermione, what were you about to say earlier?" Kane recalled that Hermione had something to tell him before Madame Pants interrupted. "Oh, it was nothing." Hermione shot him a fleeting glance. In truth, she lied. She wished to express her hope that Kane would exhibit some self-awareness and refrain from using such suggestive expressions towards girls. The flying lessons soon commenced, and their instructor was Madame Hooch, with her gray hair and keen, yellow eyes resembling those of an eagle. "What are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Stand beside your brooms. Hurry, do not waste time." Kane glanced down at his broom, noticing its disheveled twigs, feeling as though it might fall apart at any moment. Hogwarts brooms were notoriously cumbersome, and Kane grumbled inwardly. "Extend your right hand, place it above the broom, and command it to rise," Madame Hooch instructed the class. "Rise," Kane called uncertainly, unsure if the aging broom could comprehend his command. The broom lazily rolled on the ground, clearly disinterested in Kane's attempt. Observing his surroundings, Kane noted that Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, followed closely by Draco's. Odette and the others also managed to summon their brooms, while Hermione was still calling out, trying to coax hers into action. "Rise." Kane raised his voice in command. At that moment, the broom leapt into his grasp. Coincidentally, Hermione's broom also sprang to life. They exchanged a knowing glance. That damned synchronicity. "Are you watching, Miss Granger?" Odette inquired softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. For reasons unknown, Kane suddenly felt a chill envelop him, as if a cold wind were sweeping towards him. He composed himself with a semblance of calm. "If I am not mistaken, Gryffindor is right across from us. It is indeed peculiar that I cannot see her." The chill that had enveloped him suddenly dissipated. Perhaps it had merely been an illusion. Kane mused. Before he could finish his thoughts, Neville, perhaps too anxious not to be left behind, leaped into action without waiting for Madame Hooch's whistle. His legs propelled him upward with vigor, soaring like a shooting star, 12 feet, 20 feet, and ever higher. Just as it seemed chaos was imminent, Kane stepped forward. Neville, do not be afraid. What you must do now is hold tightly to your broom, turn your head downward, and descend slowly. I don't want to die? Neville's cries echoed, intermittent and filled with dread. Calm down, child. Just do as I instructed, Madame Hooch shouted as she chased after Neville. In that critical moment, a latent courage surged within Neville. He gripped the broom tightly and endeavored to regain control. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his broom jerked violently, flinging him toward the forbidden forest. A terrified scream escaped Neville as he plummeted. The onlookers from Slytherin and Gryffindor shielded their eyes in horror. Kane swiftly drew his wand, and with a gentle flick uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. Fortunately, Neville's descent was halted. Yet, regrettably, he began to ascend once more. Kane paused, realizing that his magical prowess had significantly amplified due to time traveling, rendering his spells far more potent than before. Neville's anguished wails pierced the air. The Gryffindors, perceiving Kane's actions as intentional, surrounded him with ire. The Slytherin serpents gathered around Kane, fixating their gazes upon the Gryffindor lions. Do not act this way. Harry and Hermione attempted to intervene, but the Gryffindors were far too incensed to heed their words. As a confrontation loomed inevitable, Kane steadied himself. Everyone, calm down. Neville will be fine. He reduced the magic input, first casting a freezing charm to stabilize Neville, then employing a levitation spell to gently lower him to the ground. Upon witnessing Neville's safe landing, the Gryffindors rushed forward in excitement. Please, step back. I need to lift the spell. Kane raised his voice to be heard. The Slytherin serpents, without need for prompting, parted to allow space for the Gryffindors, who, this time, did not resist. Thank you, Kane. You saved my life, Neville said, his pallor evident. Gratitude permeating his words. Chapter 19, Flying Lessons 2. Neville's arm hung limply. It appeared to be fractured. Ah, Mr. Lestrange. Maintaining your composure to save a classmate under duress warrants an additional 10 points for you. Madame Hooch smiled, her eyes brimming with admiration. Did you see that look on his face? What a fool, Walter White remarked nonchalantly. The serpents glanced at Kane, assessing his demeanor, yet none echoed his sentiments. Conversely, the Gryffindors erupted in outrage. Shut your mouth, you venomous snake, Seamus Finnegan retorted sharply, and the surrounding Gryffindors rallied in agreement. Watts White exhibited a palpable sense of panic as he attempted to conceal himself amidst the Slytherin ranks, yet the surrounding serpents recoiled from his presence. Realizing he had incurred the ire of the masses, Watts understood he must take action. Suddenly, a flash of red amidst the grass caught his attention. What could this be? He hastened towards it, discovering the memory orb sent by that foolish Neville Longbottom's grandmother, something he had overheard Neville boasting about in the hall. How absurd. This memory orb merely served to remind Neville of something he had forgotten, yet he could never recall what it was. Truly foolish indeed. What's intensified his efforts? Was he mad? Draco's expression reflected astonishment, utterly baffled by White's reckless behavior. It was evident that Watts fully comprehended his actions. A knowing glint flickered in Odette's fox-like eyes as she turned to Kane for affirmation. Odette was correct. Watts was acutely aware of his intentions. Kane had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Meanwhile, Theodore cast a glance at Kane, concern evident in his gaze. While they engaged in hushed conversation, White had thoroughly provoked the Gryffindor crowd. Unexpectedly, he called out to Kane, Kane, you are our chief. It is your duty to protect me. Draco was taken aback by White's audacity. He had not anticipated that after such reckless antics, White would attempt to shift the blame onto Kane, and he was immediately displeased. White, be mindful of your standing, Draco warned, his anger causing his hair to bristle. Watts' eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty before he hastily sought refuge behind Kane. Observing this maneuver, Kane realized that from the outset, this had been a ploy aimed directly at him, designed to stir discord between him and Gryffindor. Who could be behind this? Kane mentally catalogued several suspects, though he chose to set that aside for the moment. Kane, you cannot shelter him. He is insulting our classmates, Hermione asserted, standing resolutely before Kane, confident in his capacity to make the right choice. Indeed, Kane, you must not shield him, Harry and Ron echoed, equally indignant. The other Gryffindors fixed their gazes upon Kane, awaiting his decision. The Slytherins tightened their circle around Kane, anticipating his verdict. It was a dilemma of considerable magnitude. If he were to hand White over, the Slytherins would undoubtedly question Kane's leadership abilities. However, if he chose not to, the fragile rapport he had cultivated with Harry and the others would surely disintegrate. Theodore and Odette, having grasped the gravity of the situation, silently awaited Kane's resolution, ready to support him regardless of the outcome. Kane's mind raced, and he devised a means to extricate himself from this predicament. He cast a sidelong glance at White and commanded, step forward. White visibly trembled, his eyes darting nervously. Are you going to turn me in? As a Slytherin, publicly humiliating the heir of the pureblood Longbottom family brings shame upon our house, Kane stated with gravity, showing no inclination to spare White's feelings. The surrounding Slytherins instantly regarded White with cold disdain. They found resonance in Kane's words, believing that White, as a mere half-blood, had no right to insult the pureblood Lombard, which was also a slight against noble families. Kane's objective was achieved. He sought to evoke a sense of solidarity among the Slytherins, knowing that purity was a badge of honor for them. Though Kane held disdain for the aristocratic notion, he recognized the necessity of biding his time. White's complexion drained of color, realizing his impending doom. The only hope he clung to was the unseen hand that had manipulated him. With reddened eyes, he glared at Kane, still attempting to drag him down. But Kane was the chief. How shameless, now acknowledging Kane's status. Pansy could not tolerate the provocation against Kane and glared fiercely at White. Very well, do not say I have not given you a chance. Kane surveyed White and Gryffindor. Proposing an aerial contest, Slytherin would be represented by White, while Gryffindor would send forth a challenger to compete for Neville's memory ball. Should White lose, he would owe them an apology. All right, I shall compete for Gryffindor, Harry declared without hesitation, stepping forward to accept Kane's challenge. And if White wins? Someone muttered softly. Kane and Harry exchanged a glance, confident that such a scenario was improbable. Kane had faith in Harry's skills, while Harry was resolved to emerge victorious. Kane, Harry, you cannot proceed in this manner. The professor instructed us to remain in place. As Slytherin and Gryffindor reached an agreement, Hermione, concerned for their safety, attempted to invoke the professor's authority to halt the match. However, no one paid her any heed. The fervor among the crowd was palpable. Ready, begin. Kane called as he saw Harry and White positioned beside their brooms, tossing the memory ball high into the air. In an instant, both soared into the sky. The wind whipped Harry's hair tightly against his scalp as his eyes searched for the ball's trajectory. Be careful. Despicable. It was White, slightly lagging behind, who accelerated to catch up to Harry's broom's tail. He maneuvered his broom sharply, attempting to knock Harry off course. Fortunately, Harry sensed movement behind him and narrowly evaded White's underhanded attack. The memory ball plummeted rapidly, and Harry broke away from White, speeding towards it. Yet, the ball descended faster than Harry's broom could ascend, threatening to hit the ground. In a moment of urgency, Harry surged forward, accelerating with fervor, feeling as though he might collide with the earth. Just as the memory ball was about to touch down, Harry extended his hand and grasped it. Well done, Harry. The first-year spectators erupted in cheers for Harry, Slytherin included. Harry's remarkable skill and fearless valor captivated all present, prompting spontaneous applause. Chapter 20, Aftermath. In stark contrast to Harry, White was shunned, his face ashen. Seizing the moment while the crowd celebrated Harry, he attempted to slip away unnoticed. What are you doing? At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, trembling visibly. During my many years at Hogwarts, I have never witnessed the lenses of Professor McGonagall's glasses glinting with such fury. How dare you? You could break your neck. Kane noticed that Harry's face had turned ashen, and he stepped forward. Professor McGonagall, it is not his fault. Mr. Lestrange. Professor McGonagall regarded her proud pupil, her tone softening slightly. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. It was my suggestion that led Harry to this situation. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me, Kane said, a look of remorse etched on his face. It is not your fault at all. Pansy could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming. Indeed, it is not your fault, echoed the students below in agreement. What on earth transpired? You have completely bewildered me. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Lestrange and Potter, follow me. With that, she strode purposefully towards the castle. Everyone anxiously glanced at Kane and Harry, fearing that they would undoubtedly face expulsion. My father is a board member. You both will be fine, Draco asserted with determination. So is mine, chimed Theodore Knott. My mother is as well, added Pansy Parkinson. Kane felt a mix of gratitude and amusement, realizing that they indeed had influential connections, reassuring himself that they would be all right. He led the still worried Harry to follow Professor McGonagall. Fear not, Harry. I assure you that you will be unharmed, Kane whispered, comforting him. Harry's complexion visibly improved. Now, can you clarify the sequence of events? Professor McGonagall's authoritative presence filled the room. It is as follows, Harry began, recounting the story. However, he concealed the fact that it was Kane's suggestion that initiated the incident, attempting to shoulder the responsibility himself. In the end, the two even began to bicker, each vying to take the blame. Unbeknownst to them, Professor McGonagall's gaze was softened as she observed them. Throughout her years of teaching, she had never seen such camaraderie between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of pride. All right, gentlemen, please take a seat. Professor McGonagall gestured, placing 2 cups of pumpkin juice before them. Both of you share in the fault. Therefore, I shall deduct 10 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin alike. Harry's spirits plummeted. Since arriving at Gryffindor, he felt as though he was either losing points or on the verge of it, nearly overwhelmed. However, Professor McGonagall continued, "Yet, you both acted in defense of your fellow student, which merits an addition of 10 points to each of your houses." Kane understood that Professor McGonagall intended to take Harry to meet Oliver Wood. He nodded, offering a knowing look to the puzzled Harry, and discreetly departed. "Are you all right? Did the professor punish you?" Theodore inquired. "What do you know, Theodore?" Kane had noticed Theodore's earlier hint and sought a secluded spot. "Kane, you must be cautious. The extreme pureblood faction, led by Justice Troll, is quite displeased with your association with Gryffindor." Theodore's brow furrowed, his tone laced with undeniable concern. "Their contact with you has been established, hasn't it?" Kane replied affirmatively. "Indeed, they wish for me to usurp your position, which I firmly declined." Theodore candidly divulged everything he knew to Kane. Kane reassuringly patted Theodore on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Theodore. They cannot stir up any significant turmoil." "On what grounds?" "He is merely a first year," Draco retorted indignantly. "Indeed, there has never been a precedent for a first year entering Quidditch. Dumbledore has truly lost his faculties," Pansy added, appearing even more incensed than Draco. Upon hearing their words, Kane grasped the situation. The news of Harry's selection for Quidditch had become widely known. Kane shook his head and picked up a slice of toast, realizing that Hogwarts was devoid of secrets. "I shall not rest until I express this frustration." Draco was genuinely agitated. Becoming a Quidditch player had always been his dream, and now it had been snatched away, even if the interloper was Harry Potter. He found it unforgivable. "Why don't you two engage in a duel?" Odette coldly suggested from her seat beside Kane. "Yes, I shall duel Potter," Draco declared, as if he had finally found an outlet for his ire. Kane was somewhat exasperated. This narrative seemed to resolve itself rather conveniently, and a duel was indeed on the horizon. "Potter, I challenge you to a duel." Draco cornered Harry with a fierce demeanor. "What is wrong with him?" Harry, utterly perplexed, tilted his head towards Kane in inquiry. "He is agitated," Kane succinctly replied. "Very well, tonight in the trophy room. Those who do not attend are cowards," Ron proclaimed, eager to incite chaos. "I am Harry's aide, what about you?" Kane swiftly turned his gaze towards Draco. "I have prior commitments this evening. You may settle this amongst yourselves," Kane stated, wishing to distance himself from their antics, as he had arranged to meet with Quirrell for lessons that night. "All right, Theodore, you shall accompany me." Draco had no choice but to place his hopes on his second, most reliable companion. "Midnight it is," Draco declared before turning to leave, determined to discuss strategy with Theodore. This time, he must ensure Harry faces the consequences. Chapter 21, The First Night with the Dark Lord. "Come in, child." Quirrell peered out into the corridor. "Professor, what shall we learn today?" Kane inquired, genuinely curious about Quirrell's intentions. Quirrell did not respond immediately. Instead, he set 3 cages containing white mice upon the table. "Do you know which spell can make a person vanish the quickest? The 3 unforgivable curses?" Kane did not mince words. Quirrell remained noncommittal. His eyes suddenly filled with a chilling malevolence. Unsurprisingly, the Dark Lord had re-emerged. "Soul extraction," he murmured, his wrist flicking lightly. Kane's mind instantly became a void. A voice echoing from afar, attempting to extract the secrets hidden deep within him. This provoked Kane, jolting him from his stupor. His past lives were the most untouchable of secrets. He had buried this truth deep within his psyche, shielding it from any prying eyes. Fortunately, having lived twice, Kane's mental fortitude was far superior to that of an ordinary individual, allowing him to evade the Dark Lord's soul-stealing curse. "Very well, it appears that you surpass my expectations." Witnessing Kane's swift return to consciousness, the Dark Lord felt a sense of satisfaction. "You old scoundrel, devoid of martial ethics, ambushing an 11-year-old dashing lad," Kane seethed inwardly. Yet he maintained a smile, though vexation churned within him, akin to a dagger piercing his very soul. A chilling voice once again penetrated the air, this time directed at the caged white mouse. In the instant the curse struck, the little creature convulsed, squeaking in distress. In the following moment, it began frantically clawing at the skin over its heart, and Kane could distinctly see the mouse's heart leaping within. A wave of parched anxiety washed over him. Indeed, the 3 unforgivable curses were not to be trifled with. "Now, you give it a try," the devilish voice beckoned. Kane had long prepared himself for the Dark Lord's teachings in the dark arts, for he was well aware that the Dark Lord was no benevolent figure. Steadying himself, Kane raised his wand with resolve, aiming at one of the white mice, Crucio. As before, the mouse inflicted grievous wounds upon itself, though not as severely as its predecessor. The Dark Lord's gaze upon Kane grew increasingly approving, almost tinged with a hint of warmth. "One last one. Pay close attention," the Dark Lord interjected before Kane could react. Avada Kedavra! An ominous green light flashed, and the mouse in the cage fell lifelessly, its eyes devoid of color. "It is your turn now." The Dark Lord presented another cage containing a white mouse, gesturing towards Kane. Kane steadied himself once more, aiming at the mouse. Avada Kedavra! The mouse fell in response, though its claws twitched slightly. "Concentrate. It is merely a mouse," the Dark Lord admonished sternly. In his eyes, Even a living person, if deemed worthless, was no more than a pitiable rodent, easily crushed beneath his heel. Kane channeled his murderous intent towards the Dark Lord. This time, the mouse instantly ceased to breathe. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. The Dark Lord surveyed Kane as one would appraise an object, adding, but remember, the quickest way to kill a person is through the killing curse. For the Dark Lord, the killing curse was as commonplace as the act of eating and drinking. Now, do you have anything else you wish to learn? I wish to learn a spell that allows one to fly. For a wizard who spends all day atop a broomstick is simply lacking in elegance, Kane stated without reserve. Fumos, the Dark Lord revealed a practical spell. This incantation could transform a person into a wisp of black mist, allowing for rapid aerial flight. Kane practiced it several times, achieving modest success. Observing Kane's progress, the Dark Lord generously imparted a few more useful dark spells. Very well, that will suffice for today. The Dark Lord's voice bore an undertone of fatigue. Kane did not linger, feeling fulfilled by his substantial gains as he departed with satisfaction. My lord, I did not anticipate Bellatrix Lestrange's remarkable talent in dark magic. A stammering voice echoed after Kane's departure. Chilo, what news do you have regarding the unicorn herd? There are certain matters that Chilo need not be privy to. And the Dark Lord promptly admonished him. My master, grant me but a little more time. Chilo trembled as he knelt in supplication. Chilo, be swift. Once I have regained my strength, you shall have all that you desire. The Dark Lord was well versed in the art of grand promises. Kane traversed the desolate corridor, evading the imminent presence of Madame Loris. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from above, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. This can't be Harry and the others, can it? Kane raced upwards, only to collide head-on with Harry and his companions. Kane, what are you doing here? Run, Filch is after us, Hermione exclaimed, grabbing Kane as they sprinted away. The group dashed down the corridor, with Kane scarcely able to utter a word, forced to navigate around pillars and through one hall after another. After what felt like miles, they paused near a classroom by the charms lesson, a considerable distance from the trophy room. I believe we've lost him, Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall. I warned you, Hermione gasped, her face flushed from exertion, clutching her collar tightly. And Kane, what are you doing here? She inquired, recovering slightly. Kane hesitated, contemplating a plausible excuse. However, before he could speak, something burst forth from a nearby classroom. It was Peeves the poltergeist. A wave of dread washed over the group, save for Kane, who felt that Peeves' arrival was most fortuitous. Upon spotting them, Peeves grinned widely and screeched joyfully. Be quiet, Peeves. You'll get us expelled, Harry implored in a hushed tone. In response, Peeves grew even more exuberant, proclaiming loudly, here are students who refuse to sleep, wandering about in the dead of night. Naughty, naughty. Filch ought to capture you all and interrogate you. The distant cry of Madame Loris echoed, having heard the ruckus and calling for Filch. The group, sensing the urgency, ducked past Peeves and fled in a frenzied dash. They ran to the end of the corridor, only to find a locked door blocking their path. Step aside, Kane instructed Harry, producing his wand and silently gesturing. The door swung open. They hurried inside, secured the door, and pressed their ears against it. Peeves, tell me where the students have fled, called Filch, desperate. If it were possible, Filch would be the first to expel the Weasley twins, with Peeves a close second. Hogwarts had suffered long enough. Let the just Filch administer justice. Yet, the blissful fantasy was ultimately illusory, as Filch confronted the harsh reality of having to endure humiliation to catch the wayward students. Please, tell me where the students have run off to. Ha ha ha. Fool, you've fallen for it. I want to tell you. Peeves cackled triumphantly, vanishing before Filch. Peeves, I shall inform Professor McGonagall and have you expelled. Filch seethed with impotent rage as he gradually retreated. Chapter 22, The Hogwarts Detective. The group managed to elude Filch's pursuit, collectively exhaling in relief. Suddenly, Kane felt a weight on his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Neville, his face a mask of profound terror, pallid and shaken. Sure enough, upon lifting his gaze, Kane beheld the imposing figure of a three-headed dog, saliva dripping as it fixated upon them. A shrill scream from Draco shattered the fragile calm. The creature gaped its jaws, poised to attack. Quick, bind it, Kane commanded, remaining composed as he conjured a spell to restrain the beast. Run. The others hastily flung open the door to escape, with Kane lingering at the rear. Just as he was about to dash through, the three-headed dog broke free from its magical constraints, lunging towards him with ferocious intent. In a moment of desperate urgency, Harry, with remarkable reflexes, yanked Kane to safety. Meanwhile, the others exerted their utmost strength to block the beast from pursuing them further. At last, they found themselves safe. They exchanged glances, their disheveled appearances eliciting stifled laughter. Adversity had unveiled true camaraderie. This harrowing experience shattered the invisible barriers that had previously existed among them. Here, Hermione beckoned Kane and the others with an air of secrecy. Acting upon Kane's suggestion, they convened in an abandoned classroom. After all, Kane was acutely aware that the original trio of Gryffindor frequently conspired aloud, drawing unwanted attention, something he certainly wished to avoid. Their gathering was to host Hogwarts' inaugural detective meeting. The participants were divided into two factions, one led by Kane, representing the Slytherin detective team, comprised of Theodore and Draco, and the other represented by Harry, embodying the Gryffindor detective team, which included Hermione and Ron. Do not inquire as to Neville's absence. His habitual forgetfulness made it difficult for anyone to trust him with secrets. Thus his participation was temporarily revoked in the interest of confidentiality. The theme of this meeting centered on the enigmatic room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, guarded by the three-headed dog. What secrets lay concealed beneath that trapdoor? Without further ado, let us delve into this perplexing case. First, the two sides exchanged the information they had gathered. Naturally, this information must also be shared with our esteemed audience. Do remember to keep it confidential. Have you noticed? In the room we intruded upon, beneath the three-headed dog lay a trapdoor, undoubtedly hiding secrets. Hermione initiated the discussion. Could it be treasure? Ron exclaimed, his excitement adding an air of mystery to whatever lay below the trapdoor. What if it's a dragon? Draco's adrenaline surged, eager to venture inside immediately. Theodore rolled his eyes at Draco's enthusiasm, choosing to remain silent for the moment. As for Kane, he understood the significance of the adage that the most influential figures often make their entrance last. I have a hypothesis, Harry remarked, surveying the assembled group. Do you recall the news from the beginning of the term? The Gringotts Vault 713 theft. Witnessing the ire of the masses, Harry dared not indulge further. The day of the heist at Gringotts coincided with Hagrid's visit to retrieve an item. Moreover, Hagrid had discreetly informed the goblins that Dumbledore had sent him to procure something from Vault 713. Hagrid had also previously mentioned to me that Hogwarts is the safest place to conceal items. Harry divulged his knowledge in a steady stream, reminiscent of bamboo shoots spilling beans. Furthermore, do you recall Headmaster Dumbledore's emphasis at the start of term banquet? He warned that straying too close to the room in the fourth-floor corridor could lead to dire consequences. Kane ultimately articulated his thoughts, suggesting that the object retrieved by Hagrid from Gringotts might indeed be the one guarded by the three-headed dog. Thus, it would be prudent for us to split our efforts. We Slytherins shall investigate news from Gringotts, while the three of you should discreetly approach Hagrid on another occasion. Kane paused, urging that any findings should be shared promptly, and if necessary, a second meeting could be convened. The remaining five expressed their agreement with Kane's proposal, eager to contribute their utmost to the resolution of Hogwarts' enigmatic case. In this harmonious atmosphere, the inaugural detective meeting at Hogwarts concluded successfully, eliciting applause. Draco, upon hearing this, perked up his ears, casting furtive glances at the two individuals. Perhaps it was an object that could incite criminal behavior. Kane offered a mysterious smile, refraining from elaboration as he hastened forward. Theodore and Draco exchanged glances, opting not to say more, and quickly followed in Kane's wake. Upon their arrival at the Slytherin common room, Kane keenly sensed an unusual tension in the air. Scanning the room, he noted the presence of upperclassmen huddled together, while the younger students stood in the corners, too intimidated to speak. The commonality among these individuals was their unified gaze upon Kane upon his entrance. Feeling a weight in his heart at this sight, Kane prepared for the impending confrontation. Kane, Odette attempted to speak, but was halted by the upperclassman beside her. Lestrange, it is an honor to finally meet you, drawled the fifth-year prefect, Jastrow, as he sauntered toward Kane. What brings you here? Kane maintained a measured distance, his tone calm. Come here, you wretch, Jastrow beckoned, as if calling a dog. The pale-faced Water White, who had not dared to appear before Kane since the flying lesson, hesitantly approached. Kane observed the sudden pallor on the faces of several upperclassmen at this interaction. Tell him what you know, Jastrow commanded, towering over White. I saw Lestrange and the Gryffindor savior behaving intimately. This is a betrayal to Slytherin. At the sight of Jastrow's menacing glare, White, trembling with fear, shut his eyes and accused Kane. The common room erupted into a cacophony of whispers, all eyes scrutinizing Kane. Theodore and Draco, standing by Kane, wore expressions of anger tinged with seriousness. Ah, what a grave accusation this is. Kane raised an eyebrow, smiling without a hint of concern. I believe you owe us an explanation. Water White brandished his wand, pointing it at Kane. Chapter 23, Establishing Authority. An explanation? With a disdainful smirk, Kane scoffed. What are you to deserve my explanation? The lounge erupted like boiling water, a cacophony of surprise at Kane's audacity. Justral, seething with rage, felt the muscles in his arms swell, incredulous at the blind confidence that emboldened such arrogance. Of course, I possess the merit to be so audacious. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Kane was thoroughly vexed by the incessant provocations from these extreme purebloods. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to diminish their arrogance. You asked for it, so do not blame me for being impolite, Justral retorted with a sinister grin. Oh, how impressive, the sixth-grade prefect Cassandra Shafik remarked nonchalantly. her golden locks swirling about her. "You have truly advanced," Justral, striking down first-year newcomers. The surrounding onlookers harbored their own discontent towards Justral, especially the younger students. Such reckless aggression towards lower years was considered a grave transgression. "No matter, I am eager to witness the prowess of a member of the illustrious Rowell family," Kane replied, dismissive of the compliments. Cassandra's gaze flickered, choosing silence, recognizing that words of caution often fall on deaf ears. "Kane, you must think this through," cautioned Gemma Farley, the fifth-grade prefect, hinting at Kane to reconsider his recklessness. "I am quite clear in my thoughts," Kane replied. However what? "It is too late for you to beg for mercy now," Justral hissed, his glare fixed on Kane. "Mercy is out of the question. Instead, why not add some stakes to this duel?" Kane raised an eyebrow. "Stakes, you say? Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. One does not refuse a gift freely given," he chuckled. Justral was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "Do not say the seniors do not look after you. What do you intend to wager?" "I propose the 2 shops owned by the Rowell family in Diagon Alley," Kane suggested. He had long contemplated acquiring those 2 establishments adjacent to the Lestrange family, intending to transform them into a venue for selling alchemical goods. The alchemical trade was highly lucrative, and Kane certainly did not mind the abundance of gold from the Lestrange family. "Conversely, if I lose, I shall gift you the 2 shops of the Lestrange family." Kane's words dripped with provocation, questioning Justral's capability to command the Rowell household. "Of course I can. I am the sole heir of the Rowell family," Justral proclaimed, brimming with unshakable confidence, oblivious to the possibility of defeat. "But I am merely a frail first-year newcomer. What if someone fails to uphold their promise?" Kane feigned vulnerability, intent on denying Justral any chance of retracting his words. "Rest assured, Kane," interjected Akeburst, the 7th-grade president, as he stepped forward. "In the name of the Burst family, I guarantee that should anyone breach this agreement, they shall stand as the enemy of the Burst family." Akeburst surveyed the surrounding Slytherins, all astute enough to grasp the gravity of his statement. "I witness this in the name of the Shafiq family. I witness this in the name of the Malfoy family. I witness this in the name of the Rogier family." Heirs of prominent pureblood families swiftly offered their assurances, leaving both Kane and Justral satisfied. "Then let us not squander any more time. Let the duel commence," Kane declared, intent on a swift resolution. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall graciously oblige." Justral laughed uncontrollably. According to the duel ritual, both parties raised their wands to their chests and bowed. "Disarm." Kane swiftly distanced himself from his opponent and cast a spell with a flick of his wrist. The spell shot forth with astonishing speed, catching Justral completely off guard and sending his wand hurtling away. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, never expecting the duel to conclude so swiftly. In the crowd, Odette instinctively covered her face, feeling a deep sympathy for Justral. Being bested by Kane in a single move was indeed a source of great humiliation. "This does not count. I was merely careless," Justral exclaimed, his surprise morphing into a grimace of rage as he struggled to accept this outcome. He had gravely underestimated the prowess of Lestrange, having left himself entirely unguarded. Akeburst, claiming to uphold fairness, suggested that Justral should be granted another chance. The audience erupted in disbelief. It was hard not to suspect some undisclosed connection between Justral and Akeburst. "Very well, let us proceed once more." Kane expressed no objections. "I hope this will be the final fair duel." Cassandra Shafiq cast a sidelong glance at Akeburst, emphasizing the word fair with a subtle weight. Kane and Justral once again took their positions opposite one another, bowing in mutual respect. However, an unforeseen event transpired in that moment. Before the formalities were complete, Roar struck first. With a thunderous explosion, Roar unleashed a powerful dark spell, a crimson beam hurtling towards Kane. Armored, Kane deftly sidestepped, casting a protective shield around himself. Corrosive mist. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate in kind. A dense fog erupted from Kane's wand, swiftly enveloping Justral. In a panic, Justral conjured his own armor. But to his dismay, the mist corroded it away. "Ah!" Justral cried, clutching his face, as the signs of erosion began to spread across his features and into other areas of his body. Witnessing Jastral's dire state, the surrounding Slytherins stared in disbelief at Kane. Some exchanged furtive glances, recognizing that it was time to reassess their views on Lestrange. "What is the meaning of this?" Snape hurriedly approached, his black cloak nearly torn as he rushed forward. He had not anticipated such audacity from the Slytherin students, engaging in clandestine duels without his knowledge as their headmaster. Upon seeing Jastral's condition, a surge of anger welled within him. Yet, this was not the time for inquiries. Snape swiftly moved to Jastral's side, drawing his wand to examine his injuries. The reputation of the potion's master was well earned. Snape immediately discerned that the damage was inflicted by dark magic. "Take him to my office," Snape commanded, flicking his cloak. "Akeburst, you two shall accompany me to my office. As for you all, kindly silence yourselves. This matter is strictly confidential." Snape imposed a gag order, unwilling for others from different houses to revel in the spectacle. The promise made by Jasterol will, in due course, reach your hands. Cassandra, her crimson lips parting slightly, leaned closer to Kane and whispered seductively in his ear. Kane discreetly distanced himself, a faint smile gracing his lips, replying, "That would indeed be troublesome for you, Senior." Cassandra regarded Kane with an enigmatic gaze, finding him intriguing. Kane resembled a fish stirring the waters of change, ushering in transformation. Yet, one could not help but ponder whether this fish would drown in the stagnant waters of Slytherin, or if, upon encountering the winds of fate, it would metamorphose into a dragon, leading Slytherin to its own evolution. How thrilling indeed. Chapter 24, Snape's Warning. After a brief moment, Eckburst appeared at Kane's dormitory door. "The headmaster wishes to see you." He hesitated. "It pertains to the earlier incident. You know how to address it, I trust?" Naturally. The earlier exchange was merely a customary sparring session among classmates. Kane understood Eckburst's concerns. It would be best to let the matter fade away. Eckburst nodded in satisfaction and departed without further mention. "Lestrange, do you aspire to become the next Dark Lord?" Snape's visage was clouded with disdain as he loomed over Kane. "You jest, sir. We were merely engaged in a light exchange." "A light exchange? How ludicrous. Even Hagrid would not believe such a tale." Snape's disdain was palpable, asserting that the best resolution would be your expulsion for employing dark magic against a fellow student. Snape's face was nearly inches from Kane's, the proximity so intense that Kane could almost feel Snape's spittle. However, what does Hagrid have to do with this? Discrimination against half-blood giants is forbidden. "Professor, might you instruct me on how I should proceed?" Kane was reluctant to indulge Snape, contemplating an outright severance with Gryffindor, perhaps cursing them as mudbloods. "Silence. Be silent." Snape roared, his expression contorting in fury. The emblem of Gryffindor had always been Snape's Achilles heel, and Kane was recklessly prancing upon his sensitive spot. "Regardless of how you came by this knowledge, arrogant Lestrange, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Now, exit my office." Kane promptly complied. His magical prowess had surged due to his temporal travels, rendering him incapable of mastering his strength just yet. Thus, Kane resolved to practice spells in the room of requirement. "Grant me a room for spell practice," he chanted inwardly. Suddenly, a door appeared before him. Inside, the expanse was ample, adorned with numerous dummies ideal for spellcasting. Kane nodded in satisfaction and commenced his training. His current magical ability was sufficient to rival that of an adult. It was time to delve into more advanced incantations. The curriculum for first-year students had ceased to satisfy Kane's burgeoning aspirations. Yet, having recently offended Snape, he deemed it improbable that Snape would permit him to audit classes from higher years. He would need to seek an audience with Dumbledore instead. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Kane immersed himself in the joy of enhancing his abilities. Time slipped away. With a gentle wave of his wand, Kane realized he had been practicing for over 2 hours, and it was now the early hours of the morning. He patted his somewhat empty stomach, feeling hunger pangs, and decided to fend for himself. Descending from the Hufflepuff common room and taking a left turn, he found himself in a wide stone corridor. Before long, Kane spotted a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruits, within which lay a plump pear. As he reached out to poke the pear, it erupted into a fit of giggles. Subsequently, a large green handle appeared, and Kane pushed the door open. Annoyed, he pointed casually at a small house elf with a tuft of sparse yellow hair, exclaiming, "You there?" The little elf, gleeful as if it had won a fortune, tried to contain its excitement and promptly inquired, "What can I do for you, young master?" "Please bring me some beef pies and pudding, along with a jug of pumpkin juice," Kane requested, truly famished. "Certainly, young master, coming right up." Lightning, the elf, lived up to its name and soon presented Kane with an enormous tray overflowing with delectable treats, enough to satiate even Hagrid. Kane chuckled softly, only to be met with a gentle laugh from another figure in the kitchen, a strikingly handsome boy, with fair skin, a prominent nose, and dark hair and eyes. He exuded a warm aura. Kane suspected he knew who it was. "Hello, I am Cedric Diggory," the amiable boy introduced himself, extending his hand. Casting a glance at the eagerly waiting elf, Kane, with a hint of mischief, complimented him, which earned him a watery-eyed reaction from the excited house elf. "They are quite adorable, aren't they?" Cedric smiled, observing the boisterous elf. "Well, provided they weren't so overly enthusiastic," Kane replied with a knowing look, and they exchanged an understanding glance. "I actually know of you," Cedric said hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, what an honor," Kane replied playfully, raising an eyebrow, prompting Cedric to chuckle lightly. "You are different from the other Slytherins," Cedric remarked sincerely, "I can tell. Indeed, in my heart, I consider myself the Slytherin prince," Kane jested earnestly, pausing his chewing. "But surely, the future heartthrob of Hogwarts will be none other than myself." Cedric shot him a bemused look, as if to say he was above him. "My apologies. It seems the esteemed heartthrob of Hogwarts has graced us with his presence." Kane mimicked the Weasley twins, bowing mockingly. Laughter erupted between them. bridging the gap that had once separated them. Fate is truly a curious thing. Some individuals may know each other for a lifetime, yet find no common ground, while others, upon first meeting, seem as though they have known each other forever. Kane and Cedric belonged to the latter category. As they ate and conversed, it felt as though the topics were endless, a unique magnetic connection between two handsome young men. By the way, Cedric, I hear that Hufflepuffs are quite the connoisseurs of food, Kane said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What are you up to? Cedric was somewhat wary, sensing that Kane was up to something. I have 3 exquisite dishes from the East, and since we seem to have a connection, come, choose any one you desire. Kane wore an enigmatic expression. What are they? As a true Hufflepuff, Cedric could hardly contain himself at the mention of food. Listen closely. Kane cleared his throat. Zhongwei, Zhou Black Duck, and Huang Shang Huang are all culinary secrets. However, since you are handsome, I shall impart this knowledge to you free of charge. Which one will you choose? If I select Zhongwei, what will you do then? Cedric probed lightly. You must prepare it sweet and spicy, Kane replied, swallowing hard. It had been many years since he had craved such flavors, particularly in the dead of night. Unfortunately, the magical world lacked serialized dramas, which diminished the allure of delectable food. What does sweet and spicy entail? What ingredients are needed? Cedric asked, his brow furrowing. Can we use intestines or trotters? Rest assured. Cedric, I guarantee that after one taste, you will crave it again, Kane assured him confidently, thumping his chest. All right then, I shall attempt it in the Hogwarts kitchen first, Cedric said, half in doubt. Done, Kane thought to himself, eagerly anticipating being fed. Chapter 25. Headmaster, you must take charge for me. The following day, in the Hogwarts Great Hall. What is that aroma? A commanding fragrance enveloped the hall, causing students to extend their necks and inhale deeply. How delightful it was. As Kane stepped into the hall, he caught a whiff of the scent. Yes, this is it. It's simply extraordinary. Cedric, when did you become acquainted with the Hufflepuff, Cedric? Draco asked, his expression reflecting a mix of surprise and betrayal. I just met him yesterday, Kane replied candidly. I'm off to indulge in delicious food. Would you care to join? The other Slytherins exchanged glances but remained stationary. Then I shall go. Kane waved farewell as he made his way toward the Hufflepuff table. Unbeknownst to Kane, Akeburst watched his retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes before it vanished into the depths of his pupils. Sit down, Cedric urged, pulling Kane beside him, excitement lighting up his face as he unveiled a small pot on the table. The aroma is even more intense. Kane leaned in, and before him lay a pot brimming with colorful and fragrant delicacies, tantalizingly enticing. Give it a try. This is made according to your secret recipe and has been marinated overnight, Cedric said, barely containing his eagerness. Kane wasted no time and quickly fished out a duck neck, sinking his teeth into it. Spicy to the core, with a firm texture, he exclaimed, giving Cedric a thumbs up, urging him to partake as well. Imitating Kane, Cedric grabbed a duck neck, hesitating for 2 seconds before closing his eyes and biting into it. Such exquisite flavors existed in the world. It felt as though Cedric had been introduced to a new realm of taste, and he could hardly stop. Can we really eat this? A nearby Hufflepuff asked, swallowing nervously as they eyed the pot filled with claws and other oddities. It smells divine. Harry and Ron approached, drawn in by the enticing aroma. The two of them had previously indulged in the culinary delights crafted by Kane, particularly the magical medley that lingered in their memories. Eager to taste again, Kane shifted aside to offer them space. The duo wasted no time, diving into the pot filled with duck necks without hesitation. This is exceedingly delicious, Harry exclaimed, his green eyes wide with wonder. At that moment, Ron was utterly absorbed in the feast, one duck neck in his left hand and a duck wing in his right, fully engaging in a dual consumption mode. My dear little Ronnie, your beloved brother has come to share in your joys and hardships, he jovially declared. The Weasley twins flanked Ron, squeezing him in between them, completely disregarding the fact that their poor brother was startled and choked by their sudden exclamation. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. The Weasley twins concluded their usual antics and relished in the rare tranquility of enjoying their meal. Observing the scene, the Hufflepuffs nearby joined in, shedding their reticence and eagerly participating in the culinary sharing. I'll have one. Don't snatch. Take it slowly. The pot of delicacies was soon emptied. Dumbledore, witnessing the lively atmosphere from the faculty table, felt a sense of contentment wash over him as he wiped the corners of his eyes, reflecting on the essence of youth. Professor McGonagall subtly expressed her disdain for Dumbledore's typical antics, thinking to herself how fortunate Hogwarts was to have her steadfast presence. Otherwise, it would surely falter. Oh, I am quite curious to know what it tastes like, Professor Flitwick remarked, eager to partake. Humph, Professor Snape interjected coolly, a mere sound encapsulating disdain and annoyance among various emotions. Professor Sprout remained silent, yet had already resolved to host a gathering in the Hufflepuff common room that evening. As for the reason, there was none. Hufflepuff simply thrived on joy. Of course, that peculiar pot of strange concoction must be included, a task she entrusted to Cedric, who never failed to deliver impeccable arrangements. What's the matter? You were the ones who said you wouldn't go, Kane remarked, feeling no guilt about indulging. What could Draco and his companions do? They could only inwardly emphasize that it was merely a pot of unknown ingredients. As members of a prestigious pureblood family, they had tasted far superior delicacies. At most, they felt a fleeting curiosity, just a hint of intrigue. What are you up to? Kane inquired, spotting the Weasley twins sneaking around with a small bag in a corner. Opposite them stood a boy in Ravenclaw robes, swiftly grabbing something from the Weasley brothers before darting away. Ah, it's you, Kane. You gave me quite a fright. The twins gasped dramatically. It's nothing. They reassured him. You're fooling no one. I can smell it, Kane retorted. You're actually selling delicacies. Keep your voice down. We're merely offering a little benefit to our fellow students, George Weasley defended, his boldness matching his rationale. Studying is so arduous. One deserves a treat now and then. Exactly. 15 nuts a portion. What a bargain. Buying it is a steal. Fred Weasley chimed in enthusiastically. How did you convince Cedric? Kane asked, genuinely intrigued. When one possesses even the slightest secret of another, everything becomes effortlessly resolved. The Weasley twins were expressions of sheer pride. Poor Cedric. How had he fallen prey to the antics of these two mischief-makers? What could this secret possibly be? My dear sir, have we not forgotten something? George Weasley deftly draped his arm over Kane's shoulder. It is only natural for those of high standing to forget. It seems our dear master has also succumbed to forgetfulness. Alas, poor us, abandoned in our plight, George. Fred was on the verge of shedding a tear of indignation. Kane felt a twinge of guilt. They had previously agreed to delve into alchemy together, yet unforeseen interruptions had thwarted their plans. Very well, I shall not disclose your little side business, Kane paused. Tonight at 10, the 8th floor. As you command, my lord. The Weasley twins performed an exaggerated noble bow before continuing to spread their benevolence among the student body. Hagrid's booming voice echoed from behind. What troubles you, Hagrid? Kane inquired, puzzled by Hagrid's furious expression. My hut has been burgled. I am off to seek Dumbledore's counsel. Burgled? Kane pondered silently, wondering whether the thief had made off with Hagrid's unicorn hair blanket or the pure silver flower pot crafted from serpent eggs. My chickens and ducks have nearly all been stolen these past few days. Hagrid's face was a portrait of despair. They were his cherished charges, nurtured with great care. An ominous premonition washed over Kane, prompting a desire to escape. However, Hagrid, unyielding to convention, seized Kane's arm, insisting they seek Dumbledore together to demand justice. With Hagrid's formidable grip, Kane's brow furrowed momentarily. Hagrid, release me. I shall accompany you. He had intended to consult Dumbledore anyway. So accompanying Hagrid would serve as a convenient diversion, he reassured himself. Chapter 26, A Meeting of Heroes' Minds. Kane and Hagrid stood before the colossal stone guardian of the headmaster's office, exchanging glances. You do not know the password to the headmaster's office? Kane queried, somewhat taken aback. I hadn't thought much of it. I simply came to find Dumbledore, Hagrid replied, his simplicity endearing. Oh, Merlin's beard, Kane silently lamented. Well, do you recall the previous password? He probed, attempting to awaken Hagrid's dormant memory. Ah, I remember. It was chilled lemon juice. Hagrid exclaimed after a moment of contemplation. Very well. I believe the password for the headmaster's office must pertain to Honeyduke Sweets. Although Kane was already aware, he feigned deep thought. Fizzing Whizbees. The statue remained unresponsive. Cockroach clusters. Toffee. Lemon drops. After reciting a plethora of candies he knew, he finally struck upon the correct password. The statue stirred, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office door. Oh, Fox, we have guests. Dumbledore exclaimed, brushing the remnants of candy dust from his hands, joyfully inviting the two to sit. Would you like a glass of honey water? With a wave of his hand, 2 cups of amber-hued honey water materialized before them. How much honey has been added, one wonders, as the water has changed color. Kane experienced a pang of toothache and discreetly set the honey water aside. And this? Do taste my favorite, Dumbledore enthusiastically declared, grabbing a handful of beetles from the platter to offer to the two. Hagrid accepted them with a hearty chuckle. When it came to Kane, he quickly waved his hand. Headmaster, a sip of water will suffice. Observing Dumbledore's beaming face, Kane gritted his teeth and raised the cup to take a tentative sip. Sweet, indeed excessively so. How is it? Dumbledore inquired with eager anticipation. Truly a treasure from the mountains. It is delightful, Kane said, suppressing his conscience and giving a thumbs up. Indeed, great minds think alike, Dumbledore affirmed Kane's perspective. In ancient times, Chow Chow and Liu Bei debated heroes over wine. Now, you discuss heroes over a cup of honey water. One must say, you are indeed an old honeybee. By the way, do you have something to discuss? Dumbledore finally recalled his duties as headmaster. Headmaster, you must advocate for me. Hagrid suddenly remembered the matter at hand, setting aside his candy. My chickens and ducks have been stolen, and I know not by whom. Oh, such a predicament. Dumbledore's azure eyes turned serious. A thorough investigation is imperative. Kane felt a chill. Hagrid's poultry had been ravaged, and it was highly likely that the Weasley twins were responsible. After all, from where else could their low-priced ingredients originate? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Dumbledore playfully winked. Then you shall accompany Hagrid to investigate the Forbidden Forest. Headmaster, he protested. Consider it a punishment for your last nocturnal escapade. Dumbledore, I wish to apply to audit classes of other years, Kane stated after dismissing Hagrid. You see, my magical prowess has seen a slight enhancement, and the current curriculum no longer keeps pace with my learning speed. Kane, have you truly made this decision? Dumbledore questioned, uncertain if this was merely a whim. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, I wish to apply for the charms course next door. Kane was resolute. His dark magic was under the tutelage of the Dark Lord. Transfiguration had yet to reach a level of mastery, and the other subjects could proceed at a measured pace. What he urgently needed to enhance was his spellcasting and practical abilities. Very well, my child, I respect your decision. Dumbledore scrutinized Kane for a moment. But this matter must be communicated to your house head and Professor Flitwick for a joint decision. Fox, Dumbledore called, and as soon as he spoke, the phoenix that had been feigning sleep let out a soft cry and went to relay the message. Dumbledore, you better have a good reason for this. I have a cauldron brewing a potion, came a voice before the figure appeared. Severus Snape entered with a scowl. Ah, Professor Snape, Kane greeted with a bright smile. Displaying politeness and compliance. Snape was taken aback to see Kane there, and his countenance visibly darkened further. What are you doing here? Have you completed your potion assignment? Snape's brow furrowed tightly, eager for Kane to depart. Severus, remain composed. This child has come to seek my counsel. Dumbledore endeavored to divert Severus's gaze. Pray tell, the esteemed Mr. Lestrange, what matter could be so pressing that even his unfortunate headmaster cannot resolve? Severus spoke with a sardonic tone. Dumbledore, did you summon me for a reason? Professor Flitwick has arrived. Your timing is impeccable, Filius. Kane observed Dumbledore's palpable relief at Flitwick's timely entrance, suggesting that even Dumbledore felt the need to yield to Severus's cutting remarks. Thus, Dumbledore relayed Kane's request to the two professors. Lofty aspirations yet lacking in skill. Severus's cloak nearly brushed against Kane's face. Mr. Lestrange, I concede that you possess a certain aptitude for charms. Professor Flitwick did not dismiss Kane's desire to audit upper year classes. However, you must first pass my assessment before I can grant your request. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. As long as it is not Severus's evaluation, Kane felt confident in passing any professor's test. I dare say, it is the esteemed Mr. Lestrange's potion studies that require the most improvement. Severus glared at Kane with his hawkish nose, his beleaguered potion instructor seemingly worn down by the burdens of assignments. Attend my office after class on Wednesdays, and I shall dedicate myself to your instruction. Severus gave Kane no opportunity for refusal. Kane glanced at Dumbledore, hoping for an advocate. Yet that old bee seemed suddenly entranced by the ceiling of the office, fixated and muttering to himself, completely ignoring Kane. The weak, pitiful, and helpless Kane thus fell into the clutches of Severus's malevolent influence, destined to endure hardships ahead. Nearby, Professor Flitwick smiled as he observed the exchange between the two Slytherins, finding the honey water in his cup to have grown quite delightful. Chapter 27. Come to Ravenclaw. Kane, please take a seat. Professor Flitwick's office was located on the 7th floor, near the West Tower, and Dumbledore entrusted the assessment entirely to Flitwick. Very well, Kane. Let us make some alterations to this space. With a deft flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick animated the items within the office, which began to move in an orderly fashion to the corner, folding themselves neatly. A vast area in the center of the office was suddenly cleared. How about a spirited duel? Flitwick's tone carried a hint of excitement. Certainly, Kane readily agreed. Professor Flitwick had previously clinched victory in international magical dueling competitions, and Kane was eager to ascertain his current prowess. They both positioned themselves in the center of the arena and exchanged formal dueling salutations. Disarm, disarm. The two opted for the same incantation, yet Flitwick's speed was marginally superior. Kane narrowly evaded, twisting his wrist to cast a binding spell. Petrificus Totalis. Thanks to his agile physique, Professor Flitwick deftly sidestepped the spell, flicking his wrist effortlessly. Obstaculum. Petrificus Totalis. It had been far too long since either had experienced such an exhilarating duel. Professor Flitwick radiated with joy and enthusiasm. However, Kane, you might want to consider the combined use of spells, as it can lead to delightful surprises. Professor Flitwick noticed that Kane was still a bit clumsy with the transitions between spells and candidly pointed out the issue. Kane seized this splendid opportunity to engage the professor in a discussion. It is undeniable that Professor Flitwick, the champion of dueling, offered invaluable insights that greatly benefited Kane. As time passed, Kane practiced various combinations of spells and dueling with Professor Flitwick, and his spellcasting became considerably smoother. Wait, Kane was not without a chance to join Ravenclaw. With diligent effort, no obstacle is insurmountable. Kane, your dueling skills require consistent practice to advance further, the professor remarked. Kane wholeheartedly agreed. I can see your talent in dueling. The future looks promising. I must learn much more from you, Professor. Kane was genuinely impressed by Professor Flitwick's experience in dueling. What is this? When did I express any desire to transfer? Kane was quite bewildered. Professor Flitwick, I truly have no such intention. He hastily waved his hands, assuring that the sorting hat would not make a mistake. The sorting hat, despite its age, could still make errors. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat reluctant to accept this. Professor, I genuinely have no thoughts of transferring, Kane replied, bemused. If Kane were to propose a transfer, Snape would certainly ensure he didn't see the light of another day. Oh, very well, Professor Flitwick sighed, understanding that it was challenging to wrest a student from Snape, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, Professor, may I request to learn dueling privately with you? Kane's eyes sparkled. Your techniques truly inspire admiration and aspiration. Hearing this, Professor Flitwick perked up. Of course, Kane. I would be delighted to help you unlock your potential. Every Tuesday evening, come to my office for extra lessons. Professor Flitwick secretly resolved to ensure that Kane experienced the allure of dueling before Snape could intervene. As for auditing, I will provide you with a schedule for spell classes in other years, allowing you to decide when to attend based on your timetable. Thank you ever so much. No one can hinder my learning. Obstructing my education is akin to thwarting my path. Even if Grindelwald were to arrive, he would have to leave behind a formidable curse and tears, Kane exclaimed, elated to have his wishes fulfilled, lost in his own world of fantasies. Why did you summon us to the 8th floor, O esteemed master? Kane mused, suspecting that the Weasley twins must have contracted some ailment that required them to show off or perish. Stop being so cheeky. Soon you shall witness a miracle. Kane dodged the twins' simultaneous antics. Ah, splendid. The training from earlier today is now coming into play. After leading the Weasley twins around the tapestry 3 times, a door materialized before them. Kane glanced sideways, and the twins' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Swiftly, he used both hands in a rapid motion to cover the mouths of the twins, who were attempting to speak. Let us enter first and discuss later. Kane nudged the 2 Weasleys. Wow. Oh my. The duo feigned ignorance, glancing around curiously. How did you find this place? George Weasley was genuinely intrigued. The 2 prided themselves on their knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages. Kane deliberately paused, intending to tease them. Do you possess another Hogwarts secret passage map? Fred's attempt to prevent George from revealing too much was futile, as Kane was determined to extract the information regarding their Marauder's map. So, you do have a Hogwarts secret passage map? Kane inquired, appealing to their sense of loyalty. I've already shared the secret of the 8th floor with you. Do you still wish to keep this from me? It seemed that Gryffindor had its own peculiarities. Kane decisively unveiled his intentions, provoking the twins. Very well. We do have a Hogwarts map. The twins exchanged glances, choosing to confide in Kane. However, you must keep it a secret. Of course, now we share a mutual secret. And you 2 must keep the room of requirement confidential. So how did you discover this place? George Weasley persisted, still curious. It's a family heirloom, Kane replied, maintaining his composure. All right then. George ceased his inquiries. Which family didn't harbor a few secrets? One day, we'll bring the Marauder's map for you to see. The secrets of Hogwarts are laid bare on that map, the twins assured, patting Kane on the shoulder. Now, back to the matter at hand, Kane said, his expression turning serious. Does the disappearance of Hagrid's chickens and ducks relate to you too? Of course not. You mustn't wrongfully accuse the innocent, they protested. What about the snacks you sell? Kane continued. Moreover, Hagrid reported this incident to the headmaster, who instructed me to accompany him in investigating the matter. Kane laid down the facts. If the Weasley twins were still oblivious, they truly were foolish. All right, we understand. One twin began to massage Kane's shoulders while the other offered a back rub, attempting to bribe the Inquisitor. Enough of the theatrics. I will handle it, Kane sighed, momentarily unsure of who among them was truly the first-year student. Thank you for saving us, kind sir, they said in unison, bowing exaggeratedly in a manner reminiscent of a certain island nation. Chapter 28. Preliminary ideas. What? You wish to create an alchemical item capable of transmitting messages? What a splendid idea. The Weasley twins were exceedingly intrigued by Kane's alchemical concept. Kane himself had been profoundly impressed by the Diary of the Dark Lord, which contained a fragment of his soul, making it far more potent than any ordinary notebook. Thus, Kane planned to utilize a parchment notebook as the medium for this communication alchemy. Naturally, a standard parchment notebook would require significant modification. I intend to first create a master copy. Through this master copy, I can control the subcopies, and by linking the subcopies, we can ultimately achieve information sharing. Kane articulated his original vision. Wow, but that sounds quite challenging. Fred Weasley spoke candidly. This endeavor not only required extensive engraving in runic, but also necessitated the use of mithril as a medium to ensure the smooth transmission of information. It is well known that mithril is rather difficult to procure. Fred added further insights. The issues raised by Weasley had indeed crossed Kane's mind previously. Kane had already begun practicing the engraving of runic letters and could manage a rudimentary inscription on wood. However, etching onto a medium infused with mithril posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, the notes merely documented the alchemical methods, and aside from self-exploration, consulting Professor Babbling regarding the necessary magical runes was unavoidable. In contrast, mithril was not insurmountable. It was time to compose a letter to Madame Lestrange in France. I shall take responsibility for the mithril matter. As for the runic inscriptions, we can seek guidance from Professor Babbling. Kane pondered for a moment before speaking. The Weasley twins hesitated at this, for Professor Babbling was not particularly easy to deal with. What do you mean? Kane was curious about what made Professor Babbling so challenging, as even the notoriously troublesome Weasley twins found her difficult to approach. She never concerned herself with whether students attended her classes, nor did she administer exams. Whether she lectured depended solely on her mood, with little regard for her students' attentiveness. At times, her eyes would inexplicably turn red. From the twins' animated descriptions, Kane envisioned a capricious and eccentric professor, yet, who knew more about runic than she did at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins felt deflated, shrugged their shoulders, and chose to acquiesce. Very well. I shall accompany you to seek out Professor Babbling another day. However, I cannot guarantee she will see you. George Weasley evidently intended for Kane to face Professor Babbling alone. As the fragile vessel of friendship appeared to be capsizing, Kane privately shook his head, not wishing to press the matter further. By the way, I heard you two are planning to open a joke shop? Kane reciprocated by inquiring about their aspirations. Oh, master, we are truly touched. He knows of our dreams. However, we must correct you. It is a prank shop, not a joke shop. The twins promptly launched into an emotional performance for Kane. So, what products do you currently offer? Having grown accustomed to their antics, Kane continued to inquire. Ding, ding, ding. Allow me to introduce to the esteemed master the magnificent products of the Weasley twins. George pushed aside Fred, who attempted to speak first. First up is the everlasting classic, the dung bomb. It provides a warmth reminiscent of a toilet. The two began to perform a tap dance around Kane, causing him a shiver of discomfort. The second offering is the canary cream. Consuming it allows one to soar freely like a bird. They then twirled around, flapping their arms as if simulating wings. After a chaotic display, the Weasley twins presented their current lineup to Kane. Upon finishing, they gazed at him with eyes as moist as puppies, clearly viewing Kane as their potential benefactor. Every encounter with the Weasley twins leaves Kane feeling utterly powerless, and this occasion is no exception. He can only massage his temples to ease his emotions. If you perform well, I might consider sponsoring you. Nonetheless, Kane harbors a fondness for these two mischief makers. Another reason for his affection is that their prank products indeed have considerable market potential. Investing in them would not lead to his downfall. George, am I mistaken? Or did you just touch my ear? The unexpected delight arrives with such suddenness. George steps forward and gives Fred's ear a fierce twist. Ouch! Fred lets out a cry, jumping up. It seems we have not aired, Fred. George envelopes Fred in a warm embrace. My lord, how much do you intend to invest? The Weasley twins rub their hands together, eagerly gazing at Kane. Well, let us start with 50 galleons. What? 50 galleons? The twins exclaim in astonishment. What's wrong? Is it too little? Kane raises an eyebrow. And no. The twins shake their heads vigorously. Thank you, my lord, thank you. However, 50 galleons is merely a trifling matter. Kane feels a surge of satisfaction. Securing the Weasley twins for such a modest sum is undeniably a worthwhile investment. Such generosity, truly befitting of a scion from a prominent family. The Weasley twins now fully understand who holds the reins, singing Kane's praises without reservation. Kane revels in the moment. This is a delightful experience indeed. Who's there? It's me. Odette emerges gracefully, clad in a lake green nightgown. What brings you here? I was waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Kane experiences a peculiar sensation. He suddenly finds it hard to discern Odette's thoughts. Their relationship is merely professional. So why does she concern herself with him so? Could it be that she fears for his safety, worrying that it might hinder her quest to uncover the truth behind her fiancé's demise? It seems that this is the only plausible explanation, regardless of your thoughts. It's not as you imagine. Odette keeps a vigilant eye on Kane, noting his expression shift from confusion to realization. However, it is evident that the final understanding is not what Odette desired, prompting her to clarify hastily. Yes. Kane nods vaguely, choosing not to elaborate further. Odette, vexed with Kane for his lack of perception, puffs up her cheeks, her gaze filled with reproach. Perhaps it is the brilliance of the moonlight tonight. The rare rays penetrate the depths of the black lake, casting gentle, fragmented light into the Slytherin common room. The soft illumination falls upon Odette, making Kane momentarily hesitant to meet her eyes. Oh, by the way, there is something I may need you to handle. Kane suppresses a flicker of unease within himself and speaks calmly. What is it? Please write to Mrs. Lestrange and inform her that I require some mithril. Mithril? Odette tilts her head adorably. We have some at home. I can write and have it delivered. Not just yet. Kane evades Odette's gaze. The resource is Mrs. Lestrange has promised should not go to waste. Odette chuckles lightly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Kane senses the atmosphere growing ever more peculiar. The hour grows late. And he urges, you should get some rest. With that, he hastily departs. Fool. Kane is such a fool. Watching Kane's receding figure, Audra softly murmured. What must I do for you to trust me? Chapter 29, Undercurrents. Cassandra, how could you choose to stand with Lestrange? Acheburst's expression darkened. And what of it? Cassandra defiantly shook off Acheburst's attempt to grasp her hand. Do not forget, our families are in negotiations for an engagement. You are destined to be my wife. How can you side with an outsider? Acheburst questioned, looking as if he had been wronged. You mentioned destined, yet that is a future consideration. Cassandra arched an eyebrow. Her graceful stride accompanied by a delicate caress of Acheburst's pale cheek. Before that, do I not possess the right to choose for myself? Acheburst's anger seemed to dissipate effortlessly as he leaned in to kiss his fiancée's hand. Of course, your future husband shall respect your little schemes. Pausing, Acheburst revealed a mischievous smirk. The Roll family has allowed Lestrange to proceed to their castle to sign the contract for the transfer of the shop. How despicable. They clearly intend to renege on their agreement. Cassandra had previously assured Kane that she would fulfill his desires. The Roll family's sudden change of heart left her embarrassed. All you need to do is inform Lestrange. What he chooses to do is not our concern. Is it? Acheburst disregarded Cassandra's displeased countenance, brushing his hand against her waist as he strode away, brimming with self-satisfaction. Cassandra gazed at Acheburst's retreating form, her eyes filled with disdain. She repeatedly wiped her hand, which had been kissed by Acheburst, vowing to make him pay. Who did he think he was, attempting to treat her as his personal possession? I am truly sorry, Kane. It is as it is, Cassandra expressed regretfully. Thank you for your efforts, Senior. Kane bore no resentment towards Cassandra, understanding that the crux of the matter lay with the Roll family's duplicity. What do you intend to do? Cassandra hesitated before continuing. You are merely a first year. It would be better to settle accounts with them later. What is rightfully mine cannot be taken by anyone, Kane replied with a calm demeanor, though his conviction was unmistakable. However, do not worry, Senior. I possess a means to resolve this. Cassandra rationally acknowledged that Kane alone could not contend with the Roll family, yet emotionally, she held hope for him, thus refraining from further discussion. Kane, what does Shafik want with you? Audra was inexplicably wary of Shafik. The Roll family has changed their stance. Kane succinctly informed the group. What a pack of despicable worms. Pansy exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. I shall write to my father, Draco declared, turning to compose a letter, only to be halted by Kane. What do you plan to do about this, Kane? Theodore's eyes glimmered with cold intensity. Perhaps we should have our respective families apply pressure on the Roll family, Blaise suggested, his previously roguish smile vanishing entirely. No need, we can resolve this issue ourselves. Kane did not wish to seek his parents' assistance for every matter. If he continued in such a manner, when would he truly mature? Regardless of your intentions, I shall support you. A frostiness enveloped Audrey as her hands clenched into small fists. As students, we must employ the methods appropriate for our station. Kane refrained from speaking explicitly. In due time, they would come to understand. The headmaster. Kane rapped on Snape's office door. I believe today is not Wednesday. What brings the illustrious Lestrange to the humble abode of his potions professor? Snape's words dripped with venom. Headmaster, I have come to propose a transaction. Kane directly approached Snape, embodying the demeanor expected of a student. Snape scrutinized Kane for a moment, then with a flourish of his cloak, inquired what the matter was. It is as follows. Kane confessed to the wager he had made with the sole heir of the Rowell family. Kane was aware that Snape had likely already been privy to the details of his bet with Rowell. One must never underestimate Snape's grip on Slytherin after a decade as headmaster. So, Mr. Lestrange, you admit to engaging in a private duel using dark magic with your classmates? Snape's gaze lingered on Kane, slow and deliberate. Headmaster, it was merely a friendly exchange among peers. Both parties merely wagered 2 shops as prizes for their contest. Admitting to such an act was out of the question. Even though Snape was already aware of what had transpired, as long as there was no admission, nothing would occur. Humph, Snape's expression darkened. Given Mr. Lestrange's apparent capabilities, does he still require the assistance of his humble potions master? Professor, you surely do not wish for further discord within Slytherin, do you? I trust you have observed their extreme pureblood attitudes towards others. Were the Dark Lords still among us, I believe they would all be Death Eaters. At the mention of the Dark Lord, Snape's eyes instinctively grew hollow, his words sharp. How commendable, Mr. Lestrange. Bella is indeed the Dark Lord's foremost hound. At the very least, I shall not join the ranks of the Death Eaters. I would even consent to coexist peacefully with Gryffindor. How noble of you. But who can assure us that your intentions towards Gryffindor's savior are pure? Snape always suspected that Kane's interest in Harry Potter was not without ulterior motives. True friendship knows no boundaries. It matters not whether one hails from Slytherin or Gryffindor, but rather the sincerity of the heart, Kane asserted, gazing directly into Snape's eyes. Snape fell silent, yet The phrase sincerity of the heart was a poignant reflection of his relationship with Lily. However, too many events had transpired since then, and he and Lily had drifted apart. The regrets that once lay between them seemed poised to repeat themselves in the younger generation. Emotions within him began to awaken, fueled by a sense of discontent. Let us discuss the terms of the transaction. All that is required of you is to accompany me to the Rowell residence. Is it truly that simple? Snape appeared surprised. Then why not approach Lucius directly? Indeed, your involvement is not necessary. Kane paused, for my surname is Lestrange. Furthermore, in exchange, I can provide you with a batch of rare potions. It is a deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape declared, I'll prepare a list of potions for you shortly. Kane felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Snape was certainly asking for a hefty price. By the way, since you're here, Snape continued. Retrieving a large barrel from the corner, please clean this fresh batch of slug. Kane instantly regretted his situation. Did it really have to be Snape? Wouldn't Professor Flitwick have been a more pleasant alternative? Moreover, the slugs were covered in mucus, and separating their innards would take an inordinate amount of time, hindering his studies. Delaying my studies means delaying Slytherin's chance at the House Cup. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation, Snape? Yet, regardless of Kane's internal protests, he reluctantly donned the gloves. What a chore. Chapter 30. The Anomaly in the Forbidden Forest. After finally finishing the daunting task of cleaning a whole barrel of slugs, the moon hung high in the night sky as Kane dragged his weary body to Hagrid's hut. Fong barked excitedly at Kane, clearly disapproving of his presence. Fong, stay back. Hagrid instructed as he confined Fong to his cage. You remain as exuberant as ever, Fong. Observing the overly enthusiastic Fong, Kane felt a slight lift in his spirits, relishing in the creature's inability to do anything about his presence. Let's have a cup of tea, Hagrid suggested, serving Kane a steaming mug to warm him up. Revived at last. You arrived late. What transpired? I was unlawfully commandeered by Snape, Kane replied, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. Hagrid rubbed his large hands together, conveying his sympathy for Kane. As the night deepened, Hagrid proposed, tonight, we shall patrol the Forbidden Forest. Surely we will apprehend the chicken thief. However, he added, strangely, I counted the chickens and ducks last night, and their numbers remain unchanged. Kane glanced at the oblivious Hagrid, choosing not to disclose the truth to spare his feelings. He had already warned the Weasley twins, and they would certainly refrain from causing any mischief tonight, leaving them with no results. Let us go? Kane said after resting for half an hour, feeling rejuvenated. Hagrid retrieved a pink umbrella from behind the door and handed Kane a lantern. Why bring an umbrella on a clear night? Kane inquired, well aware that the umbrella concealed Hagrid's broken wand, yet he relished teasing him. Just in case, Hagrid replied. Momentarily flustered as he scratched his head, Hagrid took the lead, stepping out of the small wooden hut. The dim light illuminated a small area, and the Forbidden Forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional hoot of an owl breaking the silence. As they ventured deeper, the vegetation grew denser. Suddenly, Kane was struck by something. Lifting the lantern to investigate, he discovered a small clump of dirt. Hey, you mischievous little creatures, Hagrid exclaimed, hastily approaching a tree. A few gnarled tree guardians were perched on the branches, raising the leaves atop their heads in a show of defiance. Glaring at Kane as if he were a villain intent on destroying their home, Kane lamented his unfortunate affinity for magical creatures, feeling unwelcome wherever he went. What a predicament this was. Ultimately, it was Hagrid who managed to calm these beloved tree guardians by grasping a handful of their cherished beetles. They truly are a delightful little bunch, and Hagrid's face was alight with joy. Ah, indeed, even the acromantula appears as a charming little creature in your eyes. Hagrid, have Harry and his friends visited you recently? After the conclusion of the inaugural Hogwarts Detective Exchange, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams received their respective assignments. The trio from Gryffindor was tasked with gathering information from Hagrid. Not at all. Harry is preoccupied just as Hagrid was about to elaborate. He suddenly realized the need for discretion, his gaze becoming evasive. He is busy with Quidditch practice, I suppose. Yes. Hagrid hesitated. No, that is not right. All right, Hagrid, let us pretend I know nothing. It seemed that the Gryffindor trio hadn't yet had the chance to extract information from Hagrid. Moreover, concerning Harry's Quidditch training. Perhaps only Hagrid still regarded it as a secret, for the pertinent details were likely already known. What is it? Hagrid intercepted Kane as they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest. On the ground lay a pile of burnt ashes, which Hagrid approached and touched, still warm to the touch. Kane, we must leave quickly. Hagrid felt a gang might have entered the Forbidden Forest to steal magical creatures, and bringing Kane along could spell danger. Just then, the ground began to tremble. A group of centaurs suddenly appeared, surrounding the two with spears aimed threateningly at them. Hagrid shielded Kane behind him, keeping a vigilant eye on the front. Bane, do you wish to violate the treaty between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest? One centaur armed with a bow stepped forward. Hagrid, it's you. You'd best hurry and take your little cub behind you out of the Forbidden Forest. Bane pawed at the ground, visibly agitated. What on earth is happening? Hagrid inquired loudly. The Mars of the night grew ever brighter. A centaur with strikingly blue eyes emerged, his platinum hair shimmering, with a silver lower body and a silver tail. Firenze, why do you engage in such discussions with them? Bane warned, somewhat displeased. Could it be Quirrell? Kane pondered silently from behind Hagrid. Halt! Bane commanded, and the centaurs closed in once more. Do you wish to retract your words, Bane? Hagrid's body tensed. He is just a first-year student. What? Do you intend to harm the cub? Bane ignored Hagrid's anger, his gaze fixed coldly on Kane, pupils narrowing. Not another one who looks upon me unfavorably. Kane felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, Firenze suddenly accelerated, breaking through the centaur encirclement, and led Hagrid and Kane to safety. For reasons unknown, the centaurs refrained from pursuing them further. Thank you, Firenze. Hagrid understood that without Firenze's intervention, their escape would have been far from easy. Firenze nodded in acknowledgement, casting a deep glance at Kane. We shall meet again. With that, he turned and departed. Hagrid hurried to seek Dumbledore to report the unusual occurrences in the Forbidden Forest. Firenze, did you see that? Indeed. I perceive the indelible marks of fate entwined with that child. Firenze's azure gaze ascended towards the heavens. From him, I discerned the relentless echoes of warfare. Bane tended to his hooves, and we, the centaur kin, were inevitably affected. We ought to have retained them. Bane regretted not pursuing them sooner. As Hagrid remarked, do you intend to breach the accord between Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest and engage in battle with Dumbledore? Firenze's eyes followed the trajectory of the sparks. Our centaur clan need only heed the guidance bestowed by destiny. Chapter 31, A Night Visit to Babbling. The following day, Kane struggled with a fried egg on his plate. A rather familiar tawny owl, with a long tail, approached him, clutching a pouch the size of a rice dumpling. Odette leaned closer, gently caressing the weary owl, patiently offering it nuts. When Kane retrieved the small pouch, he noticed it was adorned with an intricate raven motif, and within, it had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Understanding the contents of the pouch, he refrained from opening it in public. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the Gryffindor table, drawing everyone's attention. 6 long-eared owls bore a slender package toward Harry. It appeared that Professor McGonagall had sent the Firebolt 2000 to him. How naive they looked, having never seen such wonders. Draco instantly recognized the contents of the package, his tone laced with envy. Do you not already possess the latest broom? In truth, Draco had been pestering Narcissa to procure one for him upon its release, grandiosely labeling it as his entrance gift. Narcissa, unable to withstand his insistence, had initially planned to buy one for each of them, but Kane declined. How could it be the same if we cannot bring it to school? Draco still bore a hint of resentment. The last midnight duel had ended prematurely when Filch intervened, leaving much to be desired. Kane chose not to voice his opinions on their so-called epic battle. At best, it resembled mere chickens pecking at each other, and the physical harm inflicted would likely surpass that of any spells cast. He shook his head and returned to his meal. What is the matter? We risked our lives to seek out Professor Babbling. She agreed to meet with you in her office tonight, but only you may go. Very well. After listening to their accounts, Kane resolved to visit Professor Babbling later. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kane opened the small pouch under Draco's curious gaze. Inside he found, as expected, sufficient mithril for his use. Surprisingly, there was also a tiny, golden, shriveled seed the size of a pea and a note. The note simply read, "Carry the seed with you." What does this mean? Draco inquired, puzzled. Just what you see. The literal meaning, Kane replied with a deadpan expression, attempting a jest. He was taken aback by Draco's question, yet seeing the dimness in Draco's gray eyes tugged at Kane's heart. Since Kane discreetly informed Draco about the affairs of the French Lestrange family, Draco has occasionally exhibited a sense of insecurity. A blush crept upon Draco's pale face. As he felt a surge of joy, he could not bear the thought of Kane leaving for France. Yet, this fellow was rather prideful and reluctant to admit his feelings openly, awkwardly shifting the topic. Well, I need to write a letter to my mother. Do you have anything to say? That is rather sentimental. Draco paused, but I am certain my mother would be absolutely delighted to hear that. Kane, unfazed by the sentimentality, believed that true emotions require mutual pursuit. Narcissa had treated him as her own son over the years, a kindness he held dear in his heart. As Draco penned his letter, he glanced at Kane and momentarily froze, for Kane's gaze was filled with such tenderness that it could drown anyone in its intoxicating warmth. Draco couldn't help but lower his head and smile secretly. He knew that in Kane's eyes, the Malfoys were indeed family, and it brought him great joy. The moon hung like a crescent hook in the sky. Kane emerged from the 8th floor request room, knocking once more on the door. Knock knock. The door creaked open as if moved by an unseen force, and an eerie chill enveloped him, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Shivering at the goosebumps that arose, Kane stepped inside. With a sudden clap, the door shut behind him. A woman's voice, slightly distorted as if coming from a distance, drifted through the air. Is it you who wishes to meet me? Yes, Professor, I am Kane Lestrange. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Wait. Then came the sound of wooden boards shifting, and Professor Babbling appeared. To Kane's surprise, she presented herself as a modern woman, adorned in the latest Muggle fashion. Her blue dress elegantly accentuated her feminine curves, while her high heels elongated her legs. Her features were exquisitely delicate, as if meticulously crafted by the world's most talented artist. Her eyes, slightly hazy, suggested she had just awakened. Have you finished staring? Professor Babbling stretched lazily, her curves accentuated. Kane instinctively lowered his gaze. Haha, she chuckled lightly, reclining on the sofa. Now what brings you here? Still hesitant to meet Professor Babbling's gaze, especially her long legs, Kane replied, I wish to study ancient runes. If I am not mistaken, you are merely a first year, Professor Babbling scoffed, her expression tinged with skepticism. She scrutinized Kane, doubtful of his ability to grasp the subject. Ancient runes were typically offered as an elective starting in the third year due to their complexity, as the language of runes had been obsolete for over a millennium, differing significantly from contemporary writing. Consequently, only a handful of upperclassmen chose this course, and most struggled to persevere. Could a mere first year truly manage it? However, given that this young man dared to come to her office at night, she sensed he was not one to easily back down. Very well, she would put him to the test. If it is not feasible, then he should quickly take his leave, lest he disrupt my beauty sleep. Moreover, even Dumbledore cannot say anything to me. Indeed, due to Professor Babbling's utterly lackluster teaching attitude, Dumbledore had previously sought her out for a conversation. The details remain unknown. Yet ultimately, the two reached an accord. Should any student inquire about ancient runes, Professor Babbling cannot outright refuse. Just wait. With a dismissive remark, Professor Babbling strode into the room. Chapter 32, Clinging to the Thigh. With a thud, a book, its cover entwined with purple thorns and as thick as a brick, was forcefully placed upon Kane's desk. Open it, she commanded. After her words, Professor Babbling reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Obediently, Kane opened the purple-bound tome. He turned to page 83 and read aloud. He flipped to page 124 and read again. He progressed to page 378 and continued to read. The earlier sections in runes flowed effortlessly from Kane's lips, yet the latter proved increasingly arduous. However, Kane declared, all right, that shall suffice. Unbeknownst to him, Professor Babbling had opened her misty eyes, observing Kane as if he were a fascinating new object. She had not anticipated that his grasp of runes would surpass that of some fifth-year students. What she did not realize was that Kane had been striving to maintain a low profile. Where did you learn runes? She inquired. Well, I have a keen interest in them, so I taught myself. Kane refrained from revealing that he had studied ancient runes under Ravenclaw. Reflecting on that month filled with the sin of sweat, he sometimes wondered how he had endured. Yet, as a first-year student, he could not simply declare, I am here to discuss ancient runes with you. Ah, so you are a little genius, Professor Babbling remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes. However, understanding runes and utilizing them are two entirely different concepts, their difficulties incomparable. Kane nodded. I have already learned to carve runes into wood. This genuinely surprised Professor Babbling. She straightened her posture. Wait, a cacophony of rummaging ensued within the room. Here, before long, Professor Babbling returned, holding a smooth pearwood piece and a gleaming golden carving knife, which she handed to Kane. Demonstrate. What should I demonstrate? The scope is too broad, Kane replied, momentarily perplexed. Anything, you can do it, right? Then carve the rune for wind. Professor Babbling hesitated for a moment before offering Kane a choice. Without delay, Kane seized the knife and began to inscribe the wind rune onto the wooden board. As Professor Babbling had indicated, understanding runes and employing them are entirely distinct endeavors. Kane not only needed to focus intently on carving the wind pattern, but also to evenly infuse it with his magical energy. This step was the most challenging. Only those with precise control over their magical power could manage the input effectively. Before long, the rune took shape beneath Kane's carving knife. As this initial alchemical process posed no difficulty for him. Give it a try. Professor Babbling lifted her chin slightly. Kane nodded, triggering the magical runes etched into the wood. In an instant, a swirling eye of wind materialized within the room, lifting everything into the air. Alas, it had slipped his mind that they were indoors. As the chaos unfolded, Kane felt a rare pang of guilt over the disarray he had caused. However, Professor Babbling clapped her hands with enthusiasm. Carve another ancient rune of fire, she instructed. Heeding her command, Kane swiftly engraved a fire rune. This time, he had the foresight not to activate it within the confines of the room, but instead presented it to Professor Babbling. The rune's lines were smooth, with magic radiating evenly. It was evident that this was a successfully crafted primary alchemical item inscribed with the ancient runes of runic script. Gazing at Professor Babbling beside him, Kane momentarily thought he caught a glimpse of a crimson light flickering in her eyes. The requirements for a novice rune master entail the mastery of 500 ancient runes, while an intermediate rune master must know 2,000. and an advanced rune master is expected to command at least 5,000. Professor Babbling paused for a moment, as it is well known that the runic script, imbued with magical properties, is inextricably linked to alchemy. So, you wish to practice alchemy? She discerned with keen insight. Kane did not deny it. Might I inquire what you intend to create? Professor Babbling's curiosity was piqued. I wish to forge a communication device. Kane, hoping to learn the runes necessary for communication from her, had no intention of withholding information. How intriguing, Professor Babbling remarked, casually popping a lollipop with a faint metallic taste into her mouth. However, I shan't teach you without conditions. Although Dumbledore had advised her against outright refusing students, he had not prohibited her from imposing terms. If a student faltered, that was their own affair. Wait here. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Professor Babbling emerged from indoors, holding a slender booklet. Translate this within 3 days, and I shall teach you the runes you desire. Kane accepted the booklet and discovered it was entirely inscribed in runic script. It is worth noting that due to the constraints of ancient times, a single character often encapsulated the meaning of what would now require an entire lengthy sentence. Although the booklet appeared thin, translating it would likely thicken it tenfold. What's the matter? Is it too challenging? Professor Babbling asked through the lollipop in her mouth, her words slightly muffled. I assure you I will complete the task. In truth, Kane had gleaned from a cursory glance that this seemed to pertain to a record of some hidden treasure. Splendid. Here you go. She handed him a script of runic text. With this, your translation speed will significantly improve. Consider it a gift. Kane had not anticipated such a fortunate acquisition. This notebook was akin to a cipher, although he had no immediate need for it. Thank you, Professor. Enough now. Be on your way. You're blocking my moonlight. Professor Babbling waved her hand dismissively, urging Kane to leave. Indeed, women are capricious. Sighing, Kane tightened his wizard's robe as a gust of wind swept by on his way home. In the blink of an eye, it has been over a month since our arrival at Hogwarts, and the weather has begun to turn chilly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kane found Draco already asleep. He moved quietly, completing his evening routine, and prepared to sink into the warmth of his bed. Kane, you're here, Draco murmured, unexpectedly awake, attempting to rise. Just go back to sleep. It's cold outside. Kane gently halted Draco's movements. Then come over and sleep with me. Kane was momentarily taken aback. They had not shared a bed since they were 5 years old. Observing Draco closely, he noted that the boy's usually meticulous hairstyle was in disarray, and his cheeks bore a faint blush, likely from burying his face in the pillow. Come on, why aren't you over here yet? Draco, eyes still closed, snuggled against his pillow. Kane realized that Draco was probably dreaming, believing they were still children. Originally, he had intended to complete the translation of the materials given by Professor Babbling that evening, but those plans were now dashed. Shaking his head, Kane encouraged Draco to shift further into the bed and settled down beside him. He was curious to see what would transpire when Draco awoke the next morning. The thought itself was amusing, and with that in mind, Kane gradually slipped into slumber. Chapter 33, The Conflict in the Great Hall. A piercing scream jolted Kane awake. He groggily opened his eyes, yawned, and turned to Draco. What are you doing here? Draco stammered, his distinctive tuft of hair standing on end. Think about it, Kane replied, rolling over to get out of bed and proceed with his morning routine, leaving Draco to ponder his existence alone. Boom. Draco's face flushed crimson as he abruptly buried his head beneath the covers, repeatedly convincing himself that yesterday had been nothing but a dream. Quickly wash up. Don't delay breakfast, Kane exclaimed, pulling back Draco's covers to prevent him from continuing his ostrich act. Go away. Jastrel pushed past a first-year Slytherin blocking his path, casting a defiant glance at Kane. What are you doing? Draco glared at Jastrel, clearly displeased. He was in my way, Jastrel replied nonchalantly, showing no remorse for bullying a first year, believing it to be their rightful place to be oppressed. Moreover, Jastrel's arrogance was amplified by the fact that this confrontation was taking place in the Great Hall. Did Kane dare act in such a public setting? Tell me, did he not block my way? Jastrel turned, revealing Wathwhite, who trailed behind him. Yes, Wathwhite responded, his face even paler than before, trembling in fear. Kane observed the scene, feeling pity for White, who had become nothing more than Jastrel's parrot, while the first-year Slytherins had completely abandoned him. It was breakfast time, and the Great Hall was filled with students. Witnessing the impending internal conflict within Slytherin, many stood to watch. Noticing this, Harry and his friends quickly approached Kane, silently inquiring whether he required their assistance. The Weasley twins, unwilling to be left out, positioned themselves not far from Kane. Cedric, wearing a visage of concern, chose to stand beside the Weasley twins. As the crowd of onlookers continued to swell, just swelled with pride. Having harbored resentment since his earlier defeat by Kane in a duel, he seized this rare opportunity, emboldened by the absence of professors. Just completely disregarded his family's admonition to refrain from provoking Kane. It seemed he had forgotten the sting of his previous wounds. Kane stepped forward, approaching Roll, who instinctively took a step back. This prompted a wave of laughter among the students in the hall, mocking Roll's timidity. Silence, just bellowed in a fit of rage. But his outburst fell on deaf ears, only intensifying the ridicule. Just's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Kane, attempting to assert his courage. Not a single upperclassman from the Slytherin table intervened. Figures like Eckburst were merely eager to witness a mutual downfall. Cassandra Shafik and Gemma Phalai, however, held unwavering confidence in Kane's prowess. Apologize, Kane dismissed just with a wave of indifference. Roll's face turned a shade of ashen fury as he drew his wand, aiming it at Kane. Realizing the situation had escalated dangerously, the surrounding students hastily retreated in clusters, continuing to observe from a safe distance. Have you forgotten that you are my defeated opponent? Kane remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Roll, akin to a predator surveying its prey. The sheer audacity of Lestrange to insult the Roll family was beyond comprehension. Provoked to a frenzy by Kane's taunts, Roll roared and unleashed a spell, the tip of his wand emitting a flash of red light. Whoosh! A gray shadow collided with the crimson beam. It was a tabby cat that, upon being struck by the spell, transformed to reveal a shattered chair. How dare you? Professor McGonagall rushed to stand before Roll, determined to prevent another outburst. Following closely was Hermione, who had sprinted to find McGonagall after witnessing the severity of the incident. Upon seeing Kane standing there unscathed, Hermione exhaled in relief. Never before had there been such a blatant display of violence in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall was incensed, appalled that a student would so openly violate school regulations. Mr. Erstead, I require you to summon Professor Snape to my office. Roll, Lestrange, you will accompany me. Professor, I witnessed the entire incident. As a Hufflepuff, I shall remain impartial. Please allow me to join, Cedric interjected. Very well, Mr. Diggory, you may come as well. With that, Professor McGonagall dismissed the curious onlookers and led the three toward her office. Shortly thereafter, a grim-faced Snape arrived at McGonagall's office. Points will be deducted. Just roll. You lose 50 points. Severus Snape took the initiative, seeking to quell the situation. Professor Snape, I believe this matter transcends mere point deductions, came the response. Mr. Diggory, please recount the events as they unfolded. Professor McGonagall, still shaken, could hardly fathom the audacity of casting spells in the Great Hall with the intent to harm fellow students. Such behavior warranted severe repercussions. Cedric, impartial and forthright, recounted the incident in its entirety. Snape's expression darkened further, perplexed as to why a fool like Justin was sorted into Slytherin. Mr. Lestrange was unscathed, was he not? Snape paused, suppressing his discomfort as he echoed the words of our esteemed headmaster. They are still children. Kane, what is your perspective? Snape hoped Kane would grasp the larger context. I cannot be certain. I feel a bit lightheaded. Perhaps I was affected, Kane replied, unwilling to forfeit the chance to confront Justin, feigning a faint. Sit down at once. Professor McGonagall admonished, hastening to his side to ensure he rested. Severus, we cannot continuously shield students from their misdeeds. This matter must be reported to the headmaster. Additionally, we must inform Justin's parents. Mr. Lestrange, how do you feel now? Can you endure? McGonagall inquired. I am fine, Professor McGonagall, Kane replied, punctuating his words with a cough. McGonagall regarded him with increasing affection. What a good child. Snape shot Kane a fierce glare, opting not to mention contacting Justin's parents. Shortly thereafter, the current head of the Rowell family hurried into the headmaster's office. Chapter 34, He is still just a child. The somewhat graying patriarch, Fisher Rowell, entered and immediately confronted Justin. Knowing his own kin, he deemed Justin a muscle-bound fool devoid of intellect. Were he not advanced in age and lacking any other heir, he would have long abandoned Justin to his own devices. Fisher lamented the throbbing pain in his head while striving to maintain composure before outsiders, yearning for silence. Justin, under the piercing gaze of Fisher, shrank back, hesitant to speak. Mr. Diggory, please recount the events once again, Professor McGonagall commanded with a grave expression. It happened like this. Diggory reiterated the incident for all present. You imbecile, Fisher spat, practically itching to strike Justin with his cane. Mr. Rowell, Justin's use of magic to assault a fellow student in public is appalling. According to school regulations, he must face expulsion. McGonagall intervened, halting Fisher's impulsive inclination for violence, definitively categorizing the incident. Headmaster Dumbledore, he is still just a child, Fisher implored with a tone that tugged at the heartstrings. Mr. Rowell, Justin is already in his 5th year, Dumbledore remarked, casting a glance at the muscle-bound, towering Justin, unable to equate him with an ordinary child. If Juster is not punished, it would be an injustice to Kane as well. Old Roar, of all people, surely understands that the crux of the matter lies with Kane. As long as Kane privately agrees to a reconciliation, there remains a possibility for resolution. Casting a fierce glare at Juster, he could only lament why he had to give birth to him, burdening him with such humiliation at this age. Mr. Lestrange, may I have a word? Old Roar gazed at Kane with a benevolent expression. Kane felt a shiver run down his spine under Old Roar's gaze. Weakly rising to his feet and forcing himself to say, "I am eager to heed the wisdom of my elder." The roles had now reversed, leaving Old Roar with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. "Speak, Mr. Roar, what insights do you possess?" As soon as he stepped out of the principal's office, Kane immediately felt invigorated, his back and legs no longer aching. "Kane, may I address you as such?" Old Roar's eyes flickered slightly. "I apologize. But standing before you is the current patriarch of the Lestrange family. Please refer to me as Mr. Lestrange." Kane dismissed the elder's attempt to assert authority, placing himself and Old Roar on equal conversational footing. "Very well, Mr. Lestrange." Old Roar tightened his grip on his cane. "Could you grant Juster a chance for redemption?" "Rest assured, I shall ensure that Juster apologizes to you." Kane was unwilling to engage in a lengthy dispute with Old Roar. To expect Kane to choose forgiveness without consequence is a mere fantasy. Wait. Old Roar hurriedly halted Kane. "Mr. Lestrange, let us speak plainly. Last time, it was Juster who offended you. I shall compensate you for that." Old Roar produced a well-preserved deed from his pocket, the deed to those 2 shops in Diagon Alley. "If you agree to let Juster off this time, we can finalize the deed right now." Kane did not accept it, scoffing. "Mr. Roar, do you take me for a 3-year-old? To use last time's wager to amend this current transgression? Then what do you propose?" Old Roar had initially thought that a child of 11 or 12 would be easily swayed with a bit of reasoning. But he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in Kane. The mad couple of Lestrange truly produced a remarkable offspring. "Mr. Roar, I wonder if Juster shared the details of the previous duel with you." Kane narrowed his eyes. The last wager was made under the witness of various family heirs, and the reputation of the Roar family breaking their word had already spread far and wide. "If you disregard us now, tell me, when our generation rises to prominence, will the Roar family still have a place to stand?" Kane coldly regarded Old Roar, articulating a harsh reality in a calm tone. When numerous pureblood families flocked to follow the Dark Lord, Old Roar had wavered, indecisive between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. His actions were noted by the Dark Lord. Fortunately, at that time, the Dark Lord's ranks were filled with talent, and an ordinary Roar was of no interest to him. Because of their shared pureblood status, the Roar family was allowed to exist like mere vermin. In the prevailing circumstances, Dumbledore found it implausible to place his trust in the fickle Roll family. Ultimately, the consequence was the mutual ostracization of the Roll family, compounded by their gradual decline due to a lack of remarkable individuals over the years. Thus, when the elder Roll learned that Juster had wagered the 2 shops in Diagon Alley, he disregarded Juster's injuries and unleashed a furious assault upon him. Through Akeburster, he disseminated the message, hoping to dissuade Kane from pursuing his intentions. However, Kane had already laid the situation bare, leaving the elder Roll with no choice but to confront reality. "Very well, Mr. Lestrange, what other conditions do you have? Speak freely." Kane's demeanor shifted from icy detachment to one of warm congeniality as he unhesitatingly retrieved a somewhat familiar potion list from his pocket. "In addition to the 2 shops in Diagon Alley, you must also procure and deliver the potions listed here to Hogwarts. Furthermore, it has come to my attention that the Roll family possesses several farms in Uganda. That is utterly out of the question." Before Kane could finish, the elder Roll erupted in fury. If the shops in Diagon Alley were akin to golden geese, then the farms in Uganda represented the very foundation of the Roll family. It is well known that 80 of the magical ingredients and extraordinary plants in Europe's wizarding world are supplied by Uganda. This is a highly lucrative enterprise. "Very well, then." Kane employed the same tactic once more, turning to leave. The elder Roll was now akin to a figure caught in the flames of desperation. The Ugandan farms ensured the upper-class lifestyle of the Roll family, yet Juster symbolized the family's future. Should the heir of the Roll family be expelled from Hogwarts, the imminent future would see them relegated from the ranks of pure-blood aristocracy, a fate the elder Roll could not possibly accept. His obsession with pure-blood nobility was deeply etched into his very soul. "I can only offer you the smallest piece." The elder Roll gritted his teeth, the veins in his graying temples standing out prominently. Aware that he had tread upon the elder Roll's limits, Kane refrained from further provocation. Uganda possesses an abundance of land, with even the smallest plots comparable in size to a football field. Moreover, the true value lies in the various magical plants cultivated upon it. After handing the potion list to the elder Roll, Kane extended his right hand with calm assurance. A pleasant collaboration. Chapter 35, Cassandra's Request. Kane, as the party involved, graciously extended his forgiveness to Juster. Overcome with emotion, Juster wept profusely, vowing to reform and pleading for the headmaster's affection once more, hoping for another chance. What could Dumbledore do? Since Kane was not pursuing vengeance, he decided to grant Juster another opportunity. After all, life must continue. Professor McGonagall was also moved by the atmosphere of the moment, watching Kane with growing admiration. This child's ability to overlook past grievances and offer a second chance to a classmate, despite having been wronged himself, is truly commendable. If only he were a Gryffindor. To this, the absent Professor Flitwick interjected, I was here first. We must adhere to the order of arrival. Kane must precede Ravenclaw. Only Professor Snape remained unmoved, instantly discerning the covert dealings between Kane and old Rowell. The darkness was profound, indeed. Cedric, who had been observing, remarked that this excursion was not in vain, as the drama unfolded splendidly. Thus, the matter concluded in the headmaster's office with a heartwarming resolution akin to a family reunion. Dumbledore was nearly brought to tears, expressing his sentiments repeatedly. Yet, did this truly mark the end of the affair? As they exited the headmaster's office, Just dared not resist, trailing behind like a quail. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, Just cast a glance at Kane, the malice concealed in his eyes sending a chill down one's spine. Kane, allow Cedric to escort you to Madame Pomfrey. Otherwise, I shall be apprehensive, Professor McGonagall advised with earnestness as she took her leave. Kane felt a surge of gratitude and promptly assured her of his compliance. How has the great Mr. Lestrange transformed into a reckless lion? Snape, with a flick of his cloak, regarded Kane with discontent. Headmaster, I shall forever remain a Slytherin. Let us hope so, he replied coldly before turning away and departing. Kane lamented inwardly. You are heartless, you are cruel, and you are unreasonable. Most importantly, you simply walked away just like that? Snape, you shall truly lose me. I shan't give you a single canute for potions, believe it. Let us depart, Cedric chuckled lightly, having witnessed the spectacle, utterly devoid of empathy. Your brother is in such dire straits, and you can still laugh? Kane shot him a resentful glance. Cedric shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting that if one is a brother, one must endure another blow. Just did not appear to be the type to forgive and forget with a mere smile. Returning to the matter at hand, Cedric also noted the sinister glare that Just had cast upon leaving, stirring a sense of concern within him. If they come at me with weapons, I shall defend myself. If they bring water, I shall bury them in soil, he mused, contemplating the situation. Kane was eager to witness what further mischief Just might concoct. The Rowell family had previously sought to breach their contract, and Kane had initially intended to instigate a battle of family honor against the entire Rowell clan. After all, Kane possessed the dark wizarding aptitude enhanced by a unique experience card. The minor Rowell family should be easily subdued. Nevertheless, Kane found himself without allies at this juncture. Even if he managed to conquer the Rowell family, he would lack the means to govern them. One might ponder why he did not enlist the assistance of Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. To put it plainly, Kane was indeed a Lestrange. While Narcissa regarded him as her own son, Lucius did not share the same sentiment. If given the opportunity, Lucius would undoubtedly prefer to see the Lestrange fortune bear the Malfoy name. The so-called familial bonds among the great nobility are often starkly intertwined with naked self-interest. Come, let me escort you to the infirmary, Cedric patted Kane on the shoulder. Oh dear, I can't bear it. My heart suddenly aches, Kane feigned, clutching his chest and pretending to collapse. Cedric, alarmed, turned pale and hurried to support Kane, intent on taking him to the infirmary. Kane, seizing the moment, leaned closer to Cedric, pinching his handsome, terrified face playfully. I'm quite well, ha ha ha. He laughed, swiftly darting away. Cedric was left standing there in a daze for 2 seconds, before clenching his fists. Kane, you better wait for me. By the Black Lake. Kane looked up to see Cassandra, with her alluring figure and fiery red lips, alongside Gemma Farley, whose short hair framed her striking features. Senior, Kane acknowledged with a nod. He had come directly after seeing the note left by Cassandra, curious about her intentions. First, congratulations on achieving your desires. Cassandra floated towards him like a delicate cloud. Additionally, may I boldly inquire about the Rowell family? Oh no, I mean the Lestrange family's shop in Diagon Alley? What do you intend to do with it? Cassandra's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, are you interested, Senior? Kane retorted with a question of his own. Let us not dance around with noble pretenses. Cassandra moved closer to Kane, opting for frankness. You're in need of assistance, and I wish to recommend someone. Is it Gemma Farley you speak of? Kane glanced at Gemma, who suddenly flushed a deep crimson against her pale skin. Indeed, it is I. Gemma stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Kane. Now, don't look at Kane like that. It might make me jealous, she said directly, causing Kane's face to redden, though he maintained an air of composure. Yes, the person I wish to recommend is Gemma. She has managed to keep the 5th years in line solely based on her mixed heritage. Her abilities are self-evident. Then why seek me? Kane probed, his gaze fixed on Cassandra. Why you? Because you are unlike the others. You do not regard people as hierarchies, do you? You would even befriend a muggle-born as they call it. Hermione is far more intelligent than most purebloods, Kane instinctively countered. Hermione, how affectionate. It seems you are quite protective, Cassandra teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Kane sighed. You all are rather precocious. This is merely a pure and unblemished friendship. Very well. Let Gemma and I have the chance to choose each other. Gemma's inclusion would indeed alleviate Kane's shortage of personnel, leaving him with no reason to refuse. What do you intend to do with those 2 shops? They both turned to Kane. I plan to sell alchemical goods. Starting with a batch of protective amulets against curses to test the waters, Kane divulged without reservation. That's quite a lucrative business. I didn't expect you to dabble in alchemy, Cassandra exclaimed, her lips parting in surprise as she regarded Kane. Some knowledge, indeed, Kane replied subtly with a nod. There's one more thing. Cassandra hesitated momentarily, her expression shifting as if she had made a resolution. Chapter 36, The Chaotic Family. I need your assistance in freeing me from Eichburst. Cassandra's brows knit together, her tone resolute. What? Kane was momentarily taken aback. Here's the situation. My family has recently been negotiating a marriage alliance with the Eichburst family. While they term it a union, the less palatable truth is that those old men intend to sell me for a good price. Cassandra chuckled at herself, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Gemma Folly took her hand, offering silent comfort. After regaining her composure, Cassandra continued, My father is the patriarch of the Chaotic family, and I am his only daughter. He has a brother who has a son, my cousin, Davis Chaotic. Clich D as it is, my father favors sons over daughters. Even though my cousin is merely 3 years old, my father has already begun to pave the way for him, viewing me as an obstacle to be removed. As Cassandra spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. However, he forgets that I am also a Chaotic. What is rightfully mine cannot be taken by anyone. Gemma Folly gathered Cassandra into his embrace, softly stroking her shoulder in silent support. It's all right, Gemma Folly. I have long seen through the true nature of familial ties. I only feel a sense of sorrow. Resting her head on Gemma Folly's shoulder, she offered him solace in return. For a moment, Kane felt somewhat superfluous, believing he belonged at the bottom of the lake rather than beside them. Pardon my intrusion, Cassandra said, wiping the slight redness from the corners of her eyes. Finally acknowledging Kane's presence. The excellence of senior students is evident. Gender should never confine a truly talented individual. Kane gazed earnestly at Cassandra. Indeed, she replied, regaining her poise and bestowing upon him a radiant smile akin to the sun breaking through after a storm. Upon hearing Kane's words, Gemma Folly's previously aloof features softened, affirming that he had not misjudged him. However, Cassandra, how may I assist you? What you choose to do is your prerogative. I only concern myself with the outcome. Yet, I will not have you assist me without recompense. The Chaotic family monopolizes alchemical goods in England, possessing numerous alchemical secrets. I shall impart to you the unique alchemical knowledge of the Chaotic family. Cassandra raised her elegant neck, gazing at Kane with anticipation. Kane was indeed intrigued. Who would refuse valuable knowledge? More importantly, he wished to ascertain his current level of alchemical prowess. Another reason lay in his disdain for Eichburst. He was well aware that just provocations were shadowed by Eichburst's influence. One more question. Are you members of the Slytherin Brotherhood? Previously, Just and his associates had approached Theodore, attempting to persuade him to usurp Kane's position for their own purposes. At that time, they had dangled the existence of the Slytherin Brotherhood as bait for Theodore. In Just's portrayal, the Brotherhood comprised only members of pureblood families, having been entrenched in Hogwarts for centuries. It was evident how vast the resources and connections of this clandestine organization might be, given Eichburst's attitude towards him. Kane couldn't help but worry that one day he might confront this deeply rooted entity. We are not. To be precise, I am no longer a member. And Gemma Folly was never initiated, Cassandra stated, glancing at Gemma Folly. In truth, the Slytherin Brotherhood was not a particularly secretive organization among upperclassmen. It exclusively admitted members of pureblood families, especially those of considerable influence in England. I joined the Slytherin Brotherhood in the 4th grade, but upon learning of the impending union with Eichburst, I withdrew. Cassandra paused, her sole stipulation being the confidentiality of the Brotherhood's internal affairs. I had once believed that through my own abilities, I could lead Slytherin to transcend tradition and embrace fresh blood. Yet, they regarded me merely as a pawn, readily expendable. Gemma remarked with a tone of self-deprecation. The Slytherin Brotherhood resembles an aging elder, steeped in obstinacy and decay. Such an organization is hardly worthy of your concern. Cassandra expressed her indignation on Gemma's behalf. From the moment you enrolled, you were already within Burst's gaze. The Lestrange family is one of the 28 sacred houses, and you are the current head of the Lestrange family. There is no one in Slytherin with such a prominent status as yours. Since Cassandra had already severed ties with the Brotherhood, she felt no hesitation in disclosing Burst's previous intentions to Kane. However, Burst is quite displeased with me at present, is he not? Given Cassandra's candor, Kane posed the question directly. Gemma scoffed. That is because your very existence poses a threat to him. In your cohort, aside from you, there are the heirs of the Malfoy, Not, and Parkinson families, all of whom are esteemed nobles. They all seek your friendship and even hold you in high regard. Burst initially aimed to recruit you for his own purposes, yet it is evident you harbor your own ambitions. Naturally, Burst would be apprehensive about your entry into the Brotherhood, fearing it might undermine his standing within the organization. Moreover, your closeness to Gryffindor only adds to his discontent. as they are fervently pure-blooded. Cassandra continued, supplementing Gemma's words. This left Kane momentarily speechless. Regardless of his actions, his very presence would inevitably incite bursts of unease. Thus, do you dare? Do you dare to accept my proposition? Cassandra's eyes sparkled enticingly. Do not provoke me, senior. Even if I remain compliant, Burst will not spare me, will he? Kane paused, then declared, I accept your proposition. I truly did not misjudge you. Overcome with excitement, Cassandra embraced Kane tightly. Help, I can hardly breathe. Kane gasped as he was nearly smothered by Cassandra's softness. Release him at once. You might suffocate him. Gemma expressed her discontent as she pried Cassandra away. Oh, do not be jealous. I was merely overwhelmed with joy. A flush appeared on Cassandra's porcelain skin. You are the most important person to me. As she spoke, she nestled into Gemma's embrace. The lilies of my hometown have bloomed. They are truly fragrant. Kane's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, I certainly should be at the bottom of the lake, not beside the two of you. What are you staring at? Is it that appealing? Cassandra shot Kane an annoyed glance. You both look quite lovely. Kane could only feign ignorance, rendered speechless. All right. Swiftly hand the items to Kane. Gemma, unable to withstand Kane's astonished expression, nudged Cassandra, who was still leaning against her. Take this. It has been prepared for quite some time. Cassandra produced a small booklet of parchment from her bosom and handed it to Kane. Goodness. You were evidently prepared with the alchemical secrets of the Chaotic family all along. Were you so certain I would acquiesce? Kane's lips twitched involuntarily. Two ruffians, I must disembark. Chapter 37, The Secret of Babbling. Professor Babbling, are you present? That evening, Kane once again rapped upon the door of the ancient runes professor. Creak. The door swung open, and the familiar chill enveloped him once more. Why have you returned? Professor Babbling emerged, clad in shorts and yawning. I have translated it. Kane promptly presented the translated materials to Professor Babbling. What? Babbling exclaimed in surprise, instantly alert, as she snatched the parchment from Kane's hands. As she rapidly flipped through the pages, her astonishment grew. It is known that she had ostensibly tasked Kane with translating the ancient runes, while secretly hoping he would find it too daunting. However, to her astonishment, less than a day had passed before Kane had deciphered the obscure ancient runes. And with remarkable accuracy. Surely, he is merely a first-year student. Some of the runes she had pondered for years, uncertain of their meanings. Yet Kane had translated them with such clarity that one could not help but believe in the validity of his interpretations. Have I truly lived for 300 years only to be outdone by a novice? Babbling pondered, questioning her own existence. Kane remained oblivious to Babbling's inner turmoil. Had he known, he might have offered her some consolation. The ancient runes were a common script during the era of the Four Titans. For individuals of that time, reading ancient runes was as effortless as eating or drinking, a skill far beyond the reach of modern man. Professor, Kane called out to the seemingly dazed Professor Babbling. Clearing her throat to mask her disarray, Babbling gestured for Kane to take a seat. You must have discerned the truth, have you not? Babbling inquired with a hint of certainty. Based on the fragments of translation, it appears to pertain to a secret. Kane ventured cautiously. Indeed. It concerns the hidden treasures of our bloodline. Babbling replied with a touch of pride. Must you be so forthright? So, you belong to the bloodline. Kane was taken aback by the professor's candor. Spare the charade. You had your suspicions all along, did you not? Babbling rolled her eyes in a decidedly ungraceful manner. Not at all. I merely found you to be rather distinct from the other professors. After all, what sort of normal individual decorates their office in an elaborate funeral style? It is dreadfully gloomy. Who, pray tell, sleeps through the day and demands nocturnal visits? And who possesses such striking beauty yet appears so pallid? With lollipops that carry the scent of blood? There are far too many clues indicating that Professor Babbling is not entirely human. Perhaps this explains her typically lackadaisical demeanor, rarely seen by others except during her occasional lectures, allowing her identity to remain concealed for so long. However, Kane, as a gentleman, found it improper to directly unveil a lady's secrets and refrained from addressing her true nature. In other words, employing a vampire as a professor is indeed a feat that Dumbledore could accomplish. Since you have uncovered my secret, I can no longer spare you. Professor Babbling's eyes suddenly turned a vivid crimson. Yet, Kane remained unflustered. If one truly intended to commit murder, it would be prudent to first set down the bloody lollipop and refrain from merely terrorizing children. I hail from the most ancient and esteemed lineage of the Blood Clan. The lineage of the royal bloodline, a direct descendant of Kane, Babbling declared, her voice brimming with pride in her heritage. Professor, is it permissible for you to speak so candidly to me? At times, Kane genuinely wished to remain oblivious to such secrets. Now that you are aware, do not entertain thoughts of extricating yourself. At that moment, Babbling appeared utterly devoid of jest. Professor, I am but a child, Kane lamented, feeling a pang of headache. A child, indeed, but whether one is earnest is another matter. Babbling resumed her nonchalant demeanor. You sought me out, you cannot evade this. Kane found himself on the verge of tears. Had he known, he would have eschewed the so-called indirect learning and simply closed the door to focus on his inventions. So, Professor, what brings you to Hogwarts? Kane reclined, choosing to inquire directly, unconcerned about the mounting debts. My father forged an agreement with Dumbledore, wherein Dumbledore would protect me until I reached adulthood, while my father would purge the British realm of the degenerate members of the Blood Clan. To this day, I have resided in Hogwarts for 30 years, Babbling reflected with a hint of nostalgia. If your father could negotiate with Dumbledore, he must be a formidable vampire. Why does he not safeguard you himself? The Hunters clan pursues me. My father carried me from Romania, wandering until we reached England, hoping I could live a tranquil life. Dumbledore's renown is widespread. Even the Blood Clan must think thrice before challenging him. Kane refrained from probing into why the Hunters clan sought to eliminate Babbling. Every individual requires their own sanctuary. Her face unconsciously radiated a smile, silently conveying her current happiness. The bright moon outside grew increasingly luminous, enveloping Professor Babbling in a soft veil. Oh, I beg your pardon. I momentarily drifted off. Babbling, rarely embarrassed, regained her composure. Where were we? Ah, yes, the hidden treasures. Legend has it that Merlin lamented the death of King Arthur so profoundly that he implored the Lady of the Lake to take him to the fabled Avalon, seeking the source of life to restore Arthur. It is said that this source can resurrect lost souls and fundamentally transform vampires. Babbling gazed at Kane with fervent eyes, expressing her desire to become a wizard, to savor delectable cuisine, to feel warmth, and to walk freely under the sun. She did not wish to remain a frigid vampire. Professor, this is an internal matter of your clan. It would be inappropriate for me, as a wizard, to meddle with the enigmatic figure of the saintly Audra and now the royal bloodline of the vampires represented by Babbling. Kane felt overwhelmed. Ancient magical runes, this is paramount. Do not hastily dismiss it. I can sense that your accumulation of magical runes surpasses mine. The era of secrets is ancient and fraught with intricate mechanisms, making the deciphering of the magical runes within these concealed vaults of paramount importance. Moreover, you possess an abundance of secrets belonging to the Blood Clan. Should you disagree, I shall inform my father, and the clan of royal lineage will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Upon noticing the change in Kane's expression, Babbling hastily added, if I were to obtain the life source water, I would willingly share it with you. It must be said that Babbling's timely remark quelled Kane's swelling anger. Yet, I am but a first-year student. No worries. The vault only appears during the blood moon, which occurs scarcely once a century, according to the diviner sought by our chief. The next blood moon may not grace us for another decade. Babbling understood Kane's concerns. Very well, I shall acquiesce to this matter. Ultimately, Kane consented. The legendary life source water has the power to deter even death itself, a topic he had overheard while Slytherin and Gryffindor engaged in idle chatter. Immortality, after all, is the ultimate pursuit of every wizard. Chapter 38, The Little Communicator. From now on, you are one of us. I shall look after you at Hogwarts. Babbling patted her ample figure, exuding an air of authority. I truly appreciate it, Kane chuckled lightly. Come on. Babbling gestured toward Kane with a raised chin. What do you intend to do? I am merely a first year. Kane helplessly embraced his shoulders, seeking a savior. He was still but a budding flower. Ouch. Kane received a playful thump on the head. What are you thinking? Babbling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, I could practically be your great-grandmother. Oh, in that case, it's all right. Kane swiftly regained his composure, donning an air of virtue. Aren't we supposed to study the ancient runes of communication? Hurry up, learn quickly, and be gone. Do not delay my beauty sleep. Babbling's assertiveness was palpable. Oh, and when it suits you, call me little sweetheart, but once I've captured your attention, don't take me for granted. Call me Madam Cow. Kane's expression was rather infuriating. Did you not see? A black hash mark had appeared on Babbling's forehead, indicating her rising ire. Let us get on with it, Professor. Let us make this quick. Kane felt a surge of delight. Babbling took a deep breath, relaxing her clenched fist, reminding herself not to let anger consume her, as no one would be there to alleviate her ailments. This young man still has his uses. I'll spare him for now. Thus, in the ensuing days, Kane practiced spell dueling on Tuesdays with Professor Flitwick, toiled as a laborer under Professor Snape on Wednesdays, and intermittently learned dark magic from the Chilo version of the Dark Lord. In the evenings, he would seek Professor Babbling to discuss magical runes and occasionally collaborate with the Weasley twins on their progress with the magical world's version of a communicator. Even in rare moments of leisure, he was compelled by Cassandra's insistence to brew a batch of protective charms. Kane was indeed a whirlwind of busyness. He scarcely had time to gather with friends. The handsome young lad appeared somewhat haggard, drawing sympathy from the Slytherin girls, who longed to embrace him and offer him solace. Returning to the main subject, Kane resolved to officially name the magical realm's first alchemical communication device the Little Communicator. Consider it a small indulgence of a wandering soul. Hello. Hello, are you there? George Weasley emitted a furtive sound towards an unassuming black notebook. It's truly remarkable, George. I can distinctly hear your voice, Fred Weasley exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he held up a similar black notebook. Kane, exasperated, covered his face with his hands. For heaven's sake. You two are barely a meter apart. How many times must I reiterate that the communicator is still in its rudimentary version, incapable of voice recognition? It's meant for written communication. The two jesters were merely testing the inter-notebook communication, yet they had turned it into a theatrical performance. All right, George, you proceed to the charms classroom. Fred, you make your way to the history classroom. I shall remain in the room of requirement, and we shall exchange messages. Kane, eager to avoid further delays, quickly assigned tasks to the two mischief makers. At your command, my lord, the duo quipped cheekily before departing. Once they presumably reached their destinations, Kane retrieved a finely crafted notebook. Its cover featured two charming little serpents playfully winding across it, with a vividly illustrated depiction of Hogwarts Castle at the center. Truly, as expected of a lord, distinct from the ordinary. The twins could only agree. What the master says is always right. After all, Kane had yet to receive the promised 50 galleons. Taking out a quill, Kane inscribed a beautifully cursive line on the parchment. Are you there? Soon, in their chat group, the two on the other end began to respond with delightful enthusiasm. I am here. This is truly marvelous. This device surpasses the usefulness of an owl by far. Mother need no longer worry about me missing any messages. Observing their seamless and rapid exchanges, Kane nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the information was transmitted promptly without delay, far superior to certain fruit-branded devices. Kane declared with pride, the first communication tool of the magical realm has officially been born. Come, select one that pleases you. Kane gathered several communicators and summoned Theodore and the others to his dormitory. What is this? Draco inquired. Lifting a notebook adorned with a dragon island, teeming with soaring dragons, his curiosity piqued. Draco was well aware that Kane would not have summoned them merely to distribute notebooks. Open it and write a line to see. Kane gestured with his chin. Draco was the first to comply, producing a quill, declaring, Dragons are the most beautiful beings in the world. Kane unveiled his own communicator, which promptly displayed Draco's words. What in the world is this? Draco gasped, astonished. Seeing this, Theodore swiftly chose a notebook of his liking and wrote, The white rose beneath the winter sky. Kane showcased his notebook once more, confirming that Theodore's words appeared as well. Odette, Pansy, and Blaze, unable to contain their curiosity, each selected a notebook to experiment with. What is this? Odette pondered, a mix of understanding and confusion washing over her. Previously, Kane had requested Madame Lestrange to provide mithril, leading her to speculate that it was related to alchemy. Thus, the item in her possession was indeed an alchemical creation? Indeed, it is exactly as you surmise. Kane observed that Odette appeared contemplative and nodded affirmatively to her conjecture. What are you all playing at? Pansy inquired, her tone tinged with displeasure. Is there something that we are not permitted to know? Odette cast a sidelong glance at Pansy, feeling rather cheerful at the moment and choosing not to engage with someone so oblivious. This is an alchemical item. If I am not mistaken, it serves a communicative purpose. Odette asserted with conviction. What? Draco exclaimed. So we can communicate at any time through this notebook? It's a walkie-talkie, Kane interjected. Can we indeed connect with one another using this device? Theodore promptly grasped the crux of the matter. Of course. Each of you possesses a walkie-talkie with a unique initial code. You can identify one another, akin to adding friends, and thereafter, you may communicate freely. How do we add friends? Pansy inquired eagerly. I have entered everyone's codes into the walkie-talkies. You simply need to select the corresponding numbers to add friends. Oh, you are truly remarkable, Kane, Pansy exclaimed as she swiftly located and added the corresponding codes for those present. In the ensuing days, the professors at Hogwarts noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Typically indifferent students like Blaze and Pansy were now diligently taking notes in class, exhibiting an admirable attitude towards their studies. The professors nodded in approval, recognizing their newfound dedication. They are indeed teachable. Chapter 39, The Eve of Halloween. Upon awakening early in the morning, Kane was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Time indeed flies. In the charms classroom, Hermione hastily approached Kane, her long, deep brown hair flowing like seaweed in the air behind her. What's the matter? Must I report to you, Miss Granger? Kane teased, his voice laced with mock seriousness. Odette's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of arrogance. That's not what I meant. I'm merely concerned, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. All right, Odette. Kane interjected just in time to prevent her from saying more. There are some matters to discuss, but I will share them with you when time permits. Grateful for Hermione's concern, Kane smiled gently. Oh, all right then. I shall be off to class. Odette, you shouldn't always target Hermione. Kane whispered to Odette after Hermione had hurried away. Do you care for her? Odette's demeanor shifted from her usual indifference, and a refined smile blossomed on her face. Pansy, do you not feel a sudden chill? Draco wondered aloud, inexplicably shivering. It has cooled down, Naturally, you would feel cold, Pansy replied dismissively, her attention now covertly drawn to Kane and Odette. Theodore shook his head, choosing not to expose Pansy's transparent intrigue. Could you not be so obvious in your spying? You are practically encroaching upon their conversation. What? Kane replied, somewhat perplexed. She is one of our classmates, after all. Do you truly believe she is merely a classmate? Suddenly, Odave's tone took on an inexplicable lightness. Why not? Kane found himself perplexed by Odave's meaning. It's nothing. The professor is coming. Quickly sit up straight. Odave swiftly averted her gaze from Kane, skillfully diverting the topic. Professor Flitwick entered the room. Ah, Kane, it's your turn to demonstrate. After imparting the spell to the class, Professor Flitwick eagerly awaited Kane's exhibition. Standing calmly before the expectant gazes of his classmates, Kane rose with composure. With a flick of his wrist, he uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, the desk before him began to levitate, eliciting gasps and applause from his peers. Excellent, Lestrange, 1 point added. Wait, Professor, just 1 point? Kane protested with a hint of reproach in his eyes. Professor Flitwick disregarded Kane's mournful expression, remarking, you keep racking up points daily. Leave some opportunities for others, young man. How many extra points will be awarded? I hope it's not just 1. Kane mused internally, bemused by Professor Flitwick's newfound penchant for squeezing every ounce from his students. Reminiscent of Snape's methods. Although he harbored such thoughts, Kane quickly embraced his temporary role as a teaching assistant. Draco, remember to flick and swish your wand like this. Kane demonstrated the motion for Draco. Pansy, your wand is not a fire poker. It cannot withstand your excessive force. Goyle, never mind. Just continue practicing on your own. Kane, over here. Harry, bewildered by the feather on the desk, decisively sought Kane's assistance. Within moments, Kane, the hero of the hour, arrived at the scene. Harry, like this. Remember to control the flick of your wrist. Wingardium Leviosa. Kane demonstrated once more. Give it a try. Harry, I believe you can do it. Taking a deep breath, Harry followed Kane's instructions, and to his delight, the feather successfully floated before him. Look, Mr. Potter has succeeded. Gryffindor gains 3 points, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clearly pleased. Under the warm gaze of his classmates, Harry felt his cheeks flush. It was a rare moment for him to contribute points to Gryffindor. Kane, really? This point should be credited to you, Harry murmured, feeling a bit bashful. Harry, this point is rightfully yours. You have a knack for spells. Kane regarded Harry as a little angel, wishing that Professor Flitwick could hear such praise. Is that true? Haha, Harry said, scratching the back of his head in a flustered manner, breaking into a grin. Indeed, I'll go check on the other students. Kane nodded at Harry before moving on to assist others. Harry, now that you've mastered it, teach me too. His fellow group member, Seamus, urged, eager to learn. Why didn't you just ask Kane directly? Harry pondered, recognizing that Kane was evidently more qualified to guide them. He seems a bit hard to approach, doesn't he? Seamus hesitated to engage with Kane. Though Kane may appear aloof, he is a trustworthy friend. Have you forgotten he saved Neville? Harry couldn't help but defend Kane. True. I'll definitely ask him next time, Seamus vowed earnestly. All right, Harry conceded, not wanting to pressure Seamus further. Believing that Seymour would certainly change his perception of Kane upon deeper acquaintance, the feathers erupted explosively, transforming Seymour's hair into a chaotic explosion. The entire class erupted into merciless laughter. Professor, I believe we require another feather, Harry remarked with a stoic expression, raising his hand. Truly, Seymour was recognized as the quintessential explosive genius of Hogwarts. Were he in the world of Naruto, he and Daedara would undoubtedly share a wealth of common interests. Kane discreetly shook his head, relieved to have departed in time. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Before reaching Hermione and Ron, he heard Hermione's voice, reminiscent of a headmaster's admonition. Since you were so clever, why not give it a try? Ron exhibited clear impatience towards Hermione's lecturing. Hermione, displaying a hint of her own temper, decided to take on the challenge. She rolled up her sleeves, recited the incantation, and the feather slowly ascended. Miss Granger has succeeded. Gryffindor earns an additional 2 points. Hermione, somewhat smug, glanced at Ron, whose expression darkened further. With a disdainful huff, he chose to ignore her. In a sense, these two had become adversaries. One hailed from the Weasley family, yet was labeled a traitor to pure bloods due to his family's close ties with Muggles. The Weasley family was best known for its inability to support the numerous offspring. As the 6th child, Ron often felt overlooked, resulting in his sensitive and insecure nature, coupled with a strong sense of pride. This sometimes rendered Hermione appearing arrogant, though it was merely another form of insecurity. Two individuals with such fervent pride are prone to conflict until they learn the virtues of tolerance. As the class bell rang, Professor Flitwick ceased his instruction. Upon concluding, he prepared to depart. Wait, have you forgotten something? Kane's fervent gaze perhaps startled Professor Flitwick, who exchanged a brief glance with him. Thanks to Kane's assistance, Slytherin was awarded 10 points, much to Kane's satisfaction. Professor Flitwick, do indulge him. Chapter 40, Lady Rabbit and the Nuisance. No wonder everyone found her unbearable. Ron complained to Kane and Harry. At that moment, they struggled to navigate the bustling corridors after their charms class. The post-class rush was overwhelming. She asked like a nightmare. Ron lamented, his words lacking any semblance of mercy towards Hermione. Someone bumped into Kane and hurried past them. It was Hermione. Kane, ever observant, noticed her tear-streaked face. Hermione was aware of their scrutiny. Kane cast a reproachful glance at Ron. Oh well. Ron momentarily found himself at a loss for words. You truly possess a talent. TSK, TSK, TSK. Draco approached Ron amidst the crowd, his disdain palpable. And what of it? What is it to you? Ron found himself blushing at Draco's presence. She must have noticed. She has no friends at all, Ron retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Ron, don't act like this. Kane could no longer bear the situation and sternly halted Ron. Ron, daunted by Kane's authority, merely huffed and pulled Harry away. Kane intended to seek out Hermione, hoping to dissuade her from her foolishness. Where are you going? Draco inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. I'm going to find Hermione. You saw her. She was crying. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes glinted as he realized that class was about to commence. You should hurry to class. Leave this matter to me. Leave it to you? Kane raised an eyebrow, well aware of the contentious history between Draco and Hermione. Naturally, as a gentleman, one cannot stand idly by when a lady is distressed. Draco lifted his platinum head with an air of seriousness. Theodore and the others nearby regarded Draco with bemusement. Let Draco handle it. I trust he is a true gentleman, said Odette, standing beside Kane in defense of Draco. Pleased by her words, Draco felt less disdain from Odette, recalling how she had previously ignored him upon their first acquaintance. Very well. Though Kane harbored reservations, Draco's solemn assurance lent some credibility to his intentions. After all, one principle of aristocratic education is to refrain from making promises one cannot keep, and Draco had received the finest upbringing in that regard. With that, Kane led the group of Slytherins to their herbology class. To be frank, every time Kane attended herbology, he was plagued by a throbbing headache. He was always in a flurry, and this occasion was no exception. Collecting seeds required utmost caution. An improper grip could send the seeds from the pods flying in all directions. Fully engrossed in the task, novice Kane had little time to concern himself with Draco and Hermione's predicament. Stop. Slow down. Draco panted as he chased after the swiftly retreating Hermione. However, upon hearing the voice of the annoying pest, Hermione quickened her pace. Gritting his teeth, Draco accelerated, unwilling to let this opportunity to tease Hermione slip away. Unlike Ron, who spoke ill of others behind their backs, Draco preferred to ridicule openly and directly. His pursuit led him to the girls' restroom, where he found himself momentarily stunned. Hey, come out. Granger, I know you're in there. Stop hiding and respond, he urged, nearly hopping in frustration. Leave me alone, you pest, came Hermione's tearful retort from within. What gives you the right to tell me to leave? And who asked the pest, you rabbit-faced lady? Draco shot back, only to be met with Hermione's even louder sobs. Oh, please don't cry. Draco, who dreaded the sight of a weeping girl, recalled his mother Narcissa's admonition that only inept men made women cry. Stop crying. If you keep it up, I swear I'll come in there. Do you believe me? Draco attempted to threaten. Come in if you dare, echoed Hermione's voice, now even louder in the silent corridor. To my surprise, the Lion of Gryffindor exhibits such a propensity for tears, in stark contrast to us Slytherins, who remain perpetually poised. Draco once again attempted to provoke. Indeed, I am not like you. You, who boast of your pure blood, have always looked down upon those hailing from the Muggle world. Hermione, growing increasingly incensed, unleashed her pent-up frustrations upon Draco. What is so remarkable about you? You merely rely on your lineage. You, incessantly prattling about your father. What else do you possess but that hollow display? I detest you, you insufferable wretch. Sniffles punctuated her words as tears streamed down her face. Draco's face flushed with indignation. How dare you criticize me, you arrogant rabbit of a lady? You perpetually hold your head high, ostentatiously flaunting your superficial knowledge. Surely, you have noticed that you lack even a single friend. Hermione wept even more sorrowfully, as if she might faint from her anguish. Draco, consumed by his own fury, paid her no mind, simply standing in the corridor, listening to her cries. Ah, someone has succeeded in making his little girlfriend weep. Peeves suddenly appeared, chuckling mischievously. She is not my girlfriend. I am not her boyfriend. Draco and Hermione retorted in unison, with Hermione momentarily forgetting her tears. Peeves, momentarily taken aback by their combined fervor, pondered how he could maintain his reputation among the other ghosts. This simply cannot stand. With a fierce expression, Peeves produced 2 water balloons from seemingly nowhere and accurately struck Draco with them, then scurried away laughing. Peeves, I assure you, Kane will exact revenge on my behalf, Draco muttered, wiping the water from his hair, seething with impotent rage. Haha. Though Hermione did not witness Draco's misfortune firsthand, the mere appearance of Peeves signaled trouble. Her sadness diminished significantly. Well, dear rabbit lady, are you pleased to see my misfortune? You may emerge now. Draco, drenched in cold water, found his earlier ire extinguished. I shan't come out, you annoying pest. Hermione felt she had yet to weep enough. Furthermore, with that insufferable Draco outside, how could she bear to show herself? Her eyes were undoubtedly swollen from crying, and she refused to grant him the opportunity to mock her. Draco, too, fell silent, not wishing to let the rabbit lady witness his disheveled state. Thus, one remained within the confines while the other lingered outside, sharing a moment of tranquility. Chapter 41. The Troll Approaches. After a day filled with bustling classes, Kane led a throng of little snakes to the great hall. Countless bats flitted chaotically about the ceiling, some unexpectedly alighting upon witches, eliciting shrieks of surprise. Low-hanging dark clouds swirled overhead, stirring the air and causing the jack-o'-lanterns to flicker erratically. Trick or treat. Suddenly, the Weasley twins leaped from within a massive jack-o'-lantern, startling Kane. In the realm of wizards, there exists no tradition of trick-or-treating. Kane glared at the two with palpable irritation. Moreover, since when did mischief have a designated time? Oh, how well you know us. It nearly brings a tear to my eye. The Weasley twins, hand in hand, began to twirl in circles. Enough of this nonsense, come with me. Kane beckoned the Weasley twins and led them outside the great hall. Here, take this. Kane handed a jingling bag to George. Could this be? George gazed in disbelief. Indeed, within this bag lies the 50 galleons I promised you. During Kane's exploration of the inventive little genius, the Weasley twins had provided considerable assistance, and this was rightfully theirs. From now on, you shall be our employer. The twins, usually so playful, now wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Initially, they had thought Kane was jesting. After all, even their own family opposed their whimsical inventions. Yet, none anticipated that Kane would truly fulfill his promise. Truly, he is a scion of the Lestrange family. No need for that. This is what you deserve. Kane genuinely had no intention of receiving anything from the twins. That simply cannot be. The Weasley twins declared in unison, attempting to return the galleons to Kane. No. Kane quickly protested. Let us all take a step back. Consider these 50 galleons as my investment in you. The twins exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, behind Kane's back. Very well, Kane. You shall henceforth be our major shareholder, owning 40%. Do not refuse. We both agree on this matter. Before Kane could decline, the twins had already blocked his path. All right, it is settled then. Kane, wishing to avoid dampening their spirits, consented. Deep down, he still felt that the 50 galleons were rightfully the twins' due. Oh well, I can always invest further in them later. Money is not an issue. The twins pushed Kane towards the hall. The feast had indeed commenced, and the air was thick with a lively and exuberant atmosphere. Kane found himself unwittingly swept up in the joy, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Where's Draco? Kane scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Draco. He had yet to make an appearance. Pansy stretched her neck, searching, but to no avail. Odette looked on, puzzled. This is bad. Kane clapped his hands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately prepared to rise and search for Draco. The troll is in the basement, as you should know. Professor Quirrell stumbled towards Dumbledore's location, panting heavily as he shouted. The hall fell silent for a brief moment. In the next second, students began to scream, chaos erupting. Silence. Dumbledore had to use his wand to produce a series of sharp, piercing sounds to restore calm among the students. Heads of houses, immediately escort your respective prefects to the dormitories, Dumbledore instructed in a low voice. Pansy's face drained of color. She dared not imagine what might transpire if Draco encountered the troll. It's all right. I'll go find him, Kane reassured, patting Pansy's shoulder. I'll accompany you, Odette swiftly added. Kane shook his head, reluctant to expose Odette to danger. Wherever you go, I will follow, Odette insisted, biting her lip with determination gleaming in her eyes. Not wishing to delay further, Kane realized that locating Draco was of utmost importance, and thus ceased to impede Odette. Gemma immediately discerned Kane's intent and discreetly facilitated the pair's quiet departure. As they navigated the deserted corridor, moving against the tide of students, Kane inadvertently collided with Harry and Ron. Ron, sensing he might have caused trouble, wore a look of unease. Draco went to find Hermione. They should be in the same location, Kane remarked, continuing his stride without pausing. What? Harry and Ron found this revelation more absurd than the impending apocalypse. Draco and Hermione. Can the wizarding world not adhere to any semblance of logic? Do you know where Hermione might be? Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two, Kane inquired directly. Lavender and the others mentioned that Hermione is in the girls' restroom on the second floor. Meanwhile, Draco grew increasingly impatient. Having waited for what felt like an eternity, his hair, drenched by peeves, had dried, and his stomach grumbled in hunger. You can go on your own. Who asked you to take care of me? Hermione's voice was hoarse from her tears. Fine, I'll go. I couldn't care less. Before she could finish her thought, Draco was suddenly overwhelmed by a foul stench. Ugh, what is that horrendous odor? Did you blow up the girls' restroom? He questioned, retching at the appalling smell. You are the one who is blowing things up, Hermione retorted, her voice still commanding despite its hoarseness. A thundering sound echoed in Draco's ears. He turned, momentarily forgetting his nausea, to behold a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime. A monstrous figure loomed before him, resembling a small mountain. Its skin a grimy gray akin to granite, topped with a head no larger than a pea. As it approached, the nauseating stench intensified, and it grasped a colossal wooden stick, dragging it along the ground towards Draco. Frozen in terror, Draco found himself immobilized. As the creature drew nearer, his instinct for survival ignited. A high-pitched scream escaped his throat as he bolted, his legs still somewhat weak. "What's wrong with you, you nuisance?" Hermione, hearing Draco's shriek, was initially baffled, but it soon became clear. What kind of monster is that? Why is it in the girls' restroom? In a moment of sheer panic, Hermione emitted a scream that could shatter glass. Draco, in the midst of his flight, halted upon hearing Hermione's shriek. The pallor of his complexion deepened, devoid of any hue. As Draco was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. To save or not to save? That was the question. What was he to do? Brother, if only you were here. Chapter 42, Mutation. Oh. Hermione's terrified scream echoed once more. Draco's countenance turned even more ashen than the soul of the bloodless barrow. His heart brimmed with conflict at that moment. Granger had once been nothing more than a mudblood to him, utterly insignificant. Yet he, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, understood the weight of priorities. However, Kane's teachings had nurtured Draco's growth over time. Slytherin, above all, valued honor. Gritting his teeth, Draco suppressed his fear and let out a low growl. The sound of shattering porcelain and surging water reached the ears of Kane and his companions, who were hastily approaching. It was over, Ron murmured, darkness enveloping him. He had doomed Hermione. Oh. The cries rose and fell in succession. Kane breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. Upon entering the girls' restroom, a scene of chaos met their gaze. Draco and Hermione huddled against the wall, Hermione clutching Draco's shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. The troll advanced slowly towards them, its immense size causing it to dislodge the sink from the wall with every step. Harry instinctively picked up a fallen faucet and hurled it at the troll. Alas, the troll's thick skin rendered the faucet's impact negligible. Ron could only shout from the sidelines, frantically waving his arms to divert the troll's attention. Truly, the Gryffindor lion was courageous in times of peril. Kane softened his expression, choosing not to intervene immediately. This was a rare opportunity for them to hone their skills. Kane's thoughts, in some respects, aligned with Dumbledore's. Observing Kane's inaction, Odette refrained from taking matters into her own hands, watching the Gryffindor display with detached interest. Ron's shouts reached the troll's small, upright ears. The troll scratched its diminutive head, perplexed, and slowly turned its gaze. Until the troll shifted its attention, the two huddled figures had been entirely obscured from view. Kane. It was Kane. The two nearly wept with joy. Initially, upon hearing Ron's voice, they had thought it a mere figment of their imagination. "We are here." Draco suddenly found a surge of strength, standing upright and gazing at Kane with astonishment. Kane, observing Draco's post-adversity state, felt a pang of sympathy. His young cousin had always lived a pristine life within the estate. He had never appeared so disheveled. "Do not fear." Kane, undeterred by the approaching troll, calmly reassured Draco. At that moment, Ron, realizing his cries had garnered attention, dashed in the opposite direction from Hermione. While running, he shouted, "Come over here." The troll, responding as he wished, raised its club, preparing to strike Ron. In this moment of peril, Harry erupted with courage. He undertook an act both audacious and reckless. With a mighty leap, he vaulted onto the back of the giant, gripping its neck with both hands. The creature's immense body began to convulse, and Harry was tossed about like a mere rag doll. In a moment of desperation, he employed his sole weapon, thrusting his wand into the giant's nostril. The vulnerable spot was attacked, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. As it thrashed violently, it appeared that Harry could be flung off at any moment. Hermione, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the ground. Draco, with trembling hands, drew forth his wand. He had yet to outshine Potter in Quidditch. He could not allow Potter to meet his demise before him. Wingardium Leviosa, Draco declared, reciting the only incantation that sprang to mind. The wand suddenly slipped from the giant's grasp, soaring upwards before veering with uncanny precision and striking the creature upon its head. Thud! The giant, dazed, stumbled and fell towards Kane. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, withdrawing his wand from the giant's nostril, which was now coated in a thick, grayish substance. Kane frowned at the sight, his mild obsession with cleanliness prompting a silent vow to steer clear of Harry's wand in the future. "We won." "Haha," Ron exclaimed, regaining his composure and jumping with excitement. Aside from Kane and Odette, the remaining four expressed their relief at surviving the ordeal. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked uncertainly, gazing at the giant lying motionless on the ground. Harry leaned closer to inspect, seeking confirmation of the giant's demise. However, Kane, who had been standing at the doorway, saw the giantess arm suddenly swell with muscle in their blind spot. Get back. Kane urged Harry to move away. Yet, the turn of events transpired in an instant. Just as Harry stepped aside, the giant's fist descended upon the very spot he had occupied moments before. Bam! The ground where Harry had stood was smashed into a deep crater, sending a chill of fear through him. Run! Kane sensed something was amiss. The creature's eyes were suddenly shrouded in a sinister crimson hue, its form expanding at an alarming rate, grotesque spikes protruding from its arms, back, and legs. Unfortunately, Hermione and the others could not match the giant's rapid transformation. With a sweeping motion, the colossal beast brought down half the wall, trapping Draco and the others within the debris. Only Odette, who remained steadfast by Kane's side, was spared. At this moment, Kane was akin to an ant facing an elephant in comparison to the now magnified giant, which had at least doubled in size, its head nearly grazing the ceiling. It exhaled 2 jets of white mist from its nostrils, mindlessly flailing its arms in devastation. The 4 within the rubble screamed in terror. Quickly, fetch a professor. Kane instructed Odette, preparing to charge into the fray. We'll go together. Audie eyes clung tightly to Kane's arm. Obey me. At that moment, Kane was consumed by urgency. How could he possibly abandon his brother, with whom he had grown up? Upon seeing the furrowed brow of Kane, Audie understood his resolute intent. She could only stifle her tears, her eyes reddening as she sprinted away. She was aware that the sooner she located the professor, the greater the likelihood of Kane's safety. She hurried towards the auditorium, where the professor was most likely to be stationed. Yet, there was no one there, not a soul in sight. It appeared that the professors, under Dumbledore's direction, had scattered to search the vicinity of the basement for the monstrous creature, and Audie had gone astray. Professors, where are you? Audie looked around, unable to suppress the quiver in her voice. Suddenly, she recalled the basement. Professor Chilo had mentioned witnessing the creature there. Wiping away an unbidden tear, Audie darted once more towards the basement. Faster, I must hurry. Professors. This time, Audie finally spotted the silhouettes of the professors and could not help but weep tears of joy. Miss Rogier, what are you doing here? She implored. Please, save Kane, headmaster. Calm down, child. What has happened to Kane? Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered with a cold glint. Kane, Chapter 43, The Fierce Battle. Meanwhile, Kane raised his Sakura wood wand and swiftly cast a binding spell. A spectral golden chain, as thick as a man's arm, ensnared the frenzied, transformed giant. The beast struggled, crashing against the adjacent wall, causing half of it to collapse under the strain, sending dust swirling into the air. With the beast restrained, Kane hastily waved his wand to clear the debris that had fallen before him. How are you all? Kane found the 4 individuals huddled in a corner and could not resist scrutinizing them. When Kane urged them to flee, Draco had taken the lead. Now is not the time for chatter. We must move. Seeing that the 4 were unharmed, Kane exhaled in relief. He helped the somewhat weakened Hermione to her feet and began to lead them out. A low growl erupted from the transformed giant as it broke free from its chains and became increasingly agitated. It swung its club towards Kane and the others. The agility of the beast had markedly increased, putting Kane and his companions in grave danger. Armor. In a moment of urgency, Kane conjured a translucent oval shield, firmly encasing everyone within. A deafening crack resounded as the shield became riddled with countless fissures. Stay hidden. I will draw this beast away, Kane instructed, turning and sprinting in the opposite direction. Dark mist engulfed the upper body of the transformed giant. It covered one eye in anguish while brandishing its club high, relentlessly pursuing Kane. The destructive spell struck the giant with immense force, leaving only faint traces of blood. There was no alternative. The giant's thick skin and remarkable resistance to magic were renowned, which was precisely why even seasoned wizards struggled to confront such creatures. Moreover, at present, the giant has inexplicably mutated. Observing the limited damage inflicted by the spell, Kane realized he must alter his strategy. There was no other choice. System, come forth. He called while dodging the flying debris. Huh, did you call for me? The system seemed to be malfunctioning. Having not been summoned for quite some time, it had momentarily forgotten its primary function. Encountering the giant was indeed a pivotal scene from the original narrative. Hurry up, let's get this done. You wouldn't want me to be in peril, would you? In this urgent moment, Kane wished to avoid unnecessary chatter. Ding, you have checked in at the giant's iconic scene, assisting the trio, and have randomly gained 1 talent point. The system, sensing its host's imminent demise, promptly got to the point, precisely what Kane desired. Add it to the transformation spell, quickly. Ding. Transformation spell, 8 points, maximum value 10 points. Kane ceased evading and resolved to confront the giant head-on. As I wish. So let it be. Instantly invoking the spell, Kane entertained the thought of a dramatic flourish. With a wave of his wand, the bricks of the wash basin seamlessly morphed into thorns bristling with sharp spikes, entwining the giant layer upon layer. With another flick of his wand, Kane unleashed an ancient, long-forgotten enchantment, an enhancement spell. The spikes on the thorns, now imbued with metallic attributes, plunged deeply into the giant's formidable body, causing an incessant flow of blood. Physical attacks proved effective. Kane pointed his wand at the ground beneath the giant. Under the influence of his magic, the earth rapidly softened, ultimately transforming into a swamp. The colossal giant began to sink swiftly, its shoulders being the only part spared from the depths. Avada Kedavra! Without hesitation, a foreboding green light erupted from the tip of Kane's wand, striking the mutated giant's head with ferocity. At the moment of impact, the giant's gaze dulled. Its struggles weakened until it finally succumbed to silence. The giant had perished. "Oh my goodness, Kane!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. From her vantage point, the once familiar women's restroom had been reduced to ruins. The wind outside was free to swirl within, as the walls had vanished, leaving the interior in disarray. The creature, no longer deserving of the title giant, lay lifeless in the swamp. Seeing this scene, Professor McGonagall, with no time to scold Kane, embraced him tightly. "This child still lives. What a stroke of luck. What about Harry and the others?" On her hurried way, O'Dave recounted the events to Headmaster Dumbledore and his companions. Not seeing Harry, old Dumbledore felt an unusual pang of anxiety. Snape's expression darkened, his gaze vacant, lips pressed tightly together. "Headmaster, we are here." A dusty hand extended from the corner. "Oh, my heavens, how fortunate this is." Quirrell exclaimed dramatically upon seeing that Harry and the others were still alive, letting out an exaggerated sob as he clutched his collar tightly. A group of 4 individuals emerged, supporting one another as they walked. What on earth is happening? Professor McGonagall examined each person in turn, and upon discovering that none were injured, she felt a mix of anger and compassion, ultimately unable to contain her fury. "Minerva, the children have just undergone a harrowing adventure, and I believe what they need most right now is ample rest." Dumbledore intervened, halting Professor McGonagall's inquiries. She pursed her lips in a serious manner, choosing not to oppose him. The actions of these children were indeed both infuriating and heart-wrenching. "Headmaster, I wish to accompany them," Odette implored softly, her eyes glistening. "Go ahead. Miss Rogier, be with your friends." Dumbledore, understanding Odette's sentiments, did not object. Under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the group slowly made their way to the infirmary. Severus Snape, who had remained silent throughout, approached the giant after the unruly youngsters had exited. This was no ordinary giant. It was over twice the size of a typical one. Professor McGonagall gazed incredulously at the colossal creature before her. Muscles torn, blood vessels ruptured. The vitality and potential of this giant had been fully unleashed in a short span of time. Snape reached out to touch the giant, affirming, "Does it not sound like the effects of the rabid potion, which has been banned by the International Potion Association?" McGonagall recalled that during her youth, this potion had been officially prohibited, leaving a lasting impression of its dire consequences. The rabid potion cannot alter the physical structure of a giant. This must be a more malevolent ancestral potion. The title of Potion Master truly suits Snape, as he can identify even the long-lost potions. Ancestral potion. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Could these two matters be connected? Dumbledore felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Chapter 44. The Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore. "Did you see?" Snape spoke with heightened emotion. The cause of the giant's demise was the unforgivable curse. "Yes, Severus, I am aware." Dumbledore's blue eyes held a serious glint. "Then you must also realize that the killing curse could only originate from Bellatrix Lestrange. You should expel him immediately." Since the moment he laid eyes on Kane, Snape had been plagued by unease. He could always see the shadow of someone he preferred not to mention in Lestrange. Moreover, Kane, being a Slytherin, had been deliberately friendly with the Chosen One. Snape's long-held instincts as a double agent were sharply stirred. He had already caused Lily's demise. Her child must not face danger again, not ever. "Severus, Kane's actions are all to protect his friends, are they not?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, acknowledging that his intentions were noble. "Dumbledore, you remain unchanged. Do you not find Lestrange's actions eerily familiar?" Snape's tone had become accusatory. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, weariness flickering in his blue eyes. "It is precisely because I perceive the shadow of that individual within him, a shadow of someone who, at Kane's age, had yet to reach the heights Kane has attained. I have erred once with that person, and I am loath to repeat that mistake." Dumbledore intoned gravely. "Dumbledore, you remain ever so hypocritical. Always regretting only after events have transpired," Severus Snape retorted, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Severus, that incident is long past. It is time for you to forge your own life," Dumbledore urged. Since Lily's demise, Snape had lived a semblance of a life, akin to that of a soulless automaton. Dumbledore understood that he sought redemption through self-imposed suffering. "No, I can never let go. My existence will forever be dedicated to Lily." "Severus, how much longer must you endure this?" Dumbledore pressed, still wishing to counsel Snape to relinquish his burden. Snape, devoid of the will to engage in further debate, silently exited the headmaster's office. Severus Dumbledore wished to call him back, but ultimately refrained, for he too had deeply felt the anguish of losing a cherished loved one. Such pain never dissipates, it only intensifies with the passage of time. Very well, let him go. Kane awoke amidst an environment rich with the aroma of food. You're awake? Odette sat by Kane's bedside, her hands occupied with a meat pie and a large jug of milk. I noticed your fondness for this, so I brought some for you. Odette nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you. Kane, having enjoyed a lengthy slumber, indeed felt a pang of hunger, and Odette's arrival was most timely. I am quite famished as well. Draco had awakened far earlier than Kane. His eyes had long been coveting the sustenance Odette had brought. Yet he knew she would hardly take notice of him. But with Kane awake, the situation was different. If not now, then when? After all, Kane indulged him. I too am hungry. Me as well. +2. Nearby, several beds parted their curtains, signaling their desire for food. However, what on earth did +2 mean? Draco shot an incredulous glance at Ron, who had uttered the phrase. It means I can eat for 2, Ron replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Kane surveyed the few pies on the plate, knowing they would not suffice for everyone. Observing their eager gazes, Kane suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation of paternal affection, his expression transforming into an oddly benevolent demeanor. With him present, none of his fine lads would go hungry. Kane retrieved his wand from beneath his pillow, tracing a clockwise circle 3 times. Upon completion of the incantation, the image of a house elf materialized within the circle. With a gentle flick of his wand, Kane summoned the elf. This method had been imparted to him by Hufflepuff. Ding! Your order has been placed. A small elf, adorned with a garment emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, appeared before Kane, bowing deeply. Master, what desires may I fulfill for you? I stand ready to obey your every command. The elf's large, bulbous eyes sparkled with excitement, yet carried a hint of caution as it gazed up at Kane. He never expected that Kane would wield the unique magic of Helga Hufflepuff to summon house elves. He must surely be a descendant of Hufflepuff. Indeed, my keen eye for talent has discerned that this young master is extraordinary. Kane felt uncomfortable under Lightning's eager gaze. The last time they met, it was not so exaggerated. What is the matter with you? Kane inquired, noticing some bruises on Lightning. This is Hogwarts. Who would dare to mistreat a house elf? The young master actually cares about me. Lightning spun around in excitement. Ah, stop it. Kane helplessly rubbed his nose. Yes, young master. Lightning explained that he had merely been caught in a door. Standing tall like a pine, Lightning would not divulge to the young master that when the Hufflepuff summoning occurred in the kitchen, the entire room of house elves erupted in chaos. They tussled amongst themselves for the chance to serve a descendant of Hufflepuff. Ultimately, Lightning outpaced the other elves and seized the opportunity. Hearing this rather unjust yet spirited reasoning from the house elf, Kane fell silent. It truly was a unique perspective, utterly unpretentious. I require some breakfast. Young master, please wait a moment. Lightning bowed, and with a crack, vanished. Ding. Your takeout is being prepared by Hogwarts vendors. Ding. Your takeout has been delivered by Lightning. Kane's eyes nearly bulged out. Several house elves appeared simultaneously, each carrying a massive platter. Kane dared to assert that everything on the English breakfast list could be found on their plates. Wow. Harry and Ron gaped in astonishment at such a lavish spread, believing it would only appear during feasts. Young master, please enjoy your meal. The house elves piled Kane's side high before vanishing with a crack. Did they bring the entire Hogwarts kitchen here? Draco, barefoot, approached Kane's bedside. All right, let's eat quickly. Kane looked at the food, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Who could possibly finish all this? The 3 boys wasted no time diving into the feast. What are they? And why do they call you young master? Hermione, unable to contain her curiosity, asked between bites. They are house elves, servants to wizards. My mother has always wanted one. Ron replied with his mouth full, his words barely intelligible. I can't even remember the names of the many elves in the Malfoy household. Draco began to boast like a peacock. Oh, right. After enduring life and death experiences together, Ron had developed a significantly higher tolerance for Draco, now adept at sarcasm. I don't know why they call me young master. Kane suspected it was related to Hufflepuff, but felt it inappropriate to disclose this to Hermione. Can we summon house elves like you did just now? That was really cool. Harry said, his face filled with envy. Give it a try. Ron encouraged from the side, equally intrigued. Harry, upon hearing this, wiped his hands, took out his wand, and attempted to replicate Kane's clockwise motion 3 times. Nothing happened. It didn't work. Harry said, feeling somewhat disappointed. The crowd's attention swiftly turned to Kane. This was the closely guarded secret of the Lestrange family. Kane calmly wiped his mouth and concocted an excuse. Draco's gaze flickered, yet he refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, students gradually entered, eager to indulge in a hearty breakfast. However, to their dismay, all 4 long tables stood utterly devoid of food. Where's the meal? Where's my breakfast? Chapter 45. My apologies, Professor Binns. What do you think Professor McGonagall will do to us? After satisfying her hunger, Hermione involuntarily succumbed to her inner turmoil. The others present fell silent, a palpable anxiety settling among them. The event had already transpired. Worrying further was futile. Kane, with an air of serenity, reassured them. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light heralded the arrival of Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, in the infirmary. Fawkes landed directly at Hermione's bedside, the furthest position from Kane, preening its feathers. It seemed that Dumbledore had sent Fawkes to summon them to his office. Ignoring Fawkes' disdain, Kane elucidated the purpose of the phoenix's arrival. It truly is beautiful. Hermione gazed at Fawkes with rapt fascination, as it was her first encounter with a phoenix. It resembled a large turkey. What was so captivating about it? The Eastern Phoenix, with its melodious cry akin to flutes and its sound reminiscent of bells, epitomized elegance. Kane silently scoffed. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his palm. It was his wand. Crafted from cherry blossom wood, its core was a feather from an Eastern Phoenix. It appeared that his wand concurred with his sentiments. Children, Madame Pomfrey entered. Once you've taken your potion, you may leave. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. Ever since his previous encounter with Snape's concoction, Kane had developed a psychological aversion to potions. Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine. Let them drink, he urged. No need for modesty. Each of you must partake, she replied, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Is this truly necessary? Kane exchanged a glance with Draco and the others, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fate. He accepted the potion and downed it in one swift motion. Surprisingly, it was not unpleasant. A refreshing mint flavor lingered. Surely this isn't brewed by Professor Snape, Kane asserted confidently. Naturally, given the infirmary's high demand for potions, Professor Snape did not have the luxury of time to devote to brewing. This was ordered in the name of Hogwarts from the Potion Association. Madame Pomfrey appeared in good spirits today, even taking the time to engage in light conversation. Madame Pomfrey, I would like to contribute funds for purchasing potions for the infirmary. Professor Snape is quite busy, and I thought this might alleviate some of his burdens. Kane expressed his sincere intent to support the school and its headmaster. Looking earnestly at Madame Pomfrey, Mr. Lestrange, thank you for your generosity. I will inform the headmaster of your offer. Her demeanor softened as she regarded Kane with newfound warmth. It seems that Mr. Lestrange is indeed a kindred spirit, aspiring to elevate the medical profession within the British magical community. Please wait a moment. Madame Pomfrey turned elegantly and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several slips of paper, which she distributed among a few individuals. Kane took one and observed that it suggested the cancellation of courses at Hogwarts posing potential dangers to students, while advocating for the introduction of relevant self-rescue medical courses. At the top of the danger list was potions class. No, Madame Pomfrey, your intentions to monopolize the potions curriculum at Hogwarts appear rather conspicuous. Gathering student petitions to pressure Dumbledore is indeed a straightforward, yet unembellished form of business warfare. Kane glanced at his companions. Harry and Ron had eagerly affixed their signatures, clearly disgruntled with Snape for quite some time. Hermione, deep in thought while nibbling on her quill, nodded intermittently. At that moment, Draco and Odette also turned to Kane, exchanging glances. To directly undermine their own head of house seemed rather audacious. Nevertheless, Kane lightly traced his quill and opted for history class. My apologies, Professor Binns, but your lessons have proven to be quite hypnotic, severely impacting my willpower. Draco and Odette quickly followed suit, visibly relieved. Madame Pomfrey regarded the petition slips from Kane and his companions with some dissatisfaction, but recalling that Headmaster Dumbledore awaited them, she waved her hand dismissively, bidding them to leave. Children, please take a seat. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the group entering his office, flanked by Professors McGonagall and Snape. The situation had already been briefly outlined by Odette, but I believe it is essential to hear your perspectives as well. The group exchanged glances, and Hermione was the first to speak up, explaining the events. The room fell silent as they listened intently, with Draco and Harry occasionally adding their insights. You were exceedingly reckless, Professor McGonagall remarked, still shaken by their account. As a consequence, I must impose a punishment. Professor McGonagall, I apologize, but they acted on my behalf. If punishment is necessary, then let it fall solely upon me. Hermione said, tears spilling from her eyes. Though her 2 months in the magical realm paled in comparison to over a decade in the Muggle world, they remained profoundly etched in her memory. She truly did not wish to part from this wondrous and mysterious place. Harry and the others stared at Hermione in astonishment. She, who usually held the school rules in such high regard, would chastise Ron and Harry whenever they lost points. This moment clearly illustrated the significance of Hogwarts to Hermione. Now, she was willing to shoulder the blame alone. Draco, too, was taken aback, never having anticipated that the seemingly timid Granger could display such courage. Odette's eyes flickered, recognizing that the usually impudent Granger possessed redeeming qualities. Kane remained silent, but his heart swelled with reflection. Each individual was gradually evolving. So too were Draco and Hermione. In light of this, it seems that his circle of friends may have just expanded. Children, No one has suggested your expulsion. Dumbledore, with a look of satisfaction, winked at them. However, punishment is indeed necessary. Each of you will lose 5 points. Professor McGonagall, disregarding Dumbledore's levity, spoke with a grave demeanor. No one seemed to mind the deduction of points. Even Hermione, who was typically concerned about scores, appeared relieved at not being expelled. Nevertheless, due to your courageous act of rescuing a fellow student, Mr. Lestrange, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Rogier, each of you will receive an additional 10 points. Professor McGonagall's face also bore a look of delight. Indeed, they are truly remarkable Gryffindors. Yet, it would be even better if Kane were also a Gryffindor. Well, it seems that matters have reached a satisfactory conclusion, have they not? Dumbledore dabbed at the corner of his eye with a floral handkerchief. Children, off to class you go. Fresh knowledge awaits to fill your little minds. Dumbledore paused for a moment. Mr. Lestrange, please stay behind. Snape, who had remained silent throughout, directed a glance toward Kane. Very well, children, follow me. McGonagall gestured for the others to leave, granting Dumbledore and the others space to converse. Headmaster, do you have further matters to discuss? Kane inquired, though he surmised it was related to the use of the unforgivable curse. After all, the monstrous creature had perished cleanly, save for the wounds inflicted by thorns. Truly, that was a deadly curse. Mr. Lestrange is quite remarkable, having employed an unforgivable curse at such a young age. I believe you ought not to be sorted into Slytherin. You should be sent directly to Azkaban for further study. Snape scoffed, crossing his arms. Are you suggesting that I should stand still and allow the creature to kill me? Kane felt exasperated. Snape had never looked kindly upon him. Enough, enough, Dumbledore interjected hastily, putting an end to their mutual mockery. Kane, you did indeed use an unforgivable curse. Did you not? Although it was in self-defense, Dumbledore regarded Kane with a serious expression, his eyes filled with admonition. Headmaster, I understand, Kane replied, though internally he felt somewhat dismissive. Dark magic is an abominable source of evil for ordinary people, yet for the heirs of Slytherin, it resembles an innate talent. Kane, there is something I wish to inquire about your perspective. Dumbledore softened his tone. What are your thoughts on the Dark Lord? Kane was taken aback, unsure of why Dumbledore would pose such a question. Though I did not live through the era of the Dark Lord, from the historical records of the magical community, he appears to be an extreme proponent of pure blood, a madman intent on unifying the wizarding world. Kane recognized Dumbledore's wariness of the Dark Lord. Now was not the time for pretense to alleviate Dumbledore's concerns. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. He fervently champions pure blood and regards half-bloods and muggle-born wizards as inferior. You are of pure blood, so what is your perspective on half-bloods and muggle-born wizards? Dumbledore redirected the conversation towards Kane. I do not align myself with the Dark Lord. Whether half-blood or muggle-born, they are all part of the wizarding community. Kane indeed disapproves of the Dark Lord's sole admiration for pure bloodlines. The population of the wizarding world is minuscule compared to that of muggles, making it a clear example of scarcity. Moreover, the muggle world is no longer the primitive society it once was. Modern weaponry is continuously emerging. It must be said, my dear, that times have changed. Kane believes that wizards should now unite all possible forces rather than engage in destructive infighting. Only by doing so can the wizarding community hope to stand a chance if exposed to muggles in the future. Upon hearing Kane's words, Dumbledore's demeanor visibly softened. Indeed, Kane, we all share the identity of a wizard and should be entitled to equal standing. Kane did not concur, for absolute equality is a notion that cannot exist anywhere. Furthermore, the truth upheld by the wizarding community has always been that power reigns supreme. Kane, you are aware of Harry's situation, are you not? Yes. Harry is the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Yet, I can assure you that the Dark Lord is not truly dead. Dumbledore leaned forward, clearly stating this to Kane. Kane's pupils constricted. What did Dumbledore mean by this? He was not surprised that Dumbledore knew the Dark Lord still lived. After all, the mark of the Death Eaters on Snape was not mere decoration. But why disclose this information to him? So, you have chosen to reveal this to me, Kane said, striving to maintain his composure. I hope you will assist Harry and protect him. Dumbledore appeared entirely serious. I refuse, Kane replied succinctly. Snape snorted derisively, casting a glance at Dumbledore, as if to say, see, he is not as you portrayed. I cannot play the role of anyone's caretaker. I trust that he has the headmaster and professors to protect him. Certainly, Harry is my friend, and if I witness him in danger, I will not stand idly by. Kane paid no heed to the silent exchange between Snape and Dumbledore, speaking resolutely. Of course, my child. You need only lend a hand to Harry when necessary. Dumbledore was quite pleased with this outcome, for Kane was indeed different from that individual. Seeing the matter settled, Snape cast Kane a lingering glance before departing. Child, come with me. Dumbledore rose and walked toward another room. Kane, somewhat puzzled, followed Dumbledore to a new location. Come closer, Kane. Dumbledore produced a crystal sphere the size of an infant's head and gently caressed it. Instantly, an elderly man with thinning white hair and withered limbs appeared within the sphere. Greetings, young Albus, The old man within the crystal greeted Dumbledore, slowly turning his neck to regard Kane. Is this the young prodigy in alchemy you mentioned? Oh, Nicholas. I am over 100 years old. What of it? I am over 600. The two continued to exchange pleasantries. Just now, I encountered the little old man. And although Kane had his suspicions, he was astonished to find that it truly was Nicholas Flamel. While Professor Babbling was enjoying afternoon tea with me, she extolled your ancient magical runes and alchemical talents. I believe you and Nicholas will find much in common. Dumbledore jested, giving Kane a pat on the shoulder before making his way out. Greetings, Master Flamel. Kane felt a flutter of excitement in the presence of the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Young Kane, may I call you that? Do not be so serious. Nicholas Flamel replied warmly. Come, take a look at this. Kane leaned closer to the crystal ball, scrutinizing it carefully. It appeared to depict a runic array for condensing magical energy points. Haha, young Kane, Dumbledore was indeed correct. You are quite the prodigy. Indeed. This is the very array used to gather dissipated magical energy into a single point. Nicholas was pleasantly surprised that Kane could discern its purpose. For centuries, only Nicholas had succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone, underscoring the complexity of the task. The condensation array was an indispensable step in the stone's creation. To see such talent in someone so young was truly remarkable. Initially, upon hearing Dumbledore speak of a budding alchemical genius at Hogwarts, he thought it merely a product of Dumbledore's bias towards his students. Little did he know, it was indeed true. How wonderful. Kane, you truly possess a gift. Come, learn alchemy from me. Nicholas Flamel was direct in his proposition. Is it true, Master Flamel? Kane marveled, for who could refuse Nicholas Flamel? Ah, you may call me Master. Nicholas feigned indignation, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Help me, Paranel, my brow is misaligned. The little old man appeared rather fragile. Coming, a slightly plump, amiable-looking woman ambled over. Oh, darling, you must be Kane, whom Dumbledore mentioned. Paranel had not seen such an adorable boy in quite some time and instantly took a liking to him. Paranel, you really ought to pay more attention at your age. You're making the child laugh, she chided gently, though her hands moved with utmost care as she adjusted Nicholas's bones. Kane thought to himself, I shall partake of this 600-year-old dog food in respect. The audience may indulge as they please. Chapter 47, A Farce. After repeatedly assuring Paranel that he would visit her in France over the summer, Kane concluded this meeting, catching a glimpse of the somewhat forlorn expression on Nicholas's face. It appears you and Nicholas indeed share much in common, Dumbledore remarked, observing Kane as he exited the room. A smile on his face as he playfully grasped a handful of cockroaches. Thank you, Headmaster, for providing me the opportunity to meet with the professor. Without you, Kane would likely never have encountered Nicholas. After all, as a luminary in the realm of alchemy, the number of individuals wishing to meet him was akin to the countless fish crossing a river. It was said that Nicholas had grown weary of such attention and had chosen a life of seclusion. Only a select few knew of his whereabouts, Dumbledore being among them. If it were not for your remarkable excellence, Nico would never have consented to be your mentor, Dumbledore reflected with a sense of nostalgia. By the way, Headmaster, the teacher mentioned that this crystal ball now belongs to me, facilitating future communication with him. When Kane emerged from the inner room, he conveniently brought the crystal ball along. Go on, Dumbledore waved his hand, urging Kane to hasten to his class. After Kane departed, Fawkes soared directly to Dumbledore's shoulder. Gently stroking Fawkes' warm feathers, Dumbledore murmured, could it be him? A faint voice echoed through the empty corridor on the third floor, seemingly emanating from beyond the walls. Kane abruptly halted, pressing his ear against the wall for confirmation. Hiss. There was no mistaking it. It was the basilisk. But was it calling Riddle or me? Look, it's him. Oh, he is truly handsome. I think I might be falling for him. After class, Kane, accompanied by a group of little snakes, passed by the fountain area outside the great hall. Small clusters of girls secretly observed Kane, whispering amongst themselves. Whenever Kane glanced their way, a chorus of excited squeals erupted from the crowd. What is going on with them? Kane pondered. Should this not be the treatment reserved for a savior? Of course. They are adoring me. Draco puffed out his chest, a blush of excitement gracing his cheeks. Odette rolled her eyes at Draco, her expression conveying a silent language of exasperation. You have no idea. The tale of your victory over the troll has spread far and wide. It's hard to imagine how you accomplished that, Pansy remarked, pride shining on her face. You don't understand. That troll was 3 stories tall, and when it raised its hand, the entire corridor collapsed. Terrifying. A group of Gryffindors encircled Ron, eagerly listening to him recount the past story, occasionally exclaiming in response. At that time, both Kane and Harry had been knocked down by the troll, and Hermione was reduced to tears. Fortunately, I was there to save the day, wielding a log as thick as Hagrid's waist to strike the beast. The Gryffindors listened intently, eagerly itching to take on 10 trolls themselves. How shameless of him. Draco's face flushed red, though it was out of anger this time. Odette, rarely in agreement with Draco, nodded in response. Never mind, let us go. Kane dismissed Ron's boasting. Everyone has their little pleasures. Welcome back. The hero of Slytherin, Ike Berth observed as Kane and his companions entered the Slytherin common room. He lounged casually on the sofa, gently applauding. The common room was filled with Slytherins, and upon hearing Ike Berth's words, their reactions varied. It was merely a trivial effort. Ike Berth attempted to put on a show, but Kane was uninterested in playing along. Wait. The insincere smile vanished from Ike Berth's face, his gaze growing colder. Is there something else? Kane paused in his tracks. Indeed, there is a matter. White, come here. The long-absent White materialized before the crowd like a specter. Kane's expression sharpened. White had become nothing but skin and bones, his face devoid of color, with deep-set eyes that suggested a man on the brink of death. However, Kane was far from being a saint. White's current plight was entirely of his own making. What was this from the senior? What schemes were these extreme purebloods plotting? He had indeed acted inappropriately before and had offended you. White had sought me out, pleading desperately for help in reconciling with you. Ike appeared entirely concerned for his junior. Senior, I believe you are mistaken. White did not offend me. He offended the entire pureblood community. You have misidentified the culprit. Kane would not allow Bursted to transform a sensitive issue of allegiance into a personal vendetta between him and White. Indeed, Senior, we were all present. White's targets were the purebloods as a whole. Why do you continue to assist him? Theodore interjected, returning Bursted's words with his own. The first-year snakes nodded in agreement with Theodore's assertions. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I beg for your forgiveness. Walter observed Ike's expression darken and, suppressing his fear, stammered out his plea. Once again, you have not offended me. Kane disregarded the farce, leading the first-year snakes away. The secret stronghold of the Slytherin Brotherhood was known. After all, Lestrange defeated a troll in his first year, remarked a masked figure to Ike, Bursted, and others. Sir, that must be a rumor. Lestrange is merely a first year. How could he have slain a troll? Ike replied respectfully, his head bowed. A rumor? I witnessed it with my own eyes, the masked figure scoffed, clearly displeased with Bursted's reaction. What? Could it be you? Ike gasped, realizing that perhaps the troll was brought in by him. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. The masked figure warned Bursted sternly. Your foremost priority now is to win Lestrange over, if necessary. Offer him the title of Vice President. The masked figure issued a firm directive to Bursted. Vice President. Bursted felt a surge of jealousy. How long had he labored to attain the position of Slytherin Brotherhood President? Lestrange was but a first year. He was unworthy. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to win Lestrange over. Ike concealed his tightly clenched fists within his robes, maintaining a facade of respect. Very well. The masked figure considered Bursted to still possess some utility. Once Lestrange joined the Brotherhood, the wealth of the Lestrange family would flow into their ranks before long. The masked figure departed, satisfied with his thoughts. President, must we truly, murmured James Taylor beside him, aware that their president was not particularly magnanimous. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Ike struck James, his expression darkened. James dared not resist, choosing instead to silently endure the situation. His family was no noble lineage, merely an ordinary household within the British magical community. The only commonality between Kane and Buster is their pureblood status. Within the Brotherhood, he is merely a minor character. This is Slytherin, where the weak possess no voice. Chapter 48, The Chamber of Secrets. In the corridor of Gonsilda on the third floor of the castle, Kane and the Weasley twins had arranged to meet before the statue of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch. A sudden gust of cold wind swept in, prompting Kane to quickly cast a warming charm upon himself. It was now mid-October, and the weather was increasingly frigid. Suddenly, the Weasley twins leapt out from behind, attempting to startle Kane, but of course, they failed miserably. How dull. They each wrapped an arm around Kane's shoulders, murmuring that he was no longer fun. Kane retorted, I am not a toy. I genuinely could be hurt. Enough chatter. Do you have the item? George produced a blank piece of parchment from his pocket. This is our treasure. You must treat it with care. Kane felt a shiver run down his spine, their demeanor resembling that of parents marrying off their daughter. Hand it here, he demanded. Kane took the parchment directly, asking how to use it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The moment Fred uttered these words, the previously blank parchment transformed into a detailed map of Hogwarts, displaying the movements of individuals within the castle. Look, Snape is pacing on the 4th floor. Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. A trail of cat paw prints appears near Professor McGonagall's office. Has she transformed into a cat? The three of them shared a hearty laugh. Once finished, saying mischief managed would revert it to its original state. Fred demonstrated, and the Marauder's map returned to a blank piece of parchment. All right, I understand. I'll return it to you later, Kane said, tucking the map into his robe as he turned to leave. Wait, Kane. The Weasley twins blocked his path. Is there anything else? Kane inquired. Have you ever considered selling the Marauder's map? They chimed in unison. Of course. Who would turn down a chance to make money? Kane mused, realizing it was a loss for the twins not to engage in promotion. What is promotion? The twins exchanged puzzled glances. having forgotten that it was a term from the Muggle world. It's about making everyone aware of the map's existence, allowing interested parties to pre-order through you too. I assure you it will be successful. The twins gleefully agreed, confident that they were the right choice for the task. However, could you manage to provide us with a batch at cost price? Not too many, Kane added. Certainly, was Kane's prompt response. The Marauder's map could be considered the first communication device in the magical world with a vast market. Giving the twins a small share would impact the market significantly. Yet, it seemed they had developed an addiction to being middlemen. That night, Kane skillfully navigated through Hogwarts using the Marauder's map to avoid the nocturnal wanderers, stealthily entering the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. After a thorough search, he found a small serpent etched on the side of a bronze dragon head. Kane cleared his throat, fixing his gaze upon the small serpent. Hiss, open, he intoned. The serpent's head emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. In no time, the pool vanished from Kane's sight, revealing an exceedingly thick pipe. Without hesitation, he cast a spell upon himself. Misty shadows danced with the wind, and Kane transformed into a wisp of black fog, gliding down the pipe. This pipe appeared to extend for dozens of meters, and it took Kane a moment to finally stabilize himself. Here, darkness enveloped him, rendering his outstretched hand invisible. As he shifted slightly, a sharp cracking sound of bones echoed beneath his feet. Suddenly, a flicker of light illuminated the surroundings. A glowing orb, the size of a basketball, materialized at the tip of Kane's wand, instantly brightening the underground passageway. Upon closer inspection, he realized he stood upon a floor scattered with the bones of small creatures. This serpent beast truly demonstrated a complete disregard for hygiene. It was evident it had not buried its remains. Utterly disgraceful, he thought, as he hurried forward into the tunnel. The walls of the tunnel were adorned with serpentine motifs, and Kane felt as though the snakes were observing him intently. After an indeterminate passage of time, he arrived at the end of the tunnel, where a solid wall stood before him, engraved with 2 entwined serpents. Fixating on the emeralds glimmering within the serpent's eyes, he spoke once more. Hiss, open. To his surprise, the door did not swing open immediately. What was happening? This was not the expected outcome. Had too much time elapsed, rendering the serpents dormant? Surely they would not reject him as well. Could it be that even they indulged in a bit of magical trickery? Kane extended his left hand, brushing against the 2 serpents etched upon the wall. They felt slick and lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real snakes. Suddenly, he gasped in pain as the 2 serpents sprang to life, biting him and drawing blood. He noted that the serpent that had bitten him now bore eyes of crimson. The password was correct. Do not misunderstand. This is merely the author's narrative aside. The door creaked open. Kane quickly cast a healing spell upon himself, witnessing his wound mend at an astonishing pace. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the threshold. After all, his ancestor was none other than Salazar Slytherin himself. Some might ponder why he did not fear the Dark Lord's interference here. Surely, the Dark Lord had long believed himself the sole heir of Slytherin, dismissing those from America as unworthy. Flanking the stone-paved path were towering stone columns, around which coiled serpents, flicking their tongues. The entire chamber was steeped in a mysterious, ethereal atmosphere, slightly damp in nature. At the end of the stone path stood a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, appearing ancient and frail, with a long beard trailing to the ground. Could it not restore the visage of Salazar to its former glory? Salazar was renowned for his strikingly handsome features, a paragon of magnificence. How had he been reduced to the decrepit figure before him? Kane shuddered at the thought. Would he too succumb to such a fate in old age? Shaking his head, he swiftly banished the disconcerting notion, running his fingers over his own strikingly handsome face, akin to that of a top-tier vampire, to calm his unease. Hiss. Kane heard the hissing sound of the serpent and the rustling of a colossal creature slithering. Indeed, a massive serpent head emerged from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Unable to contain himself, Kane took a step back. The creature before him was overwhelmingly immense, dwarfing even his own head. Its body shimmered in a vivid green hue, radiating the distinct, vibrant glow characteristic of venomous snakes, adorned with 2 small, scale-covered horns atop its head. The serpent raised its head high, and Kane estimated its body to be at least 10 meters long, overshadowing much of the Slytherin statue. The serpent's large yellow eyes fixed intently upon Kane, and he felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body. Surely, he thought, he would not be petrified. Kane twisted his neck slightly. Having gazed upward at the serpent for too long, it had become stiff and sore, but he dismissed it as inconsequential. Suddenly, the serpent swung its tail with great force, ensnaring Kane before he could react. Its enormous head slowly approached him. Chapter 49, Encountering Salazar Again. How heavy. Kane initially thought the serpent intended to attack, but instead, it rubbed against him in a manner reminiscent of a cat indulging in catnip, seemingly without end. Stop, Kane exclaimed, feeling the immense weight of existence bearing down upon him. The serpent ceased its unbounded behavior, releasing Kane with a hint of reluctance. coiling itself into a small mound. "Little master, you have finally come to seek me." The serpent hissed, its eyes the size of headlights fixed intently on Kane. "So, you were searching for me?" Kane recalled hearing the serpent's voice in the corridor on the 3rd floor. "You did not come to find me, so I came looking for you," the serpent replied, a note of grievance in its tone. "How did you recognize me?" Kane inquired, puzzled, as this serpent had not existed during the time of the 4 founders. "You and the old master share the same scent. When you first arrived at this castle, I sensed your presence," the serpent explained. Kane raised his arm and sniffed. He detected no particular scent. He decided not to dwell on it any further. "Have there been any others with a similar serpentine tongue seeking you recently?" Kane wished to know if the Dark Lord had been in contact with the serpent. "Several decades ago, a young boy found me," the serpent replied. "But why do you consider me your little master rather than him? After all, he bears the blood of the Dark Lord." If the serpent identified individuals solely by their scent, there should be little distinction between them. "The little master carries something of the old master," the serpent responded. The cacophony of hissing created an eerie scene for any outsider. "Something?" Kane mused, retrieving an ancient-looking key from his pocket. "This." The serpent eagerly leaned closer to the key. Kane quickly extended his hand to halt it, fearing the key, which was already smaller than the serpent's nostrils, might be lost. He surveyed the empty surroundings. There was nothing of significance. Although he possessed the key, it was futile without a place to use it. The Dark Lord, in his unworthy role as a father, had not left him any valuable treasures. "Hiss, little master, follow me." To Kane's surprise, the tunnel before him was no longer shrouded in darkness. The stone walls were adorned with evenly spaced, egg-sized luminous pearls, casting a cool and gentle glow. As the serpent creature slithered along, a dry breeze wafted in from outside, indicating that this place was somehow connected to the world beyond. "Hiss, little master, we have arrived." Before long, the serpent halted in front of a smooth stone wall. "But there's no opening here." Kane glanced around, inspecting the wall from all angles, but it was merely a continuous expanse of stone. "Hiss, how do we open this?" Kane pondered, believing that the serpent must know since it had brought him here. "Hiss, I don't know. The master instructed me to bring you here," the serpent replied innocently. Kane found himself at a loss for words. Let the silence stretch in this tranquil night. Indeed, Salazar had emphasized before his departure that Kane must restore the Slytherin name and honor. "Hiss, Slytherin, honor above all." No sooner had the words left his lips than a small snake appeared on the wall. This little serpent seemed oddly familiar. "Hiss." Kane felt a fleeting pain at the sight of his previously healed wound. The small snake, now poised against the stone wall and flicking its tongue at Kane, was unmistakably the same serpent that had bitten him. With its ruby-red eyes, Kane could not be mistaken. The Slytherin chamber, filled with green elements, would be hard-pressed to overlook a flash of red. "Hiss, open." Upon hearing Kane's command, the small snake swiftly coiled into a circle, embedding itself into the stone wall and transforming into a keyhole. Kane produced the key left for him by Salazar and inserted it. Click. As he turned the key, the wall split down the middle and slowly slid apart. The Slytherin smart lock, 1,000 years ahead of Muggle technology. Indeed, Salazar was remarkable. With a mere gesture, he set the trend for future generations. Kane nodded to himself and stepped inside. "Hiss, wait, you must not enter." Seeing the serpent creature attempt to follow him, Kane quickly grasped its head and pushed it back. It seemed to lack awareness of its own size. The serpent gazed longingly at Kane, reluctantly returning to its original position against the stone wall. "You have arrived." As Kane stepped inside, the figure of Salazar materialized before him. "Ancestor, what is this?" "You can see me now. I am but a fragment of my memories." Salazar understood the question Kane longed to ask. Kane observed Salazar's pearlescent form, reminiscent of a ghost yet infused with a greater vitality. The 4 founders were indeed remarkable. Kane realized he still had far to go to reach such heights. "The last time you visited our era, you spoke of your misguided father. I then realized he had discovered the secret chamber I left behind. Thus, I created a second chamber within, awaiting your arrival." Salazar gradually recounted the origins of the second chamber. Kane felt a surge of emotion. This was indeed the sensation of being cherished. Within this text lies a wealth of profound, ancient magic. It is up to you to discern the appropriate moment for study. Salazar, with a demeanor suggesting he has bestowed something upon you, cautions that should you fail to grasp it, do not attribute such shortcomings to his lineage. "Fear not, for I shall diligently delve into this," Kane asserted earnestly. Salazar, with a reserved nod, gestured with his elongated right hand. "Retrieve what lies within." Kane approached the indicated spot and discovered a sealed small chest fashioned in the shape of a coiled serpent. It was chilling to the touch, akin to cradling a block of ice. "Open it," Salazar instructed. Kane complied, and as the lid lifted, a veil of icy mist enveloped his vision, gradually revealing the contents within, a chest brimming with translucent white stones, at the center of which nestled a vial of vivid crimson potion. "Consume it," commanded Salazar. "Ancestral figure. What is this?" Kane sensed a ferocious energy lurking within the blood-red elixir. It is the Bloodline Awakening Potion. What Salazar withheld from Kane was the potion's rarity and the complexity of its preparation, which had taken him nearly 50 years to concoct. Bloodline Awakening? Do we possess the blood of non-humans? Kane inquired, astonished, as fleeting images of superheroes from his past life, such as Spider-Man, Thor, and Wonder Woman, flashed through his mind. Have we breached the barriers of the universe? Do you think you are Deadpool, traversing through the realms of Marvel? Chapter 50, Bloodline Awakening. Indeed, Salazar replied, his emotions surfacing for a rare moment. We bear the bloodline of Kukulkan. Kukulkan? Is that a mythical creature? Kane asked, intrigued. Mythical creatures? What do they amount to in the presence of Kukulkan? Salazar scoffed, deeming the distinction between Kukulkan and mythical beings to be vast. You may have heard of him by another title, the Feathered Serpent. The Feathered Serpent? So, we have the blood of the Feathered Serpent running through our veins? Kane marveled, taken aback by the magnitude of his heritage. Accounts of the Feathered Serpent describe it as a serpent adorned with feathers, a deity presiding over life, abundance, and the elements. So this potion contains the blood of the Feathered Serpent? Kane gazed uncertainly at the dripping red elixir. Your imagination is quite vivid. If it truly contained the blood of the Feathered Serpent, it would not be yours to wield, Salazar retorted with irritation. Were he present in corporeal form, he might have playfully reprimanded Kane. I merely possess a faint trace of that bloodline, and yours is even less substantial. Truly, as the saying goes, each generation is weaker than the last, Salazar lamented. However, he found solace in the fact that the descendants of his contemporaries were even less impressive. Some had failed to produce any heirs at all. Isn't that right, dear lion? Salazar, even as a mere memory, never missed an opportunity to take a jab at Godric. Kane, feeling somewhat sheepish, touched his nose, apologizing for not inheriting Salazar's gifts. This potion merely serves to awaken the dormant bloodline within you. Upon hearing this, Kane retrieved the vial containing the potion and removed its cork. A peculiar fragrance immediately filled the chamber. He could hear the serpent lurking outside, its tail striking the ground with rapidity, producing an eager hissing sound. Drink quickly, but do your utmost to remain lucid throughout, Salazar cautioned. Without further hesitation, Kane opened his mouth and consumed the potion. As it slid down his throat, a burning sensation ensued. He felt as though his blood was boiling, and his limbs were being fractured and reassembled, causing excruciating pain. Collapsing heavily onto the ground, Kane could not help but clutch his head tightly, rolling in agony. The pain was unbearable. Yet, amidst the extreme torment, he struggled to maintain a thread of clarity. Time became an indistinct blur until Kane finally underwent his transformation, only to succumb to unconsciousness from exhaustion. When he regained his senses, the serpent was nowhere to be found. Salazar was seated calmly, pondering the philosophies of existence. You are awake. Take a look, he gestured, and a shimmering water mirror materialized before Kane. As he leaned closer, he gasped, Who are you, handsome? The reflection revealed a youth with flowing black hair cascading freely over his shoulders, eyes resembling two rubies, long eyelashes akin to delicate white butterflies, and silver scales adorning the outer corners of his eyes. It was confirmed. Kane's ancestry was indeed far from ordinary. Raising his hand, Kane sensed the magical particles in the air pulsating with vigor. With a snap of his fingers, a radiant orb of white light appeared at his fingertips. It was no illusion. Kane's magical power had grown dramatically, now more commandable than ever. Previously, he had been incapable of casting silent, wandless spells. Observing from the sidelines, Salazar nodded approvingly. This descendant had finally begun to exhibit a semblance of his youthful splendor. Forbear, I won't remain like this forever, will I? King questioned, daunted by the prospect of facing the world in his current form. No, this is merely the initial awakening of your bloodline. The traits of the feathered serpent will manifest within you for a time, Salazar replied, his form becoming translucent. Forbear, what is happening? Kane inquired. What is there to be surprised about? I lingered until now solely to witness your emergence. With matters concluded, I must return to where I belong, Salazar stated with an air of calmness, as if he were not the one about to vanish. Forbear, Kane lamented, feeling a profound sense of loss. In 2 lifetimes, he had only experienced a semblance of familial affection through Salazar. For reasons unknown, Kane had felt a lack of warmth from his parents in both lives. Hence, despite his outwardly gentlemanly demeanor, he harbored a cold heart, making it difficult for others to penetrate his emotional barriers. Do not adopt the demeanor of a delicate flower. You are a Slytherin, Salazar remarked, somewhat awkwardly turning his head away. Forbear, do you know why magical creatures despise me? Kane sought to divert the conversation from sentimentality, having formed a rough hypothesis regarding their aversion. Despise? Huh, they fear you, Salazar retorted dismissively. Indeed, as Kane had anticipated, the cause lay in the overwhelming suppression of the feathered serpent's bloodline. Although Kane possessed merely a trace of this scant lineage, it was sufficient to instill fear in those magical creatures. Thus, The reason the serpent monster submitted to us was also due to the feathered serpent's bloodline, Kane asserted. Considering they both belong to the serpent family, not only the serpent monster, but even the dragons must prostrate themselves before us. Salazar spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were a matter of course. After all, dragons and serpents share a common ancestry. Kane awarded him full marks for such bravado. For instance, what of the Dumbledore family? Do they too possess a phoenix bloodline? Kane could not help but let his thoughts wander. Dumbledore, that family rings a bell. They forged a pact with the phoenix, which would appear whenever the Dumbledores found themselves in need. Salazar recalled this lineage, recognizing that phoenixes were indeed a rare find. By the way, you should keep that key safe, Salazar remarked after a brief pause. Kane retrieved the key once more, examining it closely. Could it serve another purpose? Certainly. Salazar cast a glance at the key. It was also the key to the Dragon Isle. The Dragon Isle? Kane was taken aback, as the surprises continued to unfold, revealing a veritable treasure trove. I recall that place being referred to as the Hesperides Isles. Salazar dredged up information from the recesses of his mind. The Hesperides Isles, home to black dragons. That is indeed a mysterious locale, historically overseen by the Wheel family, who strictly prohibit the entry of outside wizards. Kane was astonished that this key could unlock the Dragon Isle. Back then, I casually saved the head of the Wheel family. Subsequently, he entered into a contract with me, pledging fealty to myself and my acknowledged descendants. However, this contract is time-bound, lasting for a duration of 1,200 years. Now, only 3 years remain until the term expires, Salazar mentioned with casual indifference. Kane did not voice his thoughts. The tides of time can change all. And who knows how the Wheel family perceives matters now? Salazar discerned Kane's apprehensions at a glance. Worry not. As long as you acknowledge yourself as a descendant of Slytherin, they will seek you out. Salazar donned a mysterious smile, refraining from divulging the reasons directly to Kane. Kane understood. This was an invitation for him to voluntarily reveal his identity as a Slytherin. Otherwise, the Dragon Isle would remain irrelevant to him. Chapter 51. The Death of Watwhite. Hiss. Hiss. Little master, you seem to have become even more fragrant. The serpent monster extended its large head, attempting to nuzzle against Kane. Hiss, stop that. Kane coldly rejected the serpent monster's affectionate advance. The creature attempted to employ its bulbous yellow eyes to appeal to Kane's sense of compassion. Alas, it was all the more blinding. Kane, with a heart of stone, declared himself utterly unresponsive. Hiss, where have you been? Hiss, I ventured into the forest, where there are plenty of delectable little spiders. Oh, they are simply delightful. It had gone to the Forbidden Forest? Kane turned to inquire of Salazar. I sent Shasha. It had been confined here for far too long, Salazar explained, asserting that his pet had the right to roam freely throughout Hogwarts. Shasha. Kane was utterly thrown off by the adorably whimsical name. Glancing at the enormous and monstrous figure, he pondered how it could possibly be called Sasha. Exhausted, he thought. Let it be obliterated. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the more charmingly named, the more viciously modified, or the cuter the name, the more ferociously the creature bites. The serpent monster, hearing the familiar name Sasha, tilted its head toward the two. The resemblance to a Muggle world husky was strikingly intense. Hiss, little master. Why do you smell less delightful again? The creature's scaly face was etched with perplexity. He was, after all, a serious being. Salazar's form grew increasingly faint, as if a mere whisper of wind could disperse him. Forbear, I wish to pose another question. My biological father, is he also? Kane hastily inquired, seizing the moment to voice his lingering doubts. He had taken the information from the outer chamber, which detailed experiments on the assimilation of magical creatures' bloodlines for personal gain. Salazar understood what Kane was about to inquire. So, can different types of magical creatures' bloodlines be merged? Kane sought to grasp whether the Dark Lord had succeeded in bloodline fusion. You would do well to abandon that notion immediately. Different magical bloodlines cannot coexist. The more powerful they are, the stronger their repulsion. Forcing a merger will only result in one outcome: explosive demise. Salazar sternly cautioned Kane to dismiss such thoughts. So, he ultimately bore a serpent's visage solely because of the Quetzalcoatl blood coursing through him? Kane reflected on the Dark Lord's ability to silence the cries of infants. Indeed, but he strayed down the wrong path. Salazar's tone was laced with a mix of regret and frustration. Very well, you must take your leave. Salazar waved his hand, reluctant to let Kane witness his dissolution. Though a mere memory, he was still Salazar, and he cared for his dignity. By the way, Sasha, you shall heed only Kane's commands from now on, understood? Salazar issued a directive to Sasha in Kane's presence. Hiss, Sasha acknowledges. Master, the serpent creature bobbed its large head. Off you go, off you go. This time, Salazar truly had nothing more to say. We shall meet again, won't we? Kane, aware that every gathering must eventually come to an end, and that some matters cannot be forcibly retained, could not help but inquire. It was only after Kane's silhouette faded from view that Salazar murmured to himself, perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he dissipated into a gentle breeze. Emerging from the chamber, Kane glanced at the sky, still shrouded in darkness. He retrieved the Marauder's map and focused intently. It appears there are hardly any souls wandering the castle. How peculiar. Kane mused quietly as he made his way toward the Slytherin common room. Honor. Kane uttered the password, and the door swung open. Aunt Narcissa, what brings you here? Upon seeing Narcissa, Kane was utterly astonished, never expecting to encounter his aunt in the common room. Kane, my child. Narcissa cast aside her usual poise and rushed forward, enveloping Kane in a warm embrace. You must leave at once. As soon as Narcissa's words fell, Snape charged over like a great bat, swiftly restraining the situation. With a flick of his wand, he aimed to bind Kane. However, Kane swiftly shielded Narcissa behind him. Deflecting Snape's spell, Snape appeared astonished, his expression darkening further. Severus, you nearly harmed Narcissa. Lucius followed closely behind Snape, a frown etching his features. What are you doing, Snape? Kane seethed, incensed by the unwarranted assault. Unwarranted? You murdered Water White, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly. Snape shouted back at Kane. Professor Snape. Kane is a good boy. He would never do such a thing, Narcissa pleaded, hiding Kane behind her. What on earth are you talking about? Kane exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Do you still dare to argue? Water White was found dead in the Forbidden Forest. Who else could it have been? You vanished for an entire day and night. Snape circled around Narcissa, glaring fiercely at Kane. A day and night? I thought I had only been in the chamber for a few hours. I didn't realize it was now the second night. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Kane adamantly refused to accept the accusation. If it wasn't you, then how do you explain your disappearance for an entire night? Snape pressed relentlessly. I want to see the headmaster. This matter is far too serious. Dumbledore must already be aware of it. Rather than waste time here, we should confront him directly. Very well, Mr. Lestrange. This should be your last opportunity to see the headmaster. Snape gestured with his left hand while pointing his wand at Kane with his right. Severus, Kane is not the culprit. Narcissa interjected vehemently, positioning herself firmly between them, clutching Kane protectively. Let us go? She cast a glance at Snape. I'm going too. Draco appeared from nowhere, clutching Kane's other shoulder tightly. Lucius glanced at Snape, his expression darkening. Draco instinctively recoiled, having always feared defying his father's commands. I'm not going. Draco nestled himself in Kane's shadow, his voice trembling but resolute in his refusal. You. Lucius was on the verge of anger. Enough, Lucius. Let the boy stay with us. Narcissa decisively intervened, her tone gentle yet unyielding. Thus, the group trudged heavily toward the headmaster's office. Chapter 52, The Emergence of Suspect Kane. Snape escorted Kane to the headmaster's office. A gentleman of average build was comforting a frail woman in his arms, who was weeping. Professor McGonagall looked on with compassion at the sorrowful couple who had lost their child. Not far from them stood Aberforth, his own face etched with sadness. Lestrange? You. Aberforth exclaimed incredulously upon catching sight of Kane. The red-haired lady ceased her weeping, abruptly raising her head, her eyes filled with a chilling resentment. It is you. You who have slain my son. The red-haired lady rushed towards Kane, her agitation palpable. What are you doing? The matter is not yet resolved. Do not cast unfounded accusations. Narcissa interjected, shielding Kane as she faced the increasingly deranged woman. The two mothers stood in stark opposition to one another, each prepared to fight fiercely for their children. Mrs. White, please remain calm. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, intervening between the two confrontational mothers. Sophia, calm down. Mr. White gently pulled Sophia aside, his eyes betraying a concealed anguish. Narcissa harbored no doubt about the man's resolve for vengeance, despite his status as an ordinary muggle, tightening her grip on Kane's hand. Narcissa led Kane and Draco to a distance away from the distressed couple. Kane was the first to step forward, eager to ascertain the events that had transpired. Dumbledore initially regarded Kane with a serene glance before turning to gesture towards Burstead. This morning, I intended to seek out my junior, Walter, for a conversation. Knowing he was troubled by Lestrange's refusal to forgive him, Burstead spoke in a subdued tone. Kane furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Burstead's leading insinuations. Indeed, upon hearing Burstead's words, Mrs. White fixed her gaze intently on Kane. Burstead paused, then continued. However, I searched every conceivable location where my junior might be, yet found him nowhere. I was exceedingly disheartened, feeling I had failed in my duties as a senior. Thus, I decided to take a stroll near the Forbidden Forest. And to my horror, I discovered the lifeless body of my junior. Burstead's voice trailed off, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Mrs. White's cries grew louder at this revelation. Then Burstead found me, Snape interjected, continuing Burstead's account. The school promptly organized the professors to conduct an investigation, revealing no signs of any intruders. Among the students, the only one absent from the dormitories was you, Mr. Lestrange. Snape concluded, turning to point a finger at Kane. Moreover, you claimed that during your disappearance for a day and a night, you were in the Forbidden Forest. Snape's unfinished statement left much to ponder. All eyes in the room converged upon Kane. Burstead had truly gone to great lengths. Indeed, the moment Kane laid eyes on Burstead, he realized that this incident was inextricably linked to him. Yet, Kane could not openly admit to having visited the Chamber of Secrets, a secret sacred to Slytherin. Furthermore, within the chamber lurked a basilisk. Should they encounter the creature, Kane would find himself in an even more precarious position. Meanwhile, Draco sent a message indicating that Kane had indeed appeared in the common room, and Professor Snape was preparing to escort him to the headmaster's office. Upon receiving Draco's message through his enchanted device, Theodore relayed the information to those nearby. The Hogwarts detective squad and Odette convened in the Forbidden Forest, intent on uncovering evidence to prove Kane's innocence. They had been searching for several hours, yet they remained empty-handed. Damn it. Apart from some broken branches and debris, no suspicious traces were found. Hermione rarely cursed. Unless the murderer employed a lethal dark magic, perhaps. Dark magic had a long-standing history within the Knott family, and Theodore immediately directed his suspicions towards it. For instance, the killing curse. "Oh, Davy," she added softly from the side. The trio from Gryffindor exchanged glances, feeling an unexplainable intensity. "Perhaps we should consult Hagrid," Harry suggested. Hagrid's hut was situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He might possess some knowledge. That would be futile. The murderer would certainly avoid Hagrid's hut while committing the crime. Theodore shook his head, harboring little hope. "But we cannot remain idle," Hermione countered, deeming it an unproductive strategy. Ron nodded in agreement. "You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." O'Davy's already cool features appeared even more distant under the moonlight. Theodore sensed a deeper secret within O'Davy. Without uttering another word, he led the trio towards Hagrid's hut. O'Davy remained rooted in place, watching them until they vanished from sight. Raising her head to ascertain the direction, O'Davy proceeded deep into the Forbidden Forest. Coo, 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 coo. O'Davy imitated the sound of birds, first with a hurried call, followed by 3 concentrated notes, and finally 2 soothing ones. "O'Davy?" Joseph Walrich, his hair peppered with gray, looked at her with confusion. This was not the time they had arranged to meet. "What has happened?" Joseph glanced around, suddenly aware, before asking. "I have come seeking your assistance. Follow me." Joseph led O'Davy through Apparition to a concealed location. If Hagrid were present, he would surely recognize this as the territory of the Acromantula. As a magical creature of level 5, the Acromantula exhibited extreme aggression. The fact that someone could survive in its domain indicated formidable magical prowess. "Uncle Joseph, Kane has been accused of murdering Walter White. You've been in the Forbidden Forest. Have you seen anything?" O'Davy placed her last hope in Joseph and his companions. "Haha." Joseph and a younger man suddenly burst into laughter. O'Davy looked at them, perplexed. "Paul, you have proven useful." Joseph took a swig of his drink, grinning at Paul. Paul said nothing but walked straight to the bed and retrieved a crystal ball. "Look," Paul instructed O'Davy. The crystal ball swirled with white mist, and soon a silent image began to materialize. It was Bester, Rower, and White. Rower was seen laughing silently with his mouth agape, brandishing his wand. As a green light struck White down to the ground, White, filled with terror and confusion, reached out a hand, seemingly seeking aid from Ike. Ike cast a disdainful glance at the ineffectual Jaster before drawing his wand and delivering a final blow to White. The spark of vitality in White's eyes faded, leaving behind only an abyss of terror. O'Dave never anticipated the evidence would arrive so swiftly. While patrolling the Forbidden Forest early that morning, I happened upon this very scene. Paul wore a smirk of derision on his face. "Students taught by Dumbledore are indeed quite amusing, aren't they?" Joseph's words dripped with mockery and resentment. O'Dave patiently awaited the moment Joseph vented his discontent towards Dumbledore before responding. "Very well, O'Dave." Joseph readily acquiesced, albeit with a stipulation. "You must bring these items into Hogwarts." He handed O'Dave a box, taking several swigs of alcohol in the process. "What is this, Uncle Joseph?" O'Dave hesitated as she regarded the box before her. Joseph waved his hand dismissively. "You merely need to make a choice." O'Dave bit her lip, momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 53, The Truth Revealed. In the headmaster's office, Snape remarked, "Dumbledore, I fear he will not speak the truth without Veritaserum. Severus, administering Veritaserum to students is prohibited." "You cannot do that." Professor McGonagall firmly rejected Snape's suggestion. Snape shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, hoping for approval of his proposal. Narcissa straightened her back, similarly directing her attention to Dumbledore. "Severus, Kane is not a criminal." Dumbledore paused momentarily. "Perhaps, Kane, you would allow us to examine your wand." Before Kane could respond, his wand began to tremble violently. "I am sorry, Headmaster. It refuses to be touched by anyone but myself." As soon as he spoke, Kane's wand fell silent. The situation had reached an impasse. At that moment, Professor Flitwick entered, accompanied by O'Dave. "Miss Rogier has something to discuss with you. She insists you must see this." Unfamiliar with the password to the headmaster's office, O'Dave sought assistance from Professor Flitwick. "Oh, what is it?" All eyes turned towards O'Dave. "It pertains to the truth regarding White's death." O'Dave held up a crystal ball, first glancing at Kane before hastening towards Dumbledore. What? Sophia leapt to her feet, eager for a glimpse. The others also focused intently on the crystal ball, anxious to uncover the truth behind White's demise. Kane observed coldly, noting the sudden pallor on Burstead's face as he instinctively took a step back. Dumbledore gestured for O'Dave to activate the crystal ball, and a vivid image was silently presented before everyone once more. It is you. Professor McGonagall clutched her chest in disbelief. Seize him at once. Snape swiftly disarmed Burstead, binding him with magical restraints. It was you. You killed my son, Sophia exclaimed, attempting to lunge at Burstead. Sophia, remain calm. It was still Mr. White who restrained Sophia. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Burst, in his arrogance, believed his actions to be flawless, not realizing that fate often holds a different course. Now, the repercussions of his misdeeds have returned to him, echoing the suffering that Kane once endured. How splendid. Draco felt elated that his cousin's name was cleared. Narcissa said little, turning to embrace Kane tightly. He's fine, rest assured. Professor Snape, please bring Roland over, Dumbledore commanded, his azure eyes filled with gravity. Without uttering another word, Snape left, his expression darkening. After all, during his tenure, the internal strife within Slytherin had resulted in loss of life, and his demeanor was hardly surprising. Madam White, Hogwarts shall provide you with an explanation. Dumbledore's voice brimmed with remorse. Any misfortune befalling a student was a burden he, as headmaster, could not escape. Phileas, kindly inform their parents tomorrow. Minerva, please notify the Aurors to transfer Burst and Roland to the Ministry of Magic. It was already too late, and Dumbledore decided to temporarily confine them within Hogwarts. The two professors nodded, taking their leave. Kane, I hope you understand that doubt is inevitable until matters are resolved. Additionally, regarding the issue of truancy, I shall leave it to Severus to address. Dumbledore paused. Of course, it would be prudent for you to approach Professor Snape. Very well. Headmaster Dumbledore, I understand. Regardless, it was a fact that he had vanished for a day, and punishment was unavoidable. Now, Kane, you may leave. For the time being. What transpired today shall remain confidential. Dumbledore instructed Kane and the others, leaving the unfortunate White couple behind. As they exited the headmaster's office, Narcissa embraced both Kane and Draco. The Christmas holidays are approaching. I shall await your return at home. Her tone was gentle, yet veiled with an unmistakable threat. Lucius, let us depart, Narcissa said, linking arms with Lucius as they exited with elegance. Watching them disappear, Kane turned to Draco. Draco glanced at Kane and Odette. His face puffed up in reluctance as he followed. However, he was ultimately disappointed, as he did not receive the outcome he desired. True heartache does not stem from loud disputes, but rather from standing before someone who does not wish to keep you close. Kane found this amusing. Let us go? He gestured for Odette to follow. Kane led Odette to the edge of the Black Lake, unable to believe such coincidences could exist. Believe it or not, it is indeed a coincidence. Odette, too, recognized the improbability of the situation. Kane observed Odette quietly for a moment. What price did you pay? What? You wish to help me? Odette suddenly appeared quite pleased. Kane looked at her in bewilderment. Regardless, you assisted me. I will bear the consequences of the crystal ball. Kane understood that the matter concerning the crystal ball was likely intertwined with the Saints. Otherwise, such coincidences would be unfathomable in this world. Kane's original intention was to avoid entanglement with the Saints, yet plans often succumb to the whims of fate. The matter concerning the crystal ball, regardless of the circumstances, indeed served to exonerate Kane from suspicion. Upon hearing this, Odette could not help but recall the final exchange with Uncle Joseph. This artifact is destined to bring chaos to Hogwarts, is it not? Although Odette posed it as a question, she was already convinced that this object would inflict harm upon the esteemed institution. After all, Uncle Joseph was a seasoned saint, harboring a profound animosity towards Dumbledore. Joseph let out a derisive laugh, taking several swigs of his drink. Paul cast a worried glance at Odette. Rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. There is nothing to worry about, truly. Odette shook her head, deliberately avoiding Kane's gaze. Lightning. Upon witnessing Odette vanish entirely, Kane summoned Lightning. Young master, what are your commands? Inform me of the whereabouts of the White couple at Hogwarts. Chapter 54. The Resolve for Revenge. The Whites were accommodated on the ground floor of the castle, not far from Filch. Lightning recounted all that he knew to his young master. A faint smile graced Kane's lips. Indeed, consulting the house elf proved to be a wise decision, as wizards also require sustenance. Lightning, would you ever betray me? As Kane posed this question, he tightened his grip around his wand, bracing for any eventuality. Young master, Lightning would never betray the descendants of Hufflepuff. Lightning appeared visibly terrified, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Descendants of Hufflepuff? Kane pondered. No wonder Lightning referred to him as young master. He perceived him as a descendant of Helga. What a delightful misunderstanding this was. However, as the beneficiary of this misconception, Kane had no intention of clarifying it. What if Dumbledore seeks the truth? Kane continued to probe, instructing Lightning to cease his self-deprecating behavior. Lightning is forever loyal to Hufflepuff. The house elf ceased trembling, gazing at Kane with an awe akin to reverence. Kane understood that Lightning was searching for Helga's shadow through him, for to the house elf, Hufflepuff bore the weight of divinity. Very well, take this note to Mr. White. Remember, present it to him when he is alone. Kane waved his wand towards the reeds by the lake, conjuring a pristine sheet of paper. Utilizing his wand in place of a quill, Kane inscribed a brief line. Go. If Mr. White has any further requests, acquiesce to him. Kane gestured dismissively. Before long, young master, Mr. White requests that Lightning bring him over. Kane nodded, inquiring. What does this mean? Mr. White approached Kane directly and asked, what do you mean? Clearly, it was a literal interpretation. It turned out that Kane had merely pinned one sentence on the note. Do you wish for revenge? Can you assist me? Mr. White gazed at Kane with uncertainty. That depends on whether you truly desire vengeance. I certainly wish to avenge my son. Tears welled in Mr. White's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. After all, it was his son. How could he remain indifferent? Even if it cost you your own life. No matter the price, as long as it avenges my poor child. For a moment, Kane fell silent, overwhelmed by an unprecedented depth of paternal love. I shall assist you. But how do you intend to eliminate them? I have this. Kane raised his gaze to find Mr. White withdrawing a gun from his coat. It appeared that Mr. White had taken it upon himself to acquire a firearm since receiving the notification from Hogwarts. His child could not have died in vain. Never underestimate a father's resolve for vengeance. Lightning looked on, seeking praise. You performed admirably, Kane commended without reservation. Place this note beneath Gemma's pillow, but do not disturb anyone else. Lightning bowed and discreetly departed. The moon is exceptionally bright tonight, Kane mused as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. The following day, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, whispers erupted as Kane entered. They had all learned through various channels of Mr. White's demise, and Kane was the prime suspect. To see him seated calmly in the hall astonished them. Students, Dumbledore tapped his glass, prompting silence. I express my deep regret regarding Mr. White's death. The matter has reached a conclusion and is not connected to Mr. Lestrange. The students buzzed even louder. Silence, Dumbledore paused. The identity of the true culprit shall remain confidential for now. At the Slytherin table, the older students exchanged glances, privy to more information. The absence of certain individuals at the table provided clues to the unfolding drama. Kane, what are your intentions? Gemma led Kane to an abandoned room. Early that morning, she had discovered a note that read, Do you wish for Cassandra to be entirely free from Bursted? Have Senior Shafik come to the Scream Shed and deliver this to her. Kane produced a vial of potion from his ring. What is this? Gemma inquired, gazing at Kane. Regardless, you only need to pass this to Senior Shafik. Of course, you may inform her after you have seen it. Kane discreetly handed Gemma a note. So that's your plan. Shoo. Kane placed his right index finger upon his lips. In that moment, Kane resembled a blooming datura, both perilous and captivating. The note suddenly disintegrated into ashes, meeting the same fate as the one Gemma had glimpsed by her pillow that morning. Thank you, boss, Gemma remarked playfully, her worries for Cassandra seemingly dissipating as she teased Kane with a muggle expression. She observed intently, her anxiety palpable. Then let us focus on our work. Or I shall deduct your galleons. Kane's capitalist demeanor was momentarily laid bare. Cedric. Kane summoned Cedric to the kitchen. Kane. Cedric patted Kane's shoulder. I knew it wouldn't be you. Of course. If it were me, I would have 100 ways to commit murder without detection, Kane replied nonchalantly, feigning arrogance. Come on now, Cedric nudged Kane with his elbow. Why did you call me here? This is not an exoneration of my suspicions. Rather, in a moment of good cheer, I shall treat all the esteemed faculty and students of Hogwarts to a splendid feast. Are you to unveil the mysterious Eastern cuisine? Cedric's eyes sparkled with excitement. As you wish. Kane hesitated, sensing that assistance from other Hufflepuffs might be required. Leave it to me, Cedric declared, thumping his chest confidently. As evening descended, the Aurors arrived fashionably late. Kane was well aware of the reasons behind their tardiness. He had discreetly summoned his house elf, Dodo, to transform and stealthily venture into Nocturne Alley. A generous amount of galleons was spent, enticing dark wizards to create a bit of mischief for the Ministry of Magic. And why undertake such actions? The stage had been set, and key players could not be absent. Headmaster Dumbledore, my apologies for the delay, a bearded Auror entered the Great Hall, accompanied by two younger Aurors. Ox, your timing is impeccable, Dumbledore remarked, rising just as Mr. Lestrange's banquet was being served. Kane, hearing this, rose gracefully under the gaze of the gathering, raising his goblet in gratitude for the support of his Hufflepuff peers. Whistles and applause erupted in response. Lestrange? Ox observed Kane with surprise. I imagine you do not recall me. Indeed, Ox was the young Auror who had stormed the Lestrange estate that fateful night. I am ever grateful for your protection back then, Kane acknowledged, almost failing to recognize Ox, whose youthful visage had transformed into that of a portly middle-aged man with a beard. Time has a peculiar way of altering appearances. Oh, If Griffey knew I had encountered you, he would surely be delighted, Ox beamed, speaking fondly of his beloved wife. Ah, love, Kane mused. Now, I trust everyone is quite hungry. Let us first satisfy our appetites. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes peered through his half-moon glasses at Kane. Kane raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, announcing, tonight's feast is graciously sponsored by Slytherin. Chapter 55, Despairing Crimson. Amidst the revelry, no one noticed Mr. White's discreet departure. Even if someone had, they would likely assume he was overwhelmed by memories of his son's demise and sought solace away from the raucous celebration. Mrs. White, engulfed in sorrow, remained in the infirmary under Madame Pomfrey's care. Come along, Kane instructed, guiding Mr. White through the now deserted corridors with the marauder's map in hand. Meanwhile, at the banquet, another Kane was engaged in merriment with friends, relishing the festivities. With a flick of the wand, Kane cast the soul-sucking curse, incapacitating the Aurors stationed on the 4th floor. You feel weary. A brief slumber will suffice, he murmured as the Aurors succumbed to sleep. Kane pushed open the door, sealing off any sounds from escaping. Turning to the two terrified individuals, he smiled warmly and waved. Ah, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. Burst and Roar seemed to see the devil beckoning them. What do you intend to do? Justice, typically brash, was now subdued. Of course, Kane paused deliberately, to eliminate you. This is Hogwarts. Even in death, you cannot escape. Burst was evidently far more composed than Roar. I never claimed I would do it myself. Kane, with a gentlemanly gesture, stepped aside, yielding the stage to Mr. White. Trembling, Mr. White raised his gun, initially aiming at Burst. You can't. Although Burst was unaware of the nature of Mr. White's weapon, an instinctive sense of danger enveloped him. Ah, but you are my senior. I must fulfill my duty as a junior. Kane raised an eyebrow, lowering the gun in Mr. White's grip. I shall grant you an opportunity. Tell me why you conspired against me. I shall not speak. Very well, but I did extend the chance. Kane approached Burst directly. With a crack, he struck Burst, pouring a concoction down his throat that induced an unrestrained flow of words. What did you make me drink? Burst struggled to rise. Kane would not disclose that it was a truth serum, for that was illegal. As a proud descendant of Slytherin, he aspired to be a law-abiding citizen of a new era. What is your name? Burst. Why did you conspire against me? Because the adults value you. Burst's face flushed crimson, unable to suppress the truth. Who is this adult you speak of? He is my superior, a member of the Owl Court. Kane paused. The Owl Court. Has the dimensional wall of Batman been breached? But this isn't a crossover of the English and American universes. Elaborate on the Owl Court. The Owl Court originates from an ancient lineage, hidden in the shadows of the wizarding world. Burst bit his tongue, blood flowing freely. Kane realized he would extract no further information. Had he known, he would have learned the art of legilimency beforehand. Speaking only halfway was most vexing, a piercing annoyance. Growing increasingly frustrated, Kane unreservedly employed his family's ancestral skills. Burst screamed, thrashing violently, the chair clashing against the floor with an unpleasant cacophony. Kane shifted his gaze to Justice. Justice, pale and drenched in cold sweat, stammered. It was all Burst's doing. It was him. Fool. Kane found no interest in punishing him. Mr. White, I believe you may proceed. Kane gestured towards Mr. White. Do not forget your promise to protect my wife. If he were to eliminate members of the Burst and Roar families, his wife's life would be in peril. Over the years, he had profoundly experienced the discrimination and oppression the magical world held against muggles. Of course, I swear it in the name of the Lestrange family. Kane had no intention of breaking his vow. He would ensure that Mrs. White was hidden in the muggle world, evading the wrath of both families. Go ahead. Kane elegantly extended his hand, as if resolving merely a trivial matter. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the hearts of both individuals directly. The desperate scarlet blossomed within the chests of the 2 men, vividly striking. Do not forget your promise to me. Mr. White cast a final, profound glance at Kane before aiming the gun at his own temple. Bang. Mr. White collapsed with a thud, the crimson spreading from his wound. Kane, unfazed, removed his earplugs and stepped outside with a leisurely gait. The moon this night shone brighter than it did the previous evening. Kane mused once more as he walked toward the Room of Wishes. Faced with 3 fleeting lives, he felt none of the anticipated nausea or discomfort. He was enveloped only in tranquility. It appeared he possessed some latent potential for villainy. As Oakes, sated and ready to switch duties with the stationed Auror, beheld Anthony leaning against the wall, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Oakes tightened his grip on his wand, uttering Alohomora. The sight before him rendered Oakes motionless, chilled to the bone. The prisoner, originally meant for the Ministry of Magic, lay dead, and the father of the initial victim had also perished at the scene. Anthony, wake up. Oakes first checked Anthony's breath, then shook him vigorously. What's wrong? Anthony rubbed his eyes, bewildered as he looked at Oakes. What do you mean? What's wrong? Look at the prisoner. Oakes was on the verge of exploding, pointing to the gruesome scene within the room. What on earth has happened? Anthony appeared utterly lost and overwhelmed. You and I are destined to meet our doom together. Oakes was nearly driven to madness. What kind of situation was this? Cassandra tossed her golden locks, declaring, "There's nothing quite like my own body." She leaned against the table beside Kane, her gaze playful. "Of course, your body is rather appealing too." "Thank you," Kane replied, his expression darkening as he pushed Cassandra away, who was leaning in too closely. "I didn't expect you to dispose of Base so swiftly. I appreciate it. You have no idea. My dear father didn't even live to see me graduate from Hogwarts." Cassandra's eyes gleamed with sarcasm. "That's all in the past, in a few days. You can return to Hogwarts for your studies." Kane, ill-equipped to navigate such domestic matters, offered stiff consolation. "Haha, I can hardly wait to dash to Gemma's side. We haven't seen each other in 3 days." Cassandra's excitement was palpable, "And I simply cannot wait for you to grow up." She extended her delicate hand, tracing from Kane's cheek to his chest. "What other surprises do you possess that I am unaware of?" "I'm not yet 14, Kane replied, exasperatedly gazing at Cassandra. Her laughter only intensified at his words. "Never mind. I have no one to converse with in this wizarding world. They do not understand my humor." "All right, I acknowledge your youth. Is that sufficient?" "I am not small in the slightest," Kane instinctively retorted. Oh dear, he, a blossoming youth, had been led astray by the unscrupulous wicked witch. Chapter 56. The recruitment notice for the magical nook. Early in the morning, countless owls flooded into the hall, unceremoniously dropping newspapers onto the faces of the students. Unbeknownst to me, the workload has surged dramatically today, as if to take advantage of the owls' lack of rights. It is time for battle. I shall cast aside my reservations. Behold, a first-year student has met an untimely demise at Hogwarts. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? A grand conspiracy looms over Hogwarts. An expose on the Burstead and Rowell families. As students perused the newspapers, they called upon their friends. "There is juicy gossip. Hurry forth." The great hall of Hogwarts buzzed like a hive of bees. Kane glanced at the paper and noted that the news of White's death had made headlines, accompanied by various interpretations. The Slytherin table remained relatively quiet, though they occasionally cast furtive glances at Kane. He paid little heed to their silent scrutiny, allowing them to speculate at will. Lestrange, the king of Slytherin. The Weasley twins, with an audacious slide, approached the Slytherin table, disregarding the disapproving stares of their fellow Slytherins. Kane swiftly led them aside to prevent an outbreak of chaos. "How fare the little communicators? My parchment is nearly overwhelmed with appointments." The Weasley twins gazed at Kane with wide eyes. "I have prepared a batch of classic models. You may introduce them to the Hogwarts market." Kane rubbed his temples, for it was rare to find an employer so besieged by the demands of his employees. It was high time to cultivate a capable workforce. "Listen, my pace is ultimately limited. You must also contribute your fair share." Kane understood the essence of capitalist exploitation well. "We are rather busy. What with inventing prank products and managing our intensive coursework." The twins lamented in unison. Kane snapped his fingers. "State your terms." "We need more gold," they chorused. Kane shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that any issue solvable by money was not a true problem. "The basic model is a simple black notebook style, with a contact limit of 20 individuals. The shrewd Kane planned to categorize the communicators into classic, basic, intermediate, and premium models, with a luxurious custom edition for the affluent. The intermediate model would be optimized for style and contact limits, capping at 50 individuals. The premium and custom versions would feature extravagant packaging, with a contact limit of 200. With Nick's assistance, the communicator had been upgraded to a touchscreen version capable of transmitting images, inspired by the trivial games of yore. Kane, along with Nick, had developed a 4,399 store. However, due to technological constraints, the store currently offered only 3 mini-games: Demon King Duel, Gold Mining, and Spot the Difference. What will the pricing be? The classic model is 30 galleons, the intermediate 80, the premium 200, and the custom model has no ceiling. Kane calmly stated prices that left the twins utterly flabbergasted. 200 galleons. My father's monthly salary is barely 100 galleons. They stared at him incredulously. Calm down. This price reflects a monopoly. Calmly, Kane patted the 2 stunned individuals. Start with 50 classic models to test the waters and disseminate information about the other versions. Kane articulated his directives with clarity. Come forth. After dismissing the twins, he summoned Gemma, who had been trailing behind them. Immediately contact Bob. We can commence our promotional efforts in the market. In 3 days, we shall officially launch sales. Although Kane had promised Cassandra that Gemma would manage the shop, she had yet to graduate. Thus, Kane meticulously selected a former Slytherin graduate, Bob Axley, through a series of interviews. Bob's father, a member of the pure-blood Axley lineage, had once led a reckless life, falling in love with a Muggle woman named Lilith, Bob's mother. Consequently, the Axley family ostracized Bob's father from the magical community, deeming him a disgrace. He conformed to familial expectations and married a woman from the pure-blood Selwyn family, with whom he had 2 more children. Bob's presence became somewhat of an inconvenience, as the magical world still adhered to the primogeniture tradition, despite his mixed heritage. Should his family ever act irrationally, such a possibility must be unequivocally eliminated. Bob's father despised everything that had transpired in his past. Encouraged by his current wife, he severed ties with Bob, permitting only the retention of the Axley surname. In his father's words, allowing Bob to keep the Axley name was the greatest mercy he could extend. Thus, Kane's team welcomed another young misfit. Therefore, dear audience, please refrain from addressing him as Axley. He utterly detests that surname. Were it not for his mother's insistence, Bob would have changed his name long ago. You could have simply told me. Gemma posted Kane's instructions in their group chat. Kane could easily envision Bob on the other end, glaring at the communicator with vacant eyes. Come on, I'm the boss here. What does a boss require? A charming secretary. Kane feigned invisibility, allowing Gemma to continue informing Bob of the operational plans. We are sold out, reported the twins. Our shop is overflowing with customers clamoring for the communicators. Bob, with his dead fish eyes, responded. Kane clutched his chest, feeling a sudden tightness in his breath. At such a young age, he felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. Recruit staff immediately, post job advertisements across the street. With a grand gesture, Kane issued a command to Bob. Meanwhile, he had already contemplated a suitable candidate from the school, Cedric. Kane opened his arms, eager to embrace Cedric. Stop. Cedric extended his hand in refusal. First, what is it that you want? The longer he spent with Kane, the more he discerned his self-serving nature. We're friends. I'm merely here to offer you an opportunity. Professor Babbling mentioned your prowess in alchemy. How would you like to work with me? With the twins added to the mix, Kane realized he could not meet production demands alone and sought assistance from Professor Babbling. In truth, Kane initially sought to enlist Babbling for work. Unfortunately, as a member of the vampire lineage, Babbling was not in need of financial gain and promptly declined Kane's offer. Consequently, he resorted to a secondary option, requesting Babbling to recommend a few candidates, Cedric being one of them. Could it be the little communicator? Cedric felt a surge of excitement. He had heard whispers of the recent surge in popularity surrounding the little communicator at school. Indeed, Kane nodded, sensing that Cedric's employment was secured. A monthly salary of 100 galleons. What say you? What? Cedric was momentarily taken aback, yet they had made a pact. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous opportunity and quickly grasped Kane's hand to prevent any change of heart. A monthly sum of 100 galleons was beyond his wildest dreams. At his young age, he was already matching his father's earnings. The future of the Diggory family rested upon my shoulders. In a brief interlude, an advertisement. The Alchemical Emporium, Kane's alchemy shop, is earnestly seeking individuals proficient in alchemy, offering a monthly salary of 100 galleons, negotiable, with a 5-day workweek and numerous benefits. No overtime required. No overtime required. No overtime required. Important matters warrant repetition. Aspiring candidates are warmly invited to interview. Location, the 8th shop on the left of Diagon Alley, 2nd Street. Contact, Bob Yaxley. Chapter 57, The Quidditch Season. A pair of unicorns. Nico robustly summoned a pair of unicorns emitting waves of light, overpowering Perennial's duo of hammer-wielding trolls. Kane, who was on the opposing line, silently expressed admiration. To win, he disregarded centuries of marital camaraderie. Bah, what a cad. This has nothing to do with battling the Dark Lord. A game is merely a game. What fault lies therein? At 2 a.m, Kane was roused by the couple from afar in France to engage in a battle against the Dark Lord. Under the guise of claiming that Kane would not sell the little communicator to France, they resorted to seeking him online for entertainment. Kane stifled a deep yawn and continued to feed them cards. Kane, you should rest. I have some internal family matters to discuss with this old man, Nico. Following the conclusion of a round against the Dark Lord, Perennial sent Kane a message, their avatars dimming considerably. It seemed they were now engaged in a physical confrontation offline, prompting Kane to shake his head in dismay. Why bother? Soon, you will still need to adjust Nico's bones. Exhausted, Kane prepared for sleep. I won, haha. A peculiar laugh emanated from Draco's blanket. What are you doing? Kane swiftly threw back Draco's blanket. The little communicator emitted a faint glow, illuminating Draco's face, adorned with dark circles. Kane, battling the Dark Lord is truly delightful. Draco boasted, Blaze and Theodore have both fallen to me. The Dark Lord's reputation has been tarnished by their feeble willpower. Kane nearly shed tears for the misinterpretation of such a simple game, feeling that only he understood its essence. You all fail to comprehend it. Surrender your little communicator and sleep. The Dark Lord Kane heartlessly confiscated the little communicator. Draco, feeling wronged, clutched his long-neglected dragon plushie, nearly rising to rebel against Kane's tyranny. The indignation was palpable. When will Malfoy be able to rise? Yet, upon meeting Kane's stern gaze, Draco silently resolved to forgive the overbearing Kane once more. Never mind, there's always next time. Accompanied by the delightful clink of galleons being deposited, the formidable Kane gradually succumbed to slumber. Harry, what are you doing here? It's all Snape's fault. He said I couldn't take my book out of school and confiscated my Quidditch through the ages. Harry gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Kane fully comprehended Harry's concerns. The Quidditch match was just around the corner, and this was Harry's debut. Offering a sympathetic pat on Harry's shoulder, he reassured, "It's all right. You possess remarkable talent in Quidditch." "Thank you. I am indeed a bit anxious," Harry admitted, somewhat bashful. "Let us go together." Kane decided to accompany Harry to seek out Snape. After all, Harry's presence would likely diffuse much of Snape's wrath. "How about we come back another day?" Kane suggested. "But the match is tomorrow. I want to review the techniques documented in the book," Harry insisted, urgency evident in his voice as he pushed the door ajar. "Damn it. How can I keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" Snape's voice reached their ears, accompanied by the sight of his bloodied leg. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. Could it be a Cerberus? In his surprise, Harry inadvertently made a sound. "Potter, Lestrange." Snape hastily adjusted his robes. Upon spotting the two outside, his expression twisted with anger. "You two get out." Despite Snape's menacing demeanor, Harry mustered the courage to ask, "Professor, does that mean my punishment is?" Kane, standing behind Harry, seized the moment to interject. "Get out." "Ah, such vigor. Your lungs must be in excellent condition," Kane remarked cheekily. "Thank you, Headmaster." Grabbing Harry, Kane hurriedly fled, relieved to evade punishment. A loud thud echoed as something struck the door. Had they not been swift, they would have surely been caught. After running a considerable distance, they paused to catch their breath, exchanging smiles. "Kane, do you think Snape is searching for whatever the 3-headed dog is guarding?" "Perhaps. He is not foolish. It was already generous not to target Snape. Have you two considered asking Hagrid?" Kane inquired knowingly, well aware that they had not. "Haha, not yet. I haven't had the chance," Harry responded sheepishly, scratching his head. "I'll ask Hagrid after the Quidditch match." After speaking, Harry hesitated, glancing at Kane. "Rest assured, even if it's Snape, I shall not shield him if he is guilty," Kane declared with righteous fervor. Harry let out a sigh of relief. "It's good to have you, Kane." He looked forward to Kane's performance in the match. "Thank you. I will strive to conquer. I believe Slytherin will also perform splendidly." Harry suddenly realized, mid-sentence, that Kane was also a Slytherin, and quickly sought to amend his words. It is entirely Kane's fault for being so approachable. He consistently overlooks the fact that he belongs to Slytherin. Kane waved his hand in farewell to Harry. If Kane were aware of Harry's opinion of him, he would undoubtedly wear a perplexed expression akin to that of an elderly subway rider staring at a smartphone. Approachable? Him? Before long, the day of the Quidditch match arrived, pitting Slytherin against Gryffindor. Draco, brimming with excitement, eagerly presented Kane with a pair of binoculars to ensure he could clearly discern every player's movements. The clock had yet to strike 10. Kane was engrossed in writing the history assignment assigned by Professor Binns, and he muttered in exasperation. That cursed history assignment was both tedious and lengthy. When would Madame Pomfrey petition the headmaster to eliminate this course? It truly inflicted significant strain on his mental well-being. "Hey, Flint, what are your thoughts on today's Quidditch match?" Draco inquired as he spotted Marcus Flint, accompanied by a group of Quidditch players, preparing to exit the locker room. They needed to arrive at the designated location ahead of time to prepare. Everything was under control. Marcus glanced at Kane before thumping his chest confidently and responding. Kane bowed his head, pondering whether Flint might also be a member of the Brotherhood. The possibility seemed high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cast a glance in his direction. "Quite cool. I shall certainly apply to join the Slytherin Quidditch team next year," Draco thought, his face a tapestry of envy and anticipation. "All right, Draco, they must prepare now." Kane interrupted, restraining the overly excited Draco. "See you on the field." With that, they departed with the Quidditch team. "Kane, sit here." Draco squeezed past several Slytherins, pulling Kane toward a central position. A few Slytherins glanced their way and politely shifted aside. The match was about to commence. Chapter 58. Almost a direct path to the conclusion. "Kane, don't you think Slytherin is lacking something?" Draco pointed to the enormous banner above Gryffindor, emblazoned with the Gryffindor lion and the words "Potter for the win" in bold letters. Most notably, the paint on the banner shimmered in various colors. Indeed, it is quite ostentatious. Kane feigned ignorance, intending to tease Draco. "Brother, I want one too." Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes filled with yearning. Seeing that familiar expression, Kane was reminded of their childhood when Aunt Narcissa forbade Draco from consuming too many sweets. When Draco desired more treats, he would look at Kane in just this way. And Kane, time and again, would relent. All right. Kane sighed in concession, retrieving his wand. He reached into his pocket for a few candies, preparing to perform a transfiguration spell. "It's toffee, my favorite." Draco unceremoniously snatched the sweets from Kane's hand. "At least leave me two. Also, Aunt Narcissa forbids you from eating too many. Be cautious of cavities." I know, Draco assured, promptly returning 2 candies to Kane. "If your mouth weren't so busy chewing, your so-called assurances might carry some credibility," Kane silently scoffed. With a gentle tap directed at the 2 candies, they swiftly elongated. ultimately transforming into two serpents of shimmering silver green, each gracefully slithering toward opposite ends of the Slytherin territory. Kane then aimed at Draco's pocket square, causing a magnificent banner to unfurl above the serpents' heads, boldly proclaiming Slytherin must triumph, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the scene beautifully. The surrounding Slytherins erupted in applause, marveling at the exceptional transfiguration. Even Professor McGonagall, witnessing Kane's spell work, could not suppress a nod of admiration. As the match commenced, Slytherin, under Marcus's leadership, deployed a strategy of brute force, racing ahead in points. In contrast, Gryffindor, led by Oliver, focused on agile maneuvers, striving to break through Slytherin's encirclement. The competition intensified, with both Quidditch teams locked in a fierce contest. The commentator, Jordan, displayed considerable emotion, occasionally resorting to personal jibes against Slytherin. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall intervened promptly to halt such conduct, suggesting a Slytherin commentator for future matches to ensure fairness. "What has happened to Potter?" Draco inquired, pointing at Harry, whose broomstick had suddenly begun to thrash uncontrollably. After a brief moment of calm, the chaos resumed, leaving Draco visibly perplexed by the broom's erratic behavior. "The school's broomsticks," he mused, "were likely ancient and in need of repair." Kane, fully aware that this turmoil stemmed from Quirrell's duel with Snape, refrained from disclosing the truth to Draco. "I might fall," Draco exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Before he could finish, Kane swiftly shoved him aside. For reasons unknown, the bludger in Marcus's possession hurtled toward Kane with alarming speed. The impact sent splinters flying, leaving a sizable crater where Kane had just stood. "Everyone move aside," Kane urged Theodore and the others to take cover, as the bludger, having emerged from the crater, soared back toward him at no less than 70 miles per hour. The thrill was nearly enough to make his heart leap from his chest. It was evidently aimed at Kane's very life. Armor up, Kane conjured a protective enchantment and sprinted toward Snape's direction, adopting the philosophy that a teacher must bear the burdens of their students. Embracing a reversal of fortune, he swiftly integrated Gryffindor's traditional tactics of agile positioning into his approach, leaving behind a trail of craters, undoubtedly the result of the bludger's wrath. "Stop!" While running, Kane attempted to cast a counter curse to lift the malevolent enchantment affixed to the bludger, yet his efforts proved futile. The bludger paused momentarily before undergoing a dramatic transformation, its surface glowing a fierce crimson. Snape's expression darkened as he beheld Kane charging toward him, caught between Slytherin and Harry Potter. A challenging predicament indeed. Shadowless strike. Snape sought to obliterate the bludger with a devastating curse. The spell struck the bludger, creating sparks, but after a brief hesitation, it resumed its relentless pursuit of Kane. He fled while it pursued him, and he found himself unable to escape. Soon, centered around Snape, Kane began to twirl with the bludger. Snape's greasy hair fluttered in the whirlwind created by the man and the ball. Professor Flitwick, unable to remain still while watching the Quidditch match, floated over towards Kane and his companions. With a flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick caused the bludger to rise higher and higher into the air. Kane, however, remained vigilant, suspecting that the bludger had been enchanted with ancient magic. As expected, the bludger hurtled down once more with the speed of a shooting star. Reminiscent of an enraged avian creature, Snape and Professor Flitwick braced themselves defensively, shielding Kane behind them. Kane quietly shifted a few steps to the side, positioning himself directly next to Quirrell. This old fellow seemed utterly oblivious, continuing his mutterings. Meanwhile, Harry was performing daring acrobatics high in the sky, pushing himself to the limits. The bludger traced a fiery red tail across the heavens, resembling a meteor in its wake. You wouldn't believe it. Several younger girls were quietly clasping their hands in prayer, eyes shut tight. It was excessive. A classmate's life is indeed precious. Just as the bludger was about to collide with the professor's defenses, it abruptly halted in a display of extraordinary skill. With such finesse, it could easily earn a gold medal as a driving instructor. In a swift drift, the bludger charged towards Kane. Panic ensued among the crowd, with many timid girls covering their eyes, unwilling to witness the demise of the exquisite youth. It drew closer, too close. Kane could even feel the intense heat radiating from the bludger's surface. In the moment before the bludger would strike his face, Kane sprang into action, darting behind Quirrell. At that point, the bludger had no opportunity to retract. It barreled straight ahead. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing resonated in the air. Simultaneously, Quirrell spat out a mouthful of blood. "Professor, are you all right?" Kane feigned panic, shaking Quirrell. Quirrell coughed up more blood, his hand weakly reaching out towards Kane. "Please, don't frighten me," Kane implored, his expression filled with genuine concern, nearly on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, Quirrell had been on the brink of being struck down by the bludger. The first installment of Harry Potter could have ended right there. Alas, it was but a hair's breadth away. If he were shaken any further, he might truly perish. Snape, with an icy demeanor, regarded Kane with a look of disapproval. At that moment, Dumbledore finally arrived, and Harry's broom was now safe. Professor Quirrell, hold on. Hogwarts cannot afford to lose you. Kane continued his diligent act. All right, my dear boy, the most pressing matter now is to escort Professor Quirrell to the infirmary. Dumbledore gently pulled Kane away. Meanwhile, a safely landed Harry opened his mouth, ready to retch. What on earth is this? Is something amiss? The golden snitch emerged from Harry's mouth. Father and son were safe. A round of applause erupted. The arena erupted with applause and cheers in celebration of this rare medical marvel. Ahem, I digress. Ultimately, the match concluded with Gryffindor's triumphant victory. In a corner unnoticed by many, Professor Quirrell trembled as he raised his hand, declaring, I believe I can still salvage this. Chapter 59. Since we're here, shall we not explore a bit of traditional education? Kane, please take a seat. Professor McGonagall gestured for Kane to sit down. The school conducted examinations on the quaffle and brooms, finding no anomalies. Professor McGonagall paused, inquiring if Kane had any thoughts on the matter. Professor, I am as perplexed as you are, Kane speculated, but deemed it unnecessary to voice his suspicions directly. Very well, I shall report this to Dumbledore, McGonagall nodded. Moreover, I observed your transfiguration skills on the Quidditch pitch. You have managed to animate objects, which is quite remarkable. McGonagall shifted the topic, her gaze filled with admiration for Kane. All credit is due to your excellent instruction. Kane humbly attributed his success in transfiguration to her guidance. Is that so? Have you truly mastered all the knowledge of transfiguration I possess? McGonagall's demeanor shifted as she scrutinized Kane through her glasses. Certainly not. I still have much to learn. Kane pondered privately, wondering what had come over Professor McGonagall today. Then why did you seek out Professor Flitwick on your own, while Professor Snape is conducting your advanced lessons? Without mentioning transfiguration? McGonagall, with a piercing gaze, pressed closer to Kane. Well, it is primarily because you are busy, and I did not wish to burden you further. Kane quickly stood up, clarifying that his concern was for McGonagall's well-being, wishing not to add to her workload. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Then which day do you prefer? Kane realized that his tutoring schedule was about to expand. Was there truly no initiative in the magical realm to alleviate the students' burdens? Kane could only embrace the bittersweet reality. On which day will Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape meet? Kane inquired. Professor Flitwick is on Tuesday, and Professor Snape is on Wednesday. Very well. You shall attend my class every Monday, Professor McGonagall mused, believing that after attending the advanced transfiguration class, Kane would come to appreciate that transfiguration is the most captivating subject. In an oddly synchronous manner, the two professors reached a peculiar consensus. Kane, smiling and appearing genuinely pleased, acquiesced, though internally he felt a sense of dread. Let the world bear my burden. I shall not let it bear mine. Do not hinder me. I am on the verge of a transformation, Kane declared. Professor McGonagall, I have a proposal. Kane discreetly produced his communication device, which now bore a new name. Are you still troubled by the students' poor performance? Are you frustrated by your inability to monitor their progress in real time? Behold, this is my newly developed learning device. You can assign homework directly on it and monitor the completion of assignments or exams in real time. Professor McGonagall, the students have long suffered from a lack of pathways to enhance their learning efficiency. Kane noticed the glimmer of interest in McGonagall's eyes. However, some students may find it difficult to afford this learning device. Professor McGonagall's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I shall generously donate a batch of specialized learning devices to Hogwarts at no cost. Kane, I cannot let you bear the burden alone. I will petition Dumbledore for a special fund to procure these learning devices. Professor McGonagall was deeply moved, resolutely determined not to let such a good child as Kane suffer any loss. Professor, I have another request. Speak. I hope you and the other professors can exert yourselves a little more by assigning additional sets of exam papers for each subject, allowing everyone to improve in a targeted manner. Moreover, consider this. When facing the exams, having access to past examination papers would be immensely beneficial. Kane's suggestion was succinct yet profound. Professor McGonagall could not restrain her excitement, her heart swelling with joy. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Eagerly, she retrieved a top-tier communication device from her drawer, promptly renaming their chat group to Tactical Examination Strategy Group, and enthusiastically discussed Kane's proposal with the heads of the four houses. Of course, Dumbledore was not included in this chat group, consisting solely of the house heads. Unbeknownst to Professor McGonagall, although there were only 4 of them, they operated within 3 different groups. Gemma, contact Bob immediately to launch a mother-child version of the learning device. Learning device? Is this your latest alchemical invention? Gemma expressed astonishment at the pace of their innovation. It's quite simple. By attaching the original version of the device to the mother unit, we can monitor the learning progress of the child unit in real time. Kane shrugged, confident that many parents would be eager to invest. Bah, what a schemer. Come quickly. Forbidden Forest. Kane noticed a note beside his pillow. Lightning. He decisively summoned his house elf, knowing that only they could silently enter his dormitory at Hogwarts. Young master, how may I assist you? Lightning bowed respectfully. Who delivered this note? Please wait a moment, young master. I will inquire with the other house elves. With a crack, Lightning vanished. Young master, no house elf has delivered this note. Lightning was filled with trepidation, having failed to complete the task entrusted by the young master. Kane waved his hand, deciding to investigate the forbidden forest. He was curious to see what the elusive individual had in store. Lestrange, a masked figure materialized in what had been an empty space. So, you are the so-called adult mentioned by Bester. Kane twirled his wand. Clever. It seems you are already aware of the existence of the Owl Court. The last Quidditch match was also your doing, wasn't it? Kane ceased the motion of his wand. That was merely a harmless jest. So, why do you come to see me now? Kane's gaze turned cold as he addressed the masked figure. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. The Owl Court has existed since the Middle Ages, originally established to preserve the last vestiges of wizarding heritage during the witch-hunting activities, forced to remain hidden. For an organization to maintain its vitality, the infusion of new blood is essential. Certainly, the common folk do not pique our interest. Yet you, my dear, are fortunate to have been chosen by me. Follow me, and you shall be bestowed with unparalleled rights and honors. The masked figure spread his arms wide, eagerly anticipating Kane's affirmative response. Follow you? Do not presume I am unaware that you are merely a pawn of the Owl Court, Kane replied, a shadow of irritation crossing his face. Have you finished your speech? Kane inquired with a calm demeanor. Are you curious to know what? Avada Kedavra, Kane interjected, launching a surprise attack before the masked figure could complete his thought. He waved his wand, declaring that anyone who dared to jest with him would be turned into a mere jest themselves. Thus, the masked figure departed this world in a hasty manner. Who among the first years utters Avada Kedavra so casually? He mused, realizing he had been careless and failed to dodge. His wand protested. Must you always employ me for dark magic? As a phoenix, I find this exceedingly uncomfortable. All right, I understand. Kane consoled his temperamental wand. It seemed time to seek a backup wand. Kane approached the masked figure's remains slowly, hesitating for a moment before removing the mask, revealing an utterly unremarkable face. What is this? At that moment, a faintly glowing badge emerged from the figure's grasp. Kane picked it up and saw an inscription. Are you well in the distance? Guess what? This little badge bears a striking resemblance to my own communicator. Kane's first thought was one of concern. Competition had emerged. Wait, they are all concealed in the shadows, remaining unseen. Then there is no cause for alarm. After examining the badge thoroughly, Kane deduced that it was akin to an identification card for the masked figure within the Owl Court. He attempted to channel his magic into it, and confirmed the secret passphrase. Indeed, it was a trusted ally. Kane resolved to keep the badge for now, planning to operate incognito within the Owl Court. Melting palm. Kane extended his left hand, engaging in a brief moment of theatricality before ultimately raising his wand with his right hand. The remains of the masked figure dissolved into a pool of blood. Of course, this curse was not originally named as such. Kane had recently learned it in a class from the Dark Lord and had whimsically renamed it Avada Kedavra, Melting palm. A truly indispensable spell for navigating the world. Teacher, are you familiar with the Owl Court? Such an underground organization was well suited for questioning Nico. What? Have they made contact with you as well? The hand holding the coffee paused momentarily. Indeed, you are aware. That is because I was once a member of the Owl Court myself. You may engage with them to a certain extent, after all. Their inner workings harbor many long-lost treasures from the outside world that can be exchanged. Ugh, this coffee is rather hot. Nico discreetly set down the cup he was holding. Is it through this? Kane raised the badge once more. Precisely, but do not become overly involved with them. Their current objectives are perilous, Nico cautioned, casting a wary glance at Kane. Could it be that they wish to control the direction of the magical realm? How do you know this? Nick expressed surprise. Had not Kane only recently encountered the Owl Court? Just a guess, Kane replied without blinking. The Owl Court lives up to its name, even in disparate worlds. The same old tricks are employed. Well, the weather is indeed growing colder, and Christmas is just around the corner, isn't it? Nick feigned a shiver. Crack. Perinail my arm. Come quickly, he affectionately called for his wife. Honestly, you're quite old enough for this, Perinail complained as she hurried over. Kane, ignore this old man. He has been obsessed with games lately and wants you to develop a new one for him. Perinail unflinchingly exposed Nick's ulterior motives. We cannot allow the professor to become enthralled by games, Kane asserted firmly, voicing his agreement with Perinail. Unbeknownst to Perinail, Kane exchanged a knowing glance with Nick, an understanding only men could fathom. The new game shall be shared in secrecy, a quiet indulgence. Nick blinked and chuckled, acknowledging the unspoken pact. The winds today are particularly boisterous. Now evening had fallen, and Kane seldom ventured out to clear his mind. Wandering aimlessly, he inadvertently found himself in a secluded part of the tower. To his surprise, he discovered he was not alone. More precisely, a ghost awaited him, Helena, a being Kane was uncertain whether to approach. Tasked by Ravenclaw, Kane had initially promised to unravel Helena's heartache. However, He had once inquired of Professor Binns what would occur should a ghost's heartache be resolved. The answer was all too clear. The ghost would vanish. Hello, Miss Grey. The view here is quite lovely, is it not? Kane initiated conversation as Helena turned to look at him. This is the highest point of Hogwarts, here. The wind is free, Helena said, her gaze drifting forlornly outside. In that moment, Kane felt as though, although Helena stood before him, her heart resided far away. Hogwarts had been home to countless souls, yet for Helena, it was little more than a shackle binding her to memories of lost friends. For centuries, she was condemned to reminisce day after day in this once cherished abode. Simultaneously, her guilt towards her mother relentlessly tormented this unfortunate lady. Her suffering remained a solitary burden, unshared and unnoticed. Perhaps he should not impose his subjective thoughts upon Helena. She deserved the autonomy to choose for herself, did she not? I remember it would mischievously ensnare couples secretly dating by the Black Lake with its pink tendrils, waiting to spit on them. Indeed, it always did. How do you know that? Helena's expression shifted to one of surprise, a flicker of hope mingled with disbelief. Because I too have traversed the era in which you lived, residing alongside the four founders. Kane did not let Helena's hopes dwindle. Is that true? I can hardly believe it. Helena took a step back, shimmering azure tears glistening in her eyes. It is said that even spirits can weep. I once encountered a spectral butterfly that unexpectedly transported me to your era. Moreover, your mother entrusted me with a message for you. Would you care to hear it? Kane produced the brooch that Ravenclaw had bestowed upon him, patiently awaiting Helena's decision. What did she say? No, I do not wish to know. Helena's ethereal form trembled slightly. She was torn between the desire to learn her mother's words and the fear that they might be heart-wrenching. Do not be agitated, Helena. Kane quickly shifted the topic. Perhaps you would like to share tales of your past with me? My story. It may be rather dull. After a prolonged silence, she finally composed herself, ready to recount her narrative to Kane. For centuries, she had grown weary of languishing alone in her memories. Where to begin? Helena brushed her hair back and cast her gaze towards the direction of the Black Lake. You see, my mother is Ravenclaw. From a young age, I lived under the scrutiny of others. They would constantly compare me to her, showering me with disappointed looks for my mediocrity. I tried, but I truly lacked the brilliance of her mind. I yearned to prove myself, even if just once. Thus, I stole the diadem of Ravenclaw, hoping to escape my ordinariness and attain wisdom. How absurd, I SNT it. Pain was etched upon Helena's features. Kane understood her plight all too well. It was a classic tale of the offspring living in the shadow of their parents, a psychological wound indeed. Poor child. Chapter 61, The Ravenclaws. To aspire to carve out one's own identity is not a laughable endeavor. Kane, lacking talent and consolation, could only utter dry reassurances. Helena extended her hand to feel the breeze that swept in, as if she were soaring freely amidst the winds. I fled with my mother's diadem to the Albanian forest, seeking a place unknown to me where I could start anew. Yet, fate seldom rescues the wayward lamb. It only ensnares them deeper in despair. As she spoke, a flicker of resentment appeared in her eyes. I refused. He could not comprehend my desires. I longed for freedom, dreaming of a day when I could run freely along mountain paths or beside babbling brooks. To me, his aspirations felt like heavy shackles. The memory of that fateful day still haunted Helena, inciting a sense of dread. In the end, he murdered me. I shall never, ever forgive him. Kane listened in somber silence, recognizing yet another poignant tragedy. But, Helena, your mother sought to save you. Such intelligence. How could she not perceive your plight? Allowing you to steal the diadem was her way of granting you an outlet for your frustrations. Yet, when she fell ill, her longing for you became unbearable. Thus, she sent Barrow to find you, hoping for one last reunion. Based on his understanding of Ravenclaw, Kane made a reasonable conjecture. Even at the moment before my return, the essence of Ravenclaw was still imbued with concern for you. At that time, she had yet to give birth to you. Helena began to sob silently. She urged me to convey to you that she would never hold you responsible. Helena froze, then commenced to weep openly, like a lost cub mourning the loss of its mother. Kane, what are you doing? Kane turned to see Flitwick approaching with a group of Ravenclaw students. Headmaster. It was him. I saw him make Miss Grey cry. A familiar Eastern face from Kane's previous life emerged, furiously pointing at him. The Ravenclaw students, eager for justice, were ready to exact their retribution upon Kane. Misunderstanding, Kane gestured frantically. Yet, at that moment, Miss Grey let out an even louder sob. Kane found himself at a loss for words. Even Professor Flitwick regarded him with eyes full of reproach. Beat Slytherin. A blond boy hidden in the crowd eagerly incited. He had long harbored disdain for this Slytherin, feeling that it was unjust for someone with such an alluring visage to exist. He recalled his numerous confessions over the past 6 months, all met with the declaration of the other party's affection for Kane Lestrange, ending in heartbreak. The pain was excruciating. He must be punished. Kane twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at Helena. Say something. Just as the righteous fists of Ravenclaw were about to descend upon Kane's handsome face, Helena, the timid woman who had previously hesitated to acknowledge her actions towards Kane, finally had a moment of moral clarity. It's not his fault. I was just too happy. Professor Flitwick was momentarily speechless. Was this truly joy? He was well aware of Ms. Grey's identity. On Ravenclaw's turf, how could he allow the daughter of Ravenclaw to be wronged? Not only would he refuse, but the entire Ravenclaw would also not permit it. Even if Voldemort sought to bully Helena, the Ravenclaws would each throw at least 10 books in his face. Everyone leave. I wish to be alone with Kane. Helena urged the Ravenclaws to depart, eager to converse with someone who had shared her era. Kane, Hogwarts prohibits early romance. The usually jovial old man admonished Kane with unusual seriousness. But he's only in his first year. What is the old man thinking? Kane thought. Even if we entertain that notion, it certainly could not transcend species, for this was not Marvel. However, Kane was certain they were eavesdropping from some hidden corner. It is well known that Ravenclaw's curiosity and penchant for gossip are directly proportional. Helena, aware of her house's tendencies, planned to lead Kane to a different location. Predictably, as they turned the corner, they stumbled upon a group of Ravenclaws who were keenly observing the unfolding situation. An awkward silence ensued as both parties exchanged glances. The members of Ravenclaw stood still for a fleeting second before abruptly becoming bustling with activity. Professor, what delicacies can we expect in the Great Hall this morning? Gyryn, is it true that you once penned a Muggle fairy tale? Edith, why do you refuse my confession? A striking young man with golden hair stood out among the Ravenclaws, passionately calling out to a girl with braided pigtails. Silence enveloped the evening like a shroud. The Ravenclaws could no longer contain themselves, their eyes wide as they watched the dramatic confession unfold between the golden-haired youth and Edith. Poor Edith, for the first time, experienced the true meaning of social death, covering her face as she fled. Witnessing her retreat, the Ravenclaws scattered like startled birds. Helena brought Kane to a familiar place, the 8th floor, where the Room of Requirement resided. I have always hesitated to come here, Helena confessed, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Kane wondered if Helena anticipated that the Ravenclaws would leave something for her inside. Mother, I have come to see you. Helena finally reached out to touch the wall. Suddenly, a door adorned with medieval elegance materialized before them. Let us proceed, Helena whispered to Kane. Before Kane lay a chamber steeped in feminine charm, meticulously clean and warmly decorated. This was my former room, Helena exclaimed in disbelief. In that moment, she appeared no longer as the reclusive and sorrowful Miss Grey, but as the vibrant and lively Helena. She approached the bed, where a portrait of Ravenclaw hung, gazing lovingly down at her. Mother, Helena wept as she embraced the image. My child, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your return. The tone of Ravenclaw was filled with profound relief. Kane, we meet again. Ravenclaw regarded Kane with a complex expression. She had chosen to seal away her memories of Helena's future, adhering to the dictates of fate, uncertain if her decision was right or wrong. Her daughter had endured immense suffering, and her own inner turmoil was no less than Helena's. Once more, we meet, Professor, Kane bowed respectfully. My daughter and I need to share some private words. You may step outside. Ravenclaw paused, adding, this is also my hidden chamber. Should you face difficulties in the future, you may seek me here. Ravenclaw remained the same person Kane had known, her narrow-minded nature unchanged even in motherhood. A knowing smile graced Kane's lips as he turned to leave. The greatest treasure within Ravenclaw's secret chamber was, after all, Ravenclaw herself. This was entirely reasonable, was it not? What Kane did not see was that after his departure, the ethereal form of Helena transformed into luminous orbs and vanished, entering the portrait of Ravenclaw. Across the millennia of yearning, their reunion was no longer confined to dreams. Mother and daughter had finally come together. Chapter 62. The holidays are approaching. The blood traitor, Barrow, has gone mad. The bane of Hogwarts, Peeves, burst into the Great Hall in a state of sheer terror. The students, who were enjoying their breakfast, paused to witness this rare spectacle. Upon witnessing the plight of the ghostly figure, Pai Pai Gouet, a sense of delight enveloped the onlookers, enhancing the aroma of their meals. Where is she? Where could she be? Baron Bloodhowl bellowed, stirring a gust of wind. Baron, remain composed. What has transpired? Dumbledore rose and inquired. Helena has vanished. Her presence eludes us entirely. Baron Bloodhowl's expression turned manic. Professor Flitwick, hearing this, promptly stood from his seat and approached Kane, with Dumbledore following suit. It is you. What have you done to Helena? Baron confronted Kane, his ire palpable. Unfazed, Kane finished the last sip of his milk, for he was in the throes of growth. She has gone to where she belongs, Kane replied. What do you mean by that? Professor Flitwick interjected before Baron could. Could it be that Helena has resolved her inner turmoil? Dumbledore, aware of the underlying truth, directly articulated his conjecture. Indeed, Kane nodded in affirmation of Dumbledore's words. What? Flitwick and Baron Bloodhowl exclaimed in unison. Flitwick's reaction was one of sheer astonishment, while Baron's face was contorted with struggle. After a moment of silence, Baron Bloodhowl slowly spoke. Did she leave any message for me? Confronted by Baron's hopeful gaze, Kane withheld any solace. He had marred Helena's existence. He was unworthy. No, in her final moments. She mentioned you not at all. What? Baron Bloodhowl, at this revelation, seemed to lose even the scant vitality afforded to a ghost, standing frozen like a statue. For Baron, perhaps, the entire world was his epitaph, with Helena being his sole memento. His singular obsession to become a ghost had dissipated. She still refuses to forgive me. She still refuses to forgive me, Baron lamented, his eyes weeping blood as he cried out and drifted away. Unbeknownst to him, the ghosts of Hogwarts had gathered around. And upon noticing Kane's gaze, they scattered in a panic, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer would result in their own judgment. Professor Binns, do take care. Even as a ghost, Professor Binns appeared somewhat hindered in his movements. Indeed, Kane shook his head, turning abruptly only to be startled by the collective gaze of the students and faculty, their curiosity nearly igniting him. Kane, Ms. Gray is one of the representatives of Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick regarded Kane with a tinge of resentment. Phileas, Helena's wishes have been fulfilled. Is this not a fortunate circumstance for her? Before Kane could respond, Dumbledore had already begun to sway Professor Flitwick's perspective. Flitwick understood that this was, indeed, a positive development for Helena. Yet, knowing it was one thing, emotionally accepting it was another, for Ms. Gray's presence had been a constant throughout his career at Hogwarts. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, and Kane had already prepared gifts for his friends. Having grown up together, he is well aware of their desires. As for the others, he intends to present a warming alchemical trinket to Odette, for England is indeed considerably colder than France. Regarding the trio from Gryffindor, Kane plans to gift each of them a small communicator, which would also serve to promote the Savior, achieving two objectives at once. He has even crafted a catchy slogan, the communicator, endorsed by the Savior himself. Seize the moment and rush to Diagon Alley's Muggle shop to procure one now. As for the professors, Kane intends to gift Dumbledore several pairs of woolen socks. As this is a common gift in various fanfictions, the author must conform, after all. For Professor McGonagall, he plans to present a luxurious cat castle, ensuring her enjoyment and comfort. Professor Flitwick will receive a compilation of dual championship reports from his youth, a collection he painstakingly gathered. As for Professor Snape, a bottle of Potterbrand shampoo accompanied by a bouquet of lilies, sent anonymously, will be his gift. He has also decided on a present for Quirrell, a silver-green scarf, brimming with Slytherin flair, perfect for wrapping around his head. After all, to navigate life successfully, one must don a touch of green. The gifts for the other professors need not be enumerated. Kane has ensured each one is accounted for. He paused, stating, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you, and I hope it will please you. Quirrell, the version of the Dark Lord, hesitated at the word gift, which felt distant to him. During his school days, he was adept at winning over both peers and teachers. Yet he understood they were merely stepping stones to his ascension in the magical realm. Perhaps Abus had once been a friend. However, as he grew stronger, the once haughty purebloods began to fear him, submitting to him and seeking his favor, including Abus. He felt he had never received such a purely intended gift. Kane was different from them. I look forward to it, Quirrell remarked, his tone tinged with warmth. Kane even fancied he glimpsed a fleeting smile on Quirrell's face, reminiscent of the Dark Lord. Hello, Hagrid, do you require assistance? Just as Kane exited his conversation with Quirrell, he spotted Hagrid struggling with a massive fir tree, heading towards the Great Hall. Kane, it's not too taxing. Hagrid invited him to accompany him inside the hall, which had been splendidly adorned. Harry and Ron, following closely behind Hagrid, pulled Kane aside. Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? They inquired eagerly. Not at all. Why? Kane was reluctant to engage in trivial matters, preferring to find something for them to occupy their Christmas holiday. Oh, all right. The two looked as dejected as wilted eggplants. Harry leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Kane's ear. This is a significant breakthrough. The information we've received indicates that the owner of Vault 713 hails from France. I believe you can investigate from the perspective of French wizards. Kane substituted for the Slytherin detective squad, sharing the intelligence they had previously gathered with Harry. The remaining task was left for the trio of Gryffindor to explore. Chapter 63, Matters of the Christmas Holiday. The Burrow. Very well, if you agree, let it be settled thus. Kane closed the contract and raised his gaze to the opposing Ox. Since the last incident where Ox transferred a suspect, the criminal had met an untimely demise. Under the pressure from the Rowell and Burstead families, he was subsequently dismissed by the Ministry of Magic. Kane had intended to enhance the security at the Burrow, and thus, this was quite serendipitous. What? You suggest that it was Kane's actions that led to Ox's dismissal? Do you possess any evidence, I wonder? A lawyer's letter of warning. None at all. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Ox's stomach quivered with excitement. After his dismissal, he had been troubled by concerns regarding his future livelihood, and he never anticipated that Kane would so swiftly offer him a job opportunity. Reflecting on how Kane was once a frail infant years ago, Now capable of providing shelter and support for others, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Your task is to diligently oversee the security operations and bolster the security force. Kane downed a sip of broth, and Ox straightened his back with renewed vigor. Do you have any specific requirements for the security personnel? Ox inquired cautiously. Kane had grown weary of correcting others regarding their address for him. Ever since Gemma had innovatively referred to Kane in a different manner, it had spread like wildfire among the masses, its reach truly remarkable. Competence and high ethical standards are paramount. It is not necessary for them to be pure blood. Kane mused, contemplating the expansion of the security team, where strength should take precedence. Half-bloods and Muggle-borns certainly possess potential talents that should not be limited to pure bloods. Ox nodded, appearing to comprehend. The large man was nearly moved to tears. Overwhelmed by the presence of such a compassionate employer, a first in his life. The absurd Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, paled in comparison to even a single strand of Kane's hair. He was determined to excel in this promising security role, ensuring his employer's peace of mind. Ox's face radiated with the joy of being a husband and a father. Ah, the display of affection. You already have 2 children. Given the atmosphere, Kane felt compelled to express a few words of concern. A boss who neglects their subordinates is not a good boss. My son is 8 years old, and my daughter is 5. If they grow up to have a boss like you, I will be thoroughly content. Ox expressed, feeling deeply moved. Haha, Ox. You may draw an additional 20 galleons from Bob. Consider it a Christmas gift for the children. Kane simply wished to bestow Christmas gifts upon the children he had yet to meet, devoid of any ulterior motives. Bob, with his deadpan expression, silently observed the lively exchange between the two. Is it possible that he was right beside them? Perhaps finally sensing Bob's resentment, Kane turned his head, acknowledging Bob's efforts with a promise of doubled bonuses. The boss is wise indeed. Bob instantly transformed his demeanor, seamlessly joining the flattery brigade. Dora. Kane snapped his fingers. With a crack, the house elf Dora made her dazzling entrance. She tugged at Kane's sleeve and vanished with another snap. Kane, come here. Narcissa beckoned, having prepared a sumptuous feast alongside the house elf, eagerly awaiting his arrival. By the way, I truly appreciated the gift you sent me. Draco gestured for Kane to sit beside him. Kane shook his head and let out a soft laugh. Indeed, there was nothing about dragons that Draco did not adore. One day, he vowed to gift Draco a real dragon. Outside, the biting wind howled, and snow fell in flurries, while inside, laughter and warmth enveloped the room like the embrace of spring. Kane's heart felt as though it were steeped in warm water, radiating comfort. In a room adjacent to the Hogwarts library. So, Harry, you've returned, came a voice that froze Harry in place, as though struck by a chilling spell. He stiffly turned his head. I didn't see you, sir. Curiously, now that you're invisible, you've somehow developed myopia, Dumbledore quipped. Having anonymously bestowed the invisibility cloak upon Harry as a Christmas gift, never missing a chance for a light-hearted jest. It seems you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist. I don't know, sir. I saw my family in the mirror, Harry stammered. Allow me to clarify. The Mirror of Erist reveals what one most yearns to see. Only the happiest of individuals may utilize it as a mere mirror, Dumbledore explained, gazing thoughtfully at Harry. So, everything I see reflects my deepest desires? Harry asked eagerly. One cannot perpetually dwell in illusion. One must confront reality. Do you not agree? Dumbledore spoke earnestly. Harry pondered these words. Now, you should join your friends in celebrating the Christmas holiday, Dumbledore continued, pausing briefly. The mirror will be relocated tomorrow. I hope you will refrain from seeking it out again, Harry. Rising to his feet, Harry inquired, Professor Dumbledore, may I ask what you saw in the mirror? Dumbledore hesitated before laughing softly. I saw a pair of thick woolen socks, always in need of more. With that, Dumbledore gently ushered Harry away. In the serene room, Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of tears flickering in his azure eyes. Ariana, Gellert. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a beautiful creature, entirely snow-white with horns, lay silently upon the ground, its neck bleeding a cerulean hue. Well done, my dear, Quirrell murmured, cloaked in darkness, standing beside the lifeless-eyed Odette. Less chatter, drink while it's warm, a raspy voice urged. Quirrell's body weakened under Voldemort's presence. He desperately needed the unicorn's blood to sustain his life. Yes, master. Quirrell complied without hesitation, lowering himself to drink. The moonlight illuminated the pure unicorn, enhancing its sanctity. Alas, the unicorn feels the gradual ebbing of its life in a state of wakefulness, only able to emit a cry in its final moments to alert its companions of impending danger. Master, I feel much better, Chilo humbly proclaimed, kneeling upon the ground. Initially, he had anticipated that his master would summon Lestrange for assistance, yet unexpectedly, a young girl appeared, her strength not to be underestimated. At that moment, Chilo, adorned with the Christmas gift from Kane, began to reflect upon his revitalization. He mused that the unicorn would not so easily be lured into a trap. Moreover, he should refrain from addressing him as Lestrange. Chilo, somewhat perplexed yet hesitant to inquire further, sensed a peculiar tone in his master's references to Lestrange, or rather, Kane, different from his usual demeanor. The heavy snow fell in a furious flurry, simultaneously concealing sin and beauty, leaving only a pristine white blanket. Chapter 64, Professor Bin's Dilemma. Mr. Lestrange, please hold on a moment. Following the conclusion of the History of Magic class, Professor Binns called out to Kane, slightly disoriented. Kane promptly regained his senses and accompanied Professor Binns to his office. The decor seems oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, the somber aesthetic resembled that of Professor Babbling. But truly, what merit does Hogwarts possess? To find two who share such an obscure taste, it truly is a gathering of the extraordinary. Professor, what brings me here? Surely not to reprimand him for dozing off during the History of Magic class. After all, he was not the only one to indulge in such behavior. The law does not punish the many. Since becoming a ghost, I have forgotten much. Even the instincts of a specter often elude my memory. Professor Binns began to ramble. Kane stood silently, compelled to listen to the professor recount tales of yore. Might it not be possible for him to sit while listening? Yet, a woman's visage incessantly flashed through his mind, her mournful wails echoing within. He could not recall her identity, yet her presence had tormented him for centuries. Professor Binns approached a nondescript corner and beckoned Kane closer. Open it. With a gesture, he instructed Kane to open a drawer. Inside lay a triangular crystal, heavy with inky darkness. What is this? Kane inquired, looking at Professor Binns. I do not know, but my spirit resists approaching it. Kane picked it up, examining it closely as a fleeting shimmer danced across the surface of the dark crystal. Could this be some form of token? He boldly conjectured. I cannot say, but I suspect it may be a remnant left for me by the woman haunting my thoughts, Professor Binns mused, appearing lost in reverie. Kane found himself at a loss for words. What was the purpose of this if they possessed no knowledge? I am aware that you have unraveled Helena's heartache. Saving her soul, Professor Binns' voice emerged, breathless and cold. I wish to enlist your aid in locating that woman. I seek to understand the connection between us. He gestured towards the triangular crystal, indicating that Kane should take it. Very well, Professor, I shall keep a watchful eye. However, it is essential to recognize that the clues are scarce, leaving me uncertain as to when I might locate this woman. Kane had previously stated. Nevertheless, I have endured centuries of mental torment and am indifferent to the passage of time. Kane emerged from Professor Binns' office to find the trio from Gryffindor. What brings you here? He inquired casually. We noticed you were summoned by Professor Binns and decided to wait for you. They replied. Is something amiss? Kane pondered whether the matter concerned the Philosopher's Stone, suspecting that the trio had made some progress. Let us find a secluded spot to discuss further. Under Kane's influence, the trio had at least learned to refrain from conspiring loudly in public. We discovered who Nicholas Flamel is. He once collaborated with Dumbledore to unveil 12 uses of dragon's blood, Harry exclaimed eagerly. Most importantly, he is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione added. Ron, having waited for them to finish, nodded in agreement, indicating that their words echoed his own thoughts. Moreover, after the recent Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, I secretly followed Snape and witnessed him threatening Professor Quirrell, warning him not to oppose him. Harry recounted with a hint of excitement. So, Snape is seeking information from Quirrell regarding how to pass through Fluffy. By the way, Fluffy is the name of the three-headed dog. Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The Gryffindor trio whispered, arriving at their conclusion. Quite plausible. Kane raised an eyebrow. Even as the man holding the script, he refrained from bluntly revealing the answer to the trio. There was no need for that. Moving forward, I shall pay closer attention to Professor Snape's actions. You three should keep an eye on Professor Quirrell to ensure he is not threatened by Snape. The trio nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kane's suggestion. They understood that Kane was no ordinary Slytherin. He genuinely prioritized the greater good. Kane, are you aware of what is happening with the Chosen One? You know, professors have a responsibility to attend to the mental well-being of their students, Quirrell inquired, his face pale and tentative. Kane found it rather amusing. The dynamic between Harry and Quirrell was a perplexing form of communication. Harry aimed to convey his support through his smile, ensuring that Quirrell would not succumb to the malevolent influence of Snape. In contrast, Quirrell perceived Harry's behavior as peculiar, wondering if he had discovered something. After all, Quirrell had indeed undergone noticeable changes since his arrival at the school. His complexion had grown increasingly pale, and he appeared ever more gaunt. Kane understood that this was a consequence of Voldemort's presence, draining Quirrell's life force. Logically, Quirrell and Voldemort had already set their sights on unicorns. Kane had long pondered when the Dark Lord would enlist his assistance in hunting unicorns, for the lessons were not without purpose. Yet, despite the conclusion of the Christmas holidays, Voldemort had not broached the subject. Nonetheless, Quirrell's emaciation and pallor were undeniably evident, presenting a curious dilemma. However, perhaps it is best not to seek him out, thus sparing him from the taint of unicorn blood. It is widely acknowledged that to be stained by the pure blood of a unicorn is to invoke a curse. Harry, having recently triumphed in a Quidditch match, was in high spirits, radiating joy to all. Kane concocted a reason. Is that so? The Chilo version of the Dark Lord appeared somewhat skeptical. Why does Harry Potter seem like a fool? He beams at everyone he encounters, making others feel uneasy with his exuberance. Joy begets vitality, indeed. Kane persevered through the awkwardness. Professor, do you know what this is? Kane presented the crystal he had obtained from Professor Binns. Ravenclaw instructed Kane to rotate the crystal from various angles for a closer inspection. This appears to be a seal, and it hails from a time not far removed from ours, Ravenclaw asserted. In our era, as you know, witch hunting was rampant. The Church would employ such seals to prevent the vengeful spirits of the deceased from seeking retribution. In that moment, Kane felt an overwhelming urge to cast the dark crystal away. Was there a woman's soul contained within it? However, such seals are typically crimson, while yours is obsidian. The specifics you shall explore for yourself. Therein lies the true intrigue. Ravenclaw waved his hand, signaling Kane to depart and not disturb Helena's rest. Very well. With a daughter now, I require no apprentice. He would take his leave at once. Kane would not admit that he had just felt a twinge of jealousy. Odoud, where are you headed? Upon entering the common room, Kane noticed Odoud preparing to venture out, despite the late hour. Just a little errand, Odoud replied, momentarily dazed before recognizing Kane. Are you all right? I'm fine, merely seeking a breath of fresh air, she said softly, shaking her head. All right then, off you go. Kane, in his straightforward manner, surmised that Odoud might have personal matters to attend to and refrained from prying further. Without uttering another word, Odoud strode outside. Chapter 65, Zogunnar. The sales of the small communicator have now stabilized. I believe we may plan to penetrate the international market at an opportune moment. After waiting for the boss to finish school, Bob seized the opportunity to report to Kane about the sales situation. What kind of first-year boss is he? It turns out that the one named Bob is indeed unfortunate. Let us not rush this. Our current batch of alchemists cannot yet support the demands of the international market. Kane intended to assess the local demand in France before gradually expanding the business circle across Europe. After all, one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite. I think you should keep an eye on Ox. At the conclusion of his report, Bob could not resist offering a gentle reminder to Kane. What is the matter? Since entrusting Ox with the task of expanding security forces, Kane had not given it much thought. He trusted that Ox's years of experience as an Auror were not in vain. Perhaps the composition of the security team is a bit too complex, Bob subtly cautioned. I am aware of this matter. Initially, Kane had specifically instructed Oaks not to be constrained by pure bloodlines. Bob responded with a string of ellipses, conceding, fine, you are the boss, your word is law. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open, and Draco burst in, his face alight with excitement. You will never guess what I have discovered. What? Kane closed his communicator and turned to regard the unusually animated Draco. There's a dragon. I saw a dragon. Kane paused, then wondered if Draco had indeed spotted a dragon at Hagrid's. Where did you see it? At Hagrid's hut. I secretly followed Potter and the others and caught a glimpse. Draco ran his fingers through his tousled hair, restoring his slick-back style. Why did you feel the need to follow them secretly? Kane asked, finding the situation somewhat complicated. They were, after all, on amicable terms now. I saw them sneaking around and instinctively followed, Draco replied, suddenly realizing the absurdity of his actions. Indeed, he could have chosen to approach them openly. Kane shook his head. Perhaps this was a peculiar form of understanding that existed solely between acknowledged adversaries. Has Hagrid's dragon hatched yet? He inquired further. Not yet. I saw a dark dragon egg through the window, Draco said, rubbing his hands together, eager to seize it at once. Kane, didn't Draco just follow us to Hagrid's? At that moment, Harry sent a message to Kane. It's him. He happened to see you all while passing Hagrid's hut. Kane paused, pondering whether Hagrid truly had a dragon egg. Yes, it's close to hatching. Harry hesitated, aware that Hagrid's clandestine dragon keeping was illegal, and the fewer people who knew, the better. However, considering Draco might have already seen the egg, he decided to confide in Kane. But you must keep this a secret. Otherwise, Hagrid could get into trouble, Harry cautioned. Rest assured, both Draco and I will keep it confidential, Kane replied. Draco is particularly fond of dragons. Could you notify us when the dragon hatches? He wished not to dampen Draco's enthusiasm. Absolutely, Harry replied succinctly. See. Kane promptly shared his chat with Harry before Draco. I'm going to ask Potter how long until the dragon hatches, hopefully by tomorrow. Draco, brimming with anticipation, turned to grab his communicator to pester Harry. Kane shook his head, allowing him to go. Draco, let us move, Kane beckoned. Harry just messaged me saying the dragon egg is about to hatch. Theodore, are you coming along? Theodore, while having a closer relationship with Kane, often maintained a distant demeanor towards others, typically preferring solitude like a lone wolf. Is it convenient? Theodore inquired with a faint gaze. What could be inconvenient? Hurry along. We must not miss the hatching of the little dragon, Draco urged eagerly. You seem quite eager to see your brother, Theodore observed, a hint of amusement flickering in his deep blue eyes. Theodore, you. Draco, with a fierce demeanor, chased after Theodore. Kane shook his head and leisurely followed the two towards the edge of the forbidden forest. You arrived just in time, Hagrid greeted Kane warmly. Upon noticing the unfamiliar Theodore, a fleeting look of worry crossed his face. Rest assured, Hagrid, we shall keep your secret, Kane assured him, understanding Hagrid's concerns. All right, please come in, Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together, a bit embarrassed. He always had an instinctive wariness towards Slytherins, but Kane was a good lad, and he was willing to trust his friend. The small hut felt somewhat cramped with their arrival. The windows and doors were tightly shut, causing the temperature to rise. Kane quickly cast a cooling charm for himself and Theodore. Draco, undeterred by the heat, eagerly joined the crowd gathered around the dragon egg. Move over there, he insisted, shoving Ron aside to claim a prime spot for a close-up view of the egg. Hey, Ron began to protest, but Hermione interrupted him. Shoo, the dragon egg is hatching. These two, whenever they stood together, always found ways to irritate one another. With a series of piercing cracking sounds, the dark surface of the egg began to split open. More cracks appeared, revealing a small dragon with a glossy black body and spiked wings. It had a long nose, bumpy horns on its head, and protruding orange eyes. Oh my, it's simply adorable, Draco exclaimed, clutching his chest, overwhelmed by the cuteness of the little dragon. It even sneezed, sending out a few sparks. Mama's here, Hagrid said, his face brimming with maternal affection as he prepared to feed it with a bottle of brandy infused with chicken blood. Let me try? Draco eagerly approached Hagrid, excited to feed the little dragon, which he found irresistibly charming. Here you go. Sensing Draco's fondness for dragons, Hagrid willingly handed him the bucket, resulting in a delightful scene of a dragon feeding another dragon. Both dragons appeared pleased with each other as company. Hagrid, have you considered the growth rate of this Norwegian ridgeback? Kane inquired, seated and resting his chin on his hand while observing Hagrid. Oh, I haven't thought about that yet. Hagrid replied. It's just been born, and without me, it surely wouldn't survive. The maternal Hagrid struggled to imagine the little dragon's plight if separated from him. Kane is right, Hermione concurred, understanding Kane's concerns. We need to find a way to send it away. Kane, let us keep Norbert here, Draco insisted, clutching the little dragon tightly. Be quiet, Kane said to the newly hatched dragon, which had just attempted to nip at Draco. The little creature promptly closed its mouth, casting a timid glance at Kane before, under the gaze of the group, rolling onto its back in a charming display of submission. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief at the creature rolling before them, confirming it was indeed a dragon and not some mere puppy. Hagrid and Draco were utterly enchanted by the adorable little creature. Jorgen, what a delightful child, remarked Draco, and he was not mistaken, it was indeed charming. However, it had a name, Noble, as Hagrid revealed. The two exchanged glances, each vying for the privilege of naming the little one. Jorgen versus Noble. Chapter 66, Visitors from Home. Kane. I need to speak with you, Odette said, her complexion pale and her demeanor anxious as she grasped Kane's arm tightly. At that moment, Kane had just emerged from Professor Flitwick's office after a makeup class and was taken aback to see Odette. What has happened? He inquired, noting her typically composed manner was now fraught with urgency. This is not a suitable place to discuss matters. Odette led Kane into the forbidden forest. Suddenly, she launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Kane had been diligently practicing his spellcasting skills and managed to evade her strike just in time. You are not Odette. Who are you? Kane retreated a few steps, drawing his wand to confront her. Petrificus Totalis. Odette wasted no time and continued her assault on Kane. He flicked his wrist, deflecting her spell, and with a swift motion of his wand, the surrounding vines began to ensnare her. Disarm your weapon. Bind her swiftly. Kane seized the opportunity while she was dodging, knocking her wand away and binding her securely. As he reflected on the recent skirmish, he found it peculiar. Odette seemed reluctant to bring him harm, predominantly employing binding spells. Are you a saint? Kane pondered, a plausible theory forming in his mind. I offer you a chance to confess. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. His ring concealed a truth serum, ensuring she would speak. You actually managed to defeat me, Odette murmured, her eyes clouded with disbelief. Kane inwardly rolled his eyes. This was hardly the first time. Though this Odette was not the same as the one he knew, it mattered little. She was merely another defeated foe. I can only imagine your language instructor must have been quite exasperated with you, he mused, noting her poor reading comprehension and inability to grasp the crux of the matter. She responded to questions with unrelated answers, surely causing her teacher considerable frustration. Kane retrieved the truth serum from his ring, deciding to resolve matters swiftly, wary of potential accomplices lurking in the forbidden forest. Just as he brought the vial to Odette's lips, a round of applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Kane spun around, wand at the ready, to find a man and a woman emerging before him. The leading witch, with hair as white as snow, exuded an innate elegance with every gesture. Following her was a bespectacled wizard, his face flushed with astonishment as he gazed intently at Kane. Impressive combat skills, the leading which praised. Regarding Kane as though he were a promising youth. Yet, Kane felt a twinge of displeasure, as if he were being regarded as a child. Are you both saints as well? What brings you here? Kane tightened his grip on his wand, contemplating whether he could successfully extricate himself from the onslaught of the two. These individuals exuded an aura reminiscent of the professors he had encountered. They shared a common trait, profound magical power and extensive combat skills. We have come for you. The witch's demeanor suggested she was not jesting. What is your relationship with Odette? Kane pondered if Odette had ever mentioned him in the presence of this witch. She is my great-granddaughter. What? Kane was genuinely taken aback. It was worth noting that Odette bore the surname Rosier, and the witch before him was of an age that inevitably led one to contemplate her true identity, Veda Rosier, the right hand of the first Dark Lord. She was the de facto second-in-command of the saintly organization that had once swept across Europe. Senior, Kane acknowledged her with a respectful bow, fully aware that those who recognize the times are indeed wise. You certainly do not seem like a student who could be molded by Dumbledore. Veda's head tilted slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Odette initially came to Hogwarts under my guidance. I would not permit the only descendant of my elder brother to come to harm. What? Kane suddenly connected the dots. It now appeared that Odette's symptoms closely resembled those of someone afflicted by the soulbind curse. It seems you are privy to certain information, Veda noted, recognizing Kane's reaction. If I am not mistaken, she may have fallen victim to the soulbind curse, Kane hesitantly ventured. What? Who would be so audacious as to cast the soulbind curse on young Odette? Could it be Dumbledore? The red-faced wizard seethed with fury and was ready to confront Dumbledore. Joseph, calm down. No matter how despicable Dumbledore may be, he at least has his limits. As the saying goes, your enemy knows you best. Veda, having dealt with Dumbledore on numerous occasions, was aware that he would not stoop to such depths. Kane, may I address you thus? Veda first restrained Joseph, then turned her gentle gaze toward Kane. I believe we should find a more suitable place to converse. I wonder if you would dare? I have a pressing question for you. Kane felt compelled to voice his inquiry, sensing that the Rosiers were not merely there for Odette. Since you were able to enter the school, why not go directly to Odette? Veda crossed her arms, speaking languidly. Let me be direct then, you are our initial target. How does that please you? The unexpected revelation left Kane momentarily bewildered. Setting aside the fact that he was still bearing the identity of the Lestrange family and had yet to reclaim his true surname, Slytherin, he was merely a first-year student. Surely, it was not common for the second-in-command of the Saints to personally seek him out. If you wish to know more, then come with me. Veda waved her wand, liberating a Davii from her constraints. Joseph wore an expression of embarrassment so profound it seemed to echo across the English Channel. A Davii's form began to contort like a piece of rubber. Shortly thereafter, a young man with freckles appeared before the assembly. Quick, put on some clothes. Someone exclaimed. Don't you feel any shame? Paul looked aggrieved, questioning if Lestrange was indeed a respectable first-year student. It was evident to anyone with functioning eyesight that Kane's prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary adult wizard. Was a Davii not a concern? After all, wasn't she your great-granddaughter? Now all attention is directed towards him, is it? The fact that you can still see her suggests she is not in imminent danger. Her impulsive actions led her into a trap, and perhaps it is time she learned a lesson. At this moment, Veda offered a rational analysis. Truly, she was the right hand of the first Dark Lord, merciless to herself and others alike. How else could one achieve such a formidable reputation across Europe? Let us proceed. Veda extended her hand, signaling Kane to take hold. Chapter 67. This was a room exuding quintessential French elegance, adorned with luxurious decor. Having grown accustomed to British desserts, perhaps you might indulge in a taste of French pastries, Veda suggested, though she immediately presented an array of French delicacies, millefeuille, shell cakes, caramel pudding, and apple tarts, accompanied by a generous pot of the traditional British black tea. Thank you, Madame Rosier. Kane graciously accepted, sampling each offering. Delicious, he remarked, though not typically fond of sweets. He found the desserts before him quite delightful. Alas, there is no one here who can craft an authentic Zahir torta. I yearn for that rich chocolate almond flavor. Veda took a delicate sip of her tea, reminiscing about the sweet wine from beneath the snow-capped mountains. Observing Madame Rosier's somewhat melancholic demeanor, Kane sensed that her nostalgia was not solely for the desserts, but perhaps for a departed loved one. Outside, the sun shone brightly, with the melodious songs of birds filling the air. Kane sat quietly with Veda, savoring the rare beauty of the spring day. Veda, I've consumed an entire pot of tea. You ought to confront this young man, Joseph interjected, feeling uncomfortably full and unable to remain seated. Veda cast a disapproving glance at Joseph, this uncultured brute who failed to appreciate the moment. Paul, you should stand guard outside, Madame Rosier instructed. Earlier, you mentioned that our initial objective was you, Kane interjected. So, it appears that a Davii was sent to Hogwarts under your direction. Initially, Kane believed a Davii had come to Hogwarts due to the death of her fiancé, but it now seemed there was another motive. I was the one who sent a Davy to Hogwarts. As for the reason, it pertains to a prophecy. Vita scrutinized Kane, her deep azure eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny. Could it be related to me? Kane found himself puzzled by Madame Rogier's critical gaze. After all, he had no intention of becoming the great-grandson-in-law of the Rogier family. Why such scrutiny? My leader once glimpsed the threads of destiny and foretold the arrival of the child of fate. Born at the tail end of March, this child, a descendant of Slytherin, is destined to transform the very fabric of the wizarding world. Veda fixed her gaze upon Kane, who, despite his outward calm, felt a tempest raging within. Every traveler, through time, becomes a harbinger of change. Was it finally his turn? Kane envisioned countless predecessors standing on the shores of success, beckoning him from afar. Cease this folly. The prophecy articulated by Ms. Rosiel seemed tailor-made for Kane, aligning perfectly with the stipulated conditions. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, he merely wished to vanquish the Dark Lord and thereafter indulge in a tranquil retirement. He had no desire to be the so-called child of fate. Could this prophecy be returned? I believe you are mistaken. My surname is Lestrange, Kane stated innocently, as if the prophecy bore no relevance to him. Is that so, Ms. Rosiel refrained from further persuasion, lifting her cup to sip her red tea. Kane was taken aback by how easily he seemed to have evaded the situation. Momentarily at a loss, he did not imagine that the saint would relinquish matters so effortlessly. Surely, they were concealing some grand scheme. However, there is a task that may require your assistance. Is it about Odette? Indeed. I need you to escort Odette to the second floor, to a portrait of a little girl holding a sunflower. Veda noted Kane's raised eyebrow and immediately conjectured, what? Has Odette already taken you there? During a previous nocturnal escapade, they had narrowly avoided capture by hiding there. Kane sheepishly touched his nose, recalling the embarrassment of being caught in front of parents during a nighttime frolic. Well, that saves me the trouble of elaborating. You will guide Odette to the secret passage, and I shall meet you there. However, if Odette goes missing, Dumbledore is certain to become suspicious, Kane countered, looking at Ms. Rosiel. I am aware, which is why I plan to visit Hogwarts myself to reconnect with old friends. Veda disclosed candidly. Then I must express my dissent. Allowing a second-in-command of the Saints into Hogwarts is sheer madness. What did you say? Joseph erupted, slamming his palm on the table, raising his wand menacingly at Kane. You could also opt to passively lead Odette out, should Kane refuse. Joseph intended to make him experience the sensation of the soul-sucking curse. Joseph, leave, Veda commanded, ejecting him from the room. Do not mind him. He is accustomed to solving problems through force, she explained on Joseph's behalf. I understand, Kane replied, acknowledging her words. Understand your own folly. Joseph, you will rue the day? In the current circumstances, it was prudent to bide his time. I recognize your concerns, yet I merely wish to investigate the matter of Odette's soul being taken. Until the very end, Veda does not intend to resort to violence. Upon hearing this, Kane could not agree. The abduction of Odette's soul was likely connected to Voldemort. Should the Saints discover his existence, the consequences would be dire. Hogwarts may very well transform into the first and second assembly of the Dark Organization. Well, perhaps you recall the time when you were falsely accused of murdering a classmate. It was Odette who came to your aid. Ms. Rosier unveiled her trump card. Alas, why does Odette disclose everything to her parents? Being a former darling of the family is quite burdensome. Kane had suspected from the beginning that the matter with the crystal ball was inexorably linked to the Saints, and now it has been corroborated. Moreover, with two others lurking outside, Kane could not assure his safe escape from the onslaught of the Saints. Thus, the notion of owing favors is most detestable. Never mind. Even if Hogwarts were to crumble, Dumbledore would be there to support it. What concern is it of a first year? Very well, however. You must promise not to entangle me in the maelstrom of this affair. Despite his instinct warning him of imminent trouble, Kane endeavored to maintain his distance. I promise you. Vita nodded in agreement. Yet, should matters spiral out of control, it would no longer be her concern. Kane found himself somewhat exasperated. Ms. Rosier exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, which only deepened Kane's incredulity regarding her assurances. Is this truly where Odette resides? At that moment, Vita had consumed the polyjuice potion and transformed into Odette's likeness. Be discreet. Who would announce their own name? Kane whispered as he led Vita into the Slytherin common room. All right, there is your dormitory. I shall take my leave. And remember, we made a pact. You must not harm any Slytherin student. Kane pointed towards Odette's dormitory, reiterating his warning to Ms. Rosier. Vita did not expose Kane's apprehensions and nonchalantly entered Odette's chamber. This girl, still like in her childhood, seems to have a penchant for journaling. Oh. When she turned to a certain page, Vita paused. Chapter 68. I have summoned you all here today to discuss an important matter. Kane called several Slytherin friends to the dormitory. I intend to establish my own club. I would like to join. Before Kane could finish, Pansy had already raised her hand high. She had been thinking that Kane should have done this long ago. Moreover, glancing around, she noted Odette's absence, which made it even more perfect. I too shall join. This was Theodore, his deep blue eyes coolly regarding Pansy. He had been outpaced by her. And I. This was Blaise. Of course, I cannot be left out. This was Gemma. I am the first to join. You all must follow in my wake. Draco quickly stepped forward, emphasizing his status as the heir apparent. Everyone cease. Kane rubbed his temples and spoke up to halt the chatter. This club will operate independently of Slytherin. Should you choose to join, I will subject you to rigorous practical training and curses. Furthermore, once you enter the club, all significant affairs must remain confidential, and you must adhere to the club's requirements. I hope you will consider this seriously. There is still an opportunity to reconsider. The events that transpired with Audrey awakened Kane, as he realized he had placed too much trust in Hogwarts. He had always believed that as long as his companions were within the walls of Hogwarts, they would be safe. However, Kane understood that he could not constantly monitor their safety and thus sought ways to enhance their abilities. I shall not regret this. Theodore finally achieved his long-desired first place, and I too shared in this triumph. The group exhibited little hesitation. After all, they were well aware of the prowess of their childhood companions. Although their first year had not yet concluded, they increasingly sensed that Kane's strength was far beyond their reach. Faced with the monstrous capabilities of Kane, they felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness, unable to keep pace with him. Now that Kane had willingly extended an opportunity to them, no one would let it slip away. Slytherin, the master of seizing the moment, had one member who hesitated, Pansy. Her family's expectations for her were rather modest, merely to graduate smoothly and marry into a pure-blood family, thus ensuring the continuation of the Parkinson lineage. Naturally, the ideal match would be with a prominent pure-blood family like the Malfoys. Her mother had previously advised her to cultivate a good relationship with Draco. However, Pansy couldn't help but steal a glance at Kane. Apologies, mother, but I cannot resist the allure that Kane exudes with his striking charm. Sisters, who understands? A brief training session, and they would seize the day. Well, since you all agree, let us proceed to sign the contract, Kane announced, producing a parchment that clearly outlined the club's rules and the responsibilities of its members. This contract was personally overseen by Ravenclaw, accompanied by potent secrecy and binding enchantments. What shall we name our club? Kane inquired as he noticed that everyone had signed the confidentiality agreement. Naming the club posed a dilemma for him, and he decided to leave this honorable task to Draco and the others. The super invincible cosmic Tyrannosaurus Club. Draco had long since concocted this whimsical name. The others exchanged peculiar glances. This name was indeed a source of amusement. Pansy surveyed the room and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Pure Blood Society, she proposed. Kane swiftly rejected the idea, noting the change in Gemma's expression nearby. From the outset, Kane had no intention of transforming the club into a pure-blood echo chamber. His ultimate goal was to encompass all heroes within his grasp. Theodore's eyes glimmered, revealing that he was not surprised by Kane's stance on non-pure-blood wizards. What about the Armed Society? Blaise suggested, nonchalantly tossing his hair and throwing a wink at Pansy. Keep your distance, you flirt, Pansy retorted, rolling her eyes with little grace. Oh, the infatuated woman, Blaise quipped, deftly dancing around Pansy's pet peeve. All right, let us return to the matter at hand, Kane interjected, silencing their playful banter and casting an expectant gaze toward Theodore. We are Slytherin, and our honor is paramount. Let us call it all for glory, Theodore proposed after a moment of contemplation. A smile graced Kane's lips. It seemed that Theodore's thoughts perfectly aligned with his own. The others expressed their satisfaction, nodding in agreement. Excellent. Henceforth we shall be known by this name. Kane decisively inscribed the club's title upon the contract. Draco, witnessing the futility of the Tyrannosaurus Club, visibly displayed a hint of disappointment. All right, Draco, go fetch the items, Kane commanded, playfully tousling Draco's slicked back hair, remarking, it's a tad greasy, isn't it? Reluctantly, Draco approached Kane's bedside and retrieved a deep brown, intricately carved wooden box. One for each of us. Kane gestured for everyone to step forward. We emerge from the mire. We yearn for power. We seek honor. We are Slytherin. In dire situations, the defenses would automatically activate, sending a distress signal to Kane. Where shall we conduct our training? Pansy inquired. If I am not mistaken, it should be in the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Gemma replied, her eyes glinting as she looked toward her employer. Additionally, boss, could we extend an invitation for Cassandra to join our ranks? These two truly were inseparable, oblivious to the necessity of maintaining social distance. Such openness is impractical. Henceforth, any new member wishing to join must be recommended by a current member and must receive the approval of more than 2/3 of the existing members. Naturally, I possess a veto power. Theodore shall oversee the vetting of candidates, reporting the final results to me. Although Theodore is not particularly loquacious, his ability to discern the hearts of others is the keenest among us. Training will occur every Friday evening in the room of requirement on the 8th floor. With no excuses for absence, Draco will be responsible for gathering the members, while Gemma will oversee the foundational training. With a sweeping gesture, Kane assigned their respective duties. I expected the trio from Gryffindor, Blaise remarked, feigning indifference, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his brown eyes. Kane paused momentarily, dismissing the notion. Dumbledore would never permit Harry Potter to join a Slytherin club, even if he professes to treat all houses equally. What about Odette? Pansy subtly inquired, hopeful that Kane would refuse Odette's membership as well. Presently, Kane could not risk allowing Odette to join the club, after all. He harbored no desire to become the third Dark Lord. Observing Kane's movements, Vita noticed the procession of individuals exiting. It seemed the leader's instincts were indeed accurate. This lad, he should not merely be a student of Dumbledore. He possesses the makings of a true Dark Lord. Vita nodded approvingly, acknowledging Kane's youthful inclination to form alliances. Chapter 69, Belonging. The scenery here is delightful. This will suffice. Vita ascended the tower and ignited a gray-brown horn-like object. The smoke emitted was nearly colorless and utterly devoid of scent. As it continued to burn, it began to spiral upward. The wind outside howled as it invaded the tower, carrying with it wisps of smoke that gradually spread through the air. Vita gently waved her wand, and a complex magical array materialized beneath her feet. It flickered momentarily before vanishing, as if it had never existed. A splendid performance was about to commence. A faint smile graced Vita's lips as she descended. That day, the Hogwarts detective squad gathered at Hagrid's small hut to deliberate on the fate of Norbert. Hagrid, Norbert has nearly grown as large as your house. We must find a way to send him away, Hermione declared, glaring at the 5 boys who feigned ignorance despite her subtle hints. To clarify, it's Norbert. Not the other way around, Draco interjected, unwilling to compromise on principle. As expected, he earned another furious glare from Hermione. Oh, Hermione, he is still just a baby. Without me, he wouldn't survive, Hagrid said, grabbing a filthy rag to wipe his eyes. You said the same last time. Just look. It's only been a few weeks, and he is already taller than I am, Hermione urged, her tone earnest. Norbert, good boy, roll over. Jump, Norbert, jump. Draco and Ron teased the little dragon, leaping about and ignoring the 2 who were trying to reason with them. The poor dragon was utterly confused, wondering what it should be called. Its little head itched, as if it were about to grow a brain. You 2, stop this at once. Hermione's sharp command instantly silenced the unruly pair. Kane even noticed Harry instinctively straightening up. The power of a Gryffindor lioness was indeed formidable. Kane, you need to manage this dragon. Its ruckus may draw the attention of others in the school, Hermione pleaded, glancing towards Kane, knowing that the dragon typically obeyed him. Quiet. Little one, Kane said softly, observing Hermione's hair nearly standing on end. The magnificent Norwegian Ridgeback, now silent as a mouse, sat obediently in place. Little Black? That name is rather unappealing, Draco glowered at Kane, who had whimsically named the dragon. More importantly, Little Black. No, Norbert, seemed to accept the name. It was disheartening. All the effort spent raising him felt wasted. Every day was a study in what to feed Norbert and how to entertain him. And what was once a generous allowance had dwindled to nothing, occasionally requiring Kane's assistance. Even Aunt Narcissa had written to Kane, discreetly inquiring if Draco had a girlfriend, since Draco had never requested pocket money from home. This was, of course, due to the substantial allowances provided by the Malfoy couple. But he is still a baby. Without me, he surely wouldn't survive, Hagrid said, his eyes glistening as he loudly blew his nose. Hagrid, you know my brother raises dragons in Romania. I can write to him, Ron chimed in, aware that keeping Norbert at the hut was not a viable option. In time, it will surpass Hagrid's modest hut in size. And even the Forbidden Forest will be unable to conceal it. Hagrid, this may indeed be the most prudent course of action, Harry interjected. Yet, Hagrid was genuinely reluctant to part with such an adorable creature. At that moment, the delightful little being in Hagrid's grasp turned and bit Ron, who had been teasing it. Ah, let go, please. Release me. Yet, the dragon remained steadfast, refusing to relinquish its grip on Ron, causing alarm among the others. Little Black, release him, Kane urged. Brow furrowed as he managed to pry the dragon away. Poor Ron's hand had turned a ghastly shade of purple and was swelling alarmingly. We must get him out of here immediately, Ron cried out in distress. Keep your voice down, Ron. You'll attract the attention of the whole school, Hermione soothed, covering his mouth. What shall we do now? Harry looked anxiously at Ron's incapacitated arm. The dragon's bite was venomous. He needed to reach the infirmary without delay. Harry, Hermione, you must take Ron to the infirmary at once, Kane instructed, recognizing the gravity of Ron's injury. The situation was indeed tricky and would require Madame Pomfrey's expertise. Without a moment to spare, Harry and Hermione rushed Ron toward the infirmary, disregarding the risk of being discovered for the dragon bite. Hagrid, it is high time you acknowledge the potential dangers posed by Little Black, Kane remarked coolly, casting a sideways glance at the Norwegian Ridgeback. Little Black, sensing Kane's displeasure, though still oblivious to the nature of its offense, submissively rolled onto its back, as if to say, I know you all enjoy this. I may not comprehend, but I respect your preferences. Are you satisfied now, boss? You may pet it, but that doesn't mean you can strike it. Kane found himself both amused and exasperated by the dragon's antics. Very well, let Ron write to his brother, Hagrid lamented, his face a picture of despair. Perhaps. There was another option. Kane stroked Little Black's belly and mused. What is it? Draco interjected eagerly. Look at this. A dragon-keeping license? Draco could scarcely believe his ears. Kane, you cannot be serious about raising this dragon. Not me. Oh well. Draco's face fell in disappointment. It is you who will raise this dragon. Kane teased Draco, enjoying the role of the elder brother. What? Draco was momentarily dumbfounded, his face flushing crimson the next moment. Is this real? Am I truly to have a dragon? The ups and downs of life are exhilarating. He clasped his head in disbelief, his neatly styled hair becoming a tousled mess from excitement. If Hagrid consents. Kane glanced at Hagrid. Remarkable, Kane. But where on earth will you keep it? Hagrid marveled initially, then pondered the logistics of housing a dragon. Why, at Malfoy Manor. Of course. Draco declared without hesitation. Rest assured, Hagrid, there is ample space at Malfoy Manor for a dragon. Theodore realized that Hagrid had no awareness of the vast expanse of Malfoy Manor. Certainly, if you wish to behold the magnificent dragon, simply write to me, and I shall escort you to witness it. Draco had never anticipated such excitement regarding Hagrid. But this was a dragon, the dragon he had longed for. Very well then. Hagrid had no intention of visiting Malfoy Manor. He was acutely aware that he and Malfoy belonged to entirely different worlds. Nevertheless, at least Norbert remained within the bounds of England. Hagrid did not wish for Norbert to be too far from him. I promise, Kane, did you hear that? Draco exclaimed, vigorously shaking Kane's arm. This was the most splendid day of his life, all thanks to Kane. All right, if you keep shaking me, I shall fall apart. Kane assured him that he would promptly inform Oakes to send someone to retrieve little Norbert. He also sent a message to Harry. Both Harry and Hermione intended to join in sending Norbert off. They settled upon midnight this Saturday as the time. Draco, on the other hand, remained in the cozy cabin to further cultivate his bond with his dragon. When did you obtain the license? Theodore inquired. Since the day we first laid eyes on the dragon, Kane replied, aware of Draco's persistent desire for a dragon. He had previously persuaded Oakes to invest significantly and leverage his former connections to secure the necessary documentation. You are truly kind to Draco, Theodore remarked, a flicker of envy gleaming in his ice-blue eyes. He had no siblings, and his father was rather stern. Rest assured, my dear brother cares for you as well, Kane replied, playfully draping his arm around Theodore's shoulders with a smile. Chapter 70. The Ghostly Uprising Arg. Harry barely evaded Peeves' water balloon assault, landing unceremoniously at the Gryffindor table. Drenched. However, he soon realized he was not alone in his predicament. The room fell into a chorus of laughter as everyone exchanged glances. What had gotten into Peeves these days? It seemed that everyone had noticed the poltergeist's pranks had escalated in recent times. Do you suppose Slytherin is behind this? Look at them. Not a single one is wet, muttered a Gryffindor onlooker, casting a glance at the unscathed Slytherins. It is quite possible. The only ghost Peeves fears is from Slytherin, another bystander quickly chimed in. Surely it must be mere coincidence. I hear the Bloody Baron has not been seen for quite some time, Harry interjected, striving to present a fair perspective. In truth, not only the Baron but other ghosts had also been scarce lately, apart from Peeves, the ever-dedicated non-staff member. Daily conversations at the Gryffindor table often revolved around Slytherin conspiracies. Even a student who accidentally twisted an ankle would suspect that the malevolent Slytherins had bewitched the floor tiles. The longer Harry spent in Gryffindor, the more he realized the deep-seated animosity between the two houses. 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking ill of others. Snape's voice cut through, having materialized behind Harry at an opportune moment to deduct points. The Gryffindors across from Harry buried their heads in their meals, pretending not to notice. Those wicked Slytherins. Harry seethed silently, mentally stabbing a figurine resembling Snape. Have you noticed? Snape's hair is no longer greasy? As a certain passerby observed Snape retreating into the distance, he succumbed once again to his old habits. Harry, this time, declined to engage in their conversation, channeling his sorrow and indignation into his appetite, fervently chewing on the fried egg in front of him. Regrettably, his dining companion Ron was still confined to the infirmary. Otherwise, the two could have indulged in a double helping together. Clatter. Harry, lower your voice, Hermione chided, casting a disapproving glance at him and speaking in hushed tones. This isn't my fault. It's Draco who is pushing me. Harry, Draco, and Hermione, shrouded in an invisibility cloak, cautiously maneuvered towards the tower with a cage containing a dragon. However, the cloak's limited size inevitably led to some clumsy collisions. At that moment, had anyone been present, they might have noticed the occasional glimpse of a sleeve or an arm. Schwigging, stop squirming, Draco pleaded with a humble expression. A certain cat-loving author empathized deeply. The Norwegian Ridgeback dragon was anything but docile within its cage, relentlessly gnawing at the stuffed toy Hagrid had placed inside. Unfortunately, the little dragon had its own agenda. Noticing that its master was absent, it decided it was time to frolic freely. Thud. The cage fell to the ground with a heavy thump. The three faces turned pale, frozen in place, too frightened to move. Fortunately, after a brief moment, no one, neither a person nor a ghost, appeared. They exhaled in relief and lifted the cage once more. "If you continue to misbehave, Kane will surely punish you," Hermione said, leaning close to the cage and addressing the little dragon. The Norwegian Ridgeback immediately settled down, no longer daring to cause trouble. "Effective," Draco remarked, glancing at Hermione with surprise. "Let's hurry. Kane must be waiting for us." The trio dared not linger, hastily making their way to the tower. It was all Draco and Hagrid's fault. Their incessant feeding had caused the dragon to exceed its ideal weight. "Goodness, that is indeed a dragon. In my youth, I once aspired to be a dragon rider." Oaks sat atop his flying broom, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, reminiscing about his lost youth. If a solitary tear were to inadvertently slip from the corner of his eye at that moment, it would surely become iconic. Ever since Oaks learned he would be fetching a dragon that evening, he felt inexplicably exhilarated. Behind him trailed two tall, albeit somewhat gaunt, wizards. "Do not lament, Oaks. The noble traditions of Gryffindor can be inherited by young Kevin in the future," Kane remarked, raising an eyebrow with firm conviction. During the Christmas holidays, Oaks had brought the children to visit Kane. Little Kevin had been a bundle of energy throughout their visit, while poor Dodo had followed him around, nearly injuring his back in the process. "Haha, indeed, that lad is clearly a Gryffindor. By the way, boss, these two are new members of the security team." "They are." Before Oaks could finish, he was interrupted. "Kane, we have arrived." The three flung off the invisibility cloak, panting heavily. Observing them, Oaks shook his head, quietly lamenting their physical condition. Truly, each generation seemed to be less fit than the last. "This is the dragon. You will take it to Malfoy Manor. I have already spoken to Aunt Narcissa about it. It would be wise to swiftly escort the dragon away, for Hogwarts is certainly not a lawless realm." With commendable energy, Oaks observed the tattered doll that had been savaged by the dragon, praising the little creature before beckoning the two individuals behind him to assist in transporting the cage. "Boss, we shall take our leave now," Oaks declared as he secured the cage upon his flying broomstick, waving farewell to Kane. Did the audience truly believe that matters would proceed so smoothly? Of course not. This is Hogwarts, after all, without a touch of chaos. How could it even be called Harry Potter? With a resounding bang, Peeves the Poltergeist made his grand entrance. The cage containing the dragon once again crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous noise. Hogwarts began to awaken, faint sounds echoing through the halls. "We're doomed." This was the collective thought of the group. "Someone is here. Someone is here," Peeves shouted loudly, seizing a piece of armor to hurl at the crowd. Ever since Helena had vanished and Barrow had run amok, Peeves had typically avoided Kane. Little did he know, his cries acted as a rallying call, summoning Hogwarts' spectral army to converge upon their location. Leading the charge, Barrow brandished a massive axe, his eyes burning crimson. "It is time we settled the score." Barrow grinned menacingly as he advanced toward Kane, accompanied by the ghostly legion. How could they possibly interact with the physical realm? Although Hermione was filled with dread, she discerned the anomaly. "Someone has transformed them. You all must retreat," she urged. Kane immediately suspected Veda. Flames blazed fiercely. Kane and Oaks positioned themselves in a triangular formation at the front, shielding Draco and the others behind them, while simultaneously preventing the ghosts from closing in. "Nearly headless Nick, charge forth with your ghostly steeds," Barrow commanded. Soon, a legion of ghostly horses galloped forward, their icy blue flames extinguishing the roaring fire. "Seize them." Barrow raised his axe, unhesitatingly swinging it down. With protective armor, multiple frost spells, and explosive thunder, Kane and his companions commenced a fierce skirmish with the ghostly horde. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was roused from her slumber by the tremendous commotion and hurriedly donned her robes before rushing outside. The scene before her was beyond belief. The ghosts seemed to have taken on corporeal form, wreaking havoc in droves. The screams and cries of students echoed from various directions. Chapter 71, The Battle Begins. Professor Snape. "We must urgently organize the professors to eradicate the ghosts," McGonagall urged, brandishing her wand as the stones beneath her transformed into vines, ensnaring numerous phantoms. Without a trace of hesitation, Snape unleashed his most adept dark magic. "Eradicate? May I interpret that as eliminating them?" "That is out of the question. The ghosts are part of Hogwarts. We must swiftly regain control over them." McGonagall recognized the need for precision and emphasized the significance of the spirits within Hogwarts. With Dumbledore absent, the four heads of houses would lead the professors in subduing the ghosts, prioritizing the safety of the students above all else. Professor McGonagall, no longer delaying, guided Professor Sinistra towards the Gryffindor common room. The other professors, equally concerned for the safety of their students, followed suit without further ado. This impasse was untenable. We needed to escape swiftly. Kane and his companions found themselves trapped in the tower, unable to enter or exit due to the ghostly blockade. Having nurtured a dragon for countless days, It was time to employ its formidable power. Little Black, it's your turn, Kane said, gently patting the dragon's head, urging it to unleash its breath. Responding to his cue, Little Black lifted its neck, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a torrent of dragon fire. Simultaneously, Kane waved his wand, conjuring a small whirlwind that manifested within the tower. Go! The tempestuous vortex surged forth, propelled by the dragon's breath, charging toward the spectral legion. In an instant, a sea of flames erupted, sending the ghosts scattering in all directions. Hurry! Kane swiftly mounted Little Black, encouraging his companions, including AUX, to follow closely behind. Initially, Little Black stumbled, but soon unfurled its bat-like wings and ascended into the sky. Soaring was an instinct ingrained in the very essence of dragons. The moment the young dragon took flight, it felt its blood boiling with exhilaration, a triumphant roar resonating across the heavens. Good heavens, what is that? The Ravenclaw common room, being the closest, was filled with students who all heard the sound. Look, it's a dragon, and there is someone on its back. It appears to be Kane Lestrange. The crowd gasped in awe and hastily rushed outside. Do not underestimate Ravenclaw. They too possessed youthful vigor and impetuosity. Witnessing their peers from Ravenclaw streaming out, Professor Flitwick could no longer remain idle. He too needed to join the fray to safeguard the students. Moreover, the presence of a dragon within the school was undeniably exhilarating. Of course, his primary motivation was to study this phenomenon from an academic perspective. The Norwegian Ridgeback climbed higher into the sky before diving downwards. The dragon's descent was a spectacle of fiery brilliance. This is extraordinary. It is the very scene I have longed to witness. AUX, having repelled a female ghost with a flick of his wand, gazed enviously at the living embodiment of a dragon rider. Indeed, it's astonishing, Harry mused, considering it far more thrilling than Quidditch. Be careful. Hermione cast a levitation charm that incapacitated a ghost attempting to ambush Harry, casting a disapproving glare at the boys, who seemed solely intent on showing off. Well done, she remarked, surprised to find Draco's dueling skills quite proficient, perhaps even the most adept among their trio. Just a trivial matter, Draco feigned nonchalance, though his peacock-like posture betrayed his pride. Wow, how cool. At that moment, under Professor McGonagall's leadership, Gryffindor had cleared the common room of ghosts, and the upperclassmen emerged in groups, determined to rescue Hogwarts from peril. As they stepped outside, they beheld Kane riding the dragon. Meanwhile, Slytherin and Hufflepuff arrived at the scene, their eyes gleaming with wonder as they gazed skyward. Particularly among Slytherin, the gestures of wand-waving grew more vigorous, pride surging as they recognized one of their own soaring above. Professor McGonagall grasped her collar and shot a fierce glare at Harry and his friends. She did not need to ponder. It was highly likely that the affair concerning the dragon was related to Harry and his companions. It was merely the nature of trouble that seemed to follow them. Under the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall, Harry and Hermione lowered their heads, vividly exemplifying what it meant to feel guilty. Kane, riding on his young dragon, circled for a moment before rejoining the main group. After all, the young dragon could not sustain prolonged breath attacks. Barrow, deeply enamored with Kane, hurriedly followed, albeit at a slower pace. Kane drew a sword from his ring and confronted Barrow, who wielded a massive axe. Influenced, to some extent, by Godric, Kane had long desired to experience the thrill of close-quarters combat. Unfortunately, the wizards he encountered had always favored spells, but this time he finally seized the opportunity. A true man must engage in genuine combat. Kane executed a series of strikes, thrusts, jabs, and slashes, with fluidity and grace. The students from the four houses were left in awe. It was indeed spectacular. They could not help but applaud, and in truth, they did not restrain themselves. Kane bent backward to evade the axe that sliced through the air, pivoted, and with a seamless motion, struck Barrow directly in the heart. Clang! The axe fell to the ground. Barrow was dead. Some empathetic witches began to cover their faces in tears, unable to bear the sight of the tragedy unfolding before them. Nearby male wizards transformed into comforting figures, eager to wipe away the shimmering tears from the girls' faces. Stop! Have you forgotten that Barrow had already perished? To those boys placing their hands on the girls' shoulders in consolation, yes, I mean you. Hurry and remove your hands. In full view of the crowd, Barrow's body once again became transparent, the crimson hue in his eye sockets fading away. What transpired? Barrow, seeing the teachers and students pointing wands at him, could not help but float back a few steps. Baron Barrow, are you truly unable to remember? Professor McGonagall stepped forward and inquired. I previously caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, and then you appeared before me, Barrow exclaimed, clutching his forehead as if suffering from a hangover. A delightful aroma? I certainly did not smell anything. Did any of you? The students began to murmur, all expressing that they had detected nothing. Silence. Professor McGonagall continued to oversee the situation. The ghost's weakness lies in its heart. Upperclassmen, form groups of 3 to contain it. Ensure your safety. The origin of the matter could be investigated later. For now, the priority was to clear the area. Soon, through the concerted efforts of Hogwarts faculty and students, the ghostly army was swiftly subdued. Fortunately, they were merely corporeal and unable to cast spells, significantly easing the challenge. In Dumbledore's office. I have heard about the events of last night. I regret not being present at the time. However, we certainly have gathered a number of brave souls, have we not? Dumbledore said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Dumbledore, let us address the matter at hand, Professor McGonagall remarked, casting a glance at the rambunctious young dragon and the four so-called heroes. The young dragon had never encountered so many people at once and excitedly exhaled a breath of fire. The breath of the dragon ignited the frame where Fawkes was resting. Disregarding his elder demeanor, Fawkes soared to the little dragon's head and began pecking furiously. The little black dragon squealed and, with a swift motion, hid behind Kane's small stature. Completely oblivious to whether Kane could shield him, Fawkes glared at Kane, contemplating bestowing upon him a taste of the Phoenix's wrath. Yet he was wary of the faint aura of authority emanating from Kane. This pressure was something he had not sensed before, leaving the Phoenix in a state of perplexity. I am certain you have embarked on an exhilarating adventure, and I am eagerly anticipating your tales. Chapter 72 Indeed, once again, we find ourselves in the Forbidden Forest. So, you merely sought to relocate this dragon, unaware that you would encounter a ghostly uprising? The four nodded in unison. How dare you harbor a dragon? Professor McGonagall shot a stern glance at the quartet before turning to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I believe it is time for you to have a serious conversation with Hagrid. Though the four did not reveal Hagrid's involvement, it was evident to all that the dragon must surely belong to him. What are your plans for this dragon? Dumbledore concurred with McGonagall's viewpoint and subsequently inquired about the dragon's fate. I believe I am the most suitable individual for this task. I will ensure that every part of it serves its purpose flawlessly. Snape's gaze was sharp as a knife, already contemplating how to dissect the little dragon. Dragon blood, dragon liver, dragon hide. These are all valuable commodities, especially from a rare young dragon. The little black dragon shivered, desperately trying to shrink behind Kane's back. Headmaster, I have successfully acquired a dragon-keeping license. It will reside at Malfoy Manor from now on. Kane promptly dismissed Snape's intentions. The little black dragon let out a sigh of relief, nearly terrified at the thought of being devoured by that dark, two-legged creature. After all, Malfoy Manor is a place he can visit anytime, and having a long-term blood bag is quite advantageous. Very well. However, you have violated school rules and will each incur a deduction of 50 points. Furthermore, your punishment will be arranged by Filch. Of course, with penalties come rewards. Your courageous defense of Hogwarts cannot be overlooked. Thus, I have decided to award each of you an additional 100 points, with Kane receiving 150 points, and an extra 100 points for each of the four houses. Dumbledore understood the art of balancing reprimand with praise. Now off you go. Filch, brimming with excitement, ushered them away. His light-footed steps and wicked grin revealed his satisfaction at having the opportunity to punish these students. Were it not for Dumbledore's prohibition against using instruments of torture on students, he would have certainly hung these little rascals upside down on the rack. Where are we going? Draco inquired anxiously, gazing into the surrounding darkness. You have arrived at the perfect time. We are, of course, heading to the Forbidden Forest. Filch inadvertently revealed his true feelings before cruelly disclosing the reality to them. Draco's face paled instantly. In his mind, the Forbidden Forest held a status akin to the big bad wolf in Muggle fairy tales, unknown and forever terrifying. Do not fear, Kane reassured Draco with a pat. Everything will be all right. In an instant, Draco felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Indeed, with Kane by his side, he felt secure. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I am ready to depart, he called out. Hagrid emerged from the small hut, holding a lantern. Hello, children. I hope to see each of you intact come morning. Filch, with malice evident in his tone, turned to leave. Let us go, Hagrid said, shouldering the immense crossbow and leading the way with his lantern. Fong barked excitedly, trotting alongside Hagrid, distancing himself from Kane. Meanwhile, in a different realm of existence, Quirrell pointed his wand at the unsuspecting Odette. With an unusual suddenness, she collapsed to the ground. Master, she has fainted. Perhaps the repeated soul-sucking spells have proven too much for her, Quirrell reported. Do not concern yourself with her. We must enter the Forbidden Forest swiftly. Your condition is deteriorating, came Voldemort's raspy voice. Oh, Master, your concern for me is overwhelming, Quirrell whimpered as he knelt, tears streaming down his face. Do not delay. Proceed to the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort urged impatiently. A grown man weeping at such a moment was rather excessive. Had there been anyone else available, he would have ensured that Quirrell understood the true nature of servitude. The door was soon shut. Once silence enveloped the space, Odette suddenly opened her eyes. Ah, how intriguing, she mused. Vita had not anticipated that her visit to Hogwarts would yield such significant results. Rising slowly, she dusted off the non-existent dirt from her robes and set off towards the Forbidden Forest. Oh my, what is that? Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. They found themselves on a narrow path deep within the forbidden forest, where the ground shimmered with a silvery blue substance. Hurry along, that's unicorn blood. Poor creature. This makes the second one discovered this week, Hagrid lamented. It seems we need to split up to locate the unfortunate unicorn more swiftly. Draco, hearing this, instinctively drew closer to Kane, the implication clear. All right, Harry and Hermione will accompany me. Fong, you follow Kane, Hagrid instructed. Fong, typically obedient, barked frantically, shaking his head before running off. Fong, Hagrid said, scratching his head awkwardly. He's usually so well behaved. I wonder what has gotten into him today. Kane, meanwhile, remained detached, observing with a tranquil mind. This affair had no bearing on him whatsoever. Hagrid, I think I'll join Kane and Draco, and you can take Hermione, Harry proposed. Very well. However, should you encounter any danger, be sure to send up a red signal, Hagrid cautioned, leaving the lantern with them as he and Hermione ventured to the left. Kane held the lantern, guiding the two to the right. The leaves rustled in the wind, and peculiar shadows twisted into various shapes before the trio. Draco clutched Kane's arm tightly, genuinely fearful of the dark. This is my first time in the Forbidden Forest, and it feels rather pleasant. Harry, ever the optimist, reveled in the serenity of the woods. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest is a splendid place. Kane nodded, reminiscing about the thrilling events that had transpired within its depths. Draco, observing the calm demeanor of the two, resolved not to appear cowardly, particularly not to be looked down upon by Potter. He promptly released his grip on Kane's arm and strode ahead with his chest held high, claiming he would lead the way for the two. The trio chatted and laughed, treating the perilous Forbidden Forest as if it were their own garden. Although Kane was aware of the impending dangers, he feigned nonchalance, unwilling to disturb the buoyant spirits of his companions. Being present, he chose to embrace the moment. The silvery moonlight, akin to a bashful maiden, timidly peered through the branches, observing the three handsome youths traversing the path. Look, Draco suddenly raised his voice, pointing at the conspicuous silver-blue stains illuminated by the moonlight. Be careful. Kane beckoned Draco closer and cautiously followed the trail of blood. The ground was splattered with varying sizes of silver-blue stains. The three of them moved quietly, extinguishing their lights, and advanced under the moon's gentle glow. Kane swiftly covered one of their mouths to stifle any potential screams. Before them, a shadow resembling a large, dark bat loomed over a faltering unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. Kane could distinctly sense the unicorn's inner cries of agony, yet he refrained from confronting Voldemort directly, mindful of Draco and Harry's presence, opting instead for prudence. With a sudden crack, Draco, startled by fear, stepped back and inadvertently crushed a twig beneath his foot. The dark bat-like figure lifted its head, wiping the blood from its mouth, and glided towards Kane and his companions. Chapter 73, A Life Hanging by a Thread. The mist swirled with the breeze. Kane seized the initiative, unleashing a wave of black mist towards the cloaked figure. A gust of wind surged from the direction of the dark figure, dispersing the dense fog. Simultaneously, the figure flicked its robe, sending a stream of dark purple venom hurtling towards Kane. Armor of protection. The purple liquid splattered against the armor, hissing ominously. The two exchanged spells, the forest echoing with the sounds of magic-induced chaos. After narrowly dodging a thunderous explosion, Kane deftly flicked his wand, ensnaring the cloaked figure's feet with a sudden vine. Petrificus totalis. Seizing the opportunity, Kane aimed for the figure's demise. However, to his surprise, the figure bent low, severing the vine and narrowly evading the crimson spell. While they were locked in combat, Harry seized the moment to draw his wand and cast a red signal. Hagrid, look. Hermione immediately spotted the red signal and urged Hagrid. They're in danger. We must hurry. Hagrid and Hermione dashed towards Kane and his companion's original path. The cloaked figure, now visibly enraged, unleashed a searing flame from its wand. Not good, it's fiend fire. Kane's brow twitched. No, the Dark Lord isn't giving Quirrell bonuses. He's merely spinning illusions. Why risk your life as a free laborer? The cursed fire encircled Kane and his friends, growing ever more intense. The figure clad in black emitted a sinister chuckle before drifting away like a great bat. Whoever dares to obstruct their master, regardless of identity, must perish. The water flowed like a spring. Harry performed remarkably, a feeble stream of water splashing against the raging flames. No, Kane, momentarily distracted, realized too late that he had acted in vain. The water only intensified the fire's fury. Are we to perish here? Draco's face turned pale. The flames had ignited the surrounding trees, sending fiery tendrils soaring into the sky. Oh my, Hagrid, look over there. Hermione silently prayed that Harry and the others would remain unharmed. The fire morphed into the shape of a serpent, mockingly gazing at Kane, clenching his wand. Kane understood that his magic was insufficient to quell such a massive inferno. He was still young and did not wish to meet his end here. It was time to take a desperate gamble. Kane closed his eyes, tuning out the sounds of destruction and the cries of Draco and Harry. He sought the pulse of awakening the Kukulkan bloodline for the first time. He found it. A colossal feathered serpent emerged in his mind, roaring to the heavens, accompanied by winds, rain, and thunder, as all of nature bowed in reverence. Delicate silver scales manifested around his eyes, transforming them once more into a hue reminiscent of rubies. A whirlwind materialized, abruptly pushing back the flames. Run! Kane turned, leading the two away. The pair, taken aback by Kane's transformation, hurriedly fled. Harry, Kane, where are you? Hagrid and Hermione's voices echoed from afar. Keep my secret for now. We shall discuss it later, Kane urgently instructed them. Draco and Harry immediately covered their mouths, signaling their discretion. You two should reunite with Hagrid. If they inquire, simply say it was the centaurs who rescued us. As for me, out of gratitude, I went to visit the centaur tribe. The ruby-like gleam in Kane's eyes had yet to fade. He wanted to shield Hagrid and the others from seeing him in this state. If Hagrid knew, it would mean Dumbledore was also aware. And he had no intention of revealing one of his trump cards to Dumbledore. Shortly after Kane departed, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated as Fawkes arrived with Dumbledore. Children, are you unharmed? Dumbledore scrutinized the two. We are fine. The centaurs saved us, they replied in unison. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, about to speak when the trees of the Forbidden Forest succumbed to the might of the flames, crashing to the ground. By the way, where is Kane? Dumbledore surveyed the area, noting Kane's absence. He is immensely grateful for the centaurs' rescue and has gone to visit their tribe on our behalf, Harry replied, his gaze slightly evasive yet feigning nonchalance. Thank goodness you are safe. Hagrid and Hermione arrived, panting heavily. Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid exchanged greetings with Dumbledore. At that moment, the professors of Hogwarts arrived, gazing at the ferocious flames that caused a throbbing ache in their heads. The devastation wrought by the recent ghostly uprising had yet to be repaired, and now they were confronted with a raging inferno in the Forbidden Forest, straining the school's already meager finances. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Under Dumbledore's leadership, the professors toiled for nearly an hour before finally extinguishing the fierce blaze. The Forbidden Forest now lay in a pitch-black shadow. A mere touch would cause the charred trees to tumble down. Dumbledore, this is no ordinary dark wizard's fire, Professor McGonagall stated gravely. It was evident that the perpetrator was well-versed in dark magic, likely belonging to that minuscule elite of practitioners at the pinnacle of such sorcery. Snape surveyed the ravaged remnants of the forest, his countenance darkening. Countless precious herbs had been reduced to ashes. Who could be so reckless with such resources? In that moment, Professor Sprout found common ground with Snape for the first time. Dumbledore, with the forest so severely damaged, the school's budget for herbology will undoubtedly need a substantial increase. Snape remarked, nodding in agreement, contemplating the necessity to procure additional herbs for potion making. The school's finances had always been overseen by Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore intended to acquiesce without hesitation. But upon meeting McGonagall's serious gaze, he swiftly reconsidered his stance. Snape and Sprout exchanged a knowing glance, their spirits dampened. Securing a budget approval from the headmaster was no simple task. Perhaps it would be wiser to first persuade Dumbledore to agree before pursuing formalities. After all, it was due to his own reckless attack on Kane that Voldemort had compelled Quirrell to inflict the Cruciatus curse upon himself as punishment. Master, Kane has seen us. Quirrell gasped, as though he had just emerged from water, breathless. Moreover, I sensed the infusion of the Master's magic into the final flames. You asked too many questions. Voldemort replied, embodying the typical hypocrisy of a tyrant who permits only himself to wreak havoc while forbidding others to ignite even a candle. He would never admit that. In that fleeting moment, he had wished to test Kane's academic prowess. Surviving would validate that Kane had not squandered his lineage, proving his worthiness of existence. As for failing, it mattered little. The useless had never been deemed worthy of remembrance by the Dark Lord, even if Kane bore his blood. Chapter 74. The Centaur Tribe We Meet Again. Just as Kane sought a moment of solitude to calm the tumultuous surge of his magic, Firenze appeared. Kane regarded the centaur with a hint of wariness. What brings you here? This is the Forbidden Forest, the centaur's homeland. The evening sparks were exceptionally bright. Kane found himself at a loss for words, perplexed by the centaur's cryptic manner of speaking. I mentioned that we would meet again, Firenze proclaimed, his blue eyes reflecting the star-studded sky. What do you want? Kane questioned, skeptical that their encounter was merely coincidental. I invite you to visit our tribe. What? He merely spoke off-handedly moments ago. How could his words manifest so swiftly? Why should I go? Kane has also taken a stand. If I am not mistaken, you are currently engulfed in the excruciating agony of bloodline awakening. Felindez paused, suggesting that the centaur's prayer ritual could alleviate your suffering. Are you truly so benevolent? Kane seeks to prove his worth. In a certain sense, this is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Felindez gestured for Kane to climb onto his back. Perhaps we could converse as we walk. This time, Kane did not resist, obediently mounting Felindez's back. With Kane in tow, Felindez ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Eight-eyed giant spiders, begone. Along the way, a few eight-eyed giant spiders obstructed their path. Scram. At that moment, Kane was struggling to endure the tumultuous pain of his bloodline, his temper fraying. These spiders were unfortunate enough to cross his path. A subtle pressure emanated from him, weighing heavily upon the encircling eight-eyed giant spiders. The once arrogant creatures immediately shrank back, their 8 legs entangled in a chaotic scramble. Indeed. Felindez sighed lightly. What? Kane could not discern Felindez's words. We centaurs are favored by fate, able to predict the future and fortune through the trajectories of celestial bodies. Yet, fate is also cruel to us. The centaurs often suffer backlash from peering into destiny, and our numbers dwindle each year. Felindez's tone grew grave. Thus, we must conduct prayers, beseeching fate's mercy to mitigate its retribution. Simultaneously, this is a vital ritual for welcoming new life. So, I fail to see the rationale for my participation. Kane was perplexed by the notion of mutual benefit he had previously mentioned. Felindez, eschewing any ambiguity, turned to Kane and stated plainly, fate always favors those it selects. And you are that individual. From Felindez's perspective, Kane appeared enveloped in a haze of violet, the hue favored by destiny. So, my existence amounts to that of a sacrificial offering? Kane felt an urge to leap from Felindez's back. You shall not be in danger. We would never harm a cub. Kane chose to trust this assertion. During their prior encounter with the centaurs, Hagrid had mentioned an agreement with Dumbledore regarding the Forbidden Forest. Silvery scales had already cloaked most of Kane's face, and sparse silver scales were beginning to appear on his hands. Very well, Kane resolved to witness the centaur's prayer ritual. After approximately half an hour's journey, a cluster of rustic wooden houses came into view. Each abode was adorned with mountain yarrow, interspersed with dried white petals of purple heart flowers, exuding an elusive, mystical fragrance. Several young centaurs frolicked joyfully, while others engaged in conversation or crafted handiwork, presenting a scene reminiscent of a pastoral paradise. Felindez, how dare you bring an outsider here? Our tribe could be exposed to wizards. The centaurs clamored in protest against Felindez. Many even raised their long spears, intent on driving Kane away. They would not harm the young wizard, yet this did not imply their welcome for outsiders. Not even for a child. Cease at once. A sudden clatter of hooves resonated as Bane, whom Kane had encountered before, parted the throng of horsemen. He is my guest. Bane's declaration was akin to a thunderous bombshell. The horsemen were acutely aware of their leader's disdain for intruders. However, today was destined to be tumultuous. Bane paused before continuing, revealing that he was to preside over the prayer ceremony. This pronouncement left the horsemen in stunned silence, at a loss for how to respond. The High Priest was a title reserved for those of the utmost respect among their kind. What merit did the peculiar creature upon fire ends possess? My decision is immutable. Bane, with the authority of a leader, quelled all dissent. Now, hasten to prepare. The moment of the brightest star is nigh. Fire ends also joined in the preparations, leaving Kane alone on the grassy expanse where a massive bonfire had begun to be assembled. No one, no horseman, spoke to him. A few young horsemen peered at the oddly shaped Kane through cracks in the door and window. Kane feigned ignorance and suddenly turned, his crimson eyes startling the young onlookers. A sharp sound echoed as a young horseman received a gentle reprimand from a parent, who cautioned them not to approach the peculiar child. Before long, the clouds that had entwined the moon dissipated, revealing a radiant full moon to all. The prayer ceremony commenced. Kane was positioned beside the bonfire, surrounded by the horsemen, who clasped hands in reverence. Once Bane completed his recitation, all the horsemen knelt before Kane. Subsequently, they began to perform a mysterious dance. A colossal magical array emanated from Kane, spreading outward. As the ceremony progressed, the array extended into every corner of the horseman tribe. The moon, favoring Kane, cast a generous glow upon him, causing him to emanate light. Meanwhile, distant calls beckoned Kane, lulling him into a deep slumber. Had he been awake at that moment, he would have realized that, akin to his previous experience with the Bloodline Awakening Potion, every cell within him was undergoing transformation. The distinction this time was the absence of pain. Instead, he felt a nurturing embrace akin to the gentle caress of spring rain. Chief, Casey is in labor. A gray-haired female horseman supported the silver-haired mare, who was now in the throes of childbirth. The silver-haired horseman was Bane's mate. Bane cast a glance at the slumbering Kane, silently praying. The tribe's elder had prophesied that this child might be stillborn or born with disabilities. This time, he had defied the consensus, permitting fire ends to bring Kane, with the paramount aim of ensuring the tribe's continuation. However, another reason for the ritual was the hope of bestowing blessings upon the unborn offspring, wishing for a safe arrival into the world. The joyous news arrived swiftly as a gray-haired female centaur rushed over to share the delightful tidings. What was it? Bane clenched his fists in anticipation. It was a healthy male cub. Bane exhaled in relief, casting a complex gaze at Kane. What destiny awaits the magical realm? Chapter 75. A small happiness, you are awake. Firenze tended to the dying embers of the fire before turning his attention to Kane. Kane rubbed his eyes, lifted the blanket that covered him, and stretched languidly. It had been ages since he had slept so soundly. As he gazed up at the sky, he noted that dawn had just broken. I haven't slept an entire day, have I? Not at all. It's merely early morning. That's a relief, Kane sighed. His thoughts drifted to his hands and face, where he felt no scales. Good. For legs are certainly swifter than two. This is for you. As Kane and Firenze prepared to depart, a group of young centaurs approached. The leader, a red-brown-haired cub, presented Kane with a vibrant mountain yarrow. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Kane inhaled deeply, the delicate fragrance invigorating him. Will you come back again? A curious platinum-haired cub, who was about 1/3 the size of an adult, asked while nibbling on his fingers. If the opportunity arises, I shall return. Kane's tone softened unconsciously. Who could resist such an adorable little one, especially with platinum hair? Bane shooed away the inquisitive young ones. Here, take this. A solid black crystal sculpture of a centaur materialized before Kane. Bane, I didn't expect you to be so generous, Firenze teased, turning to Kane. Accept it. It symbolizes our friendship. Kane took it, and upon examining it closely, he felt a strange familiarity. He retrieved the ink-black triangular crystal that Professor Binns had previously entrusted to him and compared the two in the sunlight. Do these two objects share a connection? Kane voiced his uncertainty. May I take a look? Bane examined both items closely. They both likely originate from near the Cache Salt Lake, he asserted confidently. I can share the location with you, but you must keep it a secret. Agreed. Kane readily consented. In light of Kane's contribution to the Centaur blessing ceremony, Bane pondered momentarily before revealing what Kane sought to know. Let us be on our way. Kane suppressed his eagerness to visit Cache Salt Lake, deciding to address his school matters first. Do you need me to escort you inside? Firenze inquired attentively as they stood before Hogwarts Castle. Certainly. Kane had just been contemplating how to explain his mysterious disappearance the previous night. With Firenze's intervention, the situation was promptly rationalized. As for whether Firenze would disclose the events to Dumbledore, there was no need for speculation. Centaurs, as a whole, remain insular, even towards someone as esteemed as Dumbledore. Firenze, we are grateful for your noble actions in rescuing the 3 children in a timely manner. Upon hearing Firenze's account, Dumbledore first expressed his gratitude in his capacity as headmaster, then shifted the conversation. However, I recall that centaurs seldom extend invitations to outsiders. After serving as headmaster for many years, I have yet to experience the customs of centaur tribes. Haha. Centaurs tend to exhibit a certain tolerance towards young ones. Firenze calmly replied. Dumbledore chose not to dwell on the matter, reiterating his thanks. It is my honor, Firenze humbly acknowledged with a polite nod. Now, Kane, it is time for you to attend class. By the way, please escort our guests. After the two departed, Dumbledore fell into a contemplative silence. He stroked Fox's feathers and murmured, I increasingly suspect it is he, Fox. Last night, Dumbledore sensed an unusual magical disturbance emanating from the Forbidden Forest, in the direction of the Centaur tribe. Let us not forget, it was Dumbledore who forged an agreement with the Forbidden Forest. His vague feelings were hardly surprising. Fox emitted a clear trill, as if conveying something to Dumbledore. You sensed a formidable threat emanating from him? Dumbledore squinted. Perhaps it was time to pay an old friend a visit. I believe I owe you both an explanation. Kane summoned Draco and Harry to the edge of the Black Lake. Is this a convenient time for a discussion? If not, please refrain from sharing anything with us. Since that evening, Draco had been pondering the reasons behind Kane's bodily changes, yet he found himself at a loss. After all, aside from their differing paternal roles, both of them shared the same bloodline from the Black family. Indeed, Harry nodded in agreement with Draco's thoughts. Unless it pertains to something malevolent, it is unnecessary to divulge every detail. Keeping secrets can be quite burdensome. Kane felt a surge of emotion and embraced both of them. It is indeed somewhat inconvenient. I can only say that what you witnessed was a mere coincidence and will not adversely affect me. I reiterate, I hope that besides the two of you, no one else learns of this matter. Upon hearing this, Draco and Harry felt the weight of responsibility. This was Kane's secret, one he entrusted solely to them. As for the presence of another individual in their midst, both Draco and Harry chose to conveniently overlook each other. This confounded tacit understanding. Rest assured, no third party will learn of it. The two replied in unison, then shot each other a glare. Kane observed their comical expressions and shook his head in resignation. One was a brother, the other a friend. It was best left for the two youngsters to resolve among themselves. Kane completely forgot that he was still a first-year student himself. By the way, can you skip stones? As the elder brother, Kane felt it was his duty to entertain the two little ones. I can do this, Harry exclaimed with great excitement. After a decade of honing his skills, he was determined to impress Draco with his remarkable stone-skipping technique. Harry believed that since Kane had suggested it, he must possess the ability as well. A quick glance at Kane and then at Draco led Harry to a silent conclusion. The disparity between people was truly vast. What kind of look is that? Pathetic, Draco, embodying the spirit of a proud peacock, refused to back down. Come on, let me teach you a lesson using my 10 years of stone-skipping prowess. Draco provocatively stared at Harry. Harry, the little lion, was infuriated. While some mimicked others' facades and others their expressions, Draco audaciously imitated another's words. Shameless. Fueled by determination, Harry and Draco commenced their aquatic competition. Meanwhile, Kane sought refuge beneath a lush willow tree, comfortably reclining as he retrieved a book from his pocket and began to read. Though he had ignited the fire of competition, one could not expect him to extinguish it personally. Observing the fervent rivalry, Kane couldn't help but muse. Ah, youth. Chapter 76. Voldemort wants to stir up trouble. System, initiate settlement. After freshening up, Kane lay on his bed, calling for the system. Ah, here I am. The system, having forgotten its duties for quite some time, finally recalled that it had tasks to attend to. It had neglected to settle previous notable occurrences, but that could wait. Are you idle again, host? Kane felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. You wish to bicker? I shall oblige. Shouldn't you reflect on why your presence is so negligible? Is the host being unreasonable? Clearly, you often forget my existence. Oh, that's because you are ineffectual. Host, you are cold and heartless. Oh, that's still because you are ineffectual. Regardless of the system's protests, Kane effortlessly countered each remark. For the first time, the system experienced the emotion of frustration, vowing that one day it would compel Kane to worship it, acknowledging that all the faults lay with him. Ding. Notable event system settling. You participated in Harry Potter's first Quidditch match, earning a random reward of 1 talent point. You engaged in Harry Potter's initial face-off with his nemesis, earning the skill Blazing Fire. Furthermore, to encourage the host to participate in more notable events, the system grants an additional talent point. Following this, the system manifested a dazzling giant image in Kane's mind. How about that? Realizing my greatness, are we? Hurry and come worship me. The system's imagination ran wild. Kane, however, remained unamused, responding coldly. Yet, in his heart, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated such unexpected rewards. It seemed his system lacked intelligence. Was that permissible to state? The system, upon hearing this, felt its morale plummet and expressed a desire to ignore the host entirely. Ahem, actually, you are quite impressive. You have managed to provide me with so many useful skills, for which I am truly grateful. In a lucrative situation, Kane swiftly altered his demeanor, first deceiving the system. Huh, I always knew I was the most formidable. Ah, indeed, you are impressive. I hope you can manifest some exclusive skills from Grindelwald next time. Kane, ever the sycophant, seized the opportunity and took action. Ha ha ha, no problem at all. The system chuckled halfway before abruptly stopping, stating that the host cannot manipulate what they can acquire. Oh, so you're still of no use, are you? Nonsense. I am quite useful. Just proceed with the arrangements. The system, still too naive, could not handle the provocation. All right, open my personal panel. Seeing his wishes fulfilled, Kane began contemplating how to allocate his talent points. Host, Kane Lestrange Slytherin. This system is rather perceptive. The talent points are as follows. Dark Magic, 10, maximum value, 10, Charm Studies, 8, Alchemy, 8, Transfiguration, 8, Potion Making, 5, Herbology, 3, Magical Creatures, 110. Wait, could you explain to me what is meant by 10 and 110? It is as such. Host, the talent points are established based on the average standards of wizards in the magical realm, where 10 points represent the pinnacle achievable by 99 of wizards. Clearly, you are not an ordinary individual. Do you need a clearer explanation? The sudden enhancement in dark magic is undeniably linked to the awakening of your bloodline. After the secondary awakening, Kane felt capable of defeating Chilo. As for the affinity with magical creatures, it is also influenced by his bloodline. His affinity and intimidation towards dragons and serpents are maximized. However, one should not expect to gain favor from other magical creatures. After a moment of contemplation, Kane decided to prioritize enhancing his own formidable strength, allocating talent points to Charm Studies and Transfiguration. Ding. Charm Studies, 9. Transfiguration, 9. If there is nothing further, I shall log off now. TSK system. It's truly difficult to manage when close. One becomes insolent. When distant, one feels resentment. Kane, with a trial-and-error mindset, inquired. After all, the system had never mentioned it possessed the ability to assess magical power levels. No problem at all. Are you certain there is no issue? Kane raised an eyebrow in skepticism, questioning if this seemingly inept system was truly capable. Moreover, why hadn't you mentioned your ability to assess magical power levels before? Of course, no problem. Previously, you didn't ask me, the system retorted, somewhat indignant. Enough. Just state my magical power level. Kane's patience was wearing thin. Ding. Scanning complete. The host's current magical power level is very close to that of a mid-level wizard. What are the criteria for this judgment? Kane continued to inquire. Beginner wizard. The magical power and spell level possessed by a wizard upon reaching adulthood. Mid-level wizard. The elite of the wizarding world. generally possessing the magical power and spell level of a 35-year-old wizard. Archmage requires vast magical power and innovative breakthroughs. Too difficult to achieve, the system refrains from elaboration. What if the host's resolve is shattered? The legendary Merlin had reached the stage of Archmage. Upon hearing those words, Kane felt a surge of excitement. Merlin, oh Merlin. Very well, host, you may withdraw now. The system concluded its monologue and went offline. Yet, Kane's emotions remained tumultuous, rendering him unable to find tranquility. Perhaps I shall forego sleep and delve into a couple of spellbooks instead. With that thought, Kane retrieved a tome titled Advanced Spell Analysis from his ring and began to read. 2 days later, on Saturday evening, in Chilo's office. Kane, I heard you encountered a fierce blaze. Are you all right? Chilo feigned concern, stammering as he scrutinized Kane. The familiar opening line bore the same insincere flavor. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I am fine. Life is indeed exceedingly fragile, is it not? As wizards of elevated stature, our frail bodies serve as mere stumbling blocks on the path to truth. Ah, splendid. You've ceased to stutter. The Dark Lord has emerged, Chilo remarked. You are correct. Only eternal life and invincible power are worthy pursuits for us. Kane had already surmised the Dark Lord's intent behind those words. Indeed, I am pleased that you have recognized what a wizard truly requires at such a young age, unlike many who lead uninspired lives, perpetually chasing after trivial pleasures. Chilo found satisfaction in Kane's words. They were destined to be different from the rest. At this moment, an opportunity lay before you. The Chilo version of the Dark Lord spread his arms wide, gesturing enticingly. Professor, please tell me what it is. Kane eagerly inquired. The only Philosopher's Stone in existence is currently at Hogwarts. This stone possesses immense magical power and grants immortality. If you assist me in obtaining it, we shall share its benefits. Voldemort gazed at Kane with unwavering certainty. One who yearns for greatness could not resist the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. What must we do? In truth, even if Voldemort had not spoken, Kane would have been eager to witness the only Philosopher's Stone in existence. As Voldemort stated, no one could refuse the temptation of possessing the stone. After all, he was the sole disciple of Nicholas Flamel. Inheriting the Philosopher's Stone was a reasonable ambition. Was it not? Chapter 77, Final Examinations. Kane, would you be so kind as to meet me by the Black Lake? Just you. As dusk settled, Kane received a message from Harry. Of course, no problem. I'll be there shortly. Kane had just finished practicing spells in the room of requirement, with Ravenclaw and Helena observing throughout. Refreshed, he tidied his attire and strolled towards the Black Lake. To his surprise, Kane did not see Hermione and Ron alongside Harry. What has transpired? The two had found a secluded corner, and Kane initiated the conversation. Leaning in closer, he examined the scar, which appeared unremarkable from the outside, and tentatively reached out to touch it. Ouch! Harry exclaimed in pain. My apologies. However, have you informed the professor about this? Kane inquired cautiously. I do not wish to come across as a sensationalist clown. Since Harry began his education under the mantle of the Chosen One, every minute detail of his life has been scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Harry, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others, Kane remarked, fully understanding the burden of living in the public eye, for he too had experienced such scrutiny. Kane, at times, I genuinely envy your nonchalance, Harry admitted candidly. I believe that one day you shall achieve that as well, Kane replied, encouragingly. Rome was not built in a day. Harry must learn to grow gradually. Reflecting on their encounter with the unicorn, he added, while the blood of a unicorn may extend life, it yields nothing more than a half-alive existence. Don't look at me like that. I do visit the library, Harry said, slightly embarrassed by Kane's surprised expression. Who would go to such lengths? To bear a curse merely to survive, unless one knows of something that can restore vitality and magic entirely. Presently, the Philosopher's Stone resides within Hogwarts, capable of granting immortality. The scar, the unicorn's blood, and the Philosopher's Stone, when juxtaposed, they inevitably conjure thoughts of a certain individual. Harry gazed solemnly at Kane. Voldemort. Indeed, Voldemort, Kane affirmed. I had a feeling you would arrive at the same conclusion. Hermione and Ron deem my concerns overly pessimistic. I am at a loss as to how to convince them. Harry expressed, his excitement palpable. For Hermione and Ron, Voldemort feels rather distant. Kane continued, though he left the remainder of his thought unspoken, as Harry clearly comprehended. Do you think Snape could be an agent of Voldemort, tasked with stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Harry had always harbored suspicions about Snape. It is possible, but we currently lack concrete evidence. Perhaps we should report any suspicious activity from Snape to the professors promptly, Kane suggested. He was aware that when Quirrell attempted to steal the stone, Dumbledore would conveniently be absent from the school. This was indeed the climax of the first-year hero's journey, where Harry must confront Voldemort alone, a crucial element. As for Kane, he regrettably found himself in the role of a double agent. Well, fretting will do us no good. We must now focus on preparing for the final exams. Harry shivered slightly, casting a mournful glance at Kane, questioning why exams had to be mentioned at such a critical juncture. Kane looked at his quill and began to drift into thought. If this anti-cheating quill were to be sold in the Muggle world, it would be immensely profitable. Not to say it would surpass jobs, but surely, entering the top 100 of the world's wealthiest would be well within reach. Oblivious to Professor Binns hovering nearby, attempting to remind him that the exam had commenced, Kane muttered, "Oh, Professor, is there something you need?" Professor Binns' ghostly visage, which had remained unchanged for centuries, nearly cracked a smile. "Never mind. I must rely on this young man to fulfill his duties, so I shall remain calm." "The exam has begun," Professor Binns insisted, pointing emphatically at the paper. Kane felt a warm glow in his heart. After all, what else could be expected from a Hogwarts professor, with such a selfless attitude in service to his students? With a feather quill in hand, Kane swiftly began answering questions. The first-year final exams primarily consisted of theoretical assessments, though a few subjects required practical demonstrations. During the charms examination, Professor Flitwick instructed the students to line up, taking turns to showcase their skills. The task was to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. "Oh, Kane, I shall raise the stakes for you," Professor Flitwick cheerfully proclaimed. "No problem." Kane shrugged, inviting the challenge. The professor, a little excited, watched as Kane smiled knowingly and waved his wand. Suddenly, the pineapple sprouted arms and legs, adorning itself with little leather boots. "Wow, what a spectacular dance. I cannot resist awarding you a high score," Professor Flitwick declared on the spot. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall tasked the students with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Slytherin stood behind Gryffindor, where Pansy was already discussing holiday plans with Draco. A loud bang erupted, and out stumbled Seamus from Gryffindor, his hair a chaotic explosion, exhaling smoke and appearing dazed, prompting laughter from the crowd. Kane Lestrange. He heard his name called as he stood at the front of the Slytherin line, and Professor McGonagall gestured for him to enter. Nodding, Kane stepped into the classroom. Professor McGonagall placed a mouse on the desk, stating, "Your task is to transform the mouse into a snuff box. The more intricate, the better." With deft precision, Kane waved his wand, and the mouse instantly morphed into an exquisite snuff box, its surface depicting a relief of Hogwarts Castle. "Not bad," Professor McGonagall remarked with measured approval, though the satisfaction evident in her eyes hinted at a higher expectation. The most arduous was undoubtedly Potions class. Snape, for reasons known only to him, had forcibly paired Kane and Harry together, perhaps hoping for double the amusement. Draco shot Kane a look of resignation before swiftly teaming up with Pansy. Kane and Harry exchanged glances, staring at the array of potion ingredients on the table, momentarily at a loss. Snape's expression was one of malicious delight as he fixated on the pair. "Harry, I will handle the ingredients. You take care of the brewing," Kane declared, having abandoned his erstwhile assistant, Draco. Thanks to the weekly sessions where Snape compelled Kane to manage a mountain of materials under the guise of remedial lessons, he had grown adept at handling potion ingredients, confident in achieving an outstanding result. Harry, though reluctant, felt compelled to comply under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Taking a deep breath, he acquiesced. Their task was to brew a forgetfulness potion. After a lengthy 2 hours, the duo gazed into the cauldron, observing the pale purple liquid, and exhaled in relief. It was complete. Snape circled the cauldron, scrutinizing it for a moment before snorting dismissively and sweeping away in his robes. Thus, the first-year final exams concluded successfully. Chapter 78, The Philosopher's Stone. "Master Quirrell has instructed me to inform you that the time has come," whispered O'Davies softly when Kane was momentarily alone. Kane furrowed his brow, skepticism etched on his face. "Are you jesting with me?" He found it hard to believe that the second-in-command of the Saints could be so easily ensnared by a soul-binding curse. Upon hearing this, O'Davies' gaze sharpened, her clarity returning. "There's no need to be so tense. You are aware, aren't you?" Kane, eschewing any circumlocution, replied affirmatively. "If you are referring to the lingering presence of the Dark Lord, then, indeed, I am aware. Quite amusing, isn't it? Just moments ago, Dumbledore departed from the school, and I find it hard to believe he remains oblivious to Voldemort's existence." A light laugh escaped Vita, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Because Hogwarts has a savior," Kane remarked with a hint of resignation. "Ah, the savior. He still revels in this charade. Newt does, even with a 12-year-old child." Vita's tone was laced with a profound sense of unresolved conflict. "You are deliberately seeking Voldemort, aren't you?" Kane wished to steer clear of the grievances of the previous generation and wisely shifted the topic. How could it be otherwise? Since Vita perused O'Davies' notes, she has intended to delve into the lion's den. Little did she anticipate it would lead her to catch such a significant fish. "Let us proceed." Vita reverted to her previous vacant demeanor, guiding Kane towards Quirrell's office. Kane felt a surge of headache. Vita was certainly unaware of the Philosopher's Stone's existence. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such composure. Competing with Voldemort for the stone was already a formidable challenge, and with Vita in the mix, the variables had multiplied. Yet, he could not resort to violence within the school. Attempting to subdue Vita would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. More critically, He was uncertain if he could confront her directly. Just a headache. Dumbledore was to blame. How could the headmaster allow the school to become so vulnerable? Students were immersed in the joy of the end of their final exams, and the corridors were nearly deserted. The trio evaded the gaze of others and arrived at a room adjacent to the fourth-floor corridor. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the enthusiastic spittle of the three-headed dog. Quirrell, who had been prepared, retrieved a harp from his pocket and began to play gently. The Cerberus promptly closed its mouths and drifted into a deep slumber. Lifting the trapdoor guarded by the creature revealed a dark abyss below. "You and Odavi shall descend," Quirrell said, casting a levitation charm upon himself before leaping down. Having followed Voldemort for so long, he had never taken the time to learn a trick or two. Casting a glance at the still pretending Vita, Kane reluctantly enveloped her in a shroud of black mist, carrying her into the opening. When Quirrell witnessed Kane's graceful landing, a wave of envy surged within him. He had anticipated this to be his moment of glory, yet it was Kane who had stolen the spotlight. Who truly was the protagonist? "Fortunately, I cleared the devil's snare beforehand. Otherwise, you would have surely fallen," Quirrell hastily added. "You speak too much. Hurry," hissed the impatient voice of the Dark Lord, startling Quirrell. I am going. Is that not sufficient?" The group proceeded along the stone corridor. At the end of the corridor lay a brightly lit chamber, filled with countless small birds flitting about with wings spread wide. "Oh, you wretched little creatures, begone." The winged birds were particularly intrigued by Chilo's large scarf, encircling his head and beginning to peck at it. Ouch! Kane was certain that this was Voldemort's cry of anguish. Eliminate them, eradicate them. Voldemort would have relished the opportunity to dispatch them with a swift Avada Kedavra. Kane struggled to suppress a laugh, clearing his throat as he stepped forward, clad in protective armor. Fragmented, he first enveloped the trio in a layer of defense before straightforwardly blasting the door apart. As for the broomstick hovering nearby, Kane feigned ignorance. Onward. Kane took the lead, advancing to the forefront. Once again, they entered a dimly lit room. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, it became brilliantly illuminated, revealing a massive chessboard before their eyes. "It seems that we must win this game of chess in order to proceed," Chilo asserted with unwavering confidence. Kane was at a loss for words. Had Chilo's mind been siphoned away by the Dark Lord? Why willingly submit to the constraints of a trap set by another? He was disinclined to squander time and approached the chessboard directly. "Wait, I believe I have a better strategy for this game," Chilo declared, exuding an air of superiority as if he had consumed decades more salt than Kane. Veda could hardly contain herself. What was Voldemort thinking, selecting such an eccentric? Fragmented, Kane promptly obliterated the chess piece blocking their path. The other pieces, witnessing this, hastily cleared the way. "I believe this method is far more efficient. Surely, you do not wish to delay Lord Voldemort's affairs." Indeed, during their last escapade to seize the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort had revealed his identity to ensure Kane's unwavering allegiance. Listen to Kane. Voldemort deemed Chilo inadequate for significant endeavors, trusting Kane instead. Kane was taken aback by this unexpected favoritism, disregarding Chilo's pale visage, and continued onward with his head held high. "If the wizarding world had an Oscar, I would vehemently oppose any decision that did not crown Kane as the leading actor." They entered yet another room, where a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles awaited them. The moment the trio crossed the threshold, a surge of violet flames erupted behind them, while black flames leapt toward the doorway ahead. Chilo instinctively reached for the parchment on the table inscribed with clues. But recalling the Dark Lord's words, he turned his gaze to Kane. Kane was pleased with Chilo's self-awareness and elegantly waved his wand. "Wind, disperse." A gust swept the flames aside, creating a passageway in the center, effortlessly resolving the predicament. "Let us proceed. How exhilarating it is to defy the rules." They arrived at the final chamber. This space was stark and empty, save for a large mirror framed in gold standing prominently in the center. "What is this?" Chilo, unable to suppress his desire for recognition, dashed toward the mirror. "Fool, what are you doing?" The Dark Lord's cold voice jolted Chilo from his reverie. "Master, this mirror." Chilo stammered, trembling. "This is the mirror of Ariste, which reveals the deepest, most fervent desires of the heart," Kane remarked with an air of calm. Where could the Philosopher's Stone be concealed? Quirrell attempted to redeem himself, scanning the surroundings, but finding no place to hide anything. Out of the corner of his eye, Kane noticed a slight tremor in Vita's body. As time slipped away, Kane expressed his impatience. Could it be hidden within this very mirror? He was on the verge of stating the answer outright. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A familiar face burst in. "Harry Potter. You all." Chapter 79, Father and Son. Harry's face was etched with astonishment. He never expected to find Quirrell here. Moreover, Quirrell had madly kidnapped Kane and Odette. "Kane, are you all right?" Harry rushed to Kane's side. "Ha ha, truly the savior, even in peril, still worried about others." Without Kane needing to speak, Quirrell had already assumed the role of the villain. "How could it be you? I thought it was Snape." Harry still found it hard to believe. Snape, ha ha ha. He certainly doesn't seem like a good person. With him, as a comparison, who would still doubt the stammering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell began his typical villainous monologue, revealing too much. But Snape once tried to kill me. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed. If you're referring to what happened during Quidditch, I wanted to harm you. As for Snape, he actually sought to protect you. Harry was momentarily stunned. Snape wanted to protect him? He stiffly turned to Kane, hoping for confirmation that he had misunderstood. Kane shook his head, indicating he had heard correctly. Harry felt bewildered. What was happening in this world? So the troll. Indeed, that was also me. I have quite the knack for dealing with trolls, Quirrell said with self-satisfaction. Kane exchanged a subtle glance with Vita, pondering how Quirrell could ramble so much. Also, you may not know this, Kane, but I am on your side. Quirrell continued with gleeful disregard for the chaos he was causing. Harry's pupils dilated in shock, his mind going blank. If Snape's revelation was a bombshell, Kane's situation was an intercontinental missile. You are lying, Harry vehemently retorted. Kane, did Quirrell threaten you? For a moment, Kane could not meet Harry's gaze. Though his initial intention was merely to feign compliance with Voldemort, he indeed desired the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Harry instinctively took a few steps back, his heart aching as he struggled to breathe. Kane was the first peer he had befriended upon entering the magical world. He trusted him so deeply. How could he? Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be betrayed by someone you trust? Quirrell relished the scene of their friendship unraveling. Feeling a sense of vindication, Kane silently gripped his wand, opting to endure for now. Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed with the matter at hand. The raspy voice of Voldemort echoed through the chamber. For the first time, Kane found Voldemort's voice somewhat melodious. One must wonder, how can a villain fail at his own craft, to the extent that even Voldemort himself could no longer tolerate it? Master, your servant Quirrell seeks your guidance. Quirrell implored from his kneeling position. At that moment, Voldemort's thoughts echoed a sentiment of disdain. Useless, utterly untrustworthy. Utilize that boy. Just as Dumbledore understood Voldemort. Voldemort was acutely aware of Dumbledore's intentions. Both were ancient foxes, engaging in a game of wits. Poor Harry, belatedly realizing the peril, attempted to flee, yet Quirrell, with a flick of his wand, bound him inescapably. Quirrell, devoid of any compassion, callously dragged Harry before the mirror. Now speak, what do you see? I see myself as a professional Quidditch player, and I am also the president of the student council, Harry fabricated wildly. Only Kane noticed how Harry's hands awkwardly concealed something. It seemed Harry had indeed acquired the Philosopher's Stone. He is lying. Allow me to confront him. Voldemort could no longer contain himself. Kane silently mourned for Harry. Today's revelations were increasingly overwhelming, and Harry's heart must be on the verge of bursting. As expected, upon witnessing Voldemort's bizarre appearance, Harry was rendered speechless with terror. Harry Potter, Voldemort elongated the name. Behold what I have become. Kane was left speechless. Could the Death Eaters not comprehend how to embody villainy? Their penchant for self-revelation was bewildering. Did they not understand that villains perish through verbosity? Why do you not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? Voldemort finally struck at the crux of the matter. Instinctively, Harry clutched his pocket, feeling as though he were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Avada Kedavra! Kane swiftly unleashed a spell from behind Quirrell, catching him off guard, and Quirrell collapsed promptly. Harry, come here, Kane urged, warily eyeing Voldemort, beckoning Harry to his side. Harry was nearly befuddled by the unexpected turn of events. Yet he realized that Kane had not betrayed him. He remained an ally. Kane, I have it, look. Harry dashed to Kane's side, promptly revealing the Philosopher's Stone. Good boy, hand it to me. Quirrell, having been struck by the killing curse, suddenly opened his eyes, now glowing crimson. A chill gripped Kane's heart. The figure before him was no longer Quirrell, but the true essence of Voldemort. Others' bodies always feel so awkward, Voldemort remarked, twisting his neck, his movements somewhat stiff. Give it to me, good child. You shall not have it. My dear son, how can you treat your father in such a manner? Voldemort spread his arms wide, as if reproaching an unruly child. What? Harry gasped in astonishment. You are Voldemort's son. This unfortunate boy, faced with one shock after another, was utterly flabbergasted. Do not speak so sweetly. You have never regarded me as your son. Kane remained acutely aware of the situation. My son, do you blame me for not being there to witness your growth? You can sense it, cannot you? Our blood calls out to one another. We are both descendants of Slytherin. Observe the wizarding world. One day, it shall bow before me. Voldemort paused, stating that when that day arrives, you, as my son, shall hold a position exalted above all others. Now hand it to me. Voldemort extended his hand towards Kane. Do not speak so grandiosely. You never anticipated my birth. For your pursuit has always been immortality. Would a wizard seeking eternal life truly care for the existence of blood descendants? Kane had never perceived Voldemort as someone who valued familial bonds. His birth was likely more of an accident. My son, I must concede that you bear a striking resemblance to my younger self. I offer you one more chance. Relinquish the Philosopher's Stone to me. Voldemort sensed the waning energy within Quirrell's body and grew impatient. Not a chance. Kane raised his wand, aiming it at Voldemort across from him. Chapter 80, Death. Very well. Odette, eliminate him. Voldemort nonchalantly commanded Odette. Oh, shall I comply with your orders, my lord? Odette's lips curved into a peculiar smile. Who are you? Voldemort narrowed his blood-red eyes. I am an old friend, long renowned yet never met. No sooner had she spoken, Odette suddenly transformed, revealing the white-haired Veda before them all. Harry felt he had exhausted all astonishment in his life. No matter the revelation today, he would remain unfazed. He was now terrifyingly powerful. So, it is the Twilight Saint. Has Grindelwald finally been unable to resist re-emerging? Upon seeing the Saint's emblem on the woman before him, Voldemort immediately mocked her. As the second Dark Lord, it was imperative to tarnish the reputation of the first. Compared to the barely surviving Voldemort, who now only postured before first years, Veda maintained a smile. Though her words were merciless, how dare a pure-blooded lunatic, who only flaunts his power in British wizarding villages, compare himself to the illustrious Grindelwald? It seems you too. Seek the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's nose twitched in fury. Had his current body belonged to him, this madwoman would not dare to challenge him. I must sincerely thank Quirrell for this opportunity. Veda expressed her gratitude earnestly. That useless Quirrell. Voldemort wished he could slay him once more. Kane, you surely do not wish for the Philosopher's Stone to fall into the hands of outsiders. Give it to me, and together we shall forge the glory of Slytherin. The Saint clearly would not relinquish the stone, and Voldemort directly invoked the glory of Slytherin. Ah, it seems someone was just about to kill you, Kane. Veda remarked with a teasing tone. Moreover, I can promise you the sharing of the Philosopher's Stone. At that moment, the three stood in a triangular standoff, each vying for Kane's allegiance, for they all understood that he was far more than just a mere first-year student. Voldemort and Vader were acutely aware that neither could easily vanquish the other, thus necessitating allies. Kane's choice was of paramount importance. I am Kane Slytherin, and I possess but a singular choice. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Kane boldly acknowledged his true identity. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he uttered his original name, the book of admittance began to flutter wildly, ultimately resting upon the page inscribed with Kane's name. His name transformed from Kane Lestrange to Kane Slytherin. Simultaneously, the crystal orbs within the Department of Mysteries trembled violently, inciting a tumult. This, however, is a tale for another time. As Kane confessed his Slytherin heritage, a sly smirk crept across Voldemort's lips. He had triumphed. Without further ado, Voldemort raised a hand, and a green light shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Vader. Years of combat experience kept Vader on high alert. With a flick of her wand, a small deer charged directly at the emerald beam. In the next instant, the deer lay lifeless, leaving only shattered bricks in its wake. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, and the room soon lay in ruins. Kane thrust the still-dazed Harry into a corner. Listen, Harry, I will need your assistance shortly. He whispered urgently into Harry's ear. Do you remember? Harry clenched his fists, signaling his unwavering resolve. After briefing Harry, Kane donned a protective charm and charged forth. Thunderous explosions erupted. In the confined space, the destructive power of such spells was amplified. With a cacophony, debris rained down from the ceiling, enveloping the room in a cloud of dust. If these three were to form a demolition crew, they would undoubtedly make a name for themselves in the wizarding world. Upon Kane's arrival, Vader felt an immediate surge of pressure. She had not anticipated that Kane possessed such formidable combat skills. Yet Kane remained oblivious to her thoughts, summoning vines that ensnared Vader, leaving her off balance. Avada Kedavra! The Dark Lord seized the opportunity to strike, unleashing a killing curse directly at Vader's face. Just as Kane believed Vader was doomed, she inexplicably vanished from sight. It was a portkey. Voldemort's expression darkened. Curse it, she escaped. Avada Kedavra! This time, it was Kane's turn. With Vader gone, it was time to settle the score. My son, if you seek death, as your father, I shall oblige. Voldemort had anticipated this moment, deftly evading the spell. With a swift motion, he retaliated with a green flash aimed at Kane. Very well, let us proceed. Soon, the already battered room was riddled with countless holes piercing through the walls. It is difficult to fathom that the two individuals, currently intent on annihilating one another, shared the closest of blood ties in this world. Yet, the harsh reality manifested itself. A true embodiment of filial piety amidst cruelty. As Kane sensed the Dark Lord's momentary pause, he recognized his opportunity. The original Quirrell had perished. How much longer could his body endure, even if Voldemort was the one possessing it? Petrificus totalis. Voldemort's feet were anchored to the ground. Harry now? Kane urged, simultaneously casting spells to restrain Voldemort. Having waited for this moment, Harry sprang up like a ghostly ball and clung to Voldemort's leg. Ah! Voldemort felt a piercing pain, as if his leg were being scorched by flames. Soon, his leg began to crumble into ashes, flaking away in large patches. Avada! Before Voldemort could strike at Harry, Kane, who had been vigilant, swiftly petrified his outstretched right hand. The visible decay of Quirrell's body accelerated. Kane exhaled in relief. Finally, the dust was settling. Avada Kedavra! A sickly green light struck Kane. Kane! Harry's anguished cry echoed throughout the room. Yet, Kane was beyond concern. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Kane's only thought was that someone had cheated by casting spells with their left hand. Kane, wake up! Harry anxiously shook Kane's body, hoping he would open his eyes any moment. At this point, Quirrell's body had entirely turned to ash. A plume of black smoke erupted from it, hurtling towards Kane's chest. Suddenly, Kane's eyes flew open. Indeed, this is the body I desire, he exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Get out of Kane's body. Harry trembled with rage, exerting all his strength to hold on to Kane. Ah! Voldemort cried out in anguish once more. You wish for your friend to be revived, do you not? Release me. You are not Kane. Harry, torn between sorrow and fury, fought against the intense headache, refusing to let go. Ultimately, Voldemort was forced out of Kane's body, transforming into a cloud of black smoke and fleeing. Exhausted, Harry cast one last glance at Kane before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 81. Reactions from all sides in the Hogwarts infirmary. Dumbledore's voice broke the silence. Kane, Professor McGonagall's sorrowful tone echoed in the room. She still could not believe that Kane might be. There was nothing more to be done. They could only inform the Malfoy couple. Dumbledore's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Could it be that Kane truly perished like this? Was he not the one foretold in the prophecy? His body still bore warmth. Perhaps there was still hope. Snape looked at Kane with a similarly conflicted expression. Regardless of the circumstances, Kane was a scion of the Slytherin lineage. Could he only blaze brilliantly for a fleeting moment before fading away? Yet, he had no pulse, Professor Snape. Madame Pomfrey gazed regretfully at Kane on the hospital bed. Kane was her comrade in advancing the field of medicine. Now, his journey had been abruptly cut short before it had truly begun. How could one not feel profound regret? Oh, Professor Flitwick wept quietly, his sorrow rendering him speechless. Had he known, had he only insisted that Kane transfer to Ravenclaw, perhaps these tragedies could have been averted. Professor Sprout also felt a deep sense of lament. She had meticulously planned to hold a culinary competition after the final exams, with only Cedric left to invite Kane as a judge. Who could have anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events? Alas, the murmurs of the professors were overheard by a quietly awakening Harry, who would rather suspect an issue with his own hearing than believe that something terrible had indeed befallen Kane. Tear-streaked and overwhelmed, Harry could no longer contain his emotions and broke down in anguished sobs. Poor child. Professor McGonagall, hearing his cries, swiftly parted the curtains and enveloped Harry in her embrace. The other professors, witnessing Harry's grief, turned away, unable to bear the sight. Dumbledore instructed everyone except McGonagall to leave the room. Professor, Kane, he truly. Harry clung to a thread of hope. My dear boy, Kane no longer has a heartbeat. With deep compassion, Professor McGonagall gently patted Harry's back, compelled to convey the harsh reality to the child before her. Harry, can you tell us exactly what transpired? Dumbledore inquired urgently, aware that certain matters had spiraled beyond his control. Dumbledore, McGonagall cast a reproachful glance at the old wizard. If we had known the truth sooner, we could have addressed the Malfoys. Dumbledore's resolve remained unwavering. Very well. With the situation at hand, McGonagall ceased her objections. Professor, I am fine. Harry wiped his tears, yearning to do something for Kane. It was Voldemort. Harry recounted his harrowing experiences in detail. A saint has appeared? McGonagall exclaimed in astonishment. Dumbledore, calm yourself, Minerva. This is something none of us anticipated. Upon hearing the mention of a saint, Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Old friend, what do you intend to do? That O'Dalvy Rochel. McGonagall contemplated a troubling possibility. This academic year had already witnessed the tragic fate of Waterwhite, and now Kane's misfortune. Should Rochel emerge, Hogwarts might face closure. The situation has not yet reached its nadir. Let us not forget, her surname is the greatest safeguard. Based on Harry's account, Dumbledore had already identified a suspect, and it was highly likely that O'Dalvy was unharmed. By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, what of the Philosopher's Stone? Kane had sacrificed so much to protect it. He could not let Kane's efforts go in vain. I am afraid, Harry. Dumbledore revealed the shattered remnants of the Philosopher's Stone. Is this truly the Philosopher's Stone? Harry questioned, perplexed, as he recalled the stone's vibrant red hue, contrasting sharply with the transparent fragments before him. Indeed, it appears to have been struck by Voldemort's killing curse, leading to its destruction. Yet, for reasons unknown, the immense magical power within the stone has also been completely drained. Dumbledore's tone was laden with sorrow. How could this happen? Harry felt tears welling again, for this was what Kane had protected with his very life. What shall we do about Master Nicholas Flamel? Harry recalled that Master Nicholas could only prolong his life through the Philosopher's Stone. The Lemmays had initially intended to conclude their long existence. Death is but another form of adventure. Dumbledore paused, Yet their encounter with Kane imbued life with newfound significance. They knew Kane. Harry could not restrain himself from interrupting Dumbledore. It was indeed a revelation that could astonish anyone. Dumbledore empathized with Harry's sentiments. Yes, indeed. Harry's gaze flickered. He distinctly remembered asking Kane if he was aware of Nicholas Flamel, to which Kane replied in the negative. Kane must have had his reasons for withholding that information, certainly. Harry swiftly devised his own strategy. With Kane's passing, he had ascended in Harry's mind to a state akin to pure essence. Everything held its own rationale. Please continue, Dumbledore. He was at a loss on how to broach this subject with an old friend, realizing that he had overlooked something significant. What shall we do next? Harry, fighting back tears, looked inquiringly at Dumbledore. We need to hold a funeral for Kane. Is that not so? Theodore, disregarding the principles of gentlemanly conduct, burst into Odette's dormitory. The one who took his life was Voldemort. Odette's eyes were swollen and her voice hoarse. Their conversation lacked coherence, yet they both understood each other implicitly. Severus had just informed several close friends of Kane about the tragic news. Draco fainted on the spot, overcome with grief. Blaise had also shed his usual nonchalance, red-eyed as he consoled a sobbing pansy, who was gasping for breath. Theodore suppressed the bitterness within and angrily sought out Odette. Previously, when assisting Kane in uncovering evidence to exonerate him in the Forbidden Forest, Theodore had sensed something amiss with Odette. It was difficult for him not to suspect a connection between Kane's death and Odette. Yet, he never anticipated hearing Voldemort's name from her lips. The anger within him deflated like a burst balloon, replaced by profound fear and helplessness. He loathed his own cowardice. Even the mention of the Dark Lord sent tremors through him. He vowed that Kane would not have died in vain. Chapter 82, The Pact with Death. Beneath the overcast sky, a gentle rain began to fall, as if it too understood sorrow and wept for Kane. Since learning of Kane's demise, Narcissa had fainted multiple times from grief. It was only through Lucius's support that she managed to attend Kane's funeral. Lucius's expression was obscured by the fine rain, yet his heart was laden with complexity, a tumult of emotions swirling within. The shock of discovering Kane as a descendant of Slytherin, the fear that the Dark Lord might still be alive, the regret of witnessing the growth of a younger generation, and so on, were all present in his mind. Although Dumbledore publicly declared that Kane was killed by the Dark Wizard Quirrell, Lucius's keen political instincts sensed that there might be hidden truths lurking beneath the surface. Draco's eyes had swollen to the size of peaches, and his once meticulously styled hair was now tousled by the wind. Yet, he paid no heed to these trivialities, fixating his gaze upon Kane, who lay amidst a bed of flowers. The entire school community had gathered to bid farewell to Kane, and many witches could not suppress their tears. What are you all doing? A sudden voice pierced through the solemn silence, strikingly out of place. It seemed to belong to Kane. Kane, a classmate, standing close to Kane, nearly had her heart stop in fear. In the next moment, she screamed and fled. The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of shrieks, dispersing like startled birds. For the first time, Professor McGonagall, devoted to maintaining order at Hogwarts, did not intervene. Instead, she hurried towards Kane. You are truly alive? I'm fine, really. Feel for yourself. I'm still warm. Ouch. Kane yelped as Snape pinched his arm fiercely. Alive. Snape stated succinctly. Kane, my child. Narcissa could no longer restrain herself. She broke free from her husband's grasp and stumbled forward to embrace Kane. I'm perfectly all right. Kane reassured her, patting her back. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this touching scene, could not help but voice the collective sentiment of the onlookers. As for the events that had transpired, only Kane possessed the full understanding. Where's this place? Gazing at the vast expanse of pure white before him, Kane pondered if he had traversed once more into another realm. He listened intently. Faintly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, accompanied by a subtle floral fragrance. Instinctively, he began walking in the direction of the sound, losing all sense of time as he went on. After an indeterminate period, a tumultuous black river appeared before him, flanked by vibrant red flowers. Is this the underworld? It seems I've truly met my demise. Despondently, Kane sat by the riverbank, forcing a bitter smile. Perhaps this did indeed constitute an untimely demise. He wondered how Aunt Narcissa and the others would react upon receiving the news of his passing, how heart-wrenching it would be. The more he thought, the more unbearable it became. Someone please come, he exclaimed. Where are the guides of the underworld? Hurry up, it's too cold here. I want to be reborn. Just as Kane wallowed in his sorrow, a voice, as chilling as a Siberian wind, echoed through the air. Kane turned around. Who are you? Ominous figure? Before him stood a towering shadow cloaked in black robes, at least 10 stories high, wielding a glimmering scythe that seemed poised to harvest countless lives in an instant. Death, Kane whispered, recognizing the figure before him. Perhaps, the figure replied slowly. This is merely one of the myriad perceptions of my existence. Kane was astonished. Was he truly significant enough to have death personally come for him? Stop your fanciful thoughts. You're disturbing me. The relentless denial of the Grim Reaper extinguished Kane's delusions. So, you have come to seek me? Since you are not here to collect him. It cannot merely be out of idleness, can it? Do you desire to live? The expression of the Reaper was obscured beneath the shadow of his dark hood, rendering his features indiscernible. To live. How could the frigid realm of the afterlife compare to the vibrant hues of the mortal world? Even if it meant enduring decades of bland English fare, Kane would gladly accept. What could the insignificant stargazers possibly do to him? Let us strike a bargain. If you can offer me the 3 sacred artifacts of death in the future, I shall grant you a chance at resurrection. The Reaper cut straight to the point. The 3 sacred artifacts of death. Kane pondered silently, questioning the purpose of such artifacts. What I intend to do with them is none of your concern, you insignificant whelp. Ah, so you possess the audacity to invade my thoughts without permission. This is my domain, and that is what makes me formidable. Very well, very impressive. He wished he could simply dismiss the matter. Will you agree or not? The Reaper issued his ultimatum. I may consent, but there must be a time limit. It is impossible for me to gather the 3 sacred artifacts of death immediately. 10 years is the limit. Kane decisively fell silent, nodding in acquiescence. None. What do you mean? None of it is cold. The passage of time in the underworld differs from that of the living world. Moreover, do you not sense anything unusual about yourself? Upon hearing this, Kane touched his body. It seemed, perhaps, there was some warmth. However, how could that be? How could a soul possess temperature? Because you carry the seed of the resurrection herb. The Reaper revealed the profound truth. How was I unaware of this? Do not presume to deceive me just because I am not well read. A soul cannot bear any earthly substance. Wait, Kane suddenly felt something. A seed, the size of a golden pea, was drawn from his bosom. Could it be? Kane was taken aback. This was given to him alongside the mithril by Lady Lestrange previously. At that time, it appeared shriveled, yet now it had become plump and rounded. But he had not nurtured it. It requires immense magical energy to be stimulated. It has merely just regained its vitality, far from meeting the conditions for growth. The Reaper's penetrating gaze fixated on the seed in Kane's hand. What purpose does it serve? The name resurrection herb sounds quite grand. Kane was eager to know its significance. Why should I divulge everything to you? What use are you to me? Remember, it is a 10-year term. The Reaper waved his sleeve in impatience, a gust of chilling wind enveloping Kane, and in the next moment, he vanished from the underworld. We shall meet again. The Reaper murmured as his colossal form gradually faded from sight. There exists a condition in the mundane medical field known as pseudo-death syndrome. I must be experiencing such a state. Kane calmly explained to those around him. The professors exchanged glances. Nevertheless, Kane's revival was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. At least Hogwarts would not face closure. Congratulations. Chapter 83, The Year-End Banquet. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been beautifully adorned in the colors of Slytherin, green and silver. This year marks the 7th consecutive victory for Slytherin in the House Cup. Kane noticed a restrained smile on Snape's face as he conversed with Professor McGonagall. Aunt Narcissa sat between Kane and Draco, gazing nostalgically around the room. Once, the 3 black sisters had lived here carefree, but now she was the sole remnant of that past. Out of the corner of his eye, Kane observed Lucius feigning indifference while scrutinizing him. Perhaps due to his already exposed identity as a Slytherin descendant. It was not only Lucius. Many from Slytherin were watching Kane closely, keenly attentive to his every move. I have received numerous applications for membership from Slytherin in recent days, Theodore quietly remarked from across the table. The attention of everyone at the long table suddenly converged on Kane, their gazes filled with eager anticipation. As I previously mentioned, this matter remains your responsibility, Kane said, wiping the corner of his mouth and offering Theodore a reassuring boost of confidence. Draco, are you willing to assist Theodore? Kane inquired of his somewhat dejected younger cousin. Draco, still somewhat childish, was not yet suited for the complexities of the selection process. Kane had resolved to prioritize Draco's comprehensive development. For now, he would serve as Theodore's assistant as a means of gaining experience. Of course, no problem, Draco replied, puffing out his chest with pride as he scanned the room. I am also eager to serve Slytherin. Cassandra raised her goblet in a distant gesture. The ramifications of Kane's identity as a Slytherin descendant were just beginning, while Shafik was determined not to remain in the shadows. Opportunities will arise, Kane asserted, addressing both Cassandra and the others. To utterly dismantle Voldemort's reign was not a task to be accomplished by a mere utterance or a handful of individuals. While personal strength was undoubtedly significant, Kane aspired for something greater, a transformation of the wizarding world, or at the very least, the British magical community. Severus Snape observed the undercurrents of Slytherin with a grave expression. With the emergence of a Slytherin heir, the ambitions of pure-blood aristocrats were likely to be rekindled. Soon, Dumbledore arrived. Another year had passed, and the venerable headmaster reflected on the past academic year's remarkable events. The first order of business was the award ceremony for the House Cup, with the scores as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 512 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 552 points. Ravenclaw with 626 points. and Slytherin with 710 points. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the Slytherin table. However, recent incidents also needed to be taken into account. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore announced, "I have a final set of points to distribute." At this, the audience exchanged glances, falling into an expectant silence. First, Ron Weasley. "For his remarkable victory in the most thrilling game of chess at Hogwarts, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 100 points." The raucous cheers from the Gryffindor table resounded like thunder, starkly contrasting with the Slytherin table, where a palpable sense of foreboding lingered. Before Gryffindor could settle down, Dumbledore, with the calmness of one facing a raging fire, awarded Hermione Granger 100 points. Harry Potter was honored with 120 points for his dauntless bravery and exceptional courage. The jubilant clamor from Gryffindor nearly threatened to lift the ceiling, as their score now surpassed that of Slytherin, sparking speculation of their potential victory in the House Cup. The members of Slytherin turned their gaze toward Kane, their expressions grim. Dumbledore raised his hands to silence the crowd, then continued, "And of course, we have Mr. Kane Slytherin." The eyes of the entire school focused on Kane, and the Slytherins felt a surge of pride. He stood unbowed before authority, courageous in opposition, and supportive of his peers. "For this, I shall award Slytherin 120 points." The cheers then shifted to Slytherin, with students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joining in, and even some Gryffindors cheered for Kane. Kane accepted Dumbledore's remarks with a faint smile, though internally, he felt like flipping the table. Dumbledore, ever the clever one, spoke of resisting tyranny, a notion that did not sit well with Slytherin, whose tenets include the embrace of power, closely intertwined with honor. Dumbledore was subtly admonishing him. "I have passed all my subjects. How about you, Blaise?" Pansy excitedly announced her results, casting a challenging glance at Blaise. "Disappointingly, I still have 3 subjects to pass." "And you, Draco?" Pansy quickly shifted her focus. "Sorry, I have 6 subjects to pass." Draco proudly raised his chin. Kane shook his head. Pansy's academic mediocrity was merely her own embarrassment. Kane remained the top of the year, without the arrogance displayed by them. Pansy, infuriated, began to belittle Kane. Indeed, both Kane and Hermione shared the top rank in their year. Just as everyone was reveling in their merriment, the doors of the great hall swung open. "Ah, Dumbledore." The portly Cornelius Fudge entered, accompanied by several Aurors and 2 goblins. The crowd lifted their heads to observe the procession. "Minister Fudge, what brings you here?" Dumbledore expressed his surprise at Fudge's arrival. "Hogwarts has made significant contributions to the ministry, and as the Minister of Magic, I felt it imperative to come personally to express my gratitude." Fudge's formalities left the professors blushing. This was due to the ministry's persistent requests for Hogwarts to enhance the comprehensive capabilities of its students over the past few years. Furthermore, the Auror Corps had not recruited any recent Hogwarts graduates, deeming their qualifications insufficient. Thus, Fudge's words ignited a flush of embarrassment among the professors. "Indeed, Slytherin students are exceptionally talented," Dumbledore remarked with a look of satisfaction. "After all, Slytherin is an integral part of Hogwarts." "Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the true essence of Slytherin. By the way, I have heard whispers of a descendant of Slytherin emerging within the school." In truth, Fudge had acquired first-hand knowledge from the list within the transfer book long ago, yet he must maintain a fade. After all, Kane Dumbledore has already discerned Fudge's ulterior motives. Undoubtedly, the heir of Slytherin possesses an undeniable charm. Fudge descended from the teacher's dais and clasped Kane's hand. Among Fudge's entourage, one individual wielding a camera hastily captured this momentous handshake. He has already envisioned the headline for tomorrow's edition, "A Meeting Across Time." The historic encounter between the Minister of Magic and the heir of Slytherin.